Suyi transmigrated twice in a row and entered the survival highway. But he discovered that he had mistakenly entered the survival highway of a foreign race. While the human race had already become monsters of the gray mist world 100 years ago, after failing their survival run, the whole population had become monsters, and he had become the only player. After Suyi made contact with the human race, he received their full support. From that moment on, when others are on the survival highway, no fuel, no food, no water. When Suyi is on the survival highway, brother, you finally came. IV got good stuff on me. Hurry up and kill me so it can drop. When other players enter a dungeon, this dungeon is way too hard. There's no way to clear it. When Suyi enters a dungeon, brother, let me tell you how to clear this dungeon. The map is right here. You're asking whether the boss is hard. I am the boss. The story begins. Welcome to the National Highway Survival Game. This is an escape game belonging to all FIV descendant races. The following are the game rules. Thials. Every player will randomly receive one initial vehicle. Collect materials to continuously upgrade and evolve your vehicle. Final. Please keep driving along the highway, because the gray mist behind you will chase you until you reach the end. Of course, you can also choose to turn around and charge into the gray mist. After all, death is also a way of reaching the end. Fasatwin. Supply boxes may spawn on both sides of the highway. They may contain supplies to help you survive, or they may open into unknown danger. Under normal circumstances, only one player will exist on each highway. A sudden fork in the road may lead to a service station, or to a monster's home, or maybe other players have come to kill you. Thibine. While driving on the highway, you may encounter monsters. Killing those monsters has a chance of making supplies drop. Of course, it may also cost you your life. Shiti. The first 7 days are the beginner protection period. After the protection period ends, rankings will be determined according to your mileage. First place will receive an extremely generous reward. Shirba. Don't stay at the starting point for too long, because monsters will soon come looking for you on their own. Don't think about defeating them. The only way to survive is to slam the accelerator and run. Your status panel has been activated. Your random vehicle has been issued. Please enjoy this escape game. Inside the pickup truck, Suyi sat in the driver's seat with a blank look on his face. Did I transmigrate again? Why again? Because just half an hour ago, he had still been on Earth. At the time, he was walking home from work when he heard that someone was about to jump off a building. So he curiously went over to watch. But when he got closer, he saw a big bro in loose shorts standing on the outdoor AC unit of the 10th floor, completely panicked. At that moment, how could Suyi not understand what was going on? He decisively took out his phone to record someone else's life. In the end, because the crowd of onlookers kept getting bigger, the shorts-wearing bro panicked, stepped on empty air, and fell straight down, landing right on top of him. When Suyi woke up again, he found that he had transmigrated into the body of a young man with the same name and surname, only 18 years old. After receiving the memories, Suyi learned that he had transmigrated from Earth to Blue Star. As someone who had spent 5,000 hours reading web novels on Tomato Novel, Suyi quickly accepted the fact that he had transmigrated. Besides, he had already been 30 years old on Earth. Now he had directly become 12 years younger. No matter how he looked at it, he had profited. Then, Suyi began learning about the whole of Blue Star, and he had already started planning how to use his memories from Earth to get rich. But the moment he actually looked into it, he was stunned, because he discovered that all of Blue Star seemed to have fallen into a state of frozen time, and there was not a single person anywhere. Suyi was just about to explore more deeply when he heard something about the start of the National Highway Survival Game. Then, when he opened his eyes again, he had arrived here. National Highway Survival. So the reason there was no one on Blue Star was because everyone had come into this highway survival game. While thinking, Suyi planned to carefully study the game rules. But 5 figures appeared ahead of him. A new round of highway survival has started again. This time, we've got to work harder, kill more players, and earn more survival points. Yeah. Once we save up enough survival points, we can join highway survival again. Staying in the gray mist world every day is no different from being dead. Brother Joe, the four of us can make the move first. You can finish them off at the end. Well, now, this player hasn't even started the car yet. Is this just giving us a chance? These 5 people were led by the middle-aged handsome man in the center, dressed in a suit with his hair slicked back. He held a large saber in his hand, looking exactly like a suit-wearing thug. The other 4 all wore short-sleeve shirts and held weapons like wrenches and steel pipes. Holy shit. Didn't say that under normal circumstances there should only be 1 player on each highway. Why did 5 suddenly show up? This is the very start of the game. Suyi had no time to keep reading the game rules. He hurriedly started the truck, planning to rush out first and talk later. Trying to run now. Too late. The handsome, middle-aged man shouted, swinging his saber in a full arc as he was about to bring it down. But at that moment, through the windshield, he saw Suyi's anxious and panicked face inside the truck. His expression paused, and the saber in his hand suddenly changed direction, barely grazing past the pickup. Then Suyi saw a scene that made his heart turn cold. A blade light swept out and directly carved a trench over 30 meters long into the ground beside them. Brother Joe, what's wrong? Yeah, with your strength. Wouldn't that one strike have chopped that player into pieces? How did you miss? The other 4 also ran over and asked curiously, but the handsome middle-aged man looked puzzled instead. He knocked on the window glass. Kid, get out yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for cutting you down with 1 strike. The other 4 looked at each other. Brother Joe, why are you wasting words with this player? We monsters. He can not understand what we saying. Yeah, hurry up and finish him so we can rush to the next one. These players have just come in and don't have any life-saving methods yet. It's the perfect time for us to harvest them. Hearing the 4 of them, the handsome middle-aged man still said nothing, but the saber in his hand rose once more. He seemed to say nothing, but Suyi understood what he meant. If he did not get out of the truck now, the man was about to start forced demolition. And Suyi also caught something strange in what they were saying. Players. Monsters. Could TD understand what these guys were saying just fine? Seeing that the handsome middle-aged man was about to strike again, and thinking of that blade light from just now, Suyi knew it was already too late to run. He could only grit his teeth, lower the window, and force out a smile. Big brother, don't do it. We can talk this out. Hearing Suyi speak, not only the handsome, middle-aged man, but the other 4 also froze in place, as if they had been hit with hard crowd control. A human, human. One of them came back to his senses and pointed at Suyi in disbelief. Although being asked that felt a little strange, Suyi still nodded. 5 big brothers. I am human, just like you. I am human too. Holy shit. He really is human. What the hell is going on? How did a human end up in the car? Could it be this kid killed the player ahead of time? Impossible. Survival has just started. The number of monsters assigned to each road is fixed. Other than us, there can be any other monsters. The 4 of them shouted over each other, looking completely unable to understand how Suyi being human was even possible. A player. At this moment, the handsome middle-aged man spoke. Yeah. Aren't you 5 big brothers players too? Suyi swallowed. He was stupid. From the bits of information these people had let slip, it seemed the 5 people in front of him were not players. They were monsters. And it seemed humans could become players at all. Human. A player too. What's your name? What was the name of the planet you were on before you came to this survival highway? The handsome middle-aged man's expression turned grave. The other 4 also fell silent and stared at Suyi, as if his answer would decide some earth-shaking matter. With all 5 of them staring at him like that, Suyi started doubting whether he was even human himself. And if anything, compared to him, this handsome middle-aged guy who could slash out a blade beam with 1 strike looked even less human. Right, Of course, Su Yi didn't dare say that. Big bros. My name is Su Yi. I am from Blue Star. I just entered this highway survival game. Su Yi answered. Blue Star. You saying you from Blue Star. Which city on Blue Star are you from? What's your ID number? The moment he heard Su Yi's answer, the handsome middle-aged man grew visibly excited. The other four also looked completely incredulous. I am from Changwen City, Fenghai Province, Xia Country, Blue Star. My ID number is 54,321. Su Yi said. You from Fenghai Province. Then, do you know who the richest man in Fenghai Province is? Bro, I really don't know that. I am just a freshman at Fenghai University. My family's ordinary. Why would I normally know who the richest man in the province is? Su Yi sounded helpless. He knew who the richest man in the country was, more or less. But the richest man in a province, he had never looked into that. Fine. Then let me ask you this. What's the most famous building in Fenghai Province? There are plenty of famous buildings, but if you ask for the most famous one, it has to be the Fenghai Ancient Pagoda. It stood for 1,000 years without falling. Then the experts repaired it and they repaired it right into collapse. It became famous nationwide. What's the most famous animal in Fenghai Province? How many provinces does our country have? What time slot is the news broadcast on? The handsome middle-aged man asked more than a dozen more questions, and Su Yi answered them one by one. It wasn't because Su Yi was especially knowledgeable. It was because all the other party asked were common-sense questions. Luckily, Su Yi had fused with the previous owner's memories, so answering them was not difficult at all. Big bro. Any more questions? Su Yi asked. He knew the man was trying to verify his identity. Wait, here, we need to discuss it. The handsome middle-aged man still looked grave. Oh, right. My name is Zhou Chang. I am the richest man in Fenghai Province. Also, don't even think about running. Forget a newbie like Yuvin. A second-tier player wouldn't be enough for me to kill with one slash. After saying that, Zhou Chang took the other four to the side. They gathered in a circle and started talking about something. Su Yi let out a breath of relief, at least from the current situation. Zhou Chang's group of 5 was not planning to attack him. His life was safe for now, as he watched the 5 of them huddle together and whisper. Su Yi hurried to learn the game rules. There were 18 rules in total, especially after seeing Rule 18. Su Yi finally realized that the survival game had long since warned him to run. Right. There was also the game panel. A thought flashed through Su Yi's mind, and a panel appeared before his eyes. There were 3 interfaces on the panel. The first was his personal status screen. Player, Su Yi, nickname. None race, human status. Healthy, rank. Tier, 0 physique, 0.9. A normal adult is 1 point. Spirit, 2.1. A normal adult is 1 point. Talent, unawakened vehicle. Pickup truck. My spirit is actually more than double that of a normal adult. It should have something to do with transmigrating. There's also a talent slot. Could it be that rich boss Joe from earlier had a talent? And that's why he could slash out a blade beam. Still, with this spirit stat, I'd be perfect for getting a Mata-type talent. I wonder how talents are obtained. I'll see later if I can ask those 5. Then, Su Yi looked at the second interface. This was the vehicle screen. Vehicle, pickup truck level. Level 1, durability, 78, fuel, 30 units, 1 unit can travel, 10 kilometers. Mounted weapon, none function module. None the fuel is only enough for 300 kilometers. That means I'll have to find more fuel later. Su Yi frowned. This little fuel was even enough for him to drive for 1 day. Looking at it this way, fuel was even more important than food and water. He could still hold on for a few days without eating or drinking, but without fuel, after 300 kilometers, he could only wait for death. Still, since this was survival, the highway ahead would definitely provide chances to obtain fuel. Otherwise, nobody would be able to live. Then Su Yi looked at the third interface. This was a chat and trade interface. Please set a nickname for yourself. This nickname can be used in the chat interface and in the trade interface for trading. Never checks the fuel gauge. Su Yi did not hesitate and used the game ID from his previous life. Setup successful. The chat interface is now officially open. As the prompt fell, Su Yi saw chat messages flooding down the interface in a rush. C13 area chat, channel 999. Oh, 29 players. Holy crap. What kind of place is this? I haven't even finished washing my feet yet. Damn it. 5 monsters suddenly rushed at me just now. Good thing I ran fast. What kind of vehicles do you all have? I got a heavy truck. Haha. How come you got a heavy truck while all I got is a pair of roller skates? At least you got roller skates. I drove into the gray mist, and part of my car got swallowed by it. Now, my car is totaled, and I can only run on foot. Oh great spirit of Earthfire, come save us already. I don't want to be here. Looking at those chat messages, Su Yi narrowed his eyes, because he realized he had never seen the writing used in the chat before. Yet he could understand exactly what it meant. Then, he opened the trade function. Materials could be traded there, and quite a few useless items were already listed on it. But because there was no currency for the time being, most trades were barter. While Su Yi was still looking, Zhou Chang and the other 5 seemed to have finished discussing things and walked over. Together, Su Yi hurriedly closed the interface and forced another smile onto his face. Get down. Let's talk. Zhou Chang said, relax. If we really meant you harm, you wouldn't still be alive right now. All right, big bro. Su Yi got out of the truck without hesitation. After seeing Zhou Chang's strength, he knew the pickup really could stop him. You saw the game rules just now, too. Right. Then you should know that the protagonists of this survival highway game are not the Falcon human race, but the 5-kin race, Zhou Chang said. Su Yi paused, then flipped back to the first sentence of Chapter 1. Sure enough, he saw the line. This was an escape game belonging to all 5-kin. TSK. I thought the author had made a typo. Big bro. What kind of race is this 5-kin race? Su Yi asked curiously. I don't know the specifics either. I only know that the 5-kin race is divided into 5 clans. The Shi clan, the Yan clan, the Ling clan, the Shuang clan, and the Sha clan. The individual strength of the 5-kin is far beyond that of us humans. Take you, for example. Your attributes should only be around 1 point right now. But any 5-kin individual starts at least 5 points, Zhou Chang said. In other words, if you run into any single 5-kin individual, even if you risk your life, you'll probably only end up dead. Su Yi's heart jolted. He had originally thought that with a spirit stat of 2 points, he had already stepped into the top tier. He had never expected the individual combat power of the 5-kin to be this terrifying. I don't know how you got dragged into this road survival game that was supposed to belong to the Fiv descendants race. But one thing is certain, you'll definitely be facing a much higher survival difficulty than what we went through before. Zhou Chang continued. Su Yi nodded thoughtfully. The individual strength of the Fiv descendants race was already this high, so the difficulty of the survival game would definitely be even greater. But you don't need to lose heart. The gap between you and the Fiv descendants race is only in the early stage. Once your attributes improve later, it'll be fine. You've seen your interface, right? There's a talent tab on it. Awakening a talent is very simple. When both your physique and spirit attributes reach 10 points, you can advance to Tier 1. At that point, if you obtain a talent awakening potion, you can awaken your talent. There are many ways to get a talent awakening potion. For example, during the first 7 days of the newbie protection period, if you rank first in mileage traveled, you can get 1 talent awakening potion.
There is also a certain chance to get it by opening supply crates, but the odds are very low. The other way is to go to a specific service area and buy it directly. That is the most reliable method. To enter a service area, you need a service card. The top rank on a newcomer mileage leaderboard can get 1 designated service card. Otherwise, you can only get 1 by opening supply crates or hunting monsters. Also, even if you enter a service area, you still need survival coins to buy anything. Survival coins are the common currency on the survival highway. You can get them from opening supply crates, hunting monsters, or taking first place among newcomers. But the drop rate is very low. Of course, if you directly get first place among newcomers, then everything becomes simple. You'll get a talent awakening potion right away. Once your attributes are high enough, you can awaken. As Zhou Chang spoke, he plopped down onto the ground. The other 4 followed and sat down as well. Su Yi didn't stand on ceremony either, and the 6 of them sat in a circle together. So your current goal is to get first place among newcomers and obtain the talent awakening potion. As for that designated service card, I suggest choosing the shop service area. Not only does it have talent awakening potions, it also has potions that directly increase your attributes, spiritual fruits, and things like that. There are plenty of good items in there anyway. But these service cards are all one-time use, so I suggest waiting until you have enough survival coins before using one. Zhou Chang said a lot, and the other four also chimed in from time to time. They were all giving Su Yi, a newcomer, valuable advice so he wouldn't be completely in the dark. Although the Five Descent clan is a single civilization of one race. Since they're still divided into 5 clans, that means there are definitely conflicts between them. If you run into different Five Descent clans in the future, you might be able to stir up those conflicts and profit from it. That's about it. If you have anything you want to ask now, just ask. Zhou Chang said, Brother Zhou, when did you all enter this game? And why have you become monsters now? Su Yi asked, as for us, if we go by the time inside the survival game, we've already been here for 134 years. As for why we became monsters, of course it's because we're already dead. Dead? So you didn't think the 5 of them were ghosts or anything. His expression shifted, and he said, you mean after a person dies, or rather, after a player dies, they don't truly die. Instead, they remain in the survival game as monsters. You brat are pretty smart. When players die in the survival game, they're eliminated. It doesn't count as true death. It just strips them of their player identity. When an entire racial civilization fails in the survival game, and not a single player reaches the end of the road, that whole civilization remains in the game as monsters. But the game still leaves us a path. We can stop the next civilization from reaching the end of the road in our monster identities. The more players we stop in the process, the more survival points we earn. When our survival points reach a certain amount, we can buy back our player identities and start the road survival again. If we still fail, then we keep being monsters and keep stopping other civilizations. It goes on like that, over and over, until someone reaches the end of the road. As he spoke, Zhou Chang looked at Su Yi with a strange expression. As for your situation, I really don't know. I'll have to go back to the Gray Mist world and ask the people above. Gray Mist world? The people above? Su Yi asked curiously. We civilizations that failed road survival can only stay in the Gray Mist world. Only when a new civilization arrives on the road survival can we come onto the road according to the rules, Zhou Chang said. As for the people above, after our Blue Star civilization failed, we gathered together. Right now, the entire Blue Star civilization is managed by 7 martial gods. I have some ties with one of them, so I can contact him directly. Ha. Brother Zhou is still being modest. What do you mean some ties? Brother Zhou is that martial god's father-in-law. One of the others beside him said with a laugh. Su Yi was startled and looked at Zhou Chang in disbelief. He expected the other party's backing to be this strong. Bullshit father-in-law. I'm too embarrassed to admit it. It's also my own fault. Back when I was still on Blue Star, I forcefully broke them up. Then what happened? After coming to this damn game, that guy actually hit me with a classic "don't bully a poor youth" and became a martial god. Now that his past had been exposed, Zhou Chang wasn't annoyed. More than 100 years had passed already. At most, those things just added another bit of life experience to him, this handsome middle-aged man. Brother Zhou really did have good judgment. If you hadn't broken him up back then, maybe that person wouldn't have become a martial god. Su Yi said with a smile. Haha, I like hearing that from you, brat. Don't worry. Once I get back to the Gray Mist world, I'll talk to him about it. He'll definitely take this matter seriously. Zhou Chang said, after all, your situation is too special. A human actually became a player and joined the Five Descent Clan's game. I'm curious too, if you reach the end of the road, would that count as the Five Descent Clan succeeding in survival, or our human race succeeding in survival? Su Yi was curious about that as well, so he continued asking, Brother Zhou, then in these past 100+ years, has our human race entered a second survival game? Yes. 20 years ago, we went through the second survival game. Unlike the first time, when we fought among ourselves, this time all of us were united. We even voluntarily handed all resources over to the 7 martial gods. But we still failed. Zhou Chang said helplessly. That's because the difficulty of the second survival was far higher than the first. And the more times you go through it, the higher the difficulty becomes. Our human race's upper ranks discussed this before. We all think only the first 3 survival attempts have any chance of success. If everyone had united during the first one, the success rate would have been as high as 981. For the second survival, even if everyone united, the success rate was 113. As for the third, we still haven't experienced it, but it will definitely be below 1. But there's no use regretting it now. We've already failed twice. Even if we gather enough survival points for the third time, we'll only start after making complete preparations. As he spoke, Zhou Chang's eyes lit up. But you're different. This is your first time participating. And after I report your situation, if you get help from our Blue Star human race, you might really be able to reach the end of the road. The help of the entire Blue Star human race. Su Yi's eyes lit up as well. He hadn't come to this road survival game with any other cheat. If he had the help of the entire human race, wasn't he that kind of cheat too? At the same time, Su Yi also understood. Everyone on Blue Star had entered the survival game 100 years ago, which was why the whole Blue Star had fallen into temporal stagnation. But because he had transmigrated over too late, he was only dragged into this game now. His transmigration had actually missed the main group. Suyi sighed inwardly, and luckily, he had missed it. Otherwise, he would probably be just like Zhou Chong and the other 5 right now, having become monsters in this game. He didn't believe that a survival game that even billions of people across the globe couldn't clear would be passed just because of the arrival of one person like him. After that, Suyi asked quite a few more questions, and Zhou Chong answered them one by one, giving Suyi a better understanding of the survival game. For example, the first 7 days are the newbie protection period. During those 7 days, the monster's strength is limited, so kill them as much as possible when you encounter them. Although opening supply crates gives you a chance to obtain all kinds of resources, there is also a chance of opening monsters, so make preparations before opening them. Within those 7 days, you will definitely encounter a gas station once. But monsters are stationed inside the gas station as well, and you need to deal with them before you can refuel. After the 7-day newbie protection period ends, you'll encounter all kinds of extreme weather on the survival highway. Cold, scorching sun, hurricanes, acid rain, hail, and so on, so upgrade your vehicle S level as much as possible. Then came the vehicle. Once you've gathered enough basic materials, you could upgrade the vehicle, but it was best to wait until you found functional modules before upgrading it. That was because each level could only add one functional module. In the early stages, vehicle levels were still easy to raise, but later on, the difficulty would increase. By then, even if you had extra functional modules, you wouldn't be able to benefit from them. You would also encounter all kinds of secret realms in the future. These secret realms were dangerous, but they also contained plenty of good stuff. Besides that, the survival game would occasionally hold various events, and the rewards were always extremely generous. Alright, you're still within the 7-day newbie period, so the dangers you'll face won't be that many. Knowing this much is about enough. Next, it's time to prepare some good stuff for you, kid. As Zhou Chong spoke, he stood up and looked at the other 4 people. Which one of you 4 is going first? Let the kid get the gray mist metal drop first. Brother Zhou, what is a gray mist metal? And can you actually control your own drop rate? Suya osket in surprise. The gray mist metal is a good thing. You'll know in a moment. We belong to civilized monsters, so we really can adjust the drop rate of the items on us. This is an authority granted to us by the survival game. It's just that the purpose of us civilized monsters is to hinder new civilizations from advancing, so we all lower the drop rate of good items to the minimum. That is also why the drop rates in the survival game are extremely low. But since you're a human, naturally we have to bring out the good stuff for you. Still, we're only adjusting the drop rates. Whether it actually drops or not depends on your luck. Zhou Chong said with a smile, don't worry about us. After we die, we'll revive again in the gray mist world. Hearing that, Su Yi's heart trembled. Zhou Chong had said before that the entire human race of Blue Star was helping him survive. If that was the case, and they could also adjust their own drop rates, then wouldn't that mean that as long as he encountered human monster in the future, there was a high probability he could get good stuff? A cheat. This was a cheat unique to him. Brother Zhou, my luck has always been pretty good. Sui said. After all, if his luck were bad, he wouldn't have run into something like transmigration. All right, then let me see just how good your luck is. Zhou Chong nodded. Brother Zhou, I'm ready. I've already adjusted the gray mist metal to the highest drop rate of 70. At that moment, one of them spoke up. Also, the Desert Eagle has a drop rate of 10, 50 units of fuel has a drop rate of 5, and I lowered all the other junk to the minimum drop rate. Sui's eyes lit up. That meant he had an 85% chance of getting, at worst, 50 units of fuel and a 15% chance of getting something even worse. Zhou Chong nodded, then slapped the man on the shoulder. Sui immediately saw the man's health drop from 100 to 1 in an instant. Do it, Zhou Chong said as he withdrew his hand. Sui looked at his empty hands, fell silent for a second, then picked up a rock from the ground and walked over to the man. Brother Liu, excuse me. Cough, cough. Come at me from behind. Looking at it from the front scares me, Brother Liu said as he stared at the head-sized rock. Sui nodded, then moved behind him, raised the rock, and smashed it hard toward the back of his head. Bang! Brother Liu fell in response, and his health bar emptied instantly. The moment Brother Liu fell, a flash of light appeared, and then a gray metal dropped out. Pick it up and see what it does, Zhou Chong said with a smile. Sui picked up the metal and checked it. Gray mist metal, tier 1. A metal born from the gray mist. After equipping this metal, the player will receive the protection of the gray mist, and all monsters' favorability toward you will be forcibly set to 1 point. Increased favorability? And only 1 point? Sui frowned. This gray mist metal didn't seem that strong. Kid, don't underestimate that 1 point of favorability. Right now, you're still within the 7-day newbie protection period. All monsters, including me, have 1 point of favorability toward players. In other words, after you have this metal, the favorability that monsters like us have toward you is forcibly changed to 0 points. And according to the rules for us monsters, as long as favorability ISN T negative, we can't take the initiative to attack you. Zhou Chong explained with a smile. So, as long as you have this medal, at least during these 7 days of newbie protection, if you don't attack monsters first, they can only stare at you helplessly. Hearing that explanation, Su Yi's eyes instantly lit up as he looked at the medal. This was good stuff. With this medal, it meant that during the newbie protection period, he wouldn't need to worry about being attacked by monsters. And if he wanted to kill monsters, he could also seize the initiative. If he had the strength to one-shot a monster, then it would be the same as the monster standing there and letting him kill it. Many thanks for Brother Lu's generous gift. Without hesitation, Su Yi cupped his hands toward Brother Lu, who was already lying there like a peaceful corpse, and gave his thanks. If he had incense candles and joss paper on hand, Su Yi would definitely have burned him some spirit money and offered a stick of incense. This medal can be upgraded later. 10 Tier 1 medals can be fused into a Tier 2 medal, and so on. But for now, this Tier 1 medal is more than enough for you. As Zhou Chong spoke, he looked at the other 3. Who's next? Hiv, meh. The 70 drop rate is the Desert Eagle. 10 is 100 units of fuel, and 5 is a crate of water. The man looked at Su Yi and grinned. Come on. Hurry up and ravage me. Smack. Zhou Chong gave him a slap without hesitation, and his health instantly dropped to 1 as well. Brother Hu. Excuse me. Su Yi raised a huge rock and smashed down again. With a bang, Brother Hu also became a peaceful corpse, and at the same time, a Desert Eagle dropped out. Desert Eagle, Tier 1. A powerful firearm suitable for newcomers. Ordinary Tier 1 monsters find it hard to resist. It is enough to let each of your bullets eliminate 1 enemy. 7 shots, 7 kills. A smile appeared on Su Yi's face. He finally had a weapon, and it was even the kind that could one-shot Tier 1 monsters. His safety was now somewhat guaranteed. Continue, Zhou Chong said. Brother Shan, excuse me. Brother Along. Sorry about this. With 2 more dull thuds, the 2 big brothers went on their way hand in hand. Brother Shan dropped 100 units of fuel, while Brother Along dropped a saber. Scale Breaker Saber, Tier 1. A saber with armor-breaking effects. Even if the other party has scale armor protection, it still has a chance to split it open with 1 strike. Your luck really is pretty good. You have fuel, a long-range weapon, and a melee weapon. That's enough for self-protection during the newbie period, Zhou Chong said, but if you only rely on these, it's still 1 TB steady if you want to take first place in newbie period mileage. That depends on whether you can get the good thing I prepared for you. Brother Zhou, what good thing is it? Su Yi asked curiously. A workbench. With that thing, once you get blueprints, you can craft some items. Whether for your own use or for trading, it'll be enough to let you build up a solid advantage in the early stage. This thing is very hard to get during the newbie period. Back when we first joined the game, no one got a workbench during the newbie period. I've gone through 4 civilizations joining the game, and the number of people who managed to get a workbench during the newbie period still hasn't exceeded 3. Zhou Chong said, besides the workbench, the second highest drop rate is a Tier 1 battlesuit. It's enough to block attacks from ordinary Tier 1 monsters. Of course, it'd be best if you can get the workbench to drop. Su Yi's eyes shone. This workbench really was a good thing. Even though crafting still required blueprints and materials, those 2 were much easier to obtain. Come on, kid. After you send me back, you should be the only player to complete the initial trial mission, and the game will also give you some pretty good rewards. As Zhou Chong spoke, he stood where he was and closed his eyes, waiting for Su Yi's attack. So he glanced at Zhou Chong's health bar. There was only 1 point left. Shanji and Longji had spent a long time grinding it down just now. Brother Zhou, here I come. Su didn't put on any airs. He took out the broken scale blade and slashed straight at Zhou Chong. He struck 18 times in a row. By the end, even Su Yi's arms felt a little sore, but he finally cleared that last 1 point of Zhou Chong's health bar. The moment Zhou Chong fell, a small platform dropped out. Workbench, Tier 1. After using blueprints and materials, it can be used to craft some simple Tier 1 items. It dropped. Joy flashed across Su Yi's face. Even though there was a 70% chance for the workbench to drop, there was still that 30% chance of failure. Fortunately, his luck was pretty good. At that moment, the game system's voice rang across the entire survival highway. Global announcement. Congratulations to Never Checks the Fuel Gauge for becoming the first player to pass the initial trial. All players, please keep up the good work. X3, the global announcement, sounded 3 times in a row. Even without checking the chat channel, Su Yi knew it had to be exploding with activity. But right now, Su Yi had no interest in bothering with the other players. At this moment, he was looking at the reward he had just received. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the entire 5E tribe civilization to pass the initial trial. You have obtained a special reward, 1 storage ring. A storage ring? Looking at the ring before him, black as ink, Su Yi couldn't help swallowing. Could this really be the storage ring he was imagining? Storage ring, bound, upgradable, currently Tier 1, has 10 cubic meters of storage space. This space cannot store living things. Time inside the storage space is permanently frozen. Nice, nice. 10 cubic meters is enough to hold a lot of stuff. In the future, I want to have to worry about not being able to carry everything when searching for supplies. Besides, this storage ring can even be upgraded. Sui nodded in satisfaction. He immediately put on the storage ring. With a thought, he stored away the workbench, the Desert Eagle, the broken scale blade, and 100 units of fuel. Including the fuel that came with the pickup truck, he now had 130 units of fuel. That was enough to travel 1,300 kilometers, which was more or less enough for 2 days. Next, it was time to leave this place. Sui glanced at the gray fog in the distance. Right now, the gray fog had not started moving yet. It would only begin to move on the second day after survival began, which meant tomorrow morning. That could also be considered a buffer period for players who had just entered. After getting into the truck, Sui started the pickup. The vehicle followed the road forward, officially setting out. I wonder what attitude those so-called martial gods will have toward me after Brother Zhou and the others go back, Sui thought. If he could really obtain the help of all the Blue Star human race, then surviving on this highway would become much easier. But if they treated him as an anomaly and did everything they could to deal with him, then his trouble would be huge. Forget it. At worst, if I die, I'll just go into the gray fog and become a monster. Sui laughed and said, becoming a monster and blocking other civilizations from reaching the end of the survival highway. That actually sounds kind of interesting. As he thought about it, Sui also opened the chat interface and started looking through it. Holy shit, who is this never checks the fuel gauge? He actually completed the initial trial? Those 5 monsters could be killed? He is definitely one of our Shi tribe big shots. Cousin Awesome, please carry me. Stop trying to claim credit for your bunch of freeloading Shi tribe people. He is obviously one of our Yin tribe big shots. Our Yin tribe is invincible in one-on-one fights. Big shot, hurry up and say something. What reward did you get for clearing the initial trial? I'm willing to trade 3 pieces of bread for it. You Shi tribe people really have no shame. 3 pieces of bread and you want to trade for a game reward? Keep dreaming. Don't let me run into you, or I'll plant all you Ling tribe bastards in ground. The chat interface was still extremely lively. At first, everyone had been discussing what reward Su Yi got for passing the initial trial. But later, the tone gradually went off track. These guys had started cursing each other out, and the battle was extremely intense. Looks like these 5 E tribes really aren't united at all. That is actually good. Maybe I can use that to gain some benefits in the future. But the premise is that these guys can't discover that I'm an anomaly. Otherwise, no matter how bad the relationship is between the 5 E tribes, they would definitely join forces against me. I wonder if I can get some kind of disguise item later on, something that can make me look like one of the 5 E tribes. That would make things much safer. Sui thought this over in his heart. Right now, during the beginner period, things were still fine, and the chance of running into other players was very low. But sooner or later, he would run into the 5 E tribes. Changing his appearance was still necessary. And while Sui was eating popcorn off the chat interface and driving at the same time inside the gray fog world, every civilization that had failed on the survival highway had a region in the gray fog world where they could settle down. At the same time, depending on their performance in the previous round on the survival highway, the size of their region also differed. Aside from that, anyone who became a tier 10 powerhouse during the game, the so-called martial gods, would gain the qualification to establish a civilization hall. The Blue Star human civilization had 7 civilization halls, and one of them was the Daxia Civilization Hall. At this moment, inside the Daxia Civilization Hall, a group of upper-level figures sat together, while a young man sat in the seat of honor. This young man was Daxia's martial god, Chugu, and also Zhou Chang's son-in-law. A new survival highway game has begun. This time, the civilization entering the game is a new one called the 5 E tribes. The basic attributes of the 5 E tribes are generally much higher than those of us humans. But correspondingly, every time we eliminate one player from the 5 E tribes, the survival points we obtain are also greater. Chugu opened his mouth and asked about how many players does the 5 E tribes have, and how many players has our Daxiao eliminated so far. The total number of players that entered this time from the 5 E tribes has reached 13.6 billion. During the first 3 days, the main eliminations are players under 10 years old and over 80 years old. The estimated number should reach around 2 billion. At present, our Daxia has already eliminated around 30,000 players. The number will still increase somewhat later, but not by too much. After all, this is only the first day. As soon as Chugu asked, someone immediately summarized the data. Chugu nodded. This number was already not small. Blue Star Civilization alone had 7 halls. If each hall eliminated 30,000 players, then together that would be 210,000 players. And in the gray fog world, they were far from being the only Blue Star civilization. Chugu alone knew of over 1,000 civilizations. If every civilization eliminated hundreds of thousands of players, then added together, the number would be enormous. Next comes the 7-day beginner period. This is the stage for players to develop, and also the time when players are at their weakest. There isn't much we can do, but we should eliminate as many as we can. Chugu said, also, tell everyone to lower the drop rates of good items to the minimum. I don't think I need to say more about that. Everyone nodded. Even without him saying it, they all knew this point already. All civilizations in the gray fog world would consciously reduce the drop rate of good items to the minimum, just to delay the growth speed of a new civilization. Of course, all they could do was adjust the drop rates. If they really ran into some ridiculously lucky bastard who made good items drop anyway, there was nothing they could do. Gray fog announcement. A player of the 5E tribe civilization has successfully passed the initial trial. X3 at that moment. 3 consecutive voices rang through the entire gray fog world. After hearing it, all civilizations revealed looks of utter disbelief. What is going on? Is the 5E tribe civilization really that strong? Someone actually managed to pass the initial trial? Even though the 5E tribe civilization's starting attributes aren't low. The initial trial is basically led by 1 Tier 2 and 4 Tier 1 opponents. How did they get through that? Since recorded history began, this should be the 5th civilization to produce a player who passed the initial trial, right? Could it be that we really underestimated the 5 lineage race? As soon as this news came out, all the civilizations in the Gray Mist world were shocked and began reassessing the danger level of the 5 lineage race. Inside the Daxia civilization hall, Chuge and the others were just as stunned. They also had not expected that a player could actually pass the initial trial. One had to know that those players who had passed the initial trial before, even if they had not led their civilization to the end of the road, were still top-tier overlords in the Gray Mist world. There was even one player who had passed the initial trial and went on to lead his civilization all the way to the end of the road. Looks like we still underestimated the 5 lineage race, someone in the hall said solemnly. The others all nodded as well. Whether that player had simply been lucky or truly had the strength, they had to raise their assessment of the 5 lineage race. At that moment, however, Chuge was still frozen in place, because while others could only hear the Gray Mist announcement as the founder of the Daxia Civilization Hall, he could see more information. Subordinates of your hall failed to stop a player during the initial trial and were killed by the player. Chuge had never imagined that the player who passed the initial trial had done so by killing their Daxia people. The interface even showed the 5 people who had been killed. When he saw one of them, Chuge's brows knit tightly. It was actually his father-in-law, Zhou Chong. Although Zhou Chong had once forcefully broken him and his wife apart, so many years had passed, and now that they were in the Gray Mist world, Chuge had long since stopped caring about those old grudges. It was just that Zhou Chong cared too much about Face, so he had always avoided him. Earlier, Chuge had also heard that Zhou Chong had spent a bit of survival points out of boredom to participate in the initial trial. But he had never expected that Zhou Chong would be killed by a player. One had to know that Zhou Chong was a 4th-tier existence. Even if he just stood still, a player should not have been able to hurt him at all. So how could he possibly have been killed by a player? You all reassess the 5 lineage race's potential and danger rating first. I need to handle something. As soon as Chuge finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. The others did not think much of it and immediately started discussing the matter. Inside a room, Chuge waved a hand and 5 figures slowly appeared. They were Zhou Chong, Along, and the others. Dad, what exactly happened? Chuge asked, frowning as he looked at Zhou Chong. Along and the other 4 stood to the side carefully, not daring to say much. After all, this was Daxia's only martial god. Compared to the 4 of them, Zhou Chong was much more casual. He smiled and said, "Looks like you already know." "That's right, this was my idea. We gave away those kills ourselves." Chuge's frown deepened, but he said nothing. He knew Zhou Chong was not someone who acted recklessly. If he had done this, then he must have had a reason. You probably won't believe it even if I tell you. Do you know who the player we ran into was? As Zhou Chong spoke, his expression also turned serious. A human. A human? Chuge was stunned for a moment and did not react right away. That's right. A human. That player's name is Su Yi. He is not from the 5 lineage race. He is from our human race, Zhou Chong said. I don't know why. Maybe when we entered the game back then, he got left behind, and this time when the 5 lineage race entered the game, he got pulled in and became a player. Chuge fell silent. His first reaction was disbelief, but looking at Zhou Chong's serious expression, he knew this was probably true. What's going on? Could the road survival game have bugged out? Chuge said with a frown. How would I know? Anyway, the reason we chose to die was because this Su Yi is one of us, one of Daxia's people. All right, this kid is also a first-year student at Fenghai University, so that makes him your junior schoolmate. Weren't you the student council president at Fenghai University before? Do you know him? Zhou Chong said. If he were second year, I might have heard of him, but I don't know about first years. After all, school had only started for about half a month before we entered road survival, Chuge said. But this isn't hard to verify. I'll have someone investigate later, and we'll know whether this person exists. I've already told you the situation. The reason I helped him was because this kid, as a human, has entered the 5 lineage race's road survival game. If he reaches the end of the road, will it count as our human race surviving, or the 5 lineage race surviving? If it counts as our human race surviving, then I don't need to tell you what that means. We'll be able to break free from this Gray Mist world. If it counts as the 5 lineage race surviving, then it's not like we gain nothing. He can at least find out what lies at the end of the road. That would still count as intelligence for our next time entering road survival. Zhou Chang gave a helpless smile as he spoke. After all, the success rate for our third road survival is too low. A little more information means we can prepare earlier. Hearing Zhou Chang's words, Chu Ge nodded. Whether Su Yi represented the human race or the 5 lineage race, his appearance was of immense importance to all of Daxia. The worst-case scenario was that he represented the 5 lineage race. But as long as he could reach the end of the road, he could still provide them with immensely valuable intelligence and give them more preparation for the next time they entered road survival. The end of the road. Chu Gu recalled the previous 2 times they had participated in the game. The first time, they had failed at road section 863. The second time, although they had made some preparations and the entire Blue Star had united, they had still only reached road section 891 before failing. As for what was in the final 10%, they had no idea at all. Among the many civilizations in the Gray Mist world, the farthest any civilization had gone was 97%. But civilizations were too busy blocking one another, so how could any of them possibly be willing to release information about the later road sections? If all of Blue Star, or even just Daxia, helped him, then Suyi would have a very good chance of reaching the end of the road. Dad, I'll take over this matter. Take the 4 of them down to rest first, Chu Gu said. Zhou Chang nodded. All he could do was pass the information to Chu Gu. As for what to do after that, it was no longer up to him. After Zhou Chang left with the 4 others, Chu Gu sat at the desk for half an hour before finally returning to the meeting room. On the road, the pickup truck continued driving steadily forward. Looking at the barren scenery around him, Suyi was starting to feel a little bored. It's already been 2 hours, and there is still not a single building around. I haven't run into any supply crates or monsters either. Where exactly am I supposed to find food and water? Suyi looked at the trading interface. There were people trading food and water there, but the prices were absurd. Besides, everything he had on him was good stuff, and he was unwilling to trade any of it away. I'll wait until tonight. If I still haven't found food and water by then, I'll have no choice but to trade away a little fuel, Suyi thought to himself. Another quarter of an hour later, suddenly, Suyi's eyes lit up because he saw a 3-story residential building on the left side of the road ahead. Finally, a building. Suyi drove up to the house and stopped in front of it, carefully sizing up the building. It had 3 floors in total, about the same as the self-built rural houses Suyi had seen before, and there was also a modest-sized yard. The first floor had 5 rooms in total. As for the second and third floors, all he could see were broken, tattered windows. There were probably quite a few rooms up there as well. I'm not asking for much. Just give me some food and water. Suyi took out the broken scale blade and cautiously approached the house. Roar. Just as he stepped into the yard, a roar rang out. Then the door of one of the rooms shattered, and 3 figures charged out from inside. Zombies? Suyi tightened his grip on the broken scale blade in his hand. But just as Suyi was ready for a big fight, he saw the 3 zombies stop 3 meters away from him. Then the 3 zombies and Suyi just stared at each other. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 zombies kept roaring angrily at Suyi, but they simply did not attack. Seeing this, Suyi smiled. He glanced at the gray mist metal pin to his chest and knew this thing was working. Brother Zhou was right. With this gray mist metal, at least during the newbie period, monsters would not actively attack me. But he still did not know whether the zombies' aggro was judged individually or as a group. He still had to test it. If it was group judgment, that would mean that as soon as he attacked one zombie, the other 2 would be able to attack him. Thinking of this, Suyi walked up to one of the zombies. After carefully sizing it up, he moved behind it and raised the broken scale blade. Slash! With one strike, smooth and effortless, the zombie's head was cut clean off and rolled across the ground. Then Suyi quickly retreated, his eyes fixed on the other 2 zombies. But after waiting a few seconds, he saw that the 2 zombies could only roar helplessly at him and still did not attack. Looks like these 3 zombies judge aggro independently. That makes things much simpler. Suyi smiled, then strode up to the 2 zombies. Slash! Slash! 2 more strikes came down, and the remaining 2 zombies were easily killed as well. This feels great. The gray mist metal really is extraordinary. In the future, I still need to raise the rank of the gray mist metal as much as possible. Suyi nodded in satisfaction, then began checking what the 3 zombies had dropped. A moldy piece of bread, a scrap iron piece. The 3 zombies had dropped 2 items, while one of them dropped nothing. Suyi was not surprised by this. Zhou Chang had told him before that Tier 0 monsters had a chance to drop nothing. Only Tier 1 monsters and above were guaranteed to drop something. All things considered, getting 2 drops from 3 zombies meant his luck was already pretty good. Moldy bread. Even dogs wouldn't eat this. I'll list it on the trade market later. Scrap iron counts as a basic material, so I'll keep it for now. After putting away the 2 items, Suyi turned his gaze toward the house in front of him. Now came the real moment of harvest. Half an hour later, Suyi had searched every room in the 3-story building. Harvest. 1 case of bottled water, half a box of instant noodles, 1 rusty iron pot, 1 axe, 3 lighters, several kitchen utensils, 5 screws, 13 iron sheets, several glass shards. Originally, Suyi had wanted to take the wooden doors apart too, but the moment he touched them, they crumbled into pieces. What a pity. There's no way to dismantle the house itself. Otherwise, there would definitely be quite a lot of steel rebar inside. So he thought to himself. Still, the gains this time were huge. He now had both food and water, so for the time being, he did not need to worry about starving to death. After putting all the items away, Suyi headed toward the pickup truck. But just as he was leaving the yard, he suddenly noticed something black in the corner of the courtyard. Curious, Suyi walked over to take a look. It was actually a supply chest. Supply chest. After opening it, you will randomly obtain one item. Of course, you may also receive a loving hug from a monster. Good thing I've got sharp eyes. Otherwise, I would miss this supply chest. So he did not hesitate and directly chose to open it. Even if a monster really appeared, he was not afraid. Not to mention the gray mist metal. Just the desert eagle in his storage ring alone was enough to handle most tier 1 monsters. Click. The supply chest opened, and Suyi saw a thermos appear inside. Suyi picked up the thermos, and a line of information appeared before his eyes. Scorching thermos, tier 0. This is a thermos with a scorching inner core. Perhaps you can add some water into it. That way, you may be able to soothe its scorching inner core. A scorching inner core? Doesn't that mean it can produce hot water? Suyi's eyes lit up. A thermos that could produce hot water was practically a divine item in the early stage. At least I won't have to soak instant noodles with cold water anymore. Suyi picked up the thermos, took out a bottle of water, and poured it in until the whole thermos was full. In just a little over 10 seconds, Suyi saw steam begin to rise from the water inside the thermos. The heating speed was extremely fast. Then Suyi returned to the truck, took out a pack of instant noodles, and used the bag itself as a bowl to soak them. A few minutes later, the rich aroma of instant noodles filled the truck. Having gone more than half a day without eating, Suyi swallowed. He first took a blissful sip of the soup, then picked up the stainless steel chopsticks he had traded for with a piece of moldy bread on the trading interface and started eating. Old Tan flavor really hits the spot, Suyi said in satisfaction. After finishing, he looked at the little bit of noodle soup left in the bag. Suyi did not waste it. He poured in some more water from the thermos, then listed it on the trading interface. At first, Suyi thought no one would buy it, but in less than a minute, someone traded a piece of toast for it. Looks like that person has quite a lot of food, but you might make a profit. Still, I definitely want to lose out. Thinking this, Suyi started the vehicle again and continued driving forward along the road. Another 2 hours passed, and by now it was already noon. Along the way, Suyi ran into 3 more monsters, none of them human type. Ordinary players would only need to drive straight through, but Suyi naturally would not do that. He got out and killed all 3 monsters. Unfortunately, they only dropped 1 hair tie. The drop rate really is still too low. Even when something drops, it's nothing good, and the area around this road is way too open. Driving for too long makes it easy to get bored and sleepy. Good thing there's the chat interface to help keep me awake. As Suyi drove, he also watched the chat interface. It was still as lively as ever. Some people were talking about their gains, excitedly showing off a machete they had just gotten from a roadside supply chest. Some were talking about how terrifying the monsters they encountered were, describing how a 2-headed mutant dog had slammed into their vehicle, and how they had narrowly escaped death in a series of close calls. Others were recruiting members, trying to form guilds for mutual help and support. Their slogans were shouted loud enough to shake the sky, and quite a few players were actually responding. Suyi was reading with great interest when he suddenly saw a player named MOU speak. Does any boss know how to use blueprints? The prompt says I need a workbench, but I don't have one. The moment those words appeared, Suyi's hand gripping the steering wheel suddenly tightened, and he immediately braked to a stop. Blueprints? He just so happened to have a workbench. Ever since getting the workbench earlier, he had never used it, because no blueprints had been entered, so it could not produce anything. He had even specifically checked the trading interface before, and had not found anyone trading blueprints. He had not expected someone to bring up blueprints now. If he could trade for this blueprint, then his workbench would finally be useful. If the item produced by the blueprint turned out to be good, then by trading it with other players, he would definitely be able to make a huge profit. At this moment, quite a few players in the chat interface were answering MOU's question. A workbench? It's probably not that easy to get. I also got a dagger blueprint, but I can't use it at all. I already traded it to another boss for 10 units of fuel. Damn, there are actually blueprints too? I didn't even know this thing existed. The person above is really lucky. How did you get the blueprint? Are you trading the blueprint? Bro, I'll offer 100 units of fuel. Fine, pretend I never said that. Quite a few people in the channel were talking about blueprints, and plenty were throwing out ridiculous prices. After thinking for a moment, Suyi tapped on MOU's profile picture and sent a private message. What blueprint did you get? Are you willing to trade? After the message was sent, the other side didn't reply instantly. Suyi wasn't in a hurry either, his fingers lightly tapping the steering wheel. He waited for a minute before the other party's message finally flashed up. Boss fuel gauge? So it really is you. Big bro, carry me. Seeing how excited the other side was, Suyi wasn't surprised. Earlier, he had completed the initial trial and triggered a server-wide announcement. In the eyes of all the players, his ID never looks at the fuel gauge, marked him as a genuine top player. A reputation like that was the hardest kind of credit backing in many situations. Just as Suyi was about to reply, MOU directly sent over a blueprint share. Suyi opened it and his eyes immediately lit up. Simple double-shot hand crossbow blueprint, tier 0, can be recorded into a workbench. After recording, basic materials can be consumed to craft a double-shot hand crossbow and matching simple crossbow bolts. The hand crossbow has a 2-shot rapid-fire function and is a rare self-defense weapon in the early stage. It was actually a ranged weapon. Although he currently had the Desert Eagle, this great killing weapon, in his hand, the Desert Eagle only had 7 bullets. Every shot used up 1 bullet. And before he found an ammo supply, it could only be used as a life-saving trump card. But even though this hand crossbow was only tier 0, it was a standard ranged weapon that could be mass-produced. At this early stage, when encountering monsters meant either ramming them with a car or getting out and fighting in melee, the value of a ranged weapon was absolutely immeasurable. Most importantly, he had a workbench and could completely produce a large number of hand crossbows. When the time came, if he took them out for trade, whether for food, water, or rare materials, it would definitely be a seller's market. MOUS message came right after that. Brother Biao, you got a workbench, right? I can trade the blueprint to you, but I want 1 hand crossbow and 30 bolts. On top of that, I also want 30 units of fuel. Looking at the price the other side offered, Suyi raised a brow. The asking price wasn't too high. After all, this was a hen that laid eggs. At least during the newbie period, hand crossbows would definitely be in short supply. But while Suyi could take out those things, if he could save some, he would. The hand crossbow and bolts are fine, but I don't have extra fuel either. At most, I can give you 10 units of fuel, Suyi replied. MOU went silent for a few seconds, clearly weighing it. Brother Biao, 10 units is too little. My car's fuel gauge is almost at the bottom. If I drive another 10 kilometers, I'll have to stop. How about 20 units? Just 10 units. I can give you 50 bolts. 50 bolts are enough for you to deal with the monsters you run into on the road. You can't turn that blueprint into anything by holding it. It's better to trade it for real combat power than let it rot in your hands. That hit the nail on the head. No matter how good a blueprint was, without a workbench, it was just waste paper. And at this stage, blueprints weren't that rare. It was just that other players were reluctant to sell them. But a workbench was definitely something only Suyi had. In the end, MOU still agreed. 1 blueprint in exchange for 1 double-shot hand crossbow, 50 bolts, and 10 units of fuel. After that, the two of them traded the fuel and the blueprint. Looking at the blueprint lying quietly in his backpack, giving off a faint glow, Suyi's mood improved greatly. Aren't you afraid I want to give you the hand crossbow and bolts? I believe Brother Biao wouldn't lie to me. And there is no need for you to trick me over something this small. This blueprint is valuable, but in a few days, once everyone's progress catches up, it won't be much. Being able to get to know Brother Biao is more worthwhile than 1 hand crossbow. If Brother Biao gets any good stuff he doesn't T1 in the future, I hope you can let me know. Suyi smiled. This kid really was shrewd, calling him Brother Biao over and over and setting his sights far ahead too. All right, once I gather the materials and finish making it, I'll send it to you right away. After ending the call, Suyi's heart stirred. He directly took the workbench out of his storage ring, then carried the blueprint over to it. Detected a blueprint that can be recorded. Use this blueprint? Yes. Suyi confirmed without hesitation. In an instant, the blueprint in his hand turned into a stream of light and surged into the workbench. The previously dim and lusterless workbench immediately lit up with complex mechanical patterns across its surface, letting out a faint humming sound. Right after that, a semi-transparent workbench operation interface popped up in front of Suyi. At the moment, there were only 2 lonely craftable options on the interface. Simple double-shot hand crossbow and simple crossbow bolts. Suyi opened the crafting requirements for the hand crossbow. Simple double-shot hand crossbow. Wood X2, screws X4, elastic rope X1. Simple trigger assembly X1. Then he opened the crafting requirements for the bolts. Simple crossbow bolts, 10 wood X1, iron block X1. Looking at the material requirements, Suyi fronit sidaitli. He didn't have that many materials on him. But just because he didn't have materials didn't mean other players didn't. Suyi immediately opened the trading interface and started checking. The things on the trading interface were still a complete mess. There was everything. Someone had listed a pair of torn socks in exchange for a piece of bread. Someone else had listed a pile of scrap metal in exchange for a weapon. The asking prices were generally outrageously high. After all, it was only the first day, and market prices still hadn't settled. Suyi directly clicked the search bar and entered the materials he needed. The interface instantly became much cleaner, and all the related trade listings were laid out in front of him. Selling, wood X5. Request, 500 milliliters of purified water. Selling, iron block X2. Request, any food that can fill the stomach. Those prices weren't that outrageous. Suyi nodded in satisfaction and started trading for the lower-priced items. Use 200 milliliters of water to exchange for wood X3. Trade successful. Use expired bread to exchange for iron block X2. Trade successful. Use 100 milliliters of water to exchange for wood X2. Trade successful. In less than 10 minutes. Sui had spent less than 1 liter of water and only a few pieces of bread and instant noodles to successfully purchase more than 30 units of wood and more than 20 units of iron blocks. Next, Sui bought elastic rope, screws, and simple trigger assemblies. Trigger assemblies were relatively scarce. There were only a little over 100 in total, and the asking prices were all fairly high. After thinking for a moment, Sui directly went all in with all the food and water on him and bought every single one of those trigger assemblies. Right now, the price looked high, but once the hand crossbows he made enter the market, as long as those players weren't stupid, the price of trigger assemblies would definitely skyrocket. So it was better to buy them all first. Once he made hand crossbows and bolts, he would quickly earn his costs back and make a huge profit on top of that. Now that everything had been bought, it was time to craft the hand crossbows and bolts. Sui opened the workbench interface again. Consume materials to craft simple double-shot hand crossbow. Yes. As Sui confirmed, a 10-second countdown began on the interface. Crafting successful. 10 seconds later, the prompt sounded. With a flash of light, a simple double-shot hand crossbow appeared on the workbench. Simple double-shot hand crossbow, Tier 0. Effective range, 30 meters. Maximum range, 80 meters. Durability, 200. Can load 2 bolts at the same time. Sui picked it up and aimed with it for a moment, satisfaction showing in his eyes. Although it couldn't compare to the Desert Eagle in power, this hand crossbow had one advantage too: low recoil and little noise. Of course, the biggest advantage was that as long as he had the materials, he could mass produce them. Sui then made 10 more bolts, loaded them into the hand crossbow, and fired once into the distance. In an instant, 2 bolts shot out. Not bad, but I still need a target to test the effect. Thinking that, Sui restarted the vehicle and drove forward, planning to find a monster to test it on. At the same time, the workbench didn't stop and continued making hand crossbows and bolts. About 15 minutes later, Sui suddenly perked up because he saw a figure appear ahead. There was no need to think. It was definitely a monster. Sui slowed the car and approached slowly. It was a mutated wild boar about the size of a calf. Its entire body was covered in black bristles like steel needles, and 2 huge tusks curled out from the corners of its mouth, gleaming with a chilling cold light. Most importantly, there was also a supply crate beside the boar. A supply crate guarded by a monster was probably a first-tier supply crate. Sui's eyes lit up. He stopped about 20 meters away from the boar. The boar also noticed Sui's presence. It snorted and looked over, but it didn't leave the supply crate, clearly intending to protect it. Seeing that, Sui got out of the car and strode toward the boar. Although the hand crossbow had an effective range of 30 meters, Sui didn't think his aim was that good. So he planned to go right up to its face and let it rip. Anyway, with the gray mist metal, the other side wouldn't actively attack him. As Sui got closer, the boar grew more and more agitated. Its thick hooves kept scraping the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, looking like it was about to charge at Sui. But that was all. Because its favorability had dropped to 0, the boar simply couldn't launch an attack on its own. It could only watch helplessly as Sui kept approaching. With a smile on his face, Sui walked right up to the boar. The two were less than half a meter apart. The boar could only glare at Sui viciously, letting out deep growls as if frantically warning him to back off. Without hesitation, Sui pulled out the simple double-shot hand crossbow. The moment the boar opened its mouth to roar, he shoved the muzzle straight into its foul-smelling mouth. "Pig bro, drop something good." The moment Sui finished speaking, under the boar's clear yet dumbfounded gaze, he decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 bolts instantly shot out, directly piercing through the boar's upper jaw, then blasting out through the back of its skull, bringing with them a spray of dazzling blood. Ayo! The boar let out a shrill scream. Its huge body twitched violently a few times. Its eyes gradually lost their light, and in the end it crashed to the ground, completely lifeless. The instant the boar died, 2 glowing orbs with a faint shimmer burst out above its corpse. Sui reached out and touched them. Obtained, mutated wild boar meat X10. Description: after consumption, it can restore a large amount of stamina. Also, for the first 3 pieces consumed, it can increase your physique stat by 0.5. Obtained, Swiftwind leather boots, first tier. Description: after equipping, agility +1 and movement speed receive a slight increase. Sui's eyes lit up. He expected the boar to actually drop equipment. This should be what Brother Zhou was talking about. Primitive monsters, Sui thought to himself. Zhou Chang had said before that the monsters in this highway survival game were divided into 2 types. One type was civilized monsters, civilizations like Blue Star humans that had failed in the previous round of survival and been transformed into monsters. The other type was the game's own primitive monsters, like the mutated wild boar in front of him. Civilized monsters had an extremely low drop rate. because those monsters transformed from living beings could manually adjust their own drop rates. But primitive monsters were different. Their drop rates were set by the game's underlying rules. As long as you killed them, they would drop items according to probability, and if you were lucky, they could even drop several good things. Sui immediately stored the mutated wild boar meat into his storage ring, then directly changed into the pair of Swiftwind leather boots. The moment he put them on, Sui felt a warm current surge into his legs. He tried running a lap, and sure enough found his body much lighter. His speed nearly 50% faster than before. Of course, that was also because Sui's current base attributes were too low, which made this one point of agility feel especially obvious. Sui nodded in satisfaction, then looked eagerly at the faintly glowing supply crate the boar had been desperately guarding. I wonder what good stuff will come out of this. Sui strode forward and flipped open the lid of the supply crate. Congratulations on opening a first-tier supply crate. Obtained, functional module, energy saving. Description: this module can be added when upgrading a vehicle, increasing the vehicle's fuel efficiency by 20%. Looking at what it dropped, Sui's eyes lit up again. It actually dropped top-tier loot. In this danger-filled highway survival game, the vehicle was a player's lifeline, and the energy that kept the vehicle running was fuel. His pickup truck was still in its initial level 1 state. If he really wanted to upgrade it, collecting the basic materials actually wasn't too hard. But the reason Sui had been holding back and not upgrading was because he had been waiting for a functional module. Now, he had finally gotten one. What did 20% fuel efficiency mean? It meant that before, 1 unit of fuel could only run 10 kilometers. But if this functional module was fused in, then 1 unit of fuel could run 12 kilometers. In this apocalyptic world, where fuel was more precious than water, those extra 2 kilometers were incredibly valuable. Not bad. Not bad. And it's a fuel-saving module too. This definitely counts as hitting gold. Sui put away the energy-saving module. Now he could finally start preparing to upgrade his vehicle. But before upgrading it, he had to sell the hand crossbows he had made. After all, aside from the pork he had just obtained, he didn't have many basic resources on him. So there was no way he could trade for the materials needed to upgrade the vehicle. Sui immediately turned and got back into the car, then shut the door. He opened the chat interface and first found MOU on the list. According to their previous agreement, Sui directly sent the other party 1 simple double-shot hand crossbow and 50 bolts through private trade. Very soon, messages from MOU came flooding in like a machine gun. Holy shit, thanks cousin. Cousin is awesome. Long live cousin. This craftsmanship with this thing. I'm definitely going to kill at least 2 lone monsters today. Don't worry cousin. If I open any good stuff in the future, or get any rare blueprints, I'll be the first to notify you. Sui smiled at the screen and didn't say much. Then he opened the regional trade interface and directly listed 1 hand crossbow and 10 bolts as display items, setting an extremely high display price of 999 units of fuel to prevent anyone from instantly buying them. Right after that, Sui opened the chat channel, typed out a message, and sent it. Never checks the fuel gauge. The server's first long-range killing weapon, the simple double-shot hand crossbow, is now up for display. First come, first served, limited supply. Bulk orders available. If you want to buy, bring sincerity and supplies and private message me for a price. Beggars stay away. The moment this message was sent, the chat channel, which had been as noisy as a wet market, fell into a strange silence for 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, the entire chat channel completely exploded. Am I seeing things? It's Big Shot fuel gauge. Damn, Big Shot, that's insane. Everyone else is still using sticks and rocks to smash monsters. And you already made a hand crossbow? Holy crap, I just checked the trade channel. That hand crossbow can fire 2 shots in a row, with an effective range of 30 meters. This is basically a god-tier weapon at this stage. Boss Yo Biao, please carry me. As long as you give me a hand crossbow, I'll do anything. I can warm your bed, and I can call you daddy too. Big Shot, we're all survivors here. Since you're this capable, shouldn't you help everyone stay alive together? A lot of people can't even get enough food right now. Why not just give us the hand crossbows for free? Get lost, you sanctimonious bitch, upstairs. Big Shot, ignore him. How about I trade you 3 moldy loaves of bread for 1 hand crossbow? That's even worse than asking for it for free. 3 loaves of bread, and they're moldy too. ISNT, that just insulting the Big Shot? A flood of messages crazily spammed the screen. All kinds of freaks and weirdos came crawling out. Sui directly closed the chat channel. Too lazy to deal with these players trying to morally blackmail him and dream the impossible. At this moment, his private message interface was flashing so hard it was about to freeze, and the unread count in the upper right had directly hit 999. Sui patiently skimmed through some of the private messages. Most of them were just trying to freeload, or using completely worthless trash like torn socks or half a bottle of urine in an attempt to snipe a bargain. But among the mountain of garbage messages, there were also people genuinely asking for a price. Still, without exception, all of them were desperately haggling. trying to trade the least amount of resources possible for this life-saving divine weapon of the current stage. Just as Suyi was about to send out a unified bottom-line price, a message from a player named Lingyu caught his attention. Lingyu, how many hand crossbows do you have? I want all of them. We could trade anytime. Suyi raised a brow. That arrogant? This was actually someone who did not haggle, and he was making such a huge move right away, trying to buy out all of Suyi's hand crossbows. At this stage, everyone was fighting for even a mouthful of water. How could a single player have such a massive amount of resources? Suyi did not rush to reply. Instead, he switched back to his chat with MOU. Do you know a player named Lingyu? Suyi asked. Cousin, are you sure his name is Lingyu? MOU almost replied instantly. Yes. MOU sent over a shocked emoji. If he is using his real name, then he should be the young clan leader of our Ling clan. Before entering the game, he had already started handling army affairs. I heard that after entering the survival game, he immediately began gathering his old subordinates. Right now, he probably has over 1,000 people under him. If the regions weren't divided, then with a single order from him, gathering tens of thousands of people would be easy. Suyi suddenly understood. This highway survival game was also divided into regions. Right now, they were in Region C13, with a total of 1 million people. No wonder this guy named Ling was so loaded. His background really was anything but simple. He was already the young clan leader to begin with, and he also controlled the army. Being able to command over 1,000 people to gather supplies for him meant the speed at which he accumulated resources was absolutely not something ordinary solo players could compare to. Suyi immediately switched back to his chat with Lingyu. Right now, I have 113 hand crossbows and 5,000 crossbow bolts. Are you sure you want all of them? Suyi replied. Lingyu quickly sent back a message. Not enough. I know you definitely have a workbench and blueprints. I hope you can prioritize supplying me with at least 500 hand crossbows and 20,000 crossbow bolts. Since this is a bulk deal, I hope you can make it a little cheaper. Suyi had thought the other party really was not going to haggle, but even with a discount, he would still make a huge profit. He had to admit, this Lingyu really was rich. He had directly dropped a massive order on him. Sure, Suyi said, but this will require a lot of time and materials. The other things like wood and iron blocks are easy enough, but the most important core component for making hand crossbows is the simple trigger assembly. I don't have that either. If you can provide trigger assemblies, I can count it cheaper for you. However many simple trigger assemblies you have, that is how many hand crossbows I can make for you. After the message was sent, Lingyu went silent for a while. Suyi was not in a hurry. He knew the other side was definitely counting the supplies under his people, or weighing the pros and cons. About 5 minutes later, Lingyu's message finally came. At present, I have 415 simple trigger assemblies here in total. If I find more later, I'll continue to provide them to you. Help me turn all 415 trigger assemblies into hand crossbows first. Suyi's eyes immediately lit up. As expected of the young clan leader of the Ling clan, he had actually managed to gather this many core components. No problem. Deal. Suyi agreed decisively. After that, the two of them began an intense tug-of-war over the price in private chat. Lingyu had money, but he was not stupid. A bulk deal like this had to be negotiated down to the last detail. And Suyi understood even better just how outrageous the profits of monopolizing the market could be. So he clung tightly to the fact that at this stage, he was the only one capable of mass-producing ranged weapons. After a full 10 minutes of bargaining, the two sides finally settled on the final price for this trade. 528 hand crossbows plus 20,000 crossbow bolts. Lingyu needed to pay Suyi 2,300 units of fuel for 1,000 units of iron blocks, 3,000 units of wood, 50 liters of purified water, 70 units of various kinds of food, and 800 units each of plastic, rubber, glass, and other basic materials. An ordinary solo player definitely could not come up with that many resources. Only someone like Lingyu, who had gathered a large number of players under him, could afford it. After the price was agreed upon, Lingyu first bought the 113 ready-made hand crossbows and 5,000 crossbow bolts, currently in Suyi's possession, with a proportional amount of supplies, and also traded over 415 simple trigger assemblies. Trade successful. As the system notification sounded, Suyi looked at the huge amount of materials in the trade window and smiled. Insane profit. Being an arms dealer really did make money. Suyi took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He did not rush to withdraw the supplies, because otherwise his storage ring and pickup truck simply would not be able to hold them all. As long as he did not withdraw them, these things could remain in the trade window for 3 days anyway. With these supplies, not only could he perfectly fulfill the rest of Lingyu's order, but more importantly, his vehicle could finally be upgraded. Workbench start. Suyi directly threw all 415 trigger assemblies, along with the corresponding wood and iron blocks, into the workbench and set it to automatically mass-produce hand crossbows and crossbow bolts. The workbench immediately let out a low hum and started running like crazy, the progress bar filling at top speed. Meanwhile, Suyi turned his gaze toward his level 1 pickup truck, detected that the player has sufficient upgrade materials. Do you want to upgrade the level 1 vehicle, dilapidated pickup truck? Yes. Suyi confirmed without the slightest hesitation. Please choose an upgrade path. 1 heavy battle vehicle, focused on defense and ramming, slower speed. 2 Swift Ranger, focused on speed and agility, weaker defense. 3 all-terrain utility vehicle, balanced in all attributes, adaptable to many terrains. Suyi thought for a moment. In a highway survival game, extreme specialization often meant dying the fastest. Actually, he really wanted to choose the third option, the all-terrain utility vehicle. But considering that he still had to take first place in mileage within these 7 beginner days, he ultimately chose option 2, the Swift Ranger. Anyway, I have the Gray Mist Medal. The monsters in the beginner period 1T take the initiative to attack me either. As for after the beginner period, with this many resources, as long as I get another functional module, I'll be able to upgrade quickly. Having made up his mind, Suyi chose 2, Speed Ranger. Selection successful. Detected that the player possesses a special item, functional module, energy saving. Integrated into this upgrade? Integrated. Beginning upgrade in an instant. A dazzling white pillar of light descended from the sky and completely enveloped the entire pickup truck, standing outside the light pillar. So you could clearly hear the harsh sounds of metal restructuring and gears grinding together from within. One unit after another of iron, plastic, and rubber flew out of his storage, turning into streams of light that merged into the pillar. He checked the time. The upgrade would take 5 minutes. So he didn't waste any time and continued looking at the private chat interface. Since the young patriarch of the Ling clan had found him, the other 4 clans should also be sending representatives to contact him. Sure enough, in the list flashing with countless unread messages, he skimmed through and accurately picked out the representatives from the other 4 clans. Because, just like Ling Yu, the moment those 4 opened their mouths, they wanted to buy everything he had, and in massive quantities too, starting at several hundred units at a time. Naturally, Suyi refused no one and sent the same reply to all 4. If you want the goods, fine, but you must provide your own simple trigger components. As for the price, I always do business fairly. Clearly marked prices, no cheating. Suyi sent them the same price he had negotiated with Ling Yu. Not long after the message was sent, replies started popping up one after another. The price is fine, but I want my goods as soon as possible. I know the other 4 clans must have contacted you too. I can give you 10% more. My only condition is that I get my goods first. All 4 of them wanted the fastest delivery. Some of them even offered a higher price on their own. Suyi's heart stirred. Sure enough, the 5E clans were not a united front. Even if you pay more, I can't rush your order. It takes time for me to make hand crossbows and bolts too. None of the steps can be sloppy. The Ling clan already placed their reservation before you, so you'll have to wait. Suyi replied, if I compromise today, just because you offered more, then in the future, you probably want to come to someone as untrustworthy as me for business again. Once that message was sent, it not only established that he was a businessman who played by the rules, but also subtly used the Ling clan to press down on them. After seeing his reply, the others went silent for a while, then all answered in unison. Fine, kid. Count it as you having principles. We'll do it by the rules. I'll send the deposit first. Deliver as soon as possible. Hope your hand crossbows are worthy of that rotten temper of yours. The deposit has been paid. Check it. As several system notifications rang out, a huge amount of resources instantly appeared in Suyi's trade bar again. Wood, iron, plastic, rubber, purified water, food, everything he could need was there. Having gained another massive haul of resources, Suyi was naturally pleased. Just as he had settled the trade details and collected all the deposits, a deep mechanical roar suddenly sounded. Immediately after, the dazzling white pillar of light surrounding the pickup began to shrink violently. The glow gradually faded, and the pickup happened to finish upgrading as well. So he was just about to inspect his brand new ride when the private chat interface started flashing again. It was a message from Ling Yu. Boss, I heard you refused the other 4 clans when they tried to pay extra to cut in line, and you still kept our Ling clan as order first. Nicely done. Even through the screen, Suyi could feel the delighted look on Ling Yu's face. Those 4 bastards even privately messaged me to question me just now. Their words were sour as hell. Don't they even understand first come, first served? Do they really think having a bit of stinking resources means they can swagger sideways through this survival game? I can't let boss suffer a loss either. You offended them to protect my order, so take this little thing as compensation. System notification. Player Ling Yu has gifted you 100 units of fuel. Accept? Suyi's eyes lit up. 100 units of fuel was absolutely a fortune at this stage. After all, a single unit of fuel could run 10 kilometers. These 100 units were enough for him to tear down this highway for a full 1,000 kilometers. He hadn't expected an extra gain like this. The corners of Suyi's mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. The reason he had refused to let them cut in line for a higher price wasn't because he really had some noble professional ethics. They were all in a survival game already, and talking about morality now just meant you thought you weren't dying fast enough. He had only considered that the 5E clans weren't united, so he wanted to see if he could use the opportunity to drive a wedge between them. If it worked, all the better. If he could stir up their internal conflicts, then, as an arms dealer, he could benefit from both sides. If it failed, that was fine too. It was only a single sentence anyway. He and T expected the effect to be even smoother than he had imagined. See? The moment young patriarch Ling Yu got happy, he directly sent over 100 units of fuel as a tip. I've accepted it. No need to thank me. I'm here to do business, so naturally there have to be rules. Whoever pays first is the boss. Good. I like how straightforward you are, boss. Then I hope we'll be able to do more business in the future, Ling Yu replied instantly. After ending this pleasant conversation, Suyi closed the chat interface and finally turned all his attention to his pickup. At this moment, the pickup had been completely transformed. In its place was a black pickup with smooth lines and a powerful presence. The body had a matte texture, as if it could absorb the surrounding light. The chassis had been noticeably raised, and the 4 massive all-terrain tires were covered in deep anti-slip treads, like 4 thick beast claws gripping the ground. The front had been fitted with a heavy V-shaped anti-collision steel ram, making it look like a steel beast poised to pounce. Although what he had chosen was the speed and agility-focused Speed Ranger, and its defense was relatively weaker, this so-called weakness was only in comparison to a heavy war vehicle. Compared to his previous level 1 pickup, its defense had undergone a qualitative leap. Not bad, not bad. Top speed has reached 240. Energy saving improves fuel efficiency by 20%, and after the upgrade it improved by another 20%. Now 1 unit of fuel can go 14 kilometers. Sui nodded in satisfaction and immediately got into the vehicle. The moment he sat down, a soft yet supportive sensation came from beneath him, feeling the genuine leather seat. Sui couldn't help but let out a comfortable sigh. It really did feel great. The steering wheel had also been replaced with a genuine leather wrap covered in anti-slip texture. It felt heavy in his hands and had an excellent feel to it. The dashboard had become a fully digital display, making all kinds of data clear at a glance. There was even an extra simple radar screen on the center console. Although it was still full of static right now, he would definitely be able to load the corresponding detection module onto it later. Then he glanced at the workbench. It was giving off a slight humming sound, and the progress bar was steadily advancing. It would still take more than an hour to finish crafting everything Ling Yu had ordered. So he didn't waste time and directly poured all 100 units of fuel into the tank. Boom! He started the vehicle, and the engine let out a low, powerful roar, like a cheetah waking up. So he shifted gears and stepped on the gas, and the vehicle shot out instantly. The intense push pressed him firmly into the genuine leather seat, while the scenery outside the window turned into streaking afterimages that flew backward. Sui nodded in satisfaction. With this Speed Ranger, he now had a real chance of taking first place in mileage for the 7-day newbie period. But only a chance. Sui knew very well that the other players, especially big shots from the 5 great clans like Ling Yu, had hundreds or even thousands of lackeys supporting them behind the scenes. They had definitely upgraded their vehicles a long time ago. They lacked neither resources nor fuel. Maybe they were already driving level 3 or even level 4 vehicles by now. Compared to them, although he had made a huge profit selling hand crossbows, taking first place was impossible for now. He still had to keep upgrading his vehicle. So he thought to himself, hopefully, he could find some functional modules on the road ahead. Relying on basic materials alone made it hard to create a real qualitative gap. The vehicle continued speeding down the highway, so he was in a great mood. As he drove, he hummed a carefree little tune. Make it loud, make it wild. Step on it, step on it, step on it. Why fear full speed? Little sis, little dog, oh little sis, little dog, oh, oh, oh. Soon, evening arrived. The sunset on the horizon looked as if it had been dyed red with blood, giving off a strange dark crimson glow and casting a long shadow across the entire highway. At last, the buzzing from the workbench stopped, and Sui had completed all 5 large orders. Looking at the massive stockpile of supplies in the trade panel, Sui finally felt a sense of security. During the whole afternoon of driving, he had not come away empty-handed either. He had encountered 3 Tier 0 supply crates on the road, and also 8 monsters, all of which he had dealt with. Unfortunately, he had not gotten anything especially good. Aside from some food and water, the best thing was a Tier 0 machete. The vehicle slowly came to a stop, so he took out some wood and set up a simple rack, then poured a little fuel on it. The jumping firelight carved out a warm, safe zone in the night. Next, so he took out the chunks of meat he had gotten earlier from hunting the mutated wild boar. All 10 pieces of mutated wild boar meat were skewered with sharpened branches and set over the campfire to roast. Fat dripped into the flames with sizzling sounds, and the tempting aroma of roasted meat soon spread through the air. So Yi sat by the fire, but his eyes were fixed on the huge pile of unclaimed resources still sitting in the trade panel. For a moment, he felt somewhat helpless. When he had first arrived in the morning, he had been worried about not having enough resources. Now, it was the opposite. He had too many, and that was also a headache. Although his vehicle had upgraded into the Swift Ranger, the space in the rear bed had not increased. It still could not hold that many supplies. Even counting the storage ring in his hand, it was still nowhere near enough. If he did not take all this stuff out within 3 days, the system would forcibly destroy it. Either he got another storage ring, or he upgraded the vehicle. Sui calculated it in his heart, even if it meant missing out on a functional module. He could not bear to let all these resources be reclaimed by the system. As Sui was thinking, the meat was almost done roasting too. The surface had turned an enticing golden color, crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, giving off a rich fragrance. Without hesitation, Sui took out a small bottle of barbecue seasoning he had gotten from crate earlier and sprinkled it evenly over the meat. The smell of cumin and chili powder mixed with the meat aroma, instantly making anyone's appetite surge. Sui took a huge bite without the slightest politeness. The taste was actually pretty good. The texture was a little rough, but it had plenty of chew, and after swallowing it, a clear warm current began moving through his body. That warm current slid down his throat into his stomach, then rapidly spread through all 4 limbs and every bone in his body. It felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. By the time he finished one piece of meat, the exhaustion from driving all day had been completely swept away. As expected, good stuff. It could even restore stamina. Sui nodded in satisfaction, and right then, the game prompt sounded. Ding! Player has consumed mutated wild boar meat. Physique increased by 0.5. Player, Sui nickname, never checks the fuel gauge race, human status, healthy tier, tier 0 physique, 1.4. 1 point is the norm for an average adult. Spirit, 2.1. 1 point is the norm for an average adult. Talent, unawakened his physique had risen from 0.9 to 1.4, already surpassing an ordinary adult on Blue Star. Right now, he felt power coursing through his whole body. There were still 9 pieces of mutated wild boar meat left, and Sui had no intention of eating them all at once, even if only the first 3 pieces could increase attributes. The remaining 7 could still be used to restore stamina in an emergency. Sui wrapped up the remaining roasted meat in leaves and placed it in the most visible spot inside his storage ring. In any case, time inside the storage ring was frozen, so there was no need to worry about the roasted meat getting cold or going bad. After finishing all that, the game system's cold, mechanical voice rang out once more. Server announcement. Congratulations to all surviving players. You have successfully made it through the first daytime on the survival highway. The newbie period mileage ranking is now officially open. This ranking will record all players' driving mileage in real time, and final settlement will be carried out by region 7 days later. At settlement, the top 10 players on the mileage ranking will all receive extremely generous system rewards. The higher the rank, the rarer the reward. Please keep up the good work and race freely across the highway. Oh, and one kind reminder, the highway at night will be 10 times, 100 times more dangerous than it is during the day. All kinds of bloodthirsty monsters will roam in the darkness. If you do not have sufficient strength, staying inside your vehicle and locking the doors will be your safest option. Good luck. As the voice fell, light flickered before Sui's eyes, and a brand new translucent interface appeared. It was the newbie period mileage ranking. The ranking was densely packed with countless names, but the few names at the very top radiated dazzling golden light. Sui focused and looked closely. To his surprise, he knew all 5 of the top-ranked players. The player in first place was none other than the wealthy young clan chief of the Ling clan, Ling Yu. First place, Ling Yu, 600 kilometers. As for second through 5th place, they were the 4 or 5 great clans members who had bought hand crossbows from him today. Even the lowest among those 5 had driven 350 kilometers. They actually covered that much distance. Sui raisit ane, especially Ling Yu. In just one daytime, that guy had driven a full 600 kilometers. What kind of concept was that? At the speed of Sui's current vehicle, even at full speed, 10 hours would only get him 400 kilometers. Not to mention that during the day, part of the time had to be spent gathering supplies, killing monsters, and dealing with all kinds of sudden situations. That guy's vehicle was at least level 3 and possibly even level 4. The only question was whether he had used functional modules every time he upgraded. The materials required to upgrade a vehicle would not explicitly mention functional modules. Only if the vehicle already had a functional module would the system ask whether the player wanted to use it. That counted as a hidden upgrade condition. In other words, if Zhou Chong had not told Sui about it earlier, Sui would not even have known that functional modules existed. If that guy had upgraded without using functional modules, then his vehicle had effectively missed several chances to obtain special effects. After that, Sui checked his own mileage ranking. Today, while doing business and opening crates, he had driven a total of 625 kilometers. He was ranked number 5, 711. I didn't expect that even with the only arms business in the whole region in my hands, and with my vehicle already upgraded to level 2, I still wouldn't even make it into the top 1,000. It's likely quite a few people had already upgraded their cars to level 2 or level 3, but they definitely hadn't used function modules. Even if some had, it would be very few. Calculated that way, my vehicle actually has the greatest potential. So he could only comfort himself like this. He had so many resources now. If he really wanted to upgrade, he could directly raise it to level 4 or even level 5, but he didn't want to miss out on function modules. He wondered how the human race S side was discussing things. Suyi rubbed his chin, his gaze flickering. If my fellow countrymen could be a little reliable and drop some function modules for me tomorrow, that would be great. Then I can quickly upgrade the vehicle. After eating and drinking his fill, Suyi stood up, completely extinguished the campfire, returned to the car, and shut the door tightly. He sensed his mental state. He had just eaten wild boar meat, and with his spirit attribute at 21, he was not sleepy at all right now. His eyes were bright and full of energy. So he planned to drive a bit farther. Catching up, even a little, was still catching up. As for the monsters at night, he wasn't too worried at all. After all, he was wearing the gray fog medal on his chest. Monsters would not actively attack him. If he ran into fellow humans from Blue Star, they might even deliver him another wave of supplies. Thinking of this, Suyi stepped on the accelerator. The Speed Ranger's two powerful high beams instantly tore through the darkness ahead. The car let out a roar and shot into the night. The highway at night was indeed much stranger than during the day. A faint layer of gray fog spread all around. Visibility was extremely low, and even the high beams could only illuminate a few dozen meters ahead. The wind blew across the wilderness, letting out sobbing sounds like wailing ghosts and howling wolves. However, after Suyi had only driven for half an hour, he suddenly slapped the steering wheel and started cursing. This damn game was way too freaking scammy. He had not encountered a single monster in the past half hour, but the road conditions were simply outrageous. He had been driving just fine when a huge concrete roadblock suddenly appeared ahead. Without any warning, it was just lying across the middle of the road. If he had not reacted quickly, and if he had not been driving at full speed at night, he would have slammed straight into it and ended up with both car and man destroyed. Even so, a streak of sparks still scraped along the side of the car, and its durability dropped by 5. That had only been a concrete roadblock. Now another huge pit had appeared on the highway. Fortunately, after being warned by the concrete roadblock, Suyi had lowered his speed again. The front of the car stopped less than 3 meters from the edge of the pit. Suyi sat in the driver's seat and leaned out to take a look. It was a massive sinkhole over 10 meters in diameter. So deep the bottom could not be seen, as if someone had dug a well right into the highway. Night really was dangerous. The monsters had not even come out yet, and just adding some roadblocks and huge pits on the highway could already scam plenty of players to death. Suyi went around the huge pit and got back on the road, driving much slower than before. At the same time, he opened the chat interface. He wanted to see if the system was specifically targeting him alone. As a result, the moment he opened the world channel, he saw messages crazily flooding the screen. Help! My car crashed into a tree. Can someone tell me why there's a giant tree growing in the middle of the highway? There's no way to drive at night at all. I almost freaking drove into a river just now. Where did a river on the highway even come from? Don't even mention it. I ran into a pack of ghost wolves. They don't attack the car. They specifically bite the tires. All 4 of my wheels have blown out now. Big shots, save me. My car is stuck in a ground crack. After discovering that he was not the only one having bad luck, and that the other players were also cursing like crazy, Suyi immediately felt much more balanced. Forget it. Driving this late at night is still too dangerous. I might as well rest up and fight again tomorrow. Besides, although my spirit attribute is higher than the human race S, it can't compare to these 5 lineage race guys at all. I can't catch up in one night. I just hope my fellow humans have discussed the result and can send me a wave of good stuff tomorrow. After watching the chat channel for a while, Suyi yawned, turned off the car, checked that the car was completely locked, then looked toward the workbench beside him. The hand crossbow could not be made because it lacked a simple trigger component, but crossbow bolts could be made. That thing has a high consumption too, just enough to help me use up some more materials. As Suyi thought this, he set the crafting item for the workbench, and the workbench began operating. After finishing all this, Suyi put on earplugs and began to rest. On the other side, inside Dashek's Civilization Hall. Everyone, that is the situation. So much time has already passed. It is time to give an answer. I'll state my position first. I fully support Suyi in helping him reach the end of the highway. This is not a bad thing for us. On the contrary, it is a good thing. Chugo braced both hands on the tabletop and leaned forward, giving off a strong sense of pressure. As long as Suyi reaches the end of the highway, we will be able to know what the final stretch of the road is actually like. This will be of enormous help to our 3rd highway survival. All the upper echelons of Dashao present fell in a thought. As early as several hours ago, they had already learned of Suyi's existence from Chugo. At first, they had not dared to believe that Suyi, a human, had actually mixed into the 5 lineage race as highway survival. But Chugo would never joke about something like this, so they had no choice but to believe it. Afterward, they launched an intense discussion, analyzing in detail whether they should help Suyi and what the benefits and drawbacks of doing so would be. From our current analysis, helping Suyi is indeed all benefit and no harm to us. At this moment, an old man slowly spoke. If Suyi still represents us Blue Star humans, helping him reach the end of the highway may mean that we can escape this survival game. Even if he does not represent us blue star humans and instead represents the 5 lineage race, that would only allow the 5 lineage race to pass this survival game. While we can obtain information about the final stretch of the highway, no matter how you look at it, we will not suffer a loss. Hearing this, the others also nodded one after another in agreement. I also support it. This is not gambling. It is an investment that cannot fail. A middle-aged man in a black combat uniform echoed in a deep voice. In any case, going easy on him will not deduct our survival points. On the contrary, we can even cooperate with Su Yi in some events and secret realms, helping us eliminate more of the 5 lineage race and obtain more survival points. That's right. The third survival round is even harder, and we have almost no confidence. If Su Yi provides intelligence on the latter half of the road, our success rate can increase by at least 10% or even more. After that, everyone expressed their willingness to support him, because they did not need to pay any substantial price at all, while what they would gain would far exceed their imagination. Then should we inform the other Blue Star Civilization halls and let them join in? At this moment, someone at the end of the long table asked. I do not recommend doing that. Chu Ge waved his hand and refused without hesitation, his eyes instantly turning cold. Su Yi has only just entered the game. His strength is still too weak. In the last survival round, Blue Star seemed united, but you and I both know the conflicts hidden underneath. Shu Yi snooted coldly, his tone carrying undisguised mockery. Some people even covet the false longevity of this gray fog world and are already unwilling to leave. If Su Yi is exposed, I don't need to say what they will do. Longevity? Umph. The old man slammed the table hard. We only have 10 survival chances. If we don't pass after 10 times, the entire civilization will be destroyed. Do they think they'll all be fine just by hiding? For each civilization, survival is limited to 1 century. If you have enough survival points, you will be forced into survival. If not, it will be judged as one direct failure. Last time, we barely gathered enough survival points and dragged it out until the 100-year limit forced us into survival. 1,000 years might sound tempting, but compared to the extinction of an entire civilization, it was insignificant. Not to mention, there would still be monsters in this gray fog world. Everyone nodded one after another. Even if they left the gray fog world and returned to Blue Star with little lifespan left, at least their civilization could continue. If it were true immortality, that would be one thing. This kind of false immortality was no different from a fleeting dream. Good. Looks like no one has any objections. Chuga straightened up and gave a final order. Then I hereby declare that this operation officially begins. Codename, Spark. With the force of a spark that can start a prairie fire, Su Yi will be our spark. At the same time, I will adjust the humans previously assigned at random on Highway A145 in Area C13, where Su Yi is located. They will all be replaced by our Daxia soldiers to carry out this operation. Everyone, witness how this spark sets the prairie ablaze. The next day, at around 6 in the morning, the sky was just starting to brighten. Su Yi slowly opened his eyes. He had slept very well last night and had not encountered any monster attacks. He had safely made it through one night on this danger-filled highway. Su Yi opened the car door and stepped out, then looked at the road beneath his feet. To his surprise, the rough and uneven road from last night, filled with concrete barriers and sinkholes, had disappeared. In its place was a wide, flat asphalt highway stretching all the way to the end of his vision. From 8 at night onward, the road would deteriorate. At 6 in the morning, it would return to normal. Su Yi understood immediately. He observed the surroundings, and after confirming there was no danger, he took out a bucket of water. He washed his face and brushed his teeth. The icy water instantly refreshed his mind. Then he took out a piece of mutated wild boar meat and started eating. The storage ring really was a good item. Time inside, it was frozen, and the beef he took out still looked exactly the same as when he had put in last night. Even the heat was still there. Su Yi chewed the wild boar meat in big bites, feeling the chunks of meat turn into scorching energy that surged into his limbs and bones. At the same time, his physique stat rose by 0.5 again, reaching 19. With one more piece of mutated wild boar meat, his physique would catch up to his spirit stat. So he clenched his fist and felt the surging power inside his body, a satisfied look appearing on his face. Although he was still a bit weaker than the 5 descendant race, at least he was getting stronger. After finishing the wild boar meat, Su Yi took out a bottle of BC calcium milk, stuck in the straw, and opened the chat channel while drinking it. Maybe because it was early morning, not many people were chatting. Still, Su Yi scrolled up through the chat records, and his brows rose slightly. Last night, many people had run into varying degrees of danger because they drove at night. Some had fallen into sinkholes and been smashed into pulp along with their cars. Some had been flattened by giant rocks that suddenly appeared. Some unlucky players had also been attacked by monsters while stopped to rest, becoming food for those monsters. Su Yi glanced at the survival count in the upper right corner. Out of the 1 million people in their C13 area, only 923 for 121 remained. More than 70,000 players had died on just the first day. And that was only one area. If that ratio was applied to the entire server, then roughly more than 1 billion players had died in total. Suyi sucked in a cold breath. This was only the second day. The brutality of this survival game had far exceeded his imagination. Forget it. The ones dying are players of the 5 descendant race anyway. It has nothing to do with me. Suyi shook his head and closed the chat channel. As long as he stayed alive, that was enough. He could not be bothered about whether others lived or died, and he had no ability to manage it anyway. After eating and drinking his fill, Suyi returned to the car and looked at the crossbow bolts that had already been crafted and were waiting to be collected on the workbench. There were a total of 100,000 bolts. Then Suyi contacted Ling Yu and the others. Before long, he sold all 100,000 bolts and gained another batch of resources. Looking at the newly added resources waiting to be collected in the trade bar, Suyi sighed. He could only leave them there for now and think away later. Then he started the car and sped forward. The roar of the engine echoed across the empty highway. After driving for about a quarter of an hour, Suyi suddenly paused, then began to slow down, because he saw 3 figures appear on the road ahead. The 3 figures stood on both sides of the road, quietly watching him. They were people. Suyi's eyes lit up, but he quickly calmed down. A desert eagle appeared in his hand. He still did not know their attitude. If they had come to kill him, he needed to be on guard. We got closer. The 3 figures snapped their legs together in unison and gave him an extremely standard military salute. Seeing this, Suyi immediately smiled. How could he not realize his own people had come to deliver warmth? He immediately drove up to the 3 of them. After stopping the car, he did not rush to get out. The Desert Eagle was still in his hand, even though the 3 of them looked like Daxia soldiers. Wearing Daxia camouflage uniforms with the national flag on them, Suyi still remained cautious. Comrade Suyi, the burly soldier in the middle, walked up to the car window. His voice was loud as a bell as he saluted Suyi again. I am Wang Rue, captain of the Special Operations Unit of Daxia as 3rd War Zone. I have been ordered to participate in Operation Spark and provide you with material support. At this moment, Wang Rue and the other 2 were observing Suyi through the car window. Even though their expressions were calm, monstrous waves had already risen in their hearts. Last night, they had received the highest level order to participate in an operation codenamed Spark. The operation details told them that a Daxia human named Suyi was currently participating in this survival game. At first, they had not dared believe it. After all, the civilization participating in this survival game was the civilization of the 5 descendant race. How had humans slipped into it, with doubt in their hearts? They came to wait by this highway. Only now, after seeing with their own eyes that Suyi really was a human, and a Daxia human at that, did they truly believe it? Suyi stayed silent for 3 seconds. At this point, he was finally sure the other side really was his own people. He immediately opened the car door and got out, then returned the salute. Hello, comrade. My name is Suyi. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Rue lowered his arm, and a smile appeared on his face. It's not hard at all. Being able to see that the fire seed of our human race is still burning makes it worth it, even if the brothers have to stay in this gray fog for another 100 years. Comrade Suyi, I will first explain Operation Spark to you. The highest command has already decided to give you full support. The operation codename is Spark. You're the Spark. The passphrase for now is Spark Prairie Fire. All the humans on this highway where you have already been replaced by our Daxia soldiers. However, monsters from other civilizations and primitive monsters still exist. That is something we cannot change, so you still need to ensure your own safety. At the same time, the higher-ups have also set your first mission objective, and that is to take first place on the novice period mileage ranking. We will provide enough assistance for that and help you establish a huge advantage. Because we belong to civilization monsters, after death we can drop at most 1 item, so we need to know what you need, so we can make the necessary personnel adjustments on the road afterward. It's a pity that this is still the novice period, and the dungeons have not officially opened yet. Otherwise, we could have tried to help you obtain our human race S dungeon. Once you entered, everyone inside would be our human race. At that point, whatever you wanted would not be a problem. Wang Rue said, but there is no need to worry. Once the newbie period ends, the game will unlock the instance mode. When that happens, I can have you get an item that opens an instance. Suyi's eyes lit up. If he really got an instance entry ticket, and there were thousands or even tens of thousands of people inside the instance. Wouldn't he soar straight to the top? Although instances had not opened yet, he definitely would not be lacking in all kinds of resources in the future. Then Suyi asked curiously, can you decide for yourselves what items you can drop? Hearing Suyi's question, Wang Rue shook his head. We can't decide what items we're able to drop. That is all randomized by the game system. The stronger you are, the longer the item refresh time. For example, a tier 0 human might refresh the droppable items on their body once a day, but the value 1T be very high. A tier 1 human can only refresh once every 3 days. Besides that, after we die, the droppable items will automatically refresh once. Wang Hui explained it. The only thing we can adjust is the drop rate of those items. Suyi nodded in understanding. It seemed this survival game placed extremely strict limits on civilization monsters. At the very least, the droppable items were not something civilization monsters could decide subjectively. Otherwise, the human seniors could have just stuffed a top-tier divine artifact onto him. So we need to know what you need, so we can look for people carrying those resources and have them deliver the goods to you. Wang Rui said in a deep voice. No problem. Before that, I'll first talk about my current situation. That LL also make it easier for the higher-ups to fill in any gaps for me. So he organized his thoughts. Because I ran into Zhou Chong, Brother Zhou, and the other four before, my current weapons are a Tier 1 scale-breaking blade and a Tier 1 Desert Eagle. During the current newbie period, these two weapons are definitely top tier, enough for me to handle most sudden situations. And Brother Zhou even dropped a workbench for me. I also used that workbench to make a large number of simple double-shot hand crossbows, and through trading with other players, I gained a huge amount of resources. Without exaggeration, I have so much fuel that I want to be able to use it all up during the newbie period. When Wang Rui and the other two heard this, a trace of surprise and relief flashed through their eyes. They had originally thought Su Yi, all alone in this crisis-ridden survival game, would be struggling every step of the way. They had not expected this kid not only to be doing just fine, but to be thriving. But that also creates a problem. Su Yi changed the subject. I have too many resources, so I simply can't store them all. The storage space in my storage ring is limited right now. A lot of the supplies I traded for are still sitting in the trade interface, and they could be wiped by the system at any time. So what I need most right now is a spatial type item that can upgrade the storage ring in my hand. Second is functional modules for my vehicle. Right now, my vehicle is only a level 2 pickup truck. Yesterday, I got lucky and obtained an energy-saving module that increased fuel efficiency. But with only the base speed of a level 2 vehicle and this energy-saving module, it'll be hard to take first place on the mileage ranking. Other than that, I need all kinds of blueprints. With blueprints, I can make better use of the workbench, produce more high-value items, and trade for more scarce resources. There's also my attribute problem. Although both my physique and spirit have improved, compared to those naturally powerful 5 lineage races, they're still too low. If there are items that can raise attributes, that would be even better. So he paused and glanced at the flat asphalt road beneath his feet. And lastly, the highway at night is too dangerous. The monsters are manageable. I have the gray mist metal, so those monsters 1T take the initiative to attack me. But the road at night is just too terrible. There are giant pits and obstacles everywhere. The vehicle simply can't drive fast. And there's even the risk of a crash killing both car and driver at any moment. If that problem can be solved, my nighttime mileage can increase by a lot too. Sui listed quite a few of his current needs in one breath. Wang Rui and the other two listened extremely carefully. One of the team members beside him even pulled out a small notebook from his tactical pouch and rapidly wrote everything down. When we get back, we'll report all of this to the higher-ups immediately and have them discuss it and come up with a response, Wang Rui said solemnly. Comrade Suye, we VE recorded your needs. The higher-ups are coordinating the big picture, and they will definitely arrange the most suitable delivery personnel for you as soon as possible. Wang Rui said, now let me talk about what the three of us can currently drop. First me. The best thing on me right now is a mask called Phantom Form, a Tier 1 item. After you put it on, you can change into any appearance. Not just your face, even your body's muscles and bones can be altered to a certain extent. However, the difference in body size can exceed twice your own. Suye's eyes lit up. This item was actually pretty good. Although it did not provide any real combat power boost, it could perfectly conceal his identity. His greatest crisis right now was his identity as a human. Once the 5 lineage races discovered that an outsider like him had mixed into their survival game, he would definitely be hunted down like mad by the entire region. This item ISN team meant for guarding against those 5 lineage races for now. Wang Rui said as he looked at Suyi, it's meant to guard against other civilization races. You have to know, our human race, ISN, the only failed civilization in this survival game. Those other civilization races that also turned into monsters have not the slightest goodwill toward us humans. Your identity absolutely cannot be exposed. Otherwise, if the other civilization races discover it, they will definitely do everything they can to kill you. They absolutely do not want to see any hope of the human race rising again. Sui nodded. His opponents were not just the 5 lineage player races currently going through survival. There were also monster races from other civilizations. If he were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then there are my 2 team members. Wang Rui turned to look at the 2 soldiers beside him. The higher-ups have already taken your vehicle upgrade issue into consideration. So the best things on them are functional modules. But before they're dropped, we don't know what functions the modules specifically have either. That is also randomized by the system. Comrade Suyi, we already adjusted the drop rates for you. We can begin at any time. The 2 soldiers stepped forward in perfect unison and gave Suyi a sharp and powerful military salute. There was not the slightest fear of death in their eyes, only the resolve to die willingly for the continuation of civilization. Comrade Suyi, This is our first formal contact. There may be some shortcomings, but others will continue contacting you later. At that time, they can make further additions and adjustments. As Wang Rui spoke, he stepped half a pace back. Then let us begin now. He did not hesitate at all. He directly pulled the military dagger from his waist and swung it backward with his hand. Chi, Ki. Two cold flashes swept past as Wang Rui's dagger accurately and viciously slashed across the vital points of the two team members. Blood splattered. The two team members did not even frown as they let their HP plummet wildly under the system's judgment. In only a few seconds, the two men's health bars had been reduced to the critical state of only 1 point remaining. Their faces were pale, and their bodies swayed as if they might collapse, but they still clenched their teeth and stood firmly in place. Then Wang Rui stepped back and looked at the two team members calmly. Come on. The two team members exchanged a glance and let out a low roar at the same time. Ignoring their heavy injuries, they lunged at Wang Rui. Fists howled through the air. Daggers crossed. On this empty highway, the three soldiers of Daxia began an extremely brutal yet utterly unreserved battle of mutual slaughter. The dull sounds of impact echoed through the cold morning wind. Very soon, under the combined assault of the two team members, Wang Rui's health bar also dropped to 1. After doing all this, the three of them stopped. Only by supporting each other were they able to remain standing. Their camouflage uniforms were stained red with blood, yet their eyes were frighteningly bright. The three of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at Suyi. Comrade Suyi, begging. Wang Rui's voice was a little hoarse from weakness, but his tone was full of resolve. So he took a deep breath and felt as if a giant stone were pressing down on his chest. This was not just killing. This was taking over Daxia's spark, carrying the blood and hopes of countless predecessors. He straightened his body and faced the three iron-willed soldiers before him, then gave them another incomparably solemn military salute. The three smiled, their eyes full of encouragement. Don't be afraid. See you later. Sui nodded and took out the broken scale blade. The blade flashed with a cold gleam under the morning light. There was no painful struggle. Smiles still hung at the corners of their mouths as the three of them fell heavily into the pool of blood. As they fell, 3 faint rays of light floated up from their corpses. Sui picked up one of the glowing metal cubes. Function module, sprint. Rank, first order. Effect, after activation, up to 5 times the fuel can be consumed to increase vehicle speed by 5 times for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 6 hours. When Sui saw the effect of this function module, his eyes lit up at once. It was actually a speed-boosting function module. His current level 2 vehicle had a top speed of about 240 kilometers per hour. If that was increased by 5 times, it would become 200 kilometers per hour. That was practically flying just above the ground. Although it only lasted for a short 10 minutes, those 10 minutes were enough for him to cover 200 kilometers. Not bad. Not bad. This is basically a divine tool for rushing the mileage ranking during the newbie period. Sui nodded in satisfaction. A 6-hour cooldown every day meant it could be used at least 2 to 3 times a day, letting him gain an extra 400 or even 600 kilometers out of thin air each day. And when facing danger, he could not fight head-on. This thing was an excellent trump card for escaping. As for why he would only use it 2 or 3 times a day, with that pothole-filled rotten road at night, covered everywhere in deadly traps, if he dared activate the sprint module, then in less than 10 seconds, both he and the vehicle would probably go flying straight into the air and smash into a pile of meat paste. After that, Sui looked at the other dropped item. Unfortunately, it was not the other function module he had been hoping for. He had probably hit that 30% drop rate and only got 100 units of fuel. Finally, Sui looked at the item dropped by Wang Rui. As the light faded, it revealed a silver mask that was as thin as a cicada's wing and semi-transparent. Shapeshift mask. Rank, first order. Effect. After wearing it, the user can change their own appearance and body shape. The body shape change cannot exceed 2 times the user's base physique. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. It dropped. Sui stroked the mask's icy material, and his heart finally settled. With this mask, at least during the newbie period, he would no longer need to worry about exposing his identity as a human. He could disguise himself as any one of the 5 descendant races, or even as other monsters, allowing him to move with ease through all kinds of complicated environments. After putting away the mask, Sui looked at the corpses of Wang Rui and the other 2 on the ground. Sui stood ramrod straight and gave another military salute to the 3 corpses on the ground. Comrades, the spark will surely start a prairie fire. Only after watching the 3 comrades' corpses get refreshed by the system did Sui finally look toward his vehicle. Now that he had a new function module, he naturally had to upgrade it. Detected that the player has enough upgrade materials. Do you want to upgrade the level 2 vehicle pickup truck, Extreme Speed Ranger? The cold mechanical voice rang out in his mind. A translucent blue virtual panel immediately popped up in Sui's vision. Yes, please choose an upgrade direction. The image on the panel flashed and quickly listed 3 completely different upgrade branches. The first direction was the heavy armor route. The body would be covered in thick armor, and a ram would be installed at the front, sacrificing part of its speed in exchange for defense and impact force, like a small land tank. The second direction was the balanced route, steady and standard. All attributes would rise evenly. It would have a certain level of defense, while also maintaining decent speed, suitable for dealing with all kinds of sudden situations. The third direction was the extreme speed route. The body would undergo a streamlined transformation, greatly reducing its weight, strengthening the engine power, and significantly increasing the vehicle's speed. So he looked at the three options. At this stage, his first priority was to fight for a ranking on the mileage board. So there was nothing to hesitate about. Sui directly chose the third option. Selection successful. Detected that the player possesses the function module, Sprint. Do you want to integrate it into this upgrade? Yes. Upgrade starting. This upgrade is expected to take 10 minutes. Please wait patiently. The instant the words fell, a dazzling white pillar of light completely enveloped the entire level 2 pickup truck. From within the light came the harsh, grinding sounds of metal reorganizing and gears meshing, as if an invisible giant hand were carrying out a sweeping transformation on the vehicle. 10 minutes was not long, but Suyi would never waste it for nothing. He walked to the side and took out the silver mask that was as thin as a cicada S-wing from his storage space. The shapeshift mask. A cold touch came from his fingertips, and a faint silver glow flowed across the mask's surface. With this, I can disguise myself as one of the 5 descendant races. But now that I have the mask, I still have no idea what the 5 descendant races actually look like. I can't just make up some random monstrosity out of thin air. That would only get me killed faster. I need to figure out their appearance traits somehow. So he thought for a moment, then quickly opened the chat channel. It was already daylight. The chat channel, which had been relatively quiet earlier, became lively again. Countless messages rolled madly across the light screen like a waterfall. I survived. I freaking survived. The monsters last night were too damn terrifying. My car door got torn apart. Who has metal materials? I'll trade a piece of bread for it. Don't even mention it. I drove at night and fell into a huge pit. My chassis is completely wrecked. My car can't move at all now. Big shots. Please rescue me. I'm out of gas. My fuel is completely gone, and there are monsters approaching nearby. Who can lend me some fuel? I'm willing to work like an ox and a horse for them. Sui's gaze quickly swept across those cries for help. He had no need to bother with those people who were complaining. He only needed to find players who urgently needed supplies and were on the verge of despair. Very quickly, he locked onto a target. A player with the nickname Galeblade was spamming the channel like crazy, begging for fuel. So he did not speak in the public channel. Instead, he directly opened the other party's private chat window. You need fuel, right? So he typed and sent the message. A few seconds later, the other side replied instantly. Big shot. Save me, big shot. I really need fuel. My car has been stalled for half an hour already, and there are wild beasts staring at me outside. Which race are you from? If we're the same race, I don't mind giving you 10 units of fuel. After the message was sent, the other side did not reply instantly. It seemed he had not expected that someone would really be willing to give him fuel. Holy shit. Never check fuel gauge. You're the fuel gauge, big shot? I didn't even notice just now. Boss, I'm out of fuel. I can't keep going. I'm from the Shi clan. Please save me, boss. Looking at the message on the screen, a hint of amused interest curled at the corner of Suyi's lips. You say you're from the Shi clan? And that makes you Shi clan? Send me a full-body selfie first. Let me see what you look like. If we're really of the same clan. I don't mind helping you through this. This was Suyi's method, using resource-starved players to pry out information on the appearances of the 5 signs. Okay, boss. Wait a moment. I'll take one right away. After waiting a little over 10 seconds, accompanied by a soft ding, a high-definition photo was sent to Suyi's private chat window. Suyi opened the image and examined it carefully. The background of the photo was a highway. A humanoid creature was standing nervously beside a vehicle, staring at the camera. So this is the Shi clan? Suyi narrowed his eyes. The Shi clan looked broadly similar to humans, with limbs and a torso. But its build was abnormally massive, visually about half again larger than an ordinary human. Its muscles were knotted and packed with explosive strength. Its eye sockets were slightly sunken, and its gaze carried a somewhat sinister cast. Its ears were not the curved shape of a human S, but rather rounded semicircles pressed close against both sides of the head. Its skin was bronze-colored, and there were even faint, scale-like patterns on the surface. Its hair and pupils were both a deep, profound blue. All right, I believe you. Suyi repeated. Don't tell anyone about this. I don't want trouble. After saying that, Suyi directly sent the other party 10 units of fuel through the trading system. Thank you, boss. Boss, you're basically my reborn parent. Don't worry, I'll absolutely keep my mouth shut. I want to say a word, even if you beat me to death. The other party showered him with thanks, sending over a whole string of emotional words of gratitude. Suyi couldn't be bothered to respond, and directly closed the chat window. To him, 10 units of fuel didn't even count as a drop in the bucket. Trading such a trivial cost for this kind of information was no loss at all. Next were the other 4 clans. Suyi repeated the same trick. continuing to search through the chat channel for desperate people begging for help. Time passed second by second, disguised as a generous yet suspicious big shot from the same clan. He kept using fuel as bait. You're from the Ling clan? Send me a photo. Yin clan? I don't believe it unless you prove it. What does the Sha clan look like? Take a full body shot, and the fuel will be there immediately. A brother from the Shuang clan? Send me a selfie, and I'll give you a hand. In just a few short minutes. Suyi used this simple and crude method to successfully obtain clear photos of all 5 branches of the 5 signs. Although it cost him a little over 300 units of fuel, to him, it didn't hurt in the slightest. Through these photos, Suyi finally gained a full and intuitive understanding of this so-called 5 science. At the same time, while collecting the photos, Suyi also discovered an extremely important detail. Even among members of the same Shi clan or the same Ling clan, some people's appearances and traits showed obvious differences. To figure out the reason, Suyi deliberately picked a Ling clan player who seemed more talkative and used 10 units of fuel to fish for information. After asking around, Suyi finally had a sudden realization. So among the 5 signs, there existed an extremely strict bloodline hierarchy. The level of 1's bloodline directly determined 1's status within a clan. Take the Ling clan as an example. Those with gray-white hair and pure white pupils possessed pure noble bloodline and were born superior. Those with dark brown hair and pale cyan pupils, on the other hand, were the lowest tier ordinary clansmen. What a rigid class system. That actually makes things easier for me. Suyi smiled and said, if I'm going to transform, then naturally I'll turn into a noble, with the identity of a noble on his head. It would be much more convenient when dealing with other 5 Signs players in the future. He could even throw his weight around a bit by borrowing their prestige. So he picked up the shape-shifting mask in his hand and directly pressed it on his face. The instant the mask touched his skin, it seemed to come alive, turning into a layer of icy liquid metal that rapidly spread and completely wrapped around his entire face. Immediately after, an extremely complicated character customization interface popped up in Suyi's vision. At the center of the interface was a virtual 3-dimensional human model scaled exactly to his proportions. Beside it was a dense array of adjustment options: height, body type, skin color, hair color, pupils, facial bone structure. This function is even more powerful than the character creation systems in those major online games from my previous life. So he clicked his tongue in amazement. He didn't waste any time and immediately began adjusting it according to the photos and intelligence he had gathered earlier. He chose the Ling clan as his first disguise identity. His bone structure lengthened, and his frame expanded by about half, becoming tall, lean, and full of explosive power. His skin color was adjusted to a cold, pale white. His hair was set to the gray-white that symbolized noble bloodline, and his pupils became pure white without the slightest impurity. Finally, he made a few minor adjustments to the brow ridge and jawbone, making the face look deeper and colder, carrying the imposing aura of a superior who inspired awe without anger. After spending a few minutes carefully checking every detail and confirming there were no flaws at all, he pressed the confirm button. Character customization complete. Synchronizing body shape. Along with the system prompt, Suyi felt the shape-shifting mask on his face begin to twist violently. A strange energy surged out of the mask and instantly flowed through his entire body. Crack, crack, crack. A burst of teeth-gritting bone friction sounded from within his body. Fortunately, although the process felt strange, it caused no pain at all. After only a few breaths, all the abnormal sensations receded like a falling tide. So he opened his eyes and looked at his hands. His formerly slender human hands had now become broad, with distinct joints, and the skin was pale, without a trace of blood. He took out a mirror and looked at his current self. A Ling clan noble with gray-white hair, pure white pupils, and eyes as cold and sharp as blades was staring back at him. His body had grown a full size larger than before, stretching his once loose clothes tight. Perfect. So he bared his teeth in a grin at the mirror. At this moment, the aura he gave off from the inside out was that of a complete and utter Ling clan noble. Even if Wang Rue and the others were standing right in front of him, they absolutely would not recognize him. Just then, another system prompt popped up. Would you like to save this appearance? Current available slots, 15. This mask could actually save preset appearances? Suyi's eyes lit up, and he immediately confirmed the save. At most, it could store 5 appearances. If he wanted to use one later, all he needed was a thought to transform instantly. That would save him quite a bit of trouble. He might as well create and save the noble appearances of the other 4 clans too. In the future, whichever clan I run into, I'll use that clan's appearance and blend perfectly into the enemy's ranks. Just as Suyi was thinking this, the brilliant white light shrouding the pickup truck finally began to slowly dissipate. A deep and wild engine roar echoed across the morning highway like a steel beast awakening. The upgrade succeeded. Suyi s'y lifted. He quickly walked up to the brand new vehicle, his eyes full of anticipation. The pickup truck had changed once again. Its body had become longer and lower, presenting a streamlined shape. The paint had turned into a dark silver, full of futuristic flair, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the morning light. The four massive off-road tires had been replaced with wide-body racing tires with even stronger grip. Although it still looked like a pickup overall, its appearance was clearly on a whole different level compared to when it was level 2. Vehicle, pickup truck Swift Ranger. Level 3. Durability 100. Fuel, 700 units. One unit can travel 15 kilometers. Top speed, 300 kilometers per hour. Vehicle mounted weapon, none. Function modules, energy saving, sprint. Suyi looked at the completely refreshed vehicle and nodded in satisfaction. Its top speed had reached 300 kilometers per hour, a full 60 kilometers faster than when it was level 2. If he activated the sprint module, the speed would increase 5-fold. That would be 500 kilometers per hour. A 10-minute duration was enough for me to dash 250 kilometers in one go. Suyi sucked in a breath of the moldy air from his reader friends. What kind of concept was that? That was already beyond the speed of sound. This wasn't T-driving at all. This was flying close to the ground. Next, he just had to wait for his family to send over more new function modules and materials so he could keep upgrading. Thinking that, Suyi pulled open the door and sat in the driver's seat. The interior had also been completely renewed. The fully digital dashboard flickered with a dim blue glow. Suyi gripped the steering wheel and felt the pulses of vibration coming from the engine. He wanted to test the limits of this new ride. Boom! The moment he slammed the gas pedal down, the vehicle let out an ear-splitting roar, like an arrow loose from the bow. It instantly tore through the cold morning wind and shot wildly toward the end of the highway. Meanwhile, in the gray fog world, inside the Hall of Civilization of Daxia, Wang Rui and the other two who had died had already revived, and they had just finished reporting Su Yi's situation. Everyone, our goal is already very clear. That is to help Xingho take first place on the rookie period mileage ranking. At present, we need to solve the following problems for him. First is resource storage. The space in his storage ring is too small. Next, we need to arrange for some people to provide him with more storage rings and increase his storage space. Second is function modules. We need to help him obtain more function modules so his vehicle can rise to even higher levels. Chugu said seriously. Third, we need to help him raise his attributes. Once his vehicle level increases, its speed will inevitably surge. He was just a freshman before this and never received formal training. In that situation, if he doesn't have enough physique and spirit attributes, then a high-level vehicle will instead become a burden to him. Everyone nodded one after another. Chugu's words made the expressions of everyone present turn extremely grave. Although the increase in speed after vehicle upgrade was a huge blessing, it also required the player's physique and spirit attributes to rise accordingly. If one's physique was too weak, it would be impossible to withstand the terrifying tearing force and surging blood and chi produced by high-speed movement. If one's spirit was too weak, it would also be impossible to react during extreme racing where everything changed in an instant. Especially since the 5 descendant race S base attributes were far stronger than the human race S, reaching an astonishing 5 points. Highway survival raised its difficulty based on the civilization S own level. This meant that in the 5 descendant race S highway survival, the boost gained from each vehicle level would be much greater than when a human race was surviving back then. For example, when a human race was surviving back then, a level 2 vehicle only had a top speed of 180 kilometers per hour. But when Su Yi's vehicle was level 2, its top speed had already reached 240 kilometers per hour. The human race couldn't endure that, but for the 5 descendant race with their extremely high initial attributes, it would be effortless. They might even think the speed was too slow. Then let us temporarily settle on these 3 directions of support. Next, we need to find people who have storage rings, function modules, and attribute items, then send them over to him. As Chugu spoke, he turned to look at the old man beside him. Elder Wang, is Xingho's logistics team ready? It is already prepared. Academicians and researchers from every field in Daxia have all arrived, Elder Wang said. Since they're ready, then let them begin their analysis and research. Combining Xingho's actual situation, they should create the most suitable survival strategy for him, Chugu said. Meanwhile, on the highway, holy shit, I almost fucking died in the car. Suyi stomped on the brakes and brought the vehicle to a dead stop by the roadside. Then he violently shoved open the door, rushed out of the vehicle, and started vomiting wildly in the wasteland by the road. Just now, he had tested the limit speed of this level 3 vehicle. The base speed of a level 3 vehicle really was absurdly fast. And then Suyi had recklessly activated the sprint function on top of that, directly pushing it to 5 times speed. At that instant, he felt like he wasn't T-driving at all, but had been swept into raging waves. 500 kilometers per hour. The terrifying push against his back and the scenery around him instantly stretching into blurs caused his brain to crash in that very moment. Then Suyi blacked out on and off for 10 seconds. Passing out for 10 seconds at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour was basically having his name flicker again and again on the King of Hell's Book of Life and Death. Fortunately, this stretch of highway was perfectly straight. Otherwise, both he and the car would already have crashed into a lump of mangled flesh. After waking up, Suyi broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly adjusted the speed back down to 1 times. After that, he immediately took out a piece of roasted mutant wild boar meat from his storage ring and stuffed it into his mouth in big bites. Once the mutant wild boar meat entered his stomach, a warm current flowed through his body. Only after his physique attribute reached 24 did he recover a little. But since the sprint function had already been activated, Suyi naturally didn't want to waste it, so he still endured the discomfort and adjusted the speed multiplier. After testing, once it reached 3 times speed, that intense dizziness would strike again, producing extremely strong discomfort. I was lucky. Otherwise, I'd probably already be dead by now. Suyi took out the scorching thermos cup and lifted his head to drink a mouthful of hot water. No wonder those pilots had strict physical requirements and also had to undergo professional training. Although his attributes were stronger than a normal person's, he ultimately had never undergone this kind of training. The fact that he only blacked out for 10 seconds and woke back up after driving at the speed of sound for the first time was also thanks to his 21 points of spirit. I only thought about upgrading the vehicle to increase speed. I completely forgot that if the speed got too fast, my body wouldn't be able to handle it. Suyi leaned against the icy car door, breathing heavily, a wave of lingering fear rising in his heart. He thought of the 5 Descendant race. All of those 5 Descendant race members had base attributes of 5 points. If one of them drove his level 3 vehicle, they probably wouldn't feel any discomfort at all. So I really did stumble into a high-end match. Suyi let out a bitter laugh. The next time he made contact with Daxia, he absolutely had to mention this and get them to provide him with some items that could increase his attributes. But he couldn't rely completely on Daxia either. He could also trade for some of those items himself on the trading channel. So he sat back down in the driver's seat and opened the system's trading interface. He wanted to see whether there were any items like mutant wild boar meat that could directly increase attributes. But after browsing through the trading channel for a while, the screen was filled with basic materials and ordinary food and water. He did not find a single treasure that could increase attributes. Thinking about it, that made sense. Any player capable of killing mutant beasts in this crisis-ridden gray fog world absolutely would not be weak. Who would trade away something this good that could directly boost attributes? Anyone would keep it for themselves and use it first. So he thought for a moment, then opened the private chat interface. Since ordinary players didn't have any, he would ask the big shots of the 5 Descendant races. The first person Suyi contacted was Ling Yu of the Ling race. No nonsense. He directly sent over a screenshot of the mutated boar meat-s effect. Just 2 seconds later, Ling Yu's messages began flashing urgently. How much do you have? I want all of it. As expected of a young clan leader. The moment he spoke, he wanted to buy out everything. I currently still have 7 pieces. Suyi replied, if you want them, you'll have to trade with items that have the same effect. Of course, if you have extra, I'm also willing to buy them with the resources I have on hand. I only have 3 pieces of mutated wolf meat right now. I really don't have any extra. Ling Yu replied, you know, I have quite a few people under me. If I got something good, I would already use it to nurture my trusted subordinates. For your other 4 pieces of mutated boar meat, I could trade other resources like various materials or blueprints. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Then let us trade the 3 pieces of mutated wolf meat first. I'll ask other people about the rest. Suyi rejected Ling Yu's proposal without the slightest hesitation. He wasn't lacking resources right now. What he wanted were things that could increase attribute points. Otherwise, even if he got a new functional module later, he still wouldn't dare let his vehicle upgrade. Seeing this, Ling Yu immediately got anxious and sent several more messages trying to persuade him. He even offered an extremely high price in exchange for the remaining 4 pieces of boar meat. But Suyi was completely unmoved and firmly rejected all of it. Fine, then let us trade. Seeing how resolute Suyi was, Ling Yu could only compromise helplessly. Soon, the trade interface flashed. Ling Yu traded 3 already cooked pieces of mutated wolf meat for Suyi's 3 pieces of mutated boar meat. With a flash of light, 3 cooked but already cold pieces of mutated wolf meat appeared in Suyi's storage ring. Mutated wolf meat increases physique by 0.5 after consumption. Note, only the first 3 pieces have the enhancement effect. The effect was the same as the mutated boar meat. So he took out a piece of wolf meat and tore into it in big bites. The meat was extremely rough and tough, but Suyi didn't care. As the meat went down, that familiar scorching hot current swept through his entire body once more. His bones gave off faint crackling sounds, and the lines of his muscles became even more defined, full of explosive power. His physique increased by another 0.5, reaching 29. While eating the meat, Suyi didn't eat it. Since Ling Yu was out, he wanted the big shots of the other 4 races. Same method, same screenshot. Faced with the temptation of permanently increasing attributes, no one could refuse. After a round of intense back and forth and bargaining, Suyi successfully traded away all 4 of his remaining pieces of mutated boar meat. Obtained Mutated Beef 2. Increases physique by 0.5 after consumption. Limit 3 pieces. Obtained. Mutated Snake Meat 2. Increases spirit by 0.5 after consumption. Limit 3 pieces. Looking at the 4 pieces of meat, Su Yi smiled. Time to eat. Su Yi had no intention of saving them. Almost dying just now had taught him a lesson. Attribute points only belonged to him once they were actually added. Fortunately, these pieces of meat weren't big, only about the size of a normal steak. Over the next 10 minutes, Su Yi turned into a ruthless eating machine. Wolf meat, beef, snake meat. No matter how they tasted, he ate first and talked later. The hot current brought by physique and the cool sensation that shot straight into his head from spirit intertwined and clashed inside his body like ice and fire. When the last piece of snake meat went down, Su Yi suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his breathing had become extremely long and steady. The muscles all over his body hadn't T-swollen into anything exaggerated like a bodybuilding champion, but they were incomparably tight, packed with terrifying explosive force. His mind was clearer than ever before, and his senses were much sharper to every movement in his surroundings. Player, Su Yi nickname, never looks at the fuel gauge race, human status, healthy rank 0 physique, 49, 1 point for a normal adult. Spirit, 31, 1 point for a normal adult. Talent, not awakened physique, 49, spirit 31. My physique is already close to the starting attributes of the 5 descendant races. My spirit is still a bit behind, but with my current physical condition, handling double speed will definitely be as easy as drinking water. I could probably even endure triple speed or even quadruple speed. Su Yi clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power coming from his palm, and couldn't help but smile. With his current physical condition, if this were before he transmigrated, he would absolutely count as an expert. My attributes have gone up. Time to get back on the road. Su Yi returned to the vehicle and restarted it. Boom! The engine let out a low roar, and the car shot down the highway like a streak of light. Su Yi pushed the speed all the way up to the maximum of 300 kilometers per hour and found that even at this speed, he was handling it with ease. Even if an obstacle suddenly appeared ahead, his neural reaction speed could completely keep up. The car drove along the desolate highway for about 15 minutes. Suddenly, Su Yi's gaze swept across a spot far ahead, and he stepped on the brakes. The car came to a steady stop by the roadside. There was a supply crate sitting on the road not far away. The first crate he had encountered today. Su Yi pushed open the car door. With a thought, he held the hand crossbow in his left hand and the Desert Eagle in his right. Dual-wielding weapons, bullet-chambered, bolt-drawn. After all, even though supply crates could open into good stuff, there was also a decent chance of monsters appearing. When he got close, Su Yi lightly flipped open the supply crate with the tip of his foot. Click! The instant the lid popped open, there were no glittering supplies inside. Instead, an extremely dense gray mist surged out of the box like a fountain. A monster spawned. Su Yi raised aburov. He wasn't flustered at all and quickly retreated. Zhou Chang had told him before that if a supply crate released gray mist, it meant a monster was descending. However, before the monster appeared, there would be a 3-second startup delay, specifically for players to prepare. The gray mist churned violently in midair, vaguely outlining a huge and bloated silhouette. A nauseating fishy stench rushed at him. Who? The gray mist exploded apart in an instant. A big-headed toad, as tall as an adult, appeared, its entire body covered in disgusting poisonous tumors. Its enormous toad eyes flashed with savage red light, staring fixedly at Su Yi, who had retreated 10 meters away. But it only stared because of the gray mist metal. It didn't actively attack Su Yi. Seeing this, Su Yi smiled, put away the Desert Eagle, and took out another hand crossbow before walking up to the big-headed toad. It really was big eyes glaring at small eyes. Swish! Swish! For crossbow bolts, flashing with cold light, shot out in blurring afterimages. Poochie! Poochie! Direct headshots with perfect accuracy. All 4 bolts pierced straight into the giant eyeballs of the big-headed toad without the slightest resistance, drilling directly into its brain. Gwa! The big-headed toad's body stiffened, and it let out a short, miserable cry as its health bar instantly emptied. With a dull bang, the big-headed toad's corpse hit the ground and turned into ashes that scattered into the air. Only 3 softly glowing light orbs were left behind. Instant kill. Looks like it was only a tier 0 monster. It didn't even qualify to make me fire a shot. Su Yi put away his weapon, quickly walked over to the 3 light orbs, and reached out to collect them. Obtained. 1 purified water. Obtained. 1 whole wheat bread. The first 2 light orbs were basic survival supplies, and Su Yi casually tossed them into a storage ring. When his hand touched the 3rd light orb, the light dispersed, and a strangely shaped necklace appeared in his palm. Its pendant a miniature toad. Lage Bayo necklace. Tier 0. Attribute, spirit +1. Description, although the name is lame and the design is ugly, it really can make you a little more spirited. It was actually equipment. Su Yi's eyes lit up. Even though it was only 1 point of spirit, it was already quite valuable to him right now. After all, his spirit attribute was only 31. With this necklace, his spirit could finally break 40. So he put the necklace around his neck. The moment it touched his skin, a cool sensation even stronger than when he ate mutated snake meat shot straight to his head. So he only felt as if his brain had been washed by a basin of ice water. All his exhaustion and tension were swept away, and his thoughts became sharper than ever before. He glanced at his status panel. Physique 49, Spirit 41. Now he was only a little short of the Wui Race S starting line. TSK. I worked my ass off for so long, and I still haven't even caught up to the Wui Race S starting line. Good thing Daxia is helping me. Otherwise, with the survival difficulty the Wui Race is facing, I wouldn't even make it through the first day. Sui turned and walked back to the car, yanked the door open, and got back on the road. Boom! The engine roared, and the car turned into a bolt of lightning, continuing to race wildly toward the end of the highway. Time slowly passed, and soon it was noon. Sui had been idle all morning. He had encountered monsters wandering the highway 3 times, and at the same time had opened 3 supply boxes. Those 3 monsters were all low-level tier 0 trash. He even needed the hand crossbow, and dealt with them using only the scalebreaker blade. Killing those monsters and opening those 3 supply boxes hadn't brought him any decent surprise. Other than that Lage Bayo necklace. The best thing he got was 50 units of fuel. Everything else was just some basic wood, plastic bottles, and a few shriveled pieces of bread. Sui held the steering wheel with one hand. With his current physique, he didn't really feel hungry. But the unchanging, monotonous scenery of the wasteland highway still made him decide to take a break. Just as he was about to slow down and pull toward the side of the road, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Through the windshield, he saw an abandoned factory building by the road ahead. The factory's metal roof was already covered in rust, and the walls were crawling with dead vines, giving off a strong sense of decay and desolation. But what caught Sui's attention wasn't the factory itself. It was the 6 figures standing perfectly straight in the open area outside it. In this survival game, full of dangers and overrun with monsters, suddenly seeing other living beings would probably make a Wui Race player feel like they were facing a great enemy. But Sui's eyes lit up instead, because as the distance closed, he clearly saw the clothes the 6 people were wearing. They were the signature camouflage uniforms of Daxia soldiers. Even though the clothes were stained with quite a bit of dust and blood, that soldierly posture and bearing carved into their bones stood out clearly. Didn't he expect to run into my own people again this soon? The trace of fatigue in Sui's heart instantly vanished. Without hesitation, he stepped on the gas at once, and the car drove straight over and stopped on the road outside the factory. Before the car door even opened, Sui's left hand had already gripped the cold Desert Eagle. Even knowing the other side was very likely his own people in an apocalyptic environment like this, caution was necessary. Seeing the car stop, the 6 soldiers in camouflage on the other side immediately turned their gazes over. At this moment, the burly, stern-faced man at the front of the group stepped forward and shouted in a deep voice, code phrase, Liao Yuan, Sui replied. The man opposite him immediately turned solemn and answered, Spark. The code matched. Sui dropped his guard, put the Desert Eagle into his storage ring, and at the same time removed the effect of the phantom mask, returning to his original appearance. Then he pushed open the car door and got out with a smile. Comrade Suye, hello. My name is Li Xian. I'm responsible for making contact with you this time. Li Xian, who was leading the group, quickly stepped forward. After standing straight and giving a salute, he shook hands with Suyi. Thank you for your hard work, comrades, Suyi said with a nod. Comrade Suyi. After discussion, the higher-ups are currently providing you with focus support in 3 directions, Li Xian said without wasting words, getting straight to business. Suyi's expression turned serious, and he listened attentively. First, material storage. We will provide you with storage rings, helping you store more supplies and avoid being forced to throw away precious resources due to lack of space. Second, functional modules. We will provide you with various functional modules, helping you raise your vehicle S level and increase the chances of getting first place on the newbie period mileage ranking. Third, attribute items. Once your vehicle S speed increases, since you haven't undergone professional training in this area, your own reflexes and physical condition will very likely be unable to adapt in a short time. So you need attribute enhancement. Only if your body can keep up with your vehicle S speed can you truly bring out your vehicle S power. After hearing this, a smile appeared on Suyi's face. These 3 directions had hit right where he needed them most. Every single one was exactly what he urgently needed right now, especially storage rings and attribute items. Those were his biggest shortcomings at the moment. The higher-ups really thought this through, especially the attribute enhancement part. It's just too important. So he couldn't help but sigh. You have no idea. The second functional module I equipped before was Sprint. That thing can instantly increase speed by 5 times for 10 minutes. I tried it this morning, and the moment the speed came up, that terrifying push in my back and visual impact directly made me black out on and off for 10 seconds. I was lucky that the stretch of road at the time was straight and had no obstacles. Otherwise, with those 10 seconds of losing consciousness, both me and the car would have been completely finished long ago. Hearing Su Yi say this, Lee Xian and the 5 team members behind him were all shocked inside. Thankfully, Su Yi was fine. Otherwise, their spar plan would have been snuffed out right as it began. Lee Xian in particular knew very clearly just how strategically important Su Yi was to all of Daxia and even Blue Star civilization. He was the only human player who had infiltrated the Wui race survival game, the one and only spark. Comrade Su Yi, Lee Xian's tone instantly became incomparably stern, even carrying a trace of pleading. In the future, you must be more cautious in this regard. You absolutely cannot joke around with your own life again. And please rest assured, WeVE already prepared the very best logistics and advisory team for you, made up of academicians and elite talents from all walks of life. They will provide you with more reliable and more scientific survival plans based on your real-time situation and the changing rules of the highway survival game. You're not fighting alone. Behind you stands all of Daxia. Looking at Lee Xian's tense yet serious expression, a warm current rose in Su Yi's heart. Don't worry, I know. I'll make sure I stay safe. I definitely won act recklessly again. Seeing that Su Yi had taken it in, Lee Xian finally let out a slight sigh of relief, and his expression eased. Good. Then let me first go over the resources the 6 of us can provide you this time. Lee Xian pointed at himself, then at the 5 team members behind him. I have a 10 cubic meter storage ring on me. If you kill me later and it drops, you just need to bring it close to the storage ring you already have in your hand. They automatically merge and expand the space. As for my team members, each of them brought 2 function modules, 1 10 cubic meter storage ring, 1 piece of headgear that increases spirit by 1 point, and 1 piece of equipment that increases physique by 1 point. At this point, Lee Xian paused. We're only the first batch of couriers. On the road later today, you'll still run into 2 more groups of our Daxia comrades. If you have any special needs after this, you can say so in advance. The higher-ups would do everything they can to coordinate and arrange it for you. So he was delighted. 2 10 cubic meter storage rings, plus the 10 cubic meter storage ring he already had. If all of them merged, that would be a full 30 cubic meters of space. With 30 cubic meters of space, it would be enough for him to store the massive amount of supplies currently sitting on the trade interface that he hadn't been able to claim because of insufficient space. And there were also 2 pieces of attribute equipment. After getting those 2 pieces of equipment, his attributes would break past the 5-point threshold and catch up to the starting line of those 5 lineages. Don't you have any items that can permanently increase attributes? Suya asket kurisi. Equipment was good, but it was still an external aid. Only when all of his own attributes reached 10 points could he break through to tier 1. If there were fruits or potions he could directly consume to permanently increase attributes, then that would naturally be even better. Lee Xian shook his head, a trace of helplessness flashing through his eyes. Those kinds of items that permanently increase attributes can't drop from civilization monsters like us. That's a restriction the game rules place on us. Only the primitive monsters natively generated by the highway game have a chance of dropping them. Or, if you're lucky enough, you might get one from a supply box, or buy one in certain special highway service areas. At present, the most we can provide you is this kind of equipment with attribute bonuses. Suya understood. Although it was a pity that they couldn't permanently increase attributes. Being able to get attribute equipment this early was already pretty good. Then let me talk about my situation too. So it'll be easier for the logistics team to evaluate. Suya began reporting his current state. Because I nearly drove myself to death earlier, I deeply realized how important my own attributes are. I used the mutated wild boar meat I got from hunting before and traded with other players on the trade channel for some mutated meat chunks. After eating them, I raised my attributes a bit. Right now, my physique has reached 4.9 and my spirit has reached 3.1. Also, this morning when I opened a supply box, I got a tier 0 big-headed toad monster out of it. After killing it, I got a necklace that can increase spirit by 1 point. So my actual spirit, right now, has already reached 4.1. Su Yi gave a detailed account of his condition without hiding anything. After hearing Su Yi's report, surprise appeared on the Xin's face. I didn't expect comrade Su Yi's attributes to have improved so quickly. Li Xin couldn't help but praise. It had to be known that this was only the morning of the 2nd day of the survival game. Many players still didn't even have enough to eat, let alone hunt monsters and trade for mutated meat chunks to improve their attributes. If the 2 pieces of equipment they had prepared were added on top of that, then Su Yi's physique would reach 5.9 and his spirit would reach 5.1. If he ran into a single member of the 5 lineages, he would have the strength to fight. WeVE already recorded your situation in detail. Once we go back, we'll report it to the higher-ups immediately. So let us not waste any more time. We'll start now. All right. WeVE already sorted out the supplies in this factory building and placed them inside for you ahead of time. After you're done, go in and collect them yourself. After finishing the final instructions, Lee Xin turned to look at the 5 team members behind him. All units, kill, with Lee Xin's order. The 5 team members who had been standing quietly instantly erupted into motion. Without the slightest hesitation, they directly pulled out the military daggers at their waists and began attacking each other. Pucci. The sound of blades slicing through flesh rang out one after another outside the empty factory building. Blood splattered, staining their camouflage uniforms red. But not a single one of them let out a scream. Their eyes remained just as resolute. In the span of a little more than 10 seconds, the movements of the 6 gradually slowed. Every one of them was covered in deep wounds down to the bone, and blood flowed all over the ground. The HP bars above their heads had all turned an extremely dangerous dark red, stuck firmly at the mark of 1. The 6 supported one another, swaying as they steadied themselves, and all their gazes turned toward Su Yi in unison. Comrade Su Yi, do it. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Li Xn's mouth, but he still forced out a smile, as if worried that the sight of them like this would frighten him, even though this wasn't the first time he had gone through this. Su Yi's mood was still heavy. Even knowing they would revive in the gray mist world, he still had to personally kill his own comrades. Comrades, excuse me. Sui took a deep breath and calmed his emotions, then drew the scalebreaker blade. Things had already reached this point. There was no possibility of backing out now. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Cold flashes of blade light swept through the sunlight, leaving behind streak after streak of chilling afterimages. Sui did not hold back at all. Every slash passed precisely over their vital points, giving them the quickest, most painless release possible. As the blade light fell, the 6 bodies suddenly stiffened. They looked at Su Yi. The last trace of light in their eyes slowly faded, replaced by endless relief. Bang, bang, bang. 6 bodies fell one after another, and 6 item light orbs shining in different colors dropped out. This time, Su Yi's luck was indeed not bad. He successfully got the 6 items Li Xin had mentioned. Su Yi first picked up the 2 faintly glowing 10 cubic meter storage rings. The moment those 2 brand new storage rings touched the one already worn on the index finger of his left hand, a crisp system notification immediately rang out in his mind. Ding! Detected storage equipment with the same origin. Proceed with fusion upgrade? Yes. Su Yi confirmed. As soon as the words fell, the 2 storage rings in his hand instantly turned into 2 streams of silver light and directly flowed into the storage ring on his finger like water blending with milk. A complex spatial pattern instantly flashed across the surface of the originally ancient-looking ring, and Su Yi immediately sent his consciousness inside. The original 10 cubic meter space had now expanded outward, becoming a massive 30 cubic meter space. At last, I can store all those supplies. Su Yi immediately opened the trade interface. Extract all. At Su Yi's command, light flashed repeatedly across the trade interface. Pile after pile of supplies appeared out of thin air, then were stuffed into his expanded 30 cubic meter storage ring. The originally empty massive space began filling up at a visible speed. He put all the remaining uncollected supplies into it, filling about 4/5 of the entire storage ring. After dealing with the supplies, Su Yi's gaze fell once more on the 4 remaining light orbs on the ground. 2 of them were square metal blocks, the function modules. Su Yi reached out, picked them up, and checked their attribute descriptions. Function module, hard armor. Effect, after being installed on a vehicle. Increases the vehicle's overall defense by 20 and forms an almost imperceptible energy buffer layer on the surface of the body, reducing physical collision damage. Description, it won't turn you into an armored car, but at least when you run into a wild boar, you can hit back. Function module, rapid speed. Effect, after being installed on a vehicle, increases the vehicle's base speed by 20. Description, speed is life. It'll make sure those monsters can't even catch your exhaust. Looking at the effects of the 2 modules, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. The hard armor module could increase his margin for error, and this rapid speed module was practically tailor-made for his current situation. Right now, he was sprinting for the highway mileage ranking. With this extra 20 boost to speed, his chances of taking first place on the mileage ranking rose once again. He put the 2 modules into the storage ring, planning to use them to upgrade the vehicle in a bit. Then Su Yi looked at the last 2 pieces of equipment on the ground that were giving off a faint glow. One was a gaudy, colorful headscarf that looked a little too out there. The other was a green vest with a huge turtle shell pattern printed on the back. Gaudy headscarf. Rank Tier 0. Attributes, Spirit +1. Description, put on, and you'll be the flashiest guy on this highway. Its gaudy colors can stimulate your cerebral cortex and keep your mind in an excited state. Turtle vest. Rank Tier 0. Attribute, Physique +1. Description, put it on, and you'll gain vitality as tough as a turtle S. It may be ugly, but it really can take a beating. Looking at these 2 pieces of equipment with appearances that were hard to describe, the corner of Su Yi's mouth twitched slightly. Forget it. Stats matter, Su Yi said. In this survival game, staying alive and getting stronger was the only truth. What did ugly matter? As long as the stats were strong enough. Even if it were a pair of stockings, he would seriously have to consider it. After that, Suyi put the turtle vest on as the innermost layer, then wore his short-sleeved shirt over it to cover it up. He also tied the gaudy, colorful headscarf around his forehead. The instant the two pieces of equipment were properly worn, a strange warm current and a cool stream of air erupted inside Suyi's body at the same time. Operator, Suyi. Nickname, never checks the fuel gauge. Race, human. Status, healthy. Rank, tier 0. En physique, 59, base 49, veste puissant. Spirit, 51, base 31, necklace +1. It's gaf puissant. Talent, unawakened. Looking at the increased stats on the panel, Suyi smiled and touched the headscarf on his forehead. Both of his attributes had finally broken 50. Feeling the powerful strength in his body, along with his perception sharpened to the extreme, Suyi clicked his tongue in amazement. So this was the starting line of the 5 descendant race? It really was strong. Suyi clenched his fist, and a string of crackling pops came from his knuckles. With stats like this as a foundation, if he used sprint again, he definitely would not pass out anymore. After sorting out his gains, Suyi turned and walked toward the abandoned factory. Li Xian had said earlier that the supplies they had gathered were already sorted and placed inside. The lighting inside the factory was somewhat dim, and the air was filled with a mixed smell of machine oil and mold. At a glance, Suyi saw 2 huge cardboard boxes placed in the open space at the center of the factory. The 2 boxes had been arranged neatly, clearly after careful sorting. Suyi quickly stepped forward and opened the first box. The first box was packed full of all kinds of miscellaneous basic materials. Cut square iron sheets, box refined steel screws, and a bag of industrial rivets were all good stuff, very useful in the early stage. Then he opened the second box. Compared to the clutter of the first box, the contents of the second box were much neater. There was nothing else inside, only layer after layer of neatly stacked simple trigger assemblies. After a quick count, there were a full 200 of them. With these 200 trigger assemblies, I can make another 200 hand crossbows to sell. Take everything. With a wave of Suyi's hand, the storage ring flashed, and the 2 huge cardboard boxes vanished from where they were in an instant. After doing all that, Suyi looked around the now empty factory. Only after confirming that nothing had been left behind did he turn and leave. Suyi came to the side of the car. Since he had obtained 2 more function modules, of course he had to upgrade it. Ding! Detected that the player has enough upgrade materials. Do you want to upgrade the level 3 vehicle? Yes. Please choose an upgrade path, just like before. 3 completely different upgrade paths appeared once again on the light blue interface. The first was the heavy armor path. Strengthen armor and defense, sacrificing part of the speed in exchange for survivability. The second was the balance path. A mediocre boost to all attributes, with no shortcomings, but no standout advantages either. The third was the speed path. Extreme lightweight design and power enhancement, racing like the wind, maximizing mobility. Suyi's gaze swept rapidly across the 3 options, without the slightest hesitation in his eyes. Still the third option, the speed path. Selection successful. Detected that the player possesses the function module rapid speed. Do you want to integrate it into this upgrade? Yes. With a thought from Suyi, the square metal module giving off a faint glow appeared in his palm. The moment he confirmed it, the function module, rapid speed, in his hand instantly turned into a brilliant stream of pure white light and flew into the body of the vehicle in front of him. Integration successful. Vehicle upgrade beginning. Estimated time, 15 minutes. Please wait patiently. The instant the words fell, the car was once again enveloped in white light. 15 minutes was neither long nor short. Since he was idle anyway, he had to find something to do. With a wave of his hand, Suyi directly took out the workbench from the storage ring, just in time to use the 200 simple trigger assemblies he had just gotten from the factory to make hand crossbows. Set production, simple double-shot hand crossbow. Quantity, 200. As a command was issued, the workbench immediately let out a low rumble and began production. After arranging the production line, Suyi opened the regional chat channel. Today's chat channel was still lively, but it was no longer as chaotic as before. Brothers, just now I ran into a wild dog by the roadside at an abandoned gas station. Its whole body was covered in pus-filled boils, and it was insanely fast. Everyone be careful. Stabbing its belly with a spear works best. Thanks to the guy above for sharing. What I ran into here was some kind of worm that could burrow underground. Good thing I reacted fast and just ran it over with the car. It dropped a bit of water. Ha! I just opened a tier 1 supply box and got a tier 1 broadsword inside. Now let us see which blind monster dares mess with me. Big boss, please cover me. I'm still starving right now. If anyone can spare half a piece of bread, I'm willing to call him dad. After the initial panic, these players of the 5 descendant races had already started slowly figuring out the rules of survival. So people were still showing off or begging, but more of them had already begun consciously sharing information about the monsters on the highway. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Suyi was reading the messages in the chat channel, an urgent private message notification suddenly rang out. To avoid being harassed by those bored players or beggars, So he had long since set his account to reject private messages from strangers. Only people he had added as friends could send him messages. And in his current friends list, aside from Ling Yu and the other 5 wealthy big shots of the 5 races, there was only one other person. Montaku. So he opened the private chat interface, and, as expected, it was a message from MOU. Cousin, save me. I just ran into a monster. I killed it after risking my life, but I got seriously injured too. Seeing that message, Suyi's brows instantly furrowed. What was this kid trying to do? He ran into danger and wanted medicine from him? Although he had quite a lot of resources on him right now and lacked neither food nor water, medicine was the one thing he truly didn't have. In the early stage of this survival game, anything that could treat injuries was extremely valuable. Even if he had some, he would only keep it for himself. Just as Suyi was about to reply that he was unable to help, a trade request suddenly popped up on the screen. Player MOU has initiated a trade with you. Trade item, 1 simple bandage blueprint. Suyi froze for a moment, then casually opened the trade details. The moment he saw the blueprint S attributes, his expression immediately turned joyful. Simple bandage blueprint, type, consumable blueprint, effect, can be used to craft simple bandages. Using a simple bandage can quickly stop bleeding and slightly speed up the recovery of external injuries. Description, a must-have miracle medicine for surviving the apocalypse. Even though wrapping it around yourself makes you look like a mummy, it really can snatch your life back from the hands of the Grim Reaper. Good stuff. Before Suyi could speak, another urgent message from MOU popped up again. Cousin, I'm giving you the blueprint directly. Can you please hurry and make some bandages for me? My thigh got ripped open with a huge cut, and I'm bleeding pretty badly. If it doesn't stop soon, I feel like I'm really done for. Between the lines was an unmistakable sense of weakness and panic. No problem. Wait a moment. I'll make them for you right away. So you didn't bother with any polite talk. This MOU really was his #1 lucky star. Earlier, the guy had given him the blueprint for the simple double-shot hand crossbow, letting him make a huge fortune in supplies from it. And now he was delivering the bandage blueprint right to his door. In the early stage of the game, these two things were absolutely money trees. For these 2 items alone, he had to save MOU. Suyi decisively clicked accept trade, and that blueprint, glowing with a faint white light, instantly appeared in his hand. He immediately turned around, had the workbench pause production of the hand crossbow, and brought the blueprint close to the workbench as scanning area. New blueprint detected. Record this blueprint? Yes. At once, the blueprint turned into a streak of light and merged directly into the workbench. Suyi impatiently opened the workbench as crafting interface. Sure enough, beside the weapons category, there was now an additional option for medical supplies, and inside it, the icon for Simple Bandage was lit up. Simple Bandage, 2 cloth, 1 alcohol. The material requirements are this low? Suyi was overjoyed. Cloth wasn't rare. He had quite a bit of it in his storage ring. He had originally been thinking that if he ran into extreme cold weather in the future, he could use it for warmth. Alcohol was a bit scarcer by comparison, but he just so happened to have over 100 bottles of medical alcohol on hand. Those had been traded to him earlier by the big shots of the 5 races when they bought hand crossbows. And 1 bottle of medical alcohol was enough to make 100 simple bandages. Make 10 first. The workbench started operating again, though this time the sound was much softer. In just a few seconds, 10 rolls of clean white simple bandages, carrying a faint smell of alcohol, were freshly produced. Suyi directly opened his trade interface with MOU, placed the 10 bandages into it, and clicked send. Almost the instant the trade was sent out, MOU on the other side accepted it in a flash. A full 5 or 6 minutes passed. Just as Suyi began wondering whether this kid had bled too much and failed to hold on, MOU's message finally came again. Thanks, cousin. Ha! I finally survived. The bleeding has stopped, and the wound is slowly scabbing over. The effect of this bandage is seriously insane. Hearing the liveliness return to the other party's tone, the worry hanging in Suyi's heart finally eased. Curious, he asked, how did you get hurt this badly? Don't you have a hand crossbow? With the power of a hand crossbow, ordinary monsters at this stage shouldn't even be able to get close to you. I was too careless. I was searching an abandoned warehouse just now when I ran into 2 monsters with 2 horns on their heads. One of them was roaring madly from the front and drew all my attention. I had just used the hand crossbow to kill it, but at some point the other one circled around behind me and ambushed me. If I hadn't reacted fast enough to dodge my vital points, I'd already be dead by now. Suya understood. Looks like the other party had run into monsters from another civilization. Because primitive monsters before Tier 0 and Tier 1 didn't have high intelligence and didn't know how to coordinate. Cousin, how are you selling these bandages? I want to buy more in case I need them later. MOU asked. This really scared me. Without medicine on me, I don't feel secure at all. So he glanced at the workbench that was still making hand crossbows. After thinking for a moment, he directly took out 100 bandages, put them into the tray bar, and then clicked send. No need to pay. You didn't ask me for money for this blueprint either. You just gave it to me directly. From now on, whenever you need bandages, just tell me anytime. I'll supply you a loan for free. But if you get any good blueprints in the future, or if you obtain meat from mutated beasts, remember to save it for me first. As for the price, I guarantee it'll satisfy you. Suyi wasn't pretending to be generous with those words. The cost of simple bandages wasn't high. 2 pieces of rag and a bit of alcohol was enough to make one. Even if he supplied MOU for free, he still wouldn't lose money. More importantly, this MOU seemed to be born with an affinity for blueprints. Using some cheap bandages to tie down a player like this and build a good relationship with him would absolutely bring him many huge and unexpected gains in the future. Even if the other party lost that luck later on, all he would be providing was some bandages. There was absolutely no loss. Thanks, cousin. Cousin, you're awesome. Perfect timing too. I still have 3 pieces of mutated bird meat here. I was originally planning to use them to nourish myself, but now I'll give them to you together. If I get good stuff in the future, I'll definitely contact you first thing. Right after that, a trade request popped up. Player MOU has initiated a trade with you. Trade item, 3 pieces of cooked mutated bird meat. So he clicked accept, and 3 pieces of bird meat giving off a rich meaty aroma appeared in his storage ring. Cooked mutated bird meat, effect, can fill the stomach after consumption and slightly increase spiritual power. Each piece consumed permanently increases spirit by 0.5. Note, can only take effect up to 3 times. Good stuff. Suyi was instantly delighted. He hadn't expected it to be meat that increased spirit. Once all 3 pieces of meat went into his stomach, his spirit attribute would directly increase by 1.5. His current spirit attribute was 51. If he added these 15 points, his spirit would shoot straight up to 66. Alright, I'll take it, but I can't let you suffer a loss either. Take these. Use them to protect yourself. Suyi had never liked owing people favors, and he understood even better how to maintain this kind of mutually beneficial relationship. He directly opened the trade panel and sent the other party 4 brand new double-shot hand crossbows he had just crafted, along with a full 200 crossbow bolts. After thinking for a moment, he dug out a chopper he had no use for from the corner of his storage ring and added it as well. Cousin, you're righteous. From now on, your little bro is following you. Montaki replied excitedly. Even through the screen, Suyi could feel his excitement. Suyi smiled and closed the private chat window. He walked to an open patch of ground nearby, sat down, and took out the 3 pieces of mutated bird meat to eat. As soon as the meat entered his mouth, it was a little tough and dry. But as he chewed, a strange warm current slid rapidly down his throat into his stomach. Right after that, the warm current turned into strands of cool energy that rushed straight to his mind. Ding! Consumed cooked mutated bird meat. Spirit attribute plus 0.5. Ding! Consumed cooked mutated bird meat. Spirit attribute plus 0.5. Ding! Consumed cooked mutated bird meat. Spirit attribute plus 0.5. 3 system notifications rang out in his mind one after another. When he swallowed the last bite, Suyi only felt his brain let out a light, buzzing hum, as if an invisible membrane had been pierced through in an instant. An unprecedented sense of clarity swept through his whole body, and his perception surged explosively at this moment. Not bad, not bad. This way, no matter how fast the car goes, I'll be able to react. I want to get dizzy and pass out again. After that, Suyi looked at the workbench and had to craft the hand crossbows first, then make the bandages afterward. Buzz. It did not take long before the brilliant white light covering the vehicle suddenly withdrew, followed by a deep engine roar. The 15-minute upgrade period was over. Suyi turned to look. The car before him had an overall shape like a black cheetah crouching on the ground, full of aggression and speed. But Suyi did not rush to check the exact attributes, because he had enough resources now and planned to continue upgrading. Ding! It has been detected that the player meets the upgrade requirements. Do you wish to upgrade the level 4 vehicle? Yes. Please choose an upgrade direction. Facing the 3 options that appeared once again, Suyi still did not even blink. Speed direction. Since he had decided to walk the path of extreme mobility, then he would carry it through to the end and push speed to the peak of the current stage. Next, Suyi also integrated the functional module hard armor into this upgrade. Vehicle upgrade has begun. Estimated time, 20 minutes. Please wait patiently. The familiar white light appeared again, wrapping the vehicle once more in dazzling white radiance. In less than 20 minutes, the workbench stopped first. All 200 hand crossbows have been crafted. These hand crossbows would not be sold to Ling Yu and the others. They could be sold to other solo players in exchange for mutated beast meat. Even if Ling Yu and the others had mutated beast meat, they would not be willing to give it to him. They would definitely use it on their own subordinates first. But other solo players were different. If they had extra mutated beast meat, they would definitely be willing to use it to buy a hand crossbow. So he immediately opened the trading interface and edited the trade listing. Item for sale: 1 simple double-shot hand crossbow. 10 simple crossbow bolts, stock, 190 sets, trade requirement. Only exchange for mutated meat chunks after editing the information. So you click to list it. Just a dozen seconds after so you posted the trade listing. DDDDD. The notification sound from the private chat interface rang out. Suyi opened it and was not surprised at all. At the very top was none other than brother by it all, Lingyu. Following right behind him were representatives from Shi Clan, Yin Clan, Frost Clan, and Sand Clan, the other 4 clans. Suyi first opened Lingyu's message. Brother, that S-190 hand crossbows. And you actually listed them directly in the trading hall? Hurry and take them down. Don't put these hand crossbows up for trade. Let us trade in private chat instead. The price will definitely satisfy you. I'll buy the whole lot. Lingyu's tone was full of urgency. Although he had already bought more than 600 hand crossbows from Suyi, there still were not enough for every person under him to have one. They were still taking turns using them. If he could buy these 190 hand crossbows, the strength of his subordinates would rise again. So he did not rush to reply. He glanced over the other 4 people's messages, and the meaning was more or less the same. Brother Yobiao, the Yin clan wants all the hand crossbows. Name your terms. Esteemed, never look at the fuel gauge. The Shi clan hopes to establish a long-term weapon supply partnership with you. For this batch of hand crossbows, we are willing to purchase them at double the previously agreed price. Looking at these messages, Suyi smiled. But this time, his real goal was not just to sell hand crossbows. Selling hand crossbows was indeed because he needed mutated beast meat. But there was another purpose as well, to draw people like Lingyu over. What he wanted to pitch to these guys was the hugely profitable new product he had just gotten, simple bandages. No need to be anxious. Since this batch of hand crossbows has already been listed, I don't plan to take it down. I've already written the rules very clearly. I'm only exchanging them for mutated meat chunks. If you have any, you can buy them too. Also, if you have the core component simple trigger assembly, I can continue crafting hand crossbows for you. I can even charge a lower processing fee. After sending that message, Suyi paused for a moment, then continued. Although I can't sell this batch of hand crossbows to you, I just got hold of a new good item here. I think compared to weapons, you should be even more interested in this. After speaking, Suyi directly shared the item attribute link for Simple Bandage with all 5 of them at the same time. The chat interface fell into brief silence. Holy shit, a healing item? You actually got a medicine blueprint? Brother, you're my real big brother. How many bandages do you have? I'll buy the whole lot. The price will satisfy you. As expected of brother by it all, Lingyu once again showed off his rich and overbearing style. The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted the full batch. Suyi was not surprised by this at all. It was only the 2nd day since the game began. The player's adaptation to the environment was still at an elementary stage. Getting injured and bleeding was an everyday occurrence. When hunting monsters or opening supply crates, being able to get food and water already counted as good luck, let alone medicine that could heal injuries like this. Even if Lingyu had quite a few people under him and had managed to get some medicine, the amount would definitely be pitifully small. It would not even be enough for his own use, much less for his subordinates. At a time like this, the appearance of simple bandages was equivalent to having an extra life. Whoever controlled medical resources would be able to quickly gather support and expand their power in the early stage. Lingyu was a smart man. Naturally, he understood this principle, so he was impatient to buy this batch of bandages. Brother Lingyu, we're old acquaintances by now, so I want to rip you off. The production cost of these bandages actually isn't high. It only takes 2 pieces of cloth and 1 portion of alcohol to make one. I plan to set the price of 1 bandage at 1 unit of fuel. On the other side, when Lingyu saw this price, he nodded. 1 unit of fuel in exchange for 1 life. This price was absolutely fair. But when he saw Suyi's next sentence, Lingyu could not help but freeze. Still, if you want to buy, then at 1 TB 1 unit of fuel. It LLB 2 units of fuel for 1 bandage. Suyi said, Brother, what do you mean by that? Charging acquaintances more? Other people pay 1 unit, but I have to pay 2? Lingyu's tone carried a trace of displeasure and confusion. You misunderstood. Bandages are different from hand crossbows. Hand crossbows need core components, so production is limited. But bandages can be mass-produced as long as there are basic materials. My plan is to put this batch of bandages directly into the public market and sell them to all ordinary players. 1 unit of fuel is for those solo players. They have to compete with thousands upon thousands of people in the trading hall, fighting over who clicks faster. Whether they can get any depends entirely on luck. As for why you have to pay 1 extra unit of fuel, it's because you don't need to fight those ordinary players for them. As long as you pay 2 units of fuel, I can guarantee that no matter how tight the market gets, I'll prioritize supplying you with enough stock. That extra unit of fuel is buying you an exclusive supply channel and queue-skipping privileges. Using 1 extra unit of fuel in exchange for the sense of security and loyalty of the brothers under your command. You should be able to do that math, right? After sending the message to Lingyu, Suyi ignored him and sent similar messages to the other 4 races. Then Suyi quietly waited. He believed that as long as those 5 guys wanted to grow bigger and stronger, this deal was definitely secured. It couldn't be helped. Right now, he was the only one with a workbench. This was a complete monopoly. At this moment, Lingyu was also thinking it over. Although Suyi's price for him was much higher than the market price, and could even be called profiteering in a crisis, He had to admit that the exclusive supply channel and queue skipping privilege were indeed tempting. He understood the current situation very clearly. The game had only just entered its second day, and the casualty rate was rising in a straight line. All kinds of mutated wild beasts and monsters were appearing one after another. If Suyi really dumped this batch of simple bandages into the public trading hall, it would absolutely trigger a frenzied scramble. He did have quite a few people under him, but in front of a base of hundreds of thousands of solo players, that number was nothing. When the time came, if they couldn't grab any bandages and the people under him were left heavily injured and waiting to die, then once people lost heart, the team would be hard to lead. And if he had to buy them afterward from those solo players who got lucky and snatched some, he would only be fleeced even harder. After weighing the pros and cons, Ling Yu gritted his teeth and opened the chat box. Brother Yobiao, can this price be lowered a bit? We're all just trying to survive. You know how precious fuel is right now. The convoy under me burns through an astronomical amount every day. We really don't have much fuel left. Ling Yu tried to bargain the price down. Lower the price? I've got a damn monopoly. If it weren't for long-term business in the future, it'd already be good enough that I'm not raising the price. How could I possibly lower it? The price is non-negotiable. Buy it or don't. Suyi's reply was crisp and direct, without the slightest room for negotiation. The 5 great races all get the same unified price from me. When I do business, I care most about fairness. Same price for all. But considering that fuel really is a scarce resource, it's not like there is no room for flexibility. Suyi said, if you don't have enough fuel, you can use other materials in place of payment. Mutated wild beast meat chunks, cloth, and alcohol. These 3 are prioritized for settlement, converted according to market price. When he saw that reply, Ling Yu on the other end let out a long breath. Although he and team managed to push the price down, being able to offset it with other supplies did ease the pressure on fuel. Fine, we'll do it your way. I'll reserve 10,000 simple bandages first. I'll arrange for my people to gather the materials right now. Every time we collect a batch, we'll trade you for a batch. No problem, Sujeti Plaith. Brother, this is a big order for me. Can you send me 10 bandages first for emergency use? A few of my brothers here have lost too much blood. They're about to stop holding on. Ling Yu took the chance to make a request. Take them. Suyi directly traded over 10 bandages. I'll deduct them from your order. Looking at the 10 bandages he received, Ling Yu sent a speechless emoji. Brother, I said 10, and you really gave exactly 10? And you're even deducting them from my reserved order? You really are stingy. Gotta be thrifty when running a household, Suyi said with a smile. After settling things with Ling Yu, Suyi immediately switched chat windows and started replying one by one to the representatives of the Shi clan, Yin clan, Xuan clan, and Sha clan. The sales pitch was mostly the same, and his attitude was as strong as ever. Either accept 2 units of fuel or equivalent supplies, or go to the trading hall and compete on click speed with hundreds of thousands of solo players. Although these 4 alien race representatives were cursing in their hearts and were extremely unwilling to be squeezed like this, reality was just that cruel. At present, the simple bandages were only in Suyi's hands. It was a complete seller-s market, an exclusive monopoly with enormous profits. In the end, the representatives of the 4 races could only grit their teeth and accept the price. Each family reserved 10,000 bandages. In just a little over 10 minutes, Suyi directly secured a massive order of 50,000 simple bandages. If converted into fuel, that would be 100,000 units of fuel, enough for a vehicle to run more than 1,000,000 kilometers. Suyi sat on the road, his brain calculating. 50,000 bandages. Each one needed 2 pieces of cloth and 1 portion of alcohol. That meant 100,000 pieces of cloth and 50,000 portions of alcohol. Cloth was manageable. The key was alcohol. 1 bottle of alcohol could make 100 bandages, so he still needed 500 bottles of alcohol. Right now, he only had a little over 100 bottles of alcohol in hand. The shortfall was still quite large, but that was fine too. The wool came from the sheep's back. Once he completed the first 10,000 order, he would have new materials, using their materials to make my bandages, then selling them back to them in exchange for the resources I need. This is what real empty-handed profiteering looks like. Just as Suyi was thinking, a burst of roaring sound came over. The white light receded as fast as a retreating tide. A brand new steel beast, shining with a cold metallic gleam, suddenly appeared in Suyi's field of vision. The vehicle had finished upgrading. Suyi sized up the new vehicle. The body lines had become much smoother, clearly receiving major optimization in speed, agility, and directional control. The rear cargo bed that had originally been exposed was now completely covered by a thick and sturdy layer of metal armor, forming an enclosed compartment. A streamlined fairing had also been added to the roof. It was starting to feel a bit like an RV. Suyi nodded in satisfaction, then opened the panel to check it. Vehicle, Gale Ranger level 5 durability, 100 fuel, 652 units. 1 unit can travel 17 kilometers. Top speed, 390 kilometers per hour. Vehicle weapon, none function modules. Fuel saving. Sprint, extreme speed, hard armor. Suyi looked at the vehicle status panel and nodded in satisfaction. especially the hard armor function. It gave his speed-focused vehicle a certain boost in defense as well. Then he looked at the top speed. It had already reached the terrifying level of 390 kilometers per hour. Suyi quickly did the math in his head. At a speed of 390, if I can keep driving at that pace for 10 hours a day, that's a full 900 kilometers. And if I combine it with the 10 minutes of 5-fold acceleration from the extreme speed module, my speed can instantly soar to 950 kilometers per hour. Over 10 minutes, that's an extra 325 kilometers. Not bad, not bad. Now I finally have a chance to fight for first place on the mileage ranking. Suyi then loaded the workbench onto the vehicle, walked to the driver's seat, and started the car. He slammed the gas pedal all the way down and drove straight at top speed. The tires screeched sharply against the highway, and the whole vehicle shot forward like an arrow loose from the bow. The scenery outside the window turned into afterimages as it frantically rushed backward, while the raging wind howled outside with a sharp tearing sound. If it were an ordinary person, driving at a speed close to 400 kilometers per hour would have probably left their hands and feet cold with fear, unable to even hold the steering wheel steady. But for Suyi, whose spirit attribute had reached 66, this was nothing at all. His dynamic vision and neural reflexes had long surpassed the limits of humanity. He could still control the steering wheel with ease, and would even feel that it still was not fast enough. If Sprint had not still been on cooldown, he definitely would have wanted to try what it felt like to break through 900 kilometers per hour. Time slowly passed, and soon 2 hours went by. During that time, the high-intensity driving did not make Suyi feel tired. Instead, it made his mind even more focused. Along the way, Suyi ran into 5 civilization monsters wandering on the highway, along with 2 supply boxes by the roadside. Unfortunately, he did not get anything good, only some basic materials. Until more than 2 hours later, his spirit attribute, as high as 66, had greatly expanded his perception range. And Suyi sensed from far away that 3 more life auras had appeared on both sides of the road ahead. Suyi began to slow down. Once he got closer, he saw clearly that the 3 people standing ahead had straight, upright figures like javelins planted at the edge of the desolate highway. A smile immediately appeared on Suyi's face. As expected, they were Daxia soldiers. The 2 sides exchanged code words to confirm their identities. And Suyi stopped the vehicle. "Comrade Suyi, time is tight, so we want waste words." The man in the lead strode forward and went straight to the point. "Of the 3 of us, 2 have storage rings with 10 cubic meters of space. The other has a herbal pill. After taking it, it not only treats external injuries, but also has a certain healing effect on internal injuries. The higher-ups considered your safety, so they specifically had us bring these to you." Suyi's eyes lit up. If these 2 storage rings were added in, then he would have 50 cubic meters of space. And there was also this herbal pill. Its effect was even better than bandages, making it perfect for saving his life. This herbal pill was also made from the workbench. Suyi asked curiously. He had a workbench in hand. If he could get the blueprint, would that not mean he could mass-produce them? Not that. The leading man shook his head and explained the workbench is mainly used to make weapons and equipment, as well as synthesize certain materials. It can also make some medical-related items, but things like potions and pills can't be made by the workbench. These things are made by a special building, the pharmacy. There are many special buildings like this in the game. For example, the Spirit Nourishing Room. Resting inside, it can speed up spirit recovery and can even raise spiritual power. The kitchen can cook food with special effects. The Research Institute can reverse engineer blueprints and lower crafting requirements. The planting room can grow heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There are too many types of special buildings to count. Some can be directly used by players, while some require players to recruit specialized NPC talents in the relevant fields before they can operate. Hearing this, Suyi also looked surprised. He had originally thought this was just a simple road survival game about driving and killing monsters to level up. He had not expected there to be so many gameplay elements. Then how do you obtain these special buildings? Suyi asked curiously. If he could get control of these special buildings first, it would mean he could continue monopolizing resources. There are quite a few methods. The most direct one is to wait until your vehicle reaches level 10. When a vehicle reaches level 10, the player can choose 1 out of 3 randomly spawned buildings. If none of the 3 are satisfactory, you can also use survival coins to refresh them, but the refresh cost will gradually increase. This is the only guaranteed chance every player has to obtain a special building. After that, no matter how much you level up, there one be another. Or you can go to a special service area and find NPCs in the game to build one for you. But the price is extremely high, so there is no point even thinking about that at this stage. Other than that, you can also participate in certain dungeon secret realms. Clearing high difficulty dungeons gives you a certain chance of obtaining a special building. Suyi nodded. It seemed that for now, he had no chance of getting a special building. The game had only just entered its 2nd day, and the newbie period dungeon secret realms had not even opened yet. As for going to service area to ask NPCs to build one, he did not even have a single survival coin. He was poor to the point of jingling. After going over it all, the simplest and most feasible method was still to raise his vehicle to level 10. Comrade Suye. Those things are still a bit early for you, so there is no need to rush. The man looked at Su Yi and said, "Now let us talk about your current situation. If you have any needs, I can report them back so the higher-ups can make arrangements for you." Su Yi nodded, then began talking about his situation. There haven't been any major changes. I just ate some mutated meat and my attributes went up a bit more. My biggest gain was getting another blueprint for simple bandages. Now I can mass-produce simple bandages and trade them for more resources. As for my needs, I could use more storage rings. I want to do large volume transactions, and I never have enough space. I also need vehicle function modules and equipment that can directly raise attributes, Su Yi said. As for the rest, I can solve it myself through trading. So I don't have any urgent needs for now. All right, I've recorded it all. After I go back, I'll immediately report it to the higher-ups. You'll meet our people one more time today. They'll bring you the things you need. If that is all, then we'll be heading back now. After saying that, the man gave Su Yi a military salute, then shot a glance at the two people beside him. The next second, all three of them raised their weapons at the same time and began attacking each other. Blood instantly dyed the ground red, and soon all three of their health bars bottomed out. This was not Su Yi's first time experiencing this, and he no longer felt uncomfortable. As a flash of blade light swept past, all three fell to the ground together, and 3 items dropped out. Not bad luck. Su Yi checked the loot. Although only the leading man dropped a 10 cubic meter storage ring, while the other storage ring did not drop and instead yielded 50 units of fuel. Fortunately, that herbal pill had dropped nice and steady. Herbal pill, tier 1. After consumption, it can quickly stop bleeding and also has a certain recovery effect on internal injuries. Su Yi immediately fused the newly obtained storage ring with his original ring. A flash of light appeared. After fusing the storage rings, the space inside the storage ring in Su Yi's hand also reached 40 cubic meters. He then found a glass bottle for the herbal pill that gave off a faint medicinal fragrance, stored it inside, and put it into the storage ring. This was a life-saving good item. After doing all that, Su Yi returned to the vehicle and opened the trading interface for another look. The 190 hand crossbows he had listed earlier had all been sold. All kinds of mutated wild beast meat were now waiting for him to collect. Su Yi looked over the mutated wild beast meat and found that he had already eaten most of the types and reached the limit. For example, the most common mutated wild boar meat, mutated beef, and mutated snake meat. For him now, other than filling his stomach and restoring stamina or spirit, those meats could no longer provide any attribute growth. Still, there were at least some mutated meats he had never eaten before. First was mutated rat meat. 1 piece could only increase spirit by 0.2, and there were 6 pieces in total. There were 13 pieces of mutated goose meat. 1 piece could increase physique by 0.5. Below there was a piece of mutated tiger meat, which could increase physique by 0.5. Last was mutated pheasant meat. There were as many as 23 pieces, and 1 piece could increase spirit by 0.4. Su Yi did the math. After eating and digesting all this meat, he would be able to increase his spirit by 1.8 and his physique by 2 points. Not bad. My current physique is 5.9 and my spirit is 6.6. With just 0.1 more physique, both my attributes will break past 8. Without any hesitation, Su Yi took out all the mutated meat that could raise attributes. As he walked toward the driver's seat, he started eating. Luckily, all the mutated meat had already been roasted. As all the mutated meat went down into his stomach, Su Yi's attributes rose once again. Player, Su Yi nickname. Never looked at the fuel gauge race. Human status, healthy rank. Rank 0 physique. 7.9, base 6.9. Vest +1, spirit. 8.4, base 6.4. Necklace +1, headscarf +1. Talent, unawakened my attributes have already both broken past 6. I'm only a little over 3 points away from having them both reach 10. Once that happens, I can reach rank 1. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Once he reached rank 1 and then obtained a talent awakening potion, his strength would rise again. Time to keep moving. There's still family members behind me waiting to deliver goods to me. Su Yi closed the interface, then started the vehicle and left the area. Another hour later, Su Yi encountered the last batch of delivery people for today. There were 4 of them in total, and the possible drops were 3 storage rings and 1 functional module. Unfortunately, that functional module didn't T-drop, but Su Yi wasn't disappointed because 10 universal bullets had dropped. That meant his Desert Eagle now had 17 bullets. All 3 storage rings had dropped, though. After Su Yi fused them, the storage ring S space reached 70 cubic meters. Night fell, and Su Yi stopped the vehicle and lit a campfire. He had already completed 2 of the 5 races orders. After waking up tomorrow, he would be able to finish the remaining 3 as well. Su Yi looked at the resources in his storage ring, which had surged again, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he opened the mileage ranking again. The first place was still Lingyu. That guy had driven a full 4,000 kilometers today, bringing his total mileage to 600 kilometers. That guy's vehicle is at least level 5, Maybe even level 6, Suyi thought. Then he looked at his own mileage. Today, he had driven a total of 700 kilometers, not that far behind Lingyu. His total mileage had now reached 325 kilometers, and his rank had directly jumped from over 5,000 before to 321st. I finally made it into the top 500. At this rate, and at most 2 more days, I'll be able to catch up to Lingyu. If my vehicle keeps upgrading, my speed should get even faster. A smile appeared on Suyi's face. He had finally seen a chance to take first place on the mileage ranking. After eating and drinking his fill, Sui spent some time watching the chat channel to kill boredom. The channel was still filled with the whales and purchase requests of 5 Descendant race players. As night fell, the monsters in the wild became even more violent. The number of injured people was rising exponentially, and their desire for medical supplies had already reached a peak. Sui did not rush to show himself. Instead, he turned and returned to the carriage compartment, setting up the workbench as production program. Accompanied by the low mechanical hum, simple bandages began to be automatically produced without stop. After finishing all that, Suyi returned to the driver's seat, reclined a seat, and began to rest. After last night's experience, Suyi did not plan to drive at night anymore. Although he had the gray fog metal to avoid attracting monster aggro, the extreme road conditions and unknown traps at night were impossible to guard against. If an accident happened and both car and man were destroyed, he would suffer a huge loss. The night passed without incident. At around 6 o'clock in the morning, when the sky was just starting to brighten, the third day of the highway survival game arrived. Suyi opened his eyes, took a deep breath of the slightly cool morning air, quickly brushed his teeth and washed up, and at the same time opened the mileage ranking. The top-ranked Ling U.S. total mileage had increased by another 2,000 kilometers, reaching an astonishing 8,600 kilometers. Clearly, the other party had stayed up driving last night. The guy can still speed at 200 kilometers per hour at night. His spirit attribute definitely ISNT low. Maybe he has already reached rank 1, Suyi thought. He was not too surprised by this. As the young patriarch of the Ling race, with so many people under him working for him, Lingyu had definitely obtained massive amounts of mutated beast meat. On top of that, the other party's starting attributes were already far higher than his, a human S. It was completely reasonable for both attributes to reach 10 and for him to become a rank 1 big shot. If my starting attributes were also 5, I'd probably be close to rank 1 by now too. As he thought this, Suyi looked toward the workbench. All the alcohol had been used up, and there were finished products waiting to be collected on the workbench. A total of 40,000 simple bandages had been produced. I've struck it rich. Suyi opened the trading interface and traded 30,000 of them to the representatives of the 3 races according to the agreement, exchanging them for massive amounts of basic supplies. After that, Suyi directly listed the remaining 10,000 simple bandages on the trading hall. The pricing was simple and brutal. 1 unit of fuel for 1 simple bandage. After finishing the operation, Suyi sent a message in the regional chat channel. Simple bandages are now on sale. Quantity, 10,000. First come, first served. The chat channel, which had still been relatively quiet in the early morning, instantly became lively because of that one sentence. Thank you, Big Shot, for saving my life. Last night, a mutated wolf bit straight through my thigh, and I've been bleeding this whole time. With this bandage, I finally have a chance to survive. Holy shit. How's it gone already? Don't snatch them all. Leave 1 for me. I'll pay double the fuel. Damn it. Whose hands are that fast? The moment I clicked in, they were already gone. Suyi quietly watched the trading panel as the stock count of those 10,000 simple bandages dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. 5 seconds. In just 5 seconds, all 10,000 simple bandages have been swept clean, and 10,000 units of fuel were quietly lying in the pending extraction interface. Noticing that there were still people in the chat channel wailing and asking to buy because they had failed to get any, Suyi sent another message. A new batch of simple bandages is being prepared for production. Another batch will continue to be listed tonight. Everyone, get your fuel and your clicking speed ready. Big Shot, can you put some more up right now? I can pay extra. Otherwise, I'm afraid I want to live to tonight. Big Shot, I only need 1 bandage. 5 units, no. 10 units of fuel. Just give me 1. Sir never looks at the fuel gauge, since you have so many simple bandages. Why won't you take them out and save the injured members of our race? Are you really that selfish? Just going to watch your fellow race members die? All kinds of messages flooded the screen. Some even tried to morally blackmail Suyi. I'm not one of the 5 Descendant race. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Suyi closed the chat channel and extracted the 10,000 units of fuel, placing them into the storage ring. After taking stock of his inventory, most of the payments from Ling U.S. group of 5 had been made in fuel, while a small part had been paid in various supplies. By now, his fuel had reached as much as 90,000 units. At his current fuel consumption, that was enough for him to drive more than 500,000 kilometers. That really is a bit too much fuel. I wonder if it'll have other uses later. Still, this stuff is hard currency and holds its value well. Stockpiling more doesn't risk much loss anyway, as he thought. So he took out a roasted ear of corn and a bottle of milk. After swallowing them down in a few bites, he started the car, stepped on the gas, and the vehicle once again drove onto the vast, desolate highway. I wonder how many of our own people I'll run into today, Suyi thought. On the barren road, wild wind rolled up sand and dust, slamming them against the windshield. Only half an hour later, Suyi saw an abandoned gas station appear by the road ahead. Half of the gas station's canopy had already collapsed. The rusted sign swayed in the wind, looking like it could fall at any moment, giving off a deeply ruined air. Didn't he expect to run into a gas station only on the third day? Even though I've still got plenty of fuel, I'm not going to complain about free supplies. Suyi immediately eased off the gas and slowly drove the car closer. At this moment, inside the abandoned gas station, 13 figures were lying in wait. 3 of them wore daxia camouflage uniforms, hidden in a corner of the convenience store ruins. The other 10 figures were spread across various positions in the gas station. 5 zombies, their entire bodies rotting and giving off a foul stench, wandered around the fuel pumps. 4 goblins with sickly green skin and hand crossbows squatted on top of the convenience store roof. And there was also a giant bear over 3 zhang tall, lying in the center of the gas station, sound asleep. Old Wu, Xingho should be here today, right? There are quite a few guys at this gas station. Can he handle them alone? Yeah, and it's not like we can make a move on the others either. If we trigger combat judgment, the other civilizations will definitely notice. If that happens, Daxia will be in trouble. The man called Old Wu had a steady gaze. Lowering his voice, he said, "Don't worry. Xingho has the gray mist metal. Forget the others. Even the 3 of us can't launch an attack on him. Once Xingho arrives, let's back off a bit so we don't get caught in it by mistake." The 2 nodded, just as they were about to say something else. The roar of an engine suddenly rang out. All 3 turned their heads at the same time and looked toward the road outside the gas station. They saw a vehicle speeding over, then stopping steadily at the edge of the gas station with a sharp brake. The moment the car appeared, it immediately drew the attention of all the monsters inside the gas station. The 5 zombies let out low growls from their throats, and the goblins on the roof raised their hand crossbows as well. But they only stared fixedly and did not charge out, because of the rule restrictions. Their main task was to guard this gas station. They could not leave the gas station's range. Only when a player stepped across the red line could they launch an attack. And when Old Wu's group of 3 saw that vehicle, their eyes immediately lit up. "Yes, here." Old Wu let out a low cry, then signaled with his eyes. The 3 of them pressed close to the wall and silently retreated into the deepest corner of the convenience store. Then they saw the car door open, and a tall figure with white hair and white eyes stepped out. This person was naturally Suyi, who had transformed into a Ling race noble. After getting out of the car, Suyi swept his gaze across the entire gas station and immediately noticed the 3 daxia men retreating into the corner. The 3 of them had deliberately backed off quite far, but just enough for him to see them. Suyi did not greet them out loud, because there were still monsters evolved from other civilizations in this gas station. Before everything was cleaned up, any exchange could expose them. Let us deal with the others first. With a thought, 2 hand crossbows appeared in Suyi's hands. Then he stepped forward and entered the territory range of this abandoned gas station. Roar! The moment he stepped in, the 5 zombies were like sharks smelling blood. Roaring furiously, they charged straight at Suyi, waving their black claws as they tried to tear this intruder apart. However, when the 5 zombies rushed to less than 3 meters from Suyi, their bodies suddenly stiffened. A trace of confusion flashed through their scarlet eyeballs. They realized that although they had a strong desire to attack, there was an irresistible power of rules locking down their movements. It made them unable to actively attack Suyi. It wasn't just the zombies. The 4 goblins holding the high ground had aimed at Suyi the moment he appeared. But now, the fingers hooked on their triggers were like they had taken root. No matter what, they could not pull them. Done yelling? If you're done, then it's my turn. Looking at the zombies right in front of him, baring their teeth at him non-stop, yet unable to attack, Suyi revealed a friendly smile. Then he raised both hands level and pressed the hand crossbows directly against the foreheads of the 2 zombies in front of him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The triggers were pulled, and 2 crossbow bolts instantly pierced through the zombies' rotten skulls, carrying sprays of black blood as they burst out the backs of their heads. The 2 zombies did not even manage to let out a scream before their health bars instantly dropped to 0. With a thud, they collapsed to the ground. As for the other 3 zombies, they could only rage helplessly at the sight, still unable to attack Suyi on their own. Suyi was not about to waste time. With a flip of both hands, the 2 hand crossbows were put away into the storage ring. A flash of light later, 2 more already loaded hand crossbows appeared in his hands. The switch was smooth as flowing clouds and running water, without the slightest pause. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more sharp screeches rang out as the bolts shot precisely into the eye sockets of 2 more zombies. In the blink of an eye, 5 had become 1. Only the last zombie remained. So he put away the crossbows. A scale breaker blade, gleaming with cold light, was already resting in his palm. A flash of blade light. Poochie. A huge head shot into the air. Black blood sprayed from the headless corpse before it toppled to the ground. Trash. It didn't even drop anything. Sui flicked the filthy blood off the blade, then looked up at the 4 goblins on the roof, who had already gone blank with shock, as well as the giant bear still lying on the ground and snoring away. So aggro really is judged separately, at least during the novice period. That is how it works. It didn't trigger a chain reaction. In that case, I can deal with them one by one. Sui chuckled lightly and ignored the giant bear that looked like a small hill. He bent his knees slightly, and his whole body shot out like a cheetah. With a tap of his toe on the casing of an abandoned fuel pump, his body rose, and he directly flipped onto the roof of the convenience store. Looking at Su Yi descending like a god of slaughter, the 4 goblins finally showed fear in their eyes. They wanted to run, but Su Yi's blade had already arrived. With a raise of the hand and a fall of the blade, the sound of the edge slicing through flesh became especially piercing in the wind. In just 3 seconds, all 4 goblins turned into corpses, casually picking up the few pieces of wood and copper blocks the goblins had dropped. So he finally walked to the edge of the roof and looked down at the giant bear on the ground. Even this didn't wake it. Looks like there are rule restrictions giving the player a chance to strike first. If the first strike can't kill this giant bear, then the only option is close-quarter slaughter with this thing. Suya understood inyardi. This giant bear looked like a native primitive monster. After killing it, there was a high chance it would drop mutated bear meat. I haven't eaten bear meat yet anyway. Suya leaped it down, lightly landing from a roof and steadily stopping in front of the giant bear's massive head. This time, he did not use the scale breaker blade or the hand crossbows. One look at the giant bear told him it was the high defense, high health type. To be safer and avoid getting dragged into dangerous close-range combat with this giant bear. So he flipped his wrist and took out the desert eagle he had never used before. You're pretty big, so your vitality should be quite strong. But no matter how tough you are, if your head gets blown apart, you'll still die. Sui pressed the pitch-black muzzle directly against the giant bear's brow. Bang, bang. 2 deafening gunshots tore apart the silence of the gas station. The recoil was no joke, but with Su Yi's current physique stat, it couldn't affect him at all. 2 bullets pierced straight through the giant bear's skull. Blood, mixed with white brain matter, exploded out in an instant, leaving behind 2 horrifying bloody holes in its head. The giant bear's massive body shook violently once and let out a dull whimper. It didn't even have time to open its eyes before it completely lost its life in its sleep. Its huge health bar instantly emptied. As the giant bear died, its corpse rapidly turned illusory, and 4 faintly glowing light orbs dropped where it had been. As expected of a primitive monster, not only does it drop a lot, but it's also easy to get good loot from it, Su Yi said with a smile, then picked up the 4 light orbs. Obtained 10 mutated giant bear meat. Obtained 1 strength bracer. Obtained 3 survival coins. Obtained 1 oil storage box. Oh, they're all good stuff. They're even equipment. Su Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately began checking them. Mutated giant bear meat. After consumption, increases physique by 0.5. Only the first 3 pieces are effective. Strength bracer, after equipping, increases physique by 0.5. Survival coin, the universal currency in the highway survival game. In any world, money makes you the boss. Oil storage box, a fuel storage treasure in the highway survival game. No need to worry about having too much fuel to carry anymore. Current fuel capacity, 1,000 units. Looking at the 4 items it had dropped, so you couldn't help but smile. They were all good things. 3 pieces of giant bear meat could increase his physique by 1.5. With his current 7.9 physique, that would bring him up to 9.4. And his base physique stat would also reach 8.4. If he added the strength bracer on top of that, his physique would reach 9.9, just short of 10 points. Without hesitation, Su Yi directly put the strength bracer on his wrist. The bracer was neither metal nor wood, and its surface was covered in rough patterns. The moment he put it on, Su Yi felt a warm current surge from his wrist through all 4 limbs and every bone in his body. Then there were the survival coins. Su Yi hadn't expected this thing to drop either. After all, this was already the 3rd day, and it was still his first time seeing survival coins. So he picked one up and looked at it. It was only the size of a silver coin, entirely purple gold in color. Cool to the touch and heavy in the hand, with an excellent texture. On one side, the 2 characters for survival were written in a mysterious script. On the other side was an image of a highway shrouded in gray fog. It may be useless now, but these survival coins will definitely be very useful later. So you put the survival coins away. The reason people were still bartering now was mainly because there were too few survival coins. Once the newbie period ended and it became easier to obtain survival coins, prices would gradually settle and people would be able to use survival coins in trades. Finally, he looked at the oil storage box. This oil storage box wasn't big, only about the size of a palm, almost like a car pendant. Its entire body was a dark silver color, and its surface was lined with dense scale markings. Even though it was small, it could hold 1,000 units of fuel. Clearly, it had its own internal space. It can only hold 1,000 units of fuel for now. A bit small, and it can only store fuel. I wonder if this oil storage box can be upgraded. Suyi said. It can. A voice suddenly sounded from nearby. Suyi looked up and saw 3 Daxia soldiers walking over from the shadows of the convenience store. They stopped more than 10 meters away from him. Xingho, shouted the burly man leading them. Liao Yuan, Suyi replied. Hello, comrade. My name is Wu Jun. These two are both my comrades in arms. Hello, my name is Suyi. Suyi also reached out his hand, and both sides shook firmly. Comrade Suyi, this oil storage box is the same as a storage ring. When you obtain extra oil storage boxes, you can fuse them together to upgrade them, and they'll be able to store more fuel. Wu Jun explained as he glanced at the oil storage box in Suyi's hand. Especially in the later stages, if you have too much fuel, this thing's usefulness will really show. So the oil storage box can expand its capacity too. Then it really is a good item. Suyi asked, what are the ways to obtain oil storage boxes? There are quite a few. Some can be bought in service area shops. Then there's the gas station boss. Killing it guarantees a drop. That giant bear, just now, was the boss of this gas station. Wu Jun patiently explained. Besides that, there is also a chance to get them by entering dungeons or opening supply boxes. Suyi nodded, then asked, what did the 3 of you bring today? Also, how many times will I run into our own people today? Besides us, you'll run into 4 more groups of our own people today, Wu Jun said. The 3 of us have 1 storage ring, 1 piece of equipment called the Eye of Detection, and 1 function module. The Eye of Detection can inspect some information about a target. However, this Eye of Detection is only Tier 1, so it can inspect at most Tier 2 targets. If the target reaches Tier 3, then at 1T be able to inspect it. If there is anything else you need, you can tell us. We'll report it after we return. Suyi's eyes lit up. The system would automatically introduce some items, but it wouldn't introduce monsters. Like that giant bear, just now. He could only guess that it was just Tier 1, but he had no idea about its exact stats, weaknesses, or skills. If not for relying on the Desert Eagle to instantly kill it in its sleep, then if he had really had to fight it head-on, the risks brought by the unknown would have been enormous. With this Eye of Detection, things would be much more convenient. Only by knowing yourself and knowing the enemy could you win every battle. I don't have any urgent needs for now. Just let the higher-ups decide based on the situation, Suyi said after thinking it over. At present, his basic supplies and equipment were already far ahead of everyone else's, and the survival game had only begun 3 days ago. He didn't even know what good items existed yet. For example, the Eye of Detection. He hadn't even heard of it before this. Daxia had gone through 2 highway survivals before. Although it had failed, its perspective definitely wasn't something he could compare to. It would be better to let the higher-ups send resources according to his situation. Alright, since that is the case, let us begin. Wu Yun noted. By the way, aside from fuel, there's still some things inside this gas station as convenience store. There were monsters from other civilizations here, just now. So wasn't it convenient for us to sort and pack them up for you? You'll have to do it yourself. After saying that, the 3 of them began attacking each other. When their health bars dropped to 1, they stopped at the same time, looked toward Suyi together, and revealed encouraging smiles. Suyi didn't hesitate. He took out the broken scale blade. A flash of blade light swept past. The 3 of them fell, and 3 items dropped out. Exactly 1 storage ring, 1 function module, and that monocle-like Eye of Detection. Suyi stepped forward and picked up the storage ring. Fuse. The storage ring in his hand flashed with light, and the space inside instantly expanded outward, reaching 80 cubic meters. 80 cubic meters was equivalent to the capacity of a large shipping container, enough for him to store the supplies of a small warehouse. Then Suyi looked at the function module. Function module. Seal. After activation, the vehicle becomes fully sealed and can isolate poisonous gas or viruses. But use it carefully as well, lest you suffocate from lack of oxygen. Not bad, although there is a risk of suffocation if I run into a poisonous gas environment. This function could save my life. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. After putting away the function module, he looked at the last item, the Eye of Detection. The Eye of Appraisal was a monocle. The lens carried a faint icy blue glow, and its edges were set with intricate metal gears, full of a kind of beauty that blended steampunk and sci-fi. Suyi checked the Eye of Appraisal's effect. Eye of Appraisal, Tier 1. After equipping it and aiming at a target, you can inspect some of the target's information. The inspection process consumes your own spirit power. Once the target reaches Tier 3, inspection will no longer be possible. Suyi immediately put on the Eye of Appraisal. The lens automatically fitted itself over his right eye socket, and there was no discomfort at all. Then he looked at the only gas pump nearby that was still relatively intact. A stream of dim blue data immediately flashed across the lens, and lines of information were projected directly onto his retina. Gas pump. A remaining machine from an abandoned gas station. 1,000 units of fuel can still be extracted from it. Its outer shell is made of high-strength alloy, and has some recycling value. Not bad. The information was fairly detailed, and the spirit power consumption was almost impossible to notice. Suya nodded in satisfaction. With his current spirit attribute of 84, this bit of consumption could be ignored entirely. He then walked up to the gas pump, took out the fuel tank, inserted the nozzle into the tank's intake port, and began extracting fuel. Gurgle, gurgle. Along with the machine's low rumble, thick fuel rapidly poured through the pipe into the palm-sized fuel tank. Very quickly, all 1,000 units of fuel were stored inside the fuel tank. The fuel tank, which had originally been completely empty, now had its gauge filled to the limit, yet its weight had not increased at all. It was still as light as nothing. So he did not hurry into the convenience store to loot it. Instead, he turned and walked to the vehicle parked by the roadside. He took out the functional module he had just obtained and pressed his palm against the car door. Does the player want to consume materials to upgrade the vehicle? Yes. Please choose the vehicle's upgrade direction. Looking at the 3 familiar options that popped up before him, so he did not hesitate and directly chose the speed direction. Player selection successful. Detected that the player possesses a functional module. Added to this upgrade? Yes. Vehicle upgrade in progress. This upgrade will last 25 minutes. Please wait patiently. As the system notification fell, the entire vehicle was instantly enveloped in a dense layer of white light. So he wasn't in a hurry either. Once the car reached level 6, its speed would definitely surge again. The time delayed by this upgrade would soon be made up for. Since he had to wait for the vehicle upgrade anyway, he might as well strip this gas station of all its resources first. So he turned around and walked toward the convenience store, pushing open the battered glass door. A pungent, musty smell mixed with dust hit him in the face. The inside of the convenience store was a mess. The shelves had collapsed all over the place, and all kinds of packaging bags and broken glass were scattered across the floor. Still, he could see some food, water, and other resources that had not been destroyed. Like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, so he began harvesting wealth like crazy. Obtained. Mineral water, 500 milliliters 12. Obtained. Compressed biscuits 8. Obtained. Canned beef 3. Obtained. Expired moldy bread 5. Obtained. Murky purified water 4. So he put away all the food and water. He did not even leave behind the bread that had obviously gone bad and was covered in green mold, nor the murky water. I may not eat it, but I can sell it to other players. When people are starving badly enough, they'll stuff dirt and tree bark into their mouths, let alone expired food. As long as it could fill their stomachs and keep them alive, plenty of players would fight over it, even if it gave them diarrhea afterward. Don't want it? That just means you're not hungry enough. After looting everything edible and drinkable, Suyez's gaze landed on the collapsed shelves. These shelves couldn't be wasted either. Suyi stepped forward and began collecting them. These shelves were all made of aluminum alloy, which counted as pretty good material. They could be used later for vehicle upgrades or making weapons. Next, Suyi went into the convenience store's restroom. He had originally wanted to see if there was a water tank or any remaining water source, but unfortunately the faucets had long rusted shut, and the pipes had long since dried up. But Suyi had no intention of leaving empty-handed. He glanced up at the exhaust fan overhead, then at the metal water pipes on the wall. These pipes were pretty good too. Bang! Suyi took out an iron hammer and smashed the wall tiles apart, then grabbed the pipe inside and yanked it outward hard. Boom! A large section of wall surface fell away, and a long metal pipe was ripped out by the roots. Obtained. Rusted iron pipe 6. Obtained. Damaged exhaust fan 1. Suyi stripped away everything that could be dismantled. He did not even spare the half-enclosed wooden restroom door, directly removing its hinges and tossing it into a storage ring. Who knew when it might come in handy? Even burning it as firewood could provide warmth. After coming out of the restroom, Suyi went to the cashier counter. The register machine was already scrapped, the screen shattered, and naturally there wasn't a single cent inside. But there were still precise components inside the machine, so he directly collected it and took it away. After completely stripping the convenience store clean, Suyi walked outside with great satisfaction. He looked at the 6 gas pumps. 5 of them were already scrapped. Even that sheet metal counted as material. Take them all. Without hesitation, Suyi collected the 5 scrapped gas pumps, then looked at the gas pump he had just drained of fuel, which was still usable. I've already looted the unusable gas pumps. There's no way I'd let this usable one go. So he took out a toolbox and dismantled the intact gas pump before putting it into his storage ring. Now that felt good. Luckily, my storage ring has enough space to hold all this stuff. Even if other players want to loot places, they can only pick the important things to take. Suyi said with a smile. Right at that moment, a faint mechanical hum came from the roadside. The white light around the vehicle gradually drew in and faded away. The vehicle had advanced to level 6. Suyi quickly walked toward the vehicle. At this point, the vehicle had not changed much. Only the window glass had become much thicker. Suyi pulled open the door and sat inside. The moment the door closed, the sound of the wind outside was completely cut off, and the inside of the car became so quiet that he could only hear his own breathing. Not bad. Suyi opened the panel and checked the vehicle's latest stats. Vehicle, Gale Ranger. Level 6. Durability 100. Fuel 741 units. One unit can travel 18 kilometers. Top speed 420 kilometers per hour. Vehicle weapon none. Functional modules: energy saving, dash, extreme speed, hard armor, seal. A top speed of 420 kilometers per hour. If I activate dash, it can reach a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Good thing my physique attribute isn't weak now, or I really wouldn't be able to handle it. But tonight, I still need to eat that giant bear meat. That'll make things easier too. There are still 4 groups of my own people to meet today. I wonder what good stuff they'll bring me this time. Thinking that, Sui also started the car. Virum, the level 6 vehicle's engine let out a roar like a giant beast, and a brilliant blue tail flame burst from the exhaust pipe. Let's go. Sui slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the car shot out. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the third day was over. Night fell like a massive black curtain, pressing heavily down over this endless highway. Sui parked the vehicle on the road, took out several pieces of dry firewood from his storage ring, and skillfully built a bonfire beside the car in a spot sheltered from the wind. Then he took out 10 huge chunks of blood-red giant bear meat, skewered them one by one, and set them over the fire to roast. Sizzle, as the flames scorched the meat. Fat began to seep out from the surface and drip into the fire, letting out an enticing sound. A rich aroma of meat instantly spread through the air. Sitting by the bonfire, Sui turned to roasting meat while reviewing today's gains in his mind. Just as Wu Jun had said, Sui later ran into 4 more groups of his own people, 15 in total. Of those 15, 12 dropped highly valuable items, while the remaining 3 contributed a certain amount of fuel. Among those 12, 7 people dropped storage rings. After fusing all 7 storage rings together, the storage space in Sui's ring surged once more, expanding directly to 150 cubic meters. That was equivalent to a huge warehouse with an area of 50 square meters and a height of 3 meters, enough to hold quite a lot of good stuff. Aside from the storage rings, the items dropped by the other 5 were also extremely practical. Among them, 3 people each dropped a functional module. 1 person dropped a shield equipment item. What surprised and delighted Sui the most was the last person, who had actually dropped a bed. Other than that, he had also casually cleared out 3 waves of monsters from other civilizations today and opened 7 supply crates. However, the luck from those 7 supply crates was relatively average. He didn't get anything especially good, only some fuel, purified water, wood, and basic survival supplies. Today's harvest was pretty good. Since he was going to rest the night anyway, he could give the vehicle another upgrade. These 3 functional modules, along with the materials I've stockpiled before, are enough to boost the vehicle straight to level 9. Thinking that, Sui took out the 3 functional modules he had obtained today from his storage ring. Functional module temperature control. After activation, the player can freely adjust the temperature inside the vehicle according to personal needs, ignoring the severe cold or scorching heat outside. This functional module is pretty good. With this temperature control module, if he ran into extreme environments like freezing cold or intense heat, he wouldn't have to suffer. More importantly, this function didn't just apply to the driver's cabin. It would also work in the rear compartment. That way, he could sleep in the rear compartment without worrying about the temperature. Then he looked at the second module. Functional module camouflage. After activation, applies a layer of optical and aura camouflage to the vehicle, allowing it to blend into the surrounding environment and greatly reducing the chance of being discovered by monsters or other players. Nice. A function made for an old 6. On this highway, open attacks were easy to dodge, but hidden arrows were hard to guard against. If he ran into other players in the future, or monsters he couldn't afford to provoke, this function could greatly increase his concealment and survival rate. Finally, his gaze fell on the third module. Functional module weather broadcast. Every morning provides one accurate forecast of the highway's weather for the day, giving advance warning of extreme weather. This one is quite practical too. Sui nodded in satisfaction. Being able to know the day's weather in advance meant he could prepare earlier than all the other players. Especially if acid rain, hurricanes, or other weather conditions appeared, he would be able to figure out ways to avoid them ahead of time. Sui then stood up and walked over to the vehicle. Since he wouldn't be driving tonight anyway, he might as well raise the vehicle's level first. Just like before, Sui still chose to upgrade in the speed direction, then fused the camouflage module into the vehicle first. Detected player using functional module camouflage. Confirm fusion upgrade? Confirm. The moment his words fell, a dazzling white light enveloped the vehicle. Vehicle upgrade has begun. This upgrade will last 35 minutes. Please wait patiently. Sui wasn't in a hurry. He turned around and returned to the warm bonfire. 35 minutes only. Just enough time for him to roast the meat and sort through the rest of his gains. Then Sui took out a heavy shield. Steel shield, tier 1 equipment. Effect, forged from hard steel. This item can withstand the full force attacks of most tier 1 monsters. But please don't blindly challenge a tier 2 monster while holding it up, or both you and the shield will be torn to pieces. Sui lifted it with one hand. The shield was extremely heavy in his grip. Its surface bore rough hammering marks, the edges were sharpened, and it could even be used as a blunt weapon to smash people. Not bad either. It could definitely save his life at a critical moment. Suya would get inyardly. Although his physique had already far surpassed that of an ordinary person, no one could guarantee they would never run into a sneak attack or sudden danger. With a Tier 1 shield for protection, his room for error in close combat would increase greatly. After putting away the shield, Suyi flipped his wrist, and an ordinary-looking single bed with a soft mattress appeared on the open ground. Don't want to get up. Tier 1 item. Effect. A bed that absolutely 1T let you suffer from insomnia. Resting on it can, to a certain extent, accelerate the recovery of your mental exhaustion. As expected of Dasha's upper ranks, they really know how to choose. Suya Lafit. Long hours of driving and staying on high alert made mental exhaustion unavoidable. If mental exhaustion became too severe, a person's reactions would slow, and they might even start hallucinating. Right now, he had means to recover internal and external injuries, but he had no way to recover mentally. This bed had arrived at just the right time. It perfectly solved that problem, and it would also make him more comfortable. For the past few days, he had been curling up to sleep in the driver's cabin. Although the seat could recline flat, he still couldn't really stretch out. Suyi patted the soft mattress. Once the vehicle upgrade was complete, the rear compartment would definitely be even larger. Once he placed this bed inside, he would finally be able to sleep comfortably in a proper bed tonight. After checking today's gains, Suyi had nothing else to do, so he opened the chat interface. With night having fallen, most players didn't dare travel in the dark and had all stopped their vehicles to rest. The chat channel became their only outlet for easing fear and exchanging information. Countless messages rolled frantically across the light screen like a waterfall. Some people were crying about what they had gone through today. Some were sharing the weaknesses of monsters they had encountered. And some were offering high rewards for urgently needed supplies. So he didn't speak right away. Instead, out of habit, he first glanced at the player count displayed at the top of the channel. Current surviving population in this region, 931,587. Nearly 70,000 people had already died. This number didn't seem too high, but this was only the single region he was in. If calculated across the enormous base of the 5 descendant race as a whole, then in just 3 short days, more than 900 million people had already died. And this was still only the novice period. During these first 7 days, the main goal was still to let players adapt to the environment, and the strength of the monsters being deployed remained within a controllable range. Once the 7-day novice protection period ended, when the true apocalypse descended, the number of deaths would inevitably explode upward. He had to widen the gap between himself and the other players as much as possible during the novice period. Just as Suyi was thinking, the corner of his eye suddenly caught a lot of people in the chat channel frantically mentioning his name. Whereas never looks at the fuel gauge boss. Didn't you say you'd list simple bandages tonight? I've been watching since this afternoon. Why haven't you listed them yet? Yeah. Today, I ran into a pack of mutant wild wolves. A chunk of flesh got bitten off my thigh, and I've been bleeding nonstop. I've endured the pain until now, just waiting for Boss' bandages to save my life. Boss, hurry up and list them. I'll buy even if the price goes up. Boss, are you there? I'm begging Boss to sell simple bandages. Same here. As long as there are bandages, I'm willing to spend everything I have. Bro above, I seriously doubt your entire fortune can even scrape together 1 unit of fuel right now. Looking at these messages, Suyi not only felt no sympathy at all, he instead revealed a satisfied smile like a capitalist. He had naturally already made the simple bandages. The reason he had deliberately dragged things out until now before selling was to let the bullets fly a little longer. He wanted these players to experience despair after getting injured, to make them understand just how precious medical supplies were. Only then could he maximize his profits. The timing was about right. Suyi immediately posted a message. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Everyone, no need to worry. 1 minute from now, I'll list 10,000 simple bandages on the trade interface. The price 1T change. It'll still be 1 unit of fuel per bandage. First come, first served. As soon as that message appeared, the already lively chat channel became even more frenzied. Boss is awesome. Thanks for saving my damn life. 1 minute. I got my fuel ready. None of you are stealing it from me this time. Thank you, boss, for not raising the price. I'm ready. Time for hand speed. My 20 years of being single must finally pay off today. Everyone was overjoyed. Countless players stared fixedly at the trade interface. Their fingers hovered over the purchase confirmation button. They even held their breath, afraid they wouldn't be able to grab these life-saving bandages. Time passed second by second. At this moment, the 60-second countdown felt incomparably long. Very soon, 1 minute was up, so he did not go back on his word. He decisively opened the trading house and listed a full 10,000 simple bandages right on time at the unit price of 1 unit of fuel per bandage. The instant the goods were listed, whoosh, in less than 3 seconds. The trade interface before Suyi's eyes flickered wildly. 10. 000 bandages were instantly snapped up by the ravenous players within 3 seconds, sold out completely. Looking at the now empty product bar, Su Yi smiled in satisfaction. He had gained another 10,000 units of fuel. Adding that to his previous savings, his fuel reserves had now officially broken past the 100,000 unit mark. 100,000 units of fuel. While everyone else was still risking their lives and killing monsters for 1 or 2 units of fuel, he already possessed a terrifying energy reserve. This was the huge profit brought by Monopoly. As the bandages sold out, the chat channel became noisy once again. It could even be described as utter chaos. Damn, are you people animals? 10,000 of them, and they were gone in 3 seconds? I didn't even get the purchase interface to refresh. I grab one. Too bad boss said it, so you can only buy them one by one, but at least I got one. This life is saved. Damn those single dogs with fast hands. My fingers are cramping from clicking, and I still didn't get one. Can someone spare me one? I'll pay double fuel. Selling simple bandages, limited to 10 only. 1 bandage for 10 units of fuel or resources of equal value. PM me if you want one. First come, first served. Selling bandages. 15 units of fuel per bandage. No bargaining. Aside from those wailing that they had failed to get any bandages. Some also saw a business opportunity and started flipping them. The moment these messages appeared, they immediately drew furious curses from countless players. Do you people have any shame? Boss sells them for 1 unit, and you turn around and sell them for 10 times, 15 times the price? Profiting off national disaster like this. Aren't you afraid your son will be born without an asshole? Free trade. If you think it's expensive, then don't buy it. The one bleeding to death, ISN, to me anyway. Exactly. Only if you stay alive will you get the chance to meet girls. Get the chance to have sons. Not afraid of sons without assholes. Better than you guys dying and not even having sons at all. Boycott scalpers. Don't buy from them. Let us wait for boss to list more tomorrow and then try to grab them again. Watching everyone in the channel argue nonstop over the scalpers. Sui not only wasn't he angry, he almost laughed out loud. Scalpers existed everywhere, let alone in this road survival game with no legal restraints. However, a trace of amusement flashed through Su Yi's eyes. If we're talking about the biggest scalper in this zone, then that would definitely be me. He was no kind-hearted saint, much less some living bodhisattva. Other than the 10,000 bandages he had just listed, there were still a full 20,000 bandages lying quietly inside his storage ring. Did they really think he had sold bandages at the low price of 1 unit of fuel in the first 2 rounds because he was doing charity? Wrong. He was cultivating the market. As time passed, the player's strength would increase. There would definitely be people who obtained other methods of recovery. The value of simple bandages would inevitably be greatly discounted in the future. So he had to harvest hard while everyone was still in the newbie period. Weak in combat power and extremely lacking in medical supplies. To him, these more than 900,000 alien players were a lush field of leeks. If these players died during the newbie period, he would get nothing. But if he let them live and sold them supplies at high prices, then in the future they could work for him and provide him with all kinds of rare materials, blueprints, and high-tier resources in a steady stream. Be good and be my leeks. However, raising prices directly was definitely something he himself could not do. First, that would badly damage the reputation he had built up before. Second, it would easily arouse public anger. In this survival game, although individual combatability was very important, if he were collectively boycotted or even hated by hundreds of thousands of people, planting hidden dangers for the future, that would absolutely be an extremely foolish move. He needed to find a white glove to do this dirty work. Sui's thoughts raced as he opened the private chat interface. His gaze swept across his friends list and finally locked onto one name. Montaku. The reason he chose him was simple. First, he had traded with MOU several times before, so they were relatively familiar. The other party's personality was fairly smooth, and he understood how to read the situation. Second, MOU was also a lone wolf player without the backing of a huge team. If MOU dared to seize his goods in a black eats black move, so he would still have a chance to get revenge in the future. If he went to the leaders of those major forces instead, like someone like Ling Yu, then once the other party swallowed the goods with a team covering for him, it would become much harder for him to take revenge. Having made up his mind, Sui edited a message and sent it over. Never looks at the fuel gauge. You there? Less than 2 seconds after the message was sent, a reply came from the other side. MOU. I'm here, Brother Biao. What orders does Brother Biao have? Just say the word. Even if it means climbing mountains of blades or plunging into seas of fire, your little brother 1T refuse. Never looks at the fuel gauge. In a bit, I'm going to post a message in the regional chat channel saying that I'm seriously lacking the special materials needed to make bandages. So over the next few days, I 1T be able to make many more bandages, let alone list them in large quantities like today. Seeing those 2 sentences, MOU on the other side was clearly stunned for a moment, then sent over a question mark. So he ignored it and continued sending messages. Never checks the fuel gauge. Once this news gets out, it will definitely cause panic. The price of bandages will definitely soar. Never checks the fuel gauge. When the time comes, take my stock and private message the people who urgently need bandages. Sell to them. Never checks the fuel gauge. Negotiate the price yourself. I'll give you 10% of the profit you make. How about it? Silence. The private chat interface was silent for more than 10 seconds. Clearly, MOU on the other side had been shocked by Su Yi's method. He had originally thought the Big Shot was a good person who cared about the whole region. He had not expected the Big Shot's methods to be this dirty. But then he thought about it. If the Big Shot had no methods, how could he have become a Big Shot? MOU. Cousin, are you serious? You still have stock? He knew exactly how popular these simple bandages were. If Su Yi had not given him quite a few bandages earlier, he would have gone to rush buy some himself. Never checks the fuel gauge. Of course it's true. One sentence. Are you doing it or not? MOU. I'm doing it. MOU's reply this time was firm and decisive. His excitement could almost be felt through the screen. MOU. Being able to work for Cousin is my fortune. Cousin, even if you don't give me a cut, as long as you take care of me more in the future, I'll still do it. MOU was a smart man. He knew very well that while 10% of the profit was tempting, the truly priceless thing was being able to cling tightly to Su Yi, the thickest thigh in the entire region right now. As long as he became the other party's trusted subordinate, would he still need to fear not surviving on this survival highway in the future? Never check the fuel gauge. If I give you a cut, take it. One thing is one thing. I never mistreat people who work for me. After all, I might need your help again in the future. So he did not believe in loyalty, especially from someone he had never even met. By comparison, being bound by benefits was the most reliable. Montaku, haha. I actually hope Cousin can give me more chances to do this kind of work. Don't worry, Cousin. I'll handle this beautifully. Even my own mother wanted to know the stock came from you. Never checks the fuel gauge. Good. I'll send you 1,000 bandages first. After I post a message about insufficient materials later, you start finding people to negotiate prices and sell them. After saying that, Sui directly sent the other party 1,000 simple bandages through a private trade. The reason he did not send all 20,000 at once was naturally because he was guarding against the other party being tempted by wealth and running off with the stock. When MOU saw the 1,000 shining bandages in the trade window, his heart pounded wildly. But he also understood why the Big Shot was sending the stock in batches. He was not dissatisfied at all. The Big Shot giving him this chance to act as an agent was already his good fortune. MOU, don't worry, Cousin. Mission guaranteed. Sui nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the chat channel. Never checks the fuel gauge. Everyone, because materials are tight. I want to be able to make many simple bandages over the next few days. But don't worry, as long as I have enough materials, I'll craft them right away and try my best to make sure everyone has bandages to use. The moment this message came out, the chat channel instantly exploded. What? They're 1 TB bandages later? Big Shot, are you kidding me? I was just bitten through the calf by a mutated hyena outside. I'm waiting to gather enough supplies to buy your bandages and save my life. Then what are we supposed to do if we get injured? This is a survival highway. Without medical supplies, even a tiny infected wound can take our lives. Exactly. Big Shot, you make it sound easy. It may seem like only a few days, but in this damn place, delaying even one day could mean death. You can't just ignore us. Damn it. Why didn't I grab any bandages earlier? I clearly saw so many listed, but I hesitated for just a moment and they were all gone. What am I supposed to do now? Buying simple bandages at a high price. Anyone with stock, I'll offer double, no, triple the supplies in exchange. As long as it can save my life, anything is negotiable. Panic spread wildly through the chat channel like a plague. Suyi looked at the messages rapidly refreshing on the screen, a smile on his face. This was the effect he wanted. In this damned highway survival game, kindness was the cheapest consumable, while panic was the best harvesting tool. Besides, the ones being harvested were the 5 lineage race. So Suyi had no psychological burden at all, just as the panic in the channel was about to reach its peak. An ID jumped out at just the right time. MOU, I managed to grab some extra bandages here. Anyone interested can private message me. Quantity is limited, first come, first served. Seeing this message, Suyi showed a satisfied smile. This MOU is not stupid. Rather than finding customers one by one to sell to, it was better to throw out bait and let those customers who urgently needed to save their lives come to him on their own. In such an extremely panicked atmosphere, anyone who took the initiative to come to him would definitely have a strong willingness to buy, and their tolerance for price would also be magnified. Time passed second by second. After only about 10 minutes, the private chat interface flashed. MOU. Cousin, all 1,000 bandages have been sold. MOU. These guys are simply insane. The average transaction price reached 14 units of fuel. That's a total of 140,000 units of fuel. I'll send it to you right away. Looking at the huge amount of fuel MOU directly sent through the trade window, a sharp gleam flashed in Suyi's eyes. 140,000 units of fuel on the third day of the novice period. This was definitely a huge sum, enough to drive any player mad. So he did not care at all whether MOU had skimmed anything in the middle, because the average price he had sold had already far exceeded Su Yi's expectations. Never checks the fuel gauge. Not bad. This is 1,400 units of fuel. Your commission. Su Yi did not waste words and directly transferred over the promised 10% profit. The other side was silent for a few seconds, then sent a message. MOU. Cousin, can I store the fuel with you? MOU. I really don't know how to carry this much fuel on me. My car's space is limited. Su Yi poset silaiti. He had forgotten about this issue. At the current stage, most players did not even have many basic survival supplies, let alone spatial equipment like storage rings. Even if MOU was lucky and obtained a spatial item from a chest, that little bit of space would not hold much. Never checks the fuel gauge. No problem. Keep it with me for now. Tell me any time you need to use it. Putting the fuel with him was equivalent to completely tying MOU to his war chariot. MOU. Thank you, cousin. Cousin, send some more bandages over. I still have quite a few people here who want to buy. My private messages are about to explode. Su Yi immediately sent the other party another 1,000 simple bandages. This time, the sale speed was even more terrifying. In less than 5 minutes, MOU sent a message saying the 1,000 bandages had sold out again. And because the panic had fermented further, the total price was even higher, earning a full 170,000 units of fuel. Su Yi was not surprised by this at all, as the only medical item in the entire region at the current stage, especially under the circumstances where he had publicly announced he would not sell any over the next few days. This was a proper monopoly. No matter how high the price was, there would still be large numbers of injured players or players who wanted to stockpile life-saving supplies, willing to sell everything they had to buy them. One had to know this was a huge market with more than 900,000 five-lineage race players. Even if only 1% of them were willing to buy, that would still be nearly 10,000 people. And truly smart people with a sense of crisis would definitely not buy only one. The 20,000 simple bandages in his hands, thrown into this enormous market, was a question of whether they would sell. It was that there simply wouldn't be enough to sell. For the next stretch of time, Su Yi and MOU worked together, crazily squeezing the 5 clan players dry. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000. Very quickly, all 10,000 simple bandages were sold out. MOU. Cousin, there's still a lot of people who want to buy. Send over some more. We're really going to make a killing this time. Even through the screen, Su Yi could clearly feel the madness and excitement leaking through those words. It made sense. Those 10,000 bandages alone had brought them roughly 160,000 units of fuel. Adding that to the more than 100,000 units of fuel Su Yi already had before and deducting MOU's 10% commission, Su Yi now had a full 250,000 units of fuel on hand. But looking at the urging message MOU had sent, Su Yi calmly shook his head. Never checks the fuel gauge. Not selling anymore. Tell them everything in your hands is already sold out. On the other end, MOU was clearly thrown off by this sudden heartbreak. MOU, huh? Why? MOU. Cousin, don't you still have another 10,000 bandages? This is the perfect time to make money. Everyone's raising the price like crazy, so why stop selling? Su Yi similet. Never checks the fuel gauge. Selling 10,000 is about enough. Rare things are valuable. Never checks the fuel gauge. Today is the 3rd day of the newbie period. For immediate survival, they're willing to buy in large amounts. Never checks the fuel gauge, but think about it. What about the last day of the newbie period? Never checks the fuel gauge. To deal with the new survival road difficulty after the newbie period ends, and to face even more terrifying monsters. Who would want a few extra bandages on them to save their life? Never checks the fuel gauge. When that time comes, this kind of panic will reach its true peak. The price of bandages will only be higher than it is now. After the message was sent, MOU paused for a moment before replying. MOU. Cousin, you really are the best at this. MOU. I get it now. On the last day of a newbie period, the price of these bandages will definitely surge again. Then we'll make even more. MOU. Don't worry, cousin. I definitely want to mess things up for you. Just watch. On the last day, I'll sell these bandages for 50 units of fuel each. Seeing that, Su Yi couldn't help smacking his lips. He had originally expected that on the last day, one bandage selling for 30 units of fuel would already be close to the ceiling. He expected MOU to be even more ruthless than him. The guy actually wanted to push the price straight to 50 units of fuel. But Su Yi didn't care. After all, he would be the one making the money in the end, and the one suffering would be the 5 clan players. Sure enough, you still had to learn from barbarians to deal with the barbarians, Su Yi thought. Never checks the fuel gauge. All right, just hold things steady on your side for now. We're not selling anymore. On the last day, you'll have plenty to keep you busy. After ending the call with MOU, Su Yi moved his gaze away from the virtual screen. Just then, the layer of upgrade white light covering the vehicle slowly faded away. It had successfully reached level 7. But Su Yi didn't check the vehicle's stats. Instead, he took out the second functional module from his storage space. Use. With a thought from him, the module in his hand turned into specks of starlight and merged into the car body. Very quickly, The vehicle was once again shrouded in dazzling white light, entering the next round of upgrading. While the car was upgrading, Sui turned to look at the campfire not far away. The mutated giant bear meat hanging over the fire was already sizzling with oil, and a rich meat fragrance spread through the air. Sui took out a dagger, cut a few slashes into the roasted meat, and sprinkled on some salt and cumin powder he had gotten earlier from supply boxes. Instantly, the aroma turned even more overbearing. He didn't hesitate and directly cut off a large chunk of roasted meat, chewing it in big bites. The texture was a little rough, but under the heat and seasoning, it was still unbelievably delicious. More importantly, as the meat went down into his stomach, streams of heat began racing wildly through his body. Player consumed one piece of mutated giant bear meat. Physique attribute plus 0.5. After finishing the first piece, Sui didn't stop. He took down 2 more pieces of roasted meat in succession and started eating. The hot current surged through his body, so he could even hear faint crackling sounds coming from his bones, while his muscle fibers continuously became tougher and more explosive. Player consumed 2 pieces of mutated giant bear meat. Physique attribute plus 1.0. At this point, Sui's physique attribute had successfully reached 9.9. Even after subtracting his equipment stats, his physique attribute had still reached 8.4. Feeling the seemingly endless power inside his body, Sui nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. If equipment bonuses were included, then with just another 0.1 in physique, he would reach the threshold for rank 1. Sui clenched his fist, and a dull burst of compressed air even sounded in the air. With the strength of his body now, even without any weapon at all, he could tear apart those low-level mutated beasts with his bare hands. His physique was about enough. Now the only thing lacking was his spirit attribute. Sui rubbed his chin, thoughtful. His current spirit attribute, with equipment bonuses included, was 8.4. His base stat was only 6.4, still some distance away from the rank 1 standard. Spirit didn't directly increase physical strength, but it was related to reaction speed and perception range. Sometimes, what mattered more than strength was the ability to sense danger in advance. He wondered if Ling Yu and the others had any mutated meat that could increase spirit. With that thought, so he opened the private chat interface again and found Ling Yu. He didn't beat around the bush. He directly sent over a screenshot of mutated giant bear meat stats. Never checks the fuel gauge, trading for mutated meat that increases spirit. Got any? Ling Yu had several thousand people under him. The chance of encountering primal monsters was far greater for him than for a lone wolf like Sui. Sure enough, not long after the message was sent, Ling Yu replied, Ling Yu, you came at just the right time. I really do have 4 pieces of mutated meat that increase spirit. I was planning to keep them for myself, but since you asked, I'll trade them to you. Right after that, Ling Yu directly sent over the stat shares for 2 items. One was mutated deer meat, and the other was mutated dolphin meat. There were 2 pieces of each, and every piece could increase spirit by 0.5. Seeing those 2 items, Sui's brow lifted slightly. He could understand mutated deer meat. Running into mutated animals on the road was normal enough. But what the hell was this mutated dolphin meat? Never checks the fuel gauge. I can understand you having mutated deer meat, but how did you get mutated dolphin meat? Is there even ocean on this survival road? Ling Yu, haha, brother, you're overthinking it. Not an ocean. One of my men ran into a slightly bigger pond while exploring. Ling Yu, he originally wanted to fetch water, but then found something swimming around inside. Ling Yu, this thing was smart as hell. Not only could it dodge attacks, it also used the ripples to interfere with vision. My men relied on that batch of hand crossbows you sold me before, and after burning through more than 100 bolts, they barely managed to kill it. Ling Yu, after hauling it up, only then did they realize it was a mutated dolphin. Looking at Ling Yu's reply, Sui suddenly understood. Though dolphins living in a pond sounded absurd, on second thought, this was road survival. No matter how bizarre or grotesque something was, it wouldn't be surprising. Never looks at the fuel gauge. I see. I'll take these 4 pieces of meat. I'll trade you 4 pieces of mutant giant bear meat for them. Ling Yu, deal. Doing business with you is always straightforward, brother. Very quickly, the 2 sides completed the exchange through the trade panel. Sui looked at the 4 extra pieces of mutant meat in his storage space, each giving off a faint glow, and his heart burned with excitement. With these 4 pieces of meat, his spirit attribute could jump by 2 points directly. Ling Yu, brother, you've really struck it rich. Ling Yu, that scalper Mo Yu who has been crazily reselling bandages in the regional channel. He is working for you. ISNT? When Sui saw this message, his expression didn't change at all. He wasn't surprised in the slightest that the other party had guessed it. Ling Yu had several thousand people under him. Someone had definitely gone to MOU before. And since MO, you could keep taking out simple bandages endlessly. There was no need to think to know who was supplying him behind the scenes. Never looks at the fuel gauge. What? You want to buy fuel? The price is negotiable. As Sui threaded the mutant deer meat onto his dagger and roasted it over the campfire, he replied. Everyone here was smart. Some things didn't need to be said outright. He had already given Ling Yu an exclusive purchase channel before. Bandages had always been supplied to him at the extremely low price of 2 units of fuel. Before, Ling Yu also had a workbench and could make tools and medical supplies himself. He absolutely wouldn't dare and wouldn't bother to cause trouble for Su Yi. Ties built on profit were always far more reliable than so-called friendship. Besides, everyone was still in the newbie period. Even if the other party wanted to cause trouble, he couldn't do it. He would only think of ways to build a good relationship with him. At the very least, before the other party had the ability to invade his stretch of road, he wouldn't tear things apart. Ling Yu, brother really is sharp. Nothing can escape your eyes. I do indeed want to buy fuel. Ling Yu, you also know I've got a lot of people under me. The fuel we get every day really isn't little, but with so many people, consumption is fast too. Several thousand vehicles have to run every day. That fuel disappears like water. Ling Yu, and the 3rd day of the newbie period is about to end. Before long, the whole newbie period will be completely over. Once the protection mechanism is removed, who knows what this survival road will become. Ling Yu, I also need to stockpile some fuel to increase the endurance of my people. I wonder how much fuel you can free up right now, brother? So he wasn't too surprised looking at Ling Yu's messages. If one had to say who the real fuel tycoon in this region was, then it was absolutely none other than Su Yi. Even for a big shot like Ling Yu, who controlled a team of several thousand people, the total fuel in his hands might not be small. But once split among those subordinates, the resources he could actually mobilize were definitely nowhere near what a lone wolf like Su Yi could command after monopolizing the entire region's medical supplies. Never looks at the fuel gauge. How much do you want? After sending that message, Su Yi could practically see the other side about to say all of it. But this time, brother all-in really was planning to buy it all. Ling Yu, how about 100,000 units? I can trade materials, blueprints, or mutant meat. 100,000 units? Looking at that number, the smile on Su Yi's lips widened. His fuel reserves had already reached 250,000 units. Although the other party hadn't asked to buy everything, so he had only planned to sell about 100,000 units of fuel anyway. As for the remaining fuel, aside from using it himself, he also planned to use it on the last day before the newbie period ended to harvest another wave from the solo players. Once the newbie period ended, a large number of players would definitely die. Among those dead players, quite a few were bound to have precious resources in hand. Normally, those players thought they might need those things later, so they were reluctant to trade them away. But once the newbie period ended and the difficulty of road survival surged, some of them would definitely bring out good stuff to trade for fuel. Rather than letting those precious resources get reclaimed by the game after those players died, it was better to pocket them first. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Fine, I'll give you 1 day to prepare the goods. We trade at this time tomorrow. Ling Yu, all right, brother, straightforward as always. I'll contact you tomorrow. After ending the chat with Ling Yu, Su Yi contacted the bosses of the other 4 races. Very quickly, he traded away the remaining 3 pieces of mutant giant bear meat in exchange for 3 pieces of mutant night owl meat that could also increase spirit by 0.5. After placing the 3 pieces of mutant night owl meat over the campfire, his vehicle completed another upgrade, reaching level 8. Seeing this, Su Yi took out the last functional module, and the vehicle was once again enveloped in white light as it began upgrading. Time passed slowly. The mutant deer meat over the campfire had already begun giving off an enticing aroma. He picked up the roasted meat and bit into it. Tender juice burst across his mouth, followed by a cool stream of air rushing straight into his mind. Player has consumed 1 piece of mutant deer meat. Spirit attribute plus 0.5. So he closed his eyes, feeling that unprecedented clarity and lucidity in his brain. So he didn't stop. He ate the remaining 2 pieces of mutant deer meat as well, and his spirit attribute increased by another 1 point. At this point, his spirit attribute had reached 9. Without counting equipment, his base spirit attribute had reached 7. There are still 3 pieces of night owl meat. After eating them, I can gain another 1. 5 spirit. Then my base spirit attribute will reach 9. If I count the bonuses from the Toad Treasure Necklace and the flashy headscarf, my spirit attribute will directly reach 11. That should count as crossing the threshold of the first tier. A smile was on Su Yi's face as his gaze fell on the 3 pieces of mutant night owl meat still roasting over the campfire. I wonder what changes will happen when the spirit attribute breaks past the first tier threshold. Just as Su Yi waited for the mutant night owl meat to finish roasting, the white light around the vehicle suddenly dispersed. The upgrade had succeeded, and it had reached level 9. Su Yi sized up the car in front of him. Its size and changed much. After all, it was originally a speed-oriented vehicle, leaning toward lightness. Vehicle, Gale Ranger. Level, 9, durability 100. Fuel, 412 units. 1 unit can travel 20 kilometers. Top speed, 510 kilometers per hour. Vehicle weapon, none. Functional modules, energy saving, sprint, extreme speed, hard armor, sealing, camouflage, weather broadcast, temperature control. Looking at the panel, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Its speed had already reached 510 kilometers per hour. If he activated the sprint function, he could cover 425 kilometers in 10 minutes. If he used it 2 or 3 times a day, that would be over 1,000 extra kilometers. The vehicle was already level 9, one more functional module, and it could reach level 10, but there was no rush to upgrade to level 10. So he pondered, because after reaching level 10, he could choose a special vehicle building. If he wasn't satisfied, he could also use survival coins to refresh it. This was the only free chance to obtain a vehicle building, so Sui naturally didn't want to miss it. If he was going to choose, he would choose the best. He wouldn't gamble on getting a good vehicle building on the first refresh, so it was best to prepare more survival coins. Right now, he only had 3 survival coins in hand. The number was still far too small. Before he had enough survival coins, he absolutely wouldn't rashly consider raising the vehicle S level. Survival coins. I may not have many, but with so many players around, there are definitely quite a few out there. Especially guys like Ling Yu. He had several thousand people under him. If they ran into an abandoned gas station and hunted a boss-level monster, there was a high chance they had gotten survival coins too. They should have at least 1,000, right? And just so happened, the other side had been looking to buy fuel from him. Tomorrow, he could have a proper talk with them and see if they could pay with survival coins. Thinking that, Suyi opened the mileage ranking and checked it. First place was still Ling Yu, with a mileage of 13,700 kilometers. In just one daytime stretch, the other party had driven around 5,000 kilometers. That speed was honestly terrifying. So he looked at his own ranking again. Today, he had been speeding all the way and had driven nearly 6,000 kilometers too. His total mileage had now reached 11,370 kilometers, and his ranking had jumped again, reaching 36th place. Not only had he entered the top 100, he had directly charged into the top 50. He was only around 2,000 kilometers behind Ling Yu now. Those guys are definitely still driving through the night. Otherwise, I'd at least be in the top 10 already. But there was no need to rush. This was only the end of the 3rd day. There were still 4 days left. At my current speed, if I push a bit tomorrow, I'll catch up. As Suyi was thinking, the mutated night owl meat over the campfire had finished roasting. He immediately picked up the skewers and started eating in big bites. After 3 pieces of night owl meat went down, his spirit attribute instantly increased by 15, directly reaching 114. The moment his spirit attribute broke past the 10-point threshold, Suyi only felt his brain buzz, as if some invisible shackle had been shattered. A state of absolute clarity swept over him, and his perception rose dramatically once again. Suyi turned his head and looked toward the distant road, shrouded in night and gray fog. At that moment, he didn't even need to rely on the headlights to clearly sense the road conditions ahead. The gravel on the ground, abandoned tires, potholes in the road. He could sense all of it within a range of about 1,000 meters. I could drive at night now. That thought surfaced in Suyi's mind. As his spirit attribute increased, not only had his perception range surged, but his reaction speed had also risen to a terrifying level. An ordinary person's reaction speed was about 0.3 seconds, while his spirit attribute was more than 10 times that of a normal person. His reaction speed was probably around 0.3 seconds. A perception distance of 1,000 meters, plus a reaction speed of 0.3 seconds, was absolutely enough for him to perfectly avoid any sudden roadblock he encountered. This is only for my spirit attribute breaking past 10 points. I still haven't actually reached first order. If I reach first order, driving at night will be even less of a problem, and I don't even need to go full speed. Even if I only drive at 400 kilometers per hour, I can still cover 4,000 kilometers in one night. Maybe I 1T surpass Ling Yu, but getting into the top 10 or even the top 5, definitely 1T be a problem. Although his mental consumption during the process would definitely not be low, didn't T happen to have that bed? Don't want to get up? It could speed up mental recovery. Then let us do some night driving. Suyi made his decision on the spot. He casually grabbed some sand and dirt to put out the campfire, then went to the car and started it. Boom! Gale Ranger let out a low growl and vanished into the night. Time passed slowly. The survival highway at night was still just as dangerous. 900 meters to the left, chain ground spike trap. Suyi turned the steering wheel with both hands, and the car howled past, avoiding the metal spikes flashing with cold light. 800 meters straight ahead, cliff-like deep pit. Roadblock 700 meters to the front left. A large tree 900 meters straight ahead. 5 hours later, a trace of fatigue finally appeared on Suyi's face. The highway at night really was much more dangerous. There were countless roadblocks and deep pits, but he had successfully avoided all of them after sensing them in advance. Still, that high-intensity concentration had drained his spirit quite a bit. Let us stop here for today. 5 hours, 2,000 kilometers. I've already made it into the top 10. Suyi immediately stepped on the brakes and steadily brought the car to a stop by the roadside, planning to go into the rear compartment and get some proper rest. But the moment he had just gotten out of the car, Suyi's expression suddenly changed. because he clearly sensed faint footsteps coming from the gray fog not far off to the left side of the road. Right after that, 3 short but sturdy figures walked out. Suyi raised his eyes and saw that they were 3 goblins holding crude spike clubs. At that moment, their eyes were red. Foul-smelling drool dripped from the corners of their mouths, and they roared as they charged toward him. Suyi's gaze shifted, and he directly used Eye of Insight. Instantly, a line of information appeared before his eyes. Name, Goblin rank, Order 0 status, irritable, attributes increased by 20%, physique, 91 spirit, 42 their physique attribute, ISNT low. Itself already close to the threshold of first order. But to me, they're no threat at all. Suyi stood where he was without moving. Without hurry, he took out 2 hand crossbows, raised both hands, and aimed at the goblins still over 20 meters away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He pulled the triggers, and the bolts shot out. Poochie, poochie, poochie. The 3 goblins did not even have time to react before green blood instantly burst from the centers of their brows. Driven by inertia, the 3 corpses pitched forward and slid several meters across the ground before stopping, completely lifeless. Not bad, not bad. Raising my spirit attribute really is great. My dynamic vision and accuracy have both improved by leaps and bounds. Suyi smiled, put away the hand crossbows, and walked over. When Suyi arrived in front of the 3 corpses and looked at the dropped item, he could not help but curl his lip. Just 1 moldy piece of bread. Poor bastards, and you still came out in the middle of the night for a sneak attack. That really wasn't too easy for you. Suyi could not even be bothered to pick up the moldy bread. He turned around and went straight back to the rear compartment of the car. Don't want to get up had already been placed inside the compartment, and the size fit perfectly. Suyi immediately took off his dust-covered coat and lay directly on the bed. The moment he touched the mattress, a strange fluctuation wrapped around his whole body. He only felt that his exhausted body and faintly aching brain were both greatly relieved. In just a few seconds, Suyi's breathing gradually softened, and he completely fell asleep. The next morning, the first ray of dim light pierced through the heavy gray fog and landed on Gale, Ranger's black body. Suyi opened his eyes. There was not the slightest trace of the confusion of someone who had just woken up. Instead, he was full of energy. This badass effect is absolutely insane. Suyi sat up. He had only slept for 4 hours, but not only had the spirit he consumed last night fully recovered, he even felt his condition was better than yesterday at his peak. He pushed open the car door. The 3 goblin corpses from last night had already been refreshed away, leaving only that moldy piece of bread still on the ground. A new day had begun. This was the 4th day of the newbie period. Suyi sat in the driver's seat, took out the hot and dry thermos cup, drank a sip of hot water, ate while opening the mileage ranking. Regional mileage rankings, first place. Lingyu, mileage, 16, 221 kilometers, second place. Yinquang, mileage, 15, 814 kilometers, third place. Shuanghan, mileage, 15, 565 kilometers, 19th place. Never looks at the fuel gauge, mileage, 13, 841 kilometers, TSK, dropped out of the top 10 again. Suyi was not surprised. He had been driving through the night, but so had the others, and for even longer than him. But he had gotten plenty of rest. The others definitely weren't in better condition than him. 1 full day was enough for him to overtake those guys. Right then, the private chat interface started flashing. It was a message from Lingyu. Lingyu, morning brother. Looking at the mileage ranking, you're chasing pretty hard. You've already made it into the top 10. Never look at the fuel gauge. What top 10? I'm still nowhere near you guys. I'm about to drop out of the top 20. Lingyu, ha ha ha, with your strength. Surpassing us is only a matter of time. I've basically finished preparing everything on my side. I have 100,000 units of fuel here. Brother, is it convenient for you to trade right now? Never look at the fuel gauge, of course. But compared to all kinds of materials, I figure you should also have quite a few survival coins on hand. If you use survival coins for the trade, I can offer 10 units of fuel per coin. Lingyu, brother, I do indeed have a few hundred survival coins. But even if I used all of them to buy fuel at your price, that would only be a few thousand units of fuel. Survival coins are extremely scarce right now. They'll definitely have major uses later. Seeing that message, Suyi said to Aburoth. He knew the other party definitely had more than just a few hundred survival coins. And although he had said a lot, all he was really doing was expressing dissatisfaction with the price. He hadn't said he wouldn't sell. Never look at the fuel gauge. Name your price. As long as it isn't too outrageous. And survival coins may be rare right now, but as time goes on, it'll definitely get easier to obtain them later. And there'll be more channels too. By then, whether survival coins will still be valuable is far from certain. Lingyu sat in his vehicle and thought for a moment. He knew the other side wasn't wrong. During the newbie period, survival coins were hard to get, but once the newbie period ended, it would probably become much easier. He also knew that since the other side suddenly wanted survival coins, they had to be for some major use. But his team really was short on fuel. If he could use survival coins to exchange for a large amount of fuel, it wouldn't be a loss. Lingyu, brother, I won't waste words. How about 1 survival coin for 100 units of fuel? Never look at the fuel gauge. That's not very sincere of you. The most I can offer is 50 units per coin. After a fierce round of bargaining, the two sides finally settled on a price of 1 survival coin for 63 units of fuel. Lingyu, brother, here's 500 survival coins. That covers 31,500 units of fuel. I'll pay the remaining fuel with other materials. Never look at the fuel gauge. Works for me. After that, Lingyu started negotiating with Su Yi over how much fuel various materials could be exchanged for. Brother, you're only giving 100 units of fuel for this ground spike trap blueprint? That's way too little. Once you use this blueprint to make ground spike traps, you'll definitely earn way more than that. It should be at least 500 units of fuel. It's not that I won't pay a high price. It's that this thing is only tier 0 to begin with. Not only is the damage low, it can't even trap enemies. Other than making the enemy angry, it really doesn't do much. It'd be more useful to just dig a pit yourself and plant a few sharpened wooden stakes inside. Fine. Then let's talk about this machete blueprint. Sure, it's a melee blueprint, but it shouldn't be worth only 300 units of fuel, right? Once you make these, everyone will definitely want one. I won't trade it for anything less than 1,000 units of fuel. It's a good item, sure, but I can make hand crossbows. Compared to hand crossbows, do you really think this machete is more useful? If you can fight at range, who want to fight in melee? We're familiar with each other, so I'm even considering it. Otherwise, I wouldn't even look at this thing. The two of them didn't have much disagreement on the prices of basic materials. But when it came to items like blueprints, they each had very different views. After another round of back and forth, they finally settled on the prices. Su Yi obtained a large batch of basic materials and some blueprints, while Lingyu got 100,000 units of fuel. Lingyu, brother, can you tell me what you're suddenly collecting so many survival coins for? That way I can make some preparations on my side too. Su Yi is fiduciated. He had spotted another business opportunity. On this survival highway, it wasn't just materials that were valuable. Information was just as valuable. Never look at the fuel gauge. 500 survival coins. Lingyu, brother, that's way too ruthless. I don't even know how valuable your information is. And you're already asking for 500. Su Yi similed. The other side only thought it was expensive, not that he didn't have 500 survival coins. Never look at the fuel gauge. Since we're so familiar with each other, I'll lower the price for you. 300 survival coins. Absolutely worth every bit of it. And once you know this information, you can also go buy up the survival coins in the hands of the other 4 groups. Lingyu's side fell silent for a while before replying. Lingyu, fine, 300 it is. You speak first. So he wasn't worried the other side would default and refuse to pay. Never look at the fuel gauge. Your vehicle hasn't reached level 10 yet, right? Lingyu, only level 9. Even though I have a lot of people under me, plenty of materials, and we've also gotten some functional modules, my people need upgrades too. Su Yi nodded. The other side had a big family and a big business. Naturally, he wasn't like Su Yi, who only had to feed himself. Never look at the fuel gauge. After your vehicle reaches level 10, you can choose one vehicle building for free, like a planning room, a potion room, and so on. There are a lot of vehicle buildings. If you don't come across one you like, you can use survival coins to refresh the options, and the refresh cost gradually increases. So he didn't hide it. After all, once the other side's vehicle reached level 10, he would learn this anyway. Trading this information for 300 survival coins was no loss. On the other side, Lingyu's eyes flickered as he looked at the message. He wasn't thinking about whether what Su Yi said was true or false. He was thinking about why Su Yi knew this information. Judging from the fact that the other side needed a large number of survival coins, the other side's vehicle most likely hadn't reached level 10 either. These survival coins were being prepared for after the vehicle reached level 10. But if that was the case, how did he know this information? This person really isn't simple. Even though I would learn this after my vehicle reaches level 10 anyway, it'll still let me see some initiative in advance. Thinking of this, Lingyu sent Su Yi a message. Brother, here's 300 survival coins. But I hope you won't tell anyone else about this information for now. Don't worry. I still have that much credibility. After ending the chat, Su Yi looked at the survival coins inside his storage ring. He had gotten 800 from Lingyu. Adding the 3 he had gotten from drops before, he now had a total of 803 survival coins. That many survival coins were enough to refresh vehicle buildings. Now all he needed was one more functional module, and he could raise his vehicle to level 10. As for what vehicle building to choose, that still wasn't decided. He could tell Daxia and let those professionals decide. With that thought, Su Yi got into the vehicle and turned on the car's weather broadcast function. Today's weather broadcast, sunny. Looks like the weather is good today. Su Yi similed, then started the vehicle and drove out. He wondered how many groups of his own people he would run into today. Half an hour later, Su Yi stopped the vehicle, because 4 Daxia soldiers were standing by the roadside. Hello, comrade Su Yi. My name is Zhou Ling. After both sides finished verifying the code phrase, the man in front walked towards Su Yi with a smile. Hello, comrades. Sorry to keep you waiting. Su Yi pushed open the car door, walked forward, and shook hands with the 4 of them one by one. We haven't waited long, and we won't waste time either. This time, the 4 of us brought 4 storage rings. Other than us, you'll also run into 3 more groups of our own people today. Higher-ups said they want to understand your current situation, then provide resources based on it. Zhou Ling's expression turned serious as he quickly got to the point. Sui nodded, then began talking about his situation. First, let me talk about my stats. Right now, counting equipment, my physique has reached 99 and my spirit has reached 114. My base physique is 84 and my base spirit is 94. Breaking through to Tier 1 before the rookie period is definitely 1TB a problem. Then there's my vehicle. It's currently reached level 9. I have enough of the other materials already. I'm only missing one functional module to upgrade it to level 10. But after reaching level 10, I'll need to choose a vehicle building. As for what specific vehicle building to pick, I'll need your help to reference that. Hearing Su Yi's words, a trace of shock flashed through the eyes of Zhou Ling and the other 3. The vehicle was one thing, since they were the ones who had provided the functional modules and knew his vehicle level. But his stat growth was also a bit too fast. After all, they'd never given him anything that could permanently increase attributes. We guessed that your vehicle had reached level 9. The reason the 4 of us didn't bring a functional module over was also because we were worried that if you directly upgraded to level 10, you might rashly choose an unsuitable vehicle building. After all, you probably don't have too many survival coins right now, Zhou Ling said. But at this moment, Sui suddenly raised a hand and cut him off. I actually do have quite a few survival coins right now. This morning, I made a deal with the leader of the Wui race. At the moment, I have 803 survival coins on me, Su Yi said calmly. Hearing that number, Zhou Ling and the other 3 were all stunned. They hadn't expected Su Yi to already have more than 800 survival coins so quickly. If you have that many survival coins, then there's nothing to worry about. After I go back, I'll report this immediately. Your logistics team will recommend the most suitable vehicle building for your current stage and your broader future development. Zhou Ling said seriously. Also, vehicles are divided into tiers as well. Every 10 levels is a hurdle. There aren't any special requirements for upgrading from level 9 to level 10. You can count it as a rookie benefit. But upgrading from level 19 to level 20 requires completing specific requirements, such as needing special materials, entering a vehicle advancement dungeon, and so on. These are all random. Suya nodded. So vehicles had this kind of system too. Then he asked curiously, then what is the standard for a player to upgrade from Tier 1 to Tier 2? How many attributes are needed? Do they also need to complete an advancement mission? Tier 1 and Tier 2 are different. Zhou Ling explained in detail. Before you reach Tier 1, you still Haven T awaken your talent. So both attributes need to reach 10 points. But after reaching Tier 1, once you take an awakening potion, you can awaken your talent. At that point, there is no longer any requirement for both attributes. Generally speaking, as long as any one attribute reaches 100 points, you could try to break through to Tier 2. It's not that players don't want both attributes to reach 100 at the same time, but resources are limited. In the end, players who can get both attributes to 100 at the same time are a minority. And after your attributes meet the standard, you really do need to complete an advancement mission. The mission difficulty is judged according to your attribute situation. If both attributes reach 100, then the mission difficulty will rise sharply. That is also why many players only raise one attribute. As Zhou Ling spoke, he suddenly smiled. Of course, your goal is naturally to reach the limit in both attributes before advancing. Although the break tier mission will be harder, the rewards will also be greater. That is the path many powerhouses take. Suya nodded in realization. With all of Daxian Blue Stars as backing, he naturally had to take the strongest path. Oh right, after the 7 days of the rookie period end, all of you players will face a purge. Zhou Ling's tone turned grave as his gaze locked tightly onto Suyi. Suyi frowned and quietly waited for what came next. You should be able to feel it by now. The gray fog behind you ISN, team moving very fast. Even if you stay in place for a few days, it still won't catch up to you. This is a form of protection the rookie period gives you players. But once the 7 days are over, the gray fog behind you will suddenly speed up. Those players with low mileage, who stay in place just muddling through, and whose vehicle levels aren't high, will all be eliminated in this purge. Your zone still has more than 900,000 players right now, but after this purge, if 700,000 or even 600,000 players are still alive, that would already be pretty good. So he clicked his tongue inwardly. Their zone really did still have more than 900,000 people right now. Although players were being eliminated every day, as players gradually adapted over the past few days, the number eliminated each day had also been gradually decreasing. Originally, Suyi had felt that road survival wasn't as dangerous as he had imagined. But now it seemed that all of it was just an illusion created for all players. Boiling a frog in warm water. As long as someone slacked off and felt they could scrape by, once the rookie period ended, they would be met with a merciless death purge. But this gives me a chance to make a fortune. So he thought to himself, when all the players panicked at that time, he could completely harvest a huge wave. Anyway, quite a few players were going to be eliminated. rather than letting the system reclaim the resources on them. It would be better for him to harvest them in advance and turn them into nourishment for his own growth. Pulling back his thoughts, Suyi continued chatting with Zhou Ling and the other three for a few more moments, learning as much information as possible about Survival Road from them. Comrade Suyi, let us stop the small talk here. Next, it's time to handle the real business. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Ling and the other three did not hesitate at all. They quickly pulled away from one another, then immediately began attacking each other. Fists howled through the air. Like shadows crossed. They didn't hold back in the slightest. Every move aimed for vital points. As if the ones before them were not comrades who had shared life and death together, but enemies with blood-deep grudges. In just a short moment, before their health bars dropped to 1%, the brink of death in the midst of their frantic clash. Do it. Zhou Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. So he didn't act sentimental. With one slash after another, he emptied the last of the 4 men as health bars. 3 storage rings flickering with faint light were left on the ground, along with 100 units of fuel. Not bad luck. 3 storage rings dropped out of 4. So he thought to himself. Then he fused the storage rings, and the space immediately expanded to 180 cubic meters. After filling up the fuel tank, Suyi returned to the car. With one stomp on the accelerator, the car let out a wild roar and continued speeding down the endless road ahead. In the gray fog world, inside Daxia's Hall of Civilization, Zhou Ling and the other 3 had just reported the details of their contact with Suyi, as well as Suyi's current data in all areas. This kid's growth speed is much faster than we expected. Seated in the main seat, Chu Go lightly tapped his fingertips against the table, a smile on his face. You all know the situation now. His base attributes can only rely on himself. We can't help him with that for now. But since he has more than 800 survival coins in hand, we can send him some more functional modules and first let his vehicle reach level 10, reach tier 1, and take first place on the mileage ranking for the rookie period in one go. As Chu Gu spoke, he turned to the old man beside him who had his eyes closed in rest. Old Wang, you're in charge of the logistics department. Plan out this kid's first vehicle building. It's a pity the rookie period hasn't ended yet. Otherwise, we could have provided him with an awakening potion. Once his attributes were sufficient, he could directly break through to tier 1 and awaken his talent. The logistics department has long been planning his first vehicle building for him. Old Wang said, later, pass the specific information to the next batch of people who meet with him and have them explain it clearly in person. His growth speed is already considered very fast right now. After all, the rookie period still hasn't ended, and many functions on the survival road haven't even opened yet. Even with our full support right now, he still can't open up too big a gap from the first tier players of the 5 lineages. Once the novice period ends and all kinds of functions and events fully unlock, with our operations and resource support behind him, he'll definitely crush the other players with a cliff-like advantage. Everyone nodded in agreement. For those 5 lineages players, the novice period was a protective umbrella. But for Suyi, who had Daxia backing him, it was actually a restriction. During these first 7 days, the system strictly limited the types of items that could drop from monsters formed from civilizations like them. The amount was pitifully small. At this stage, almost every player's way of getting resources was through opening supply boxes, hunting primitive monsters, and looting the random buildings that appeared by the roadside. The chance of getting anything from civilization monsters like them was already extremely low, let alone getting anything good. Once the novice period ends, the stuff other players can get from us will be a little better, but only a little, Chu Gu said with a smile. As for us, we'll be able to provide Suyi with better and more core resources. Once the novice period ends, that LLB when Suyi truly takes off. Naturally, Suyi had no idea about the meeting in Daxia Civilization Hall. At this moment, he was driving alone down the desolate highway. The sunlight was bright, but the wasteland on both sides of the road gave off a dead, barren silence. There were no insects, no birds, only the rustling sound of tires rolling over asphalt. Monotonous and oppressive. He kept driving until noon, and still didn't run into anyone from Daxia again. He did run into a few monsters transformed from other civilizations, though. He killed all of them, which at least added a little fun to the dull journey. Unfortunately, those monsters were poor as hell. After turning into black smoke and dissipating, they didn't drop a single thing. The drop rate really is touching. So he flicked the black blood off his blade and shook his head. The afternoon sun gradually tilted westward, stretching the car's shadow longer and longer. It was also at that moment that Su Yi's eyes lit up. Up ahead by the roadside stood 3 tall, upright figures. Sui began to slow down, and eventually brought the car to a steady stop about 10 meters away from them. The 3 Daxia soldiers in uniform stepped forward. The leader shouted in a deep voice. Code phrase. Spark. Prairie fire. The 2 sides looked at each other and smiled, then quickly walked forward and shook hands tightly. Hello, comrade Suye. My name is Zhou Kai. The Zhou Ling you met this morning is my older brother. Zhou Kai introduced himself with a smile. There was indeed some resemblance between his brows and Zhou Ling's Hello, comrades. Suye. Suye simulate in response. Comrade Suye, time is tight. So let us keep it short. The higher-ups already understand your situation. All the items the three of us can drop this time are functional modules, Jokai said. Suye was delighted. 3 functional modules. That meant his vehicle could break through to level 10 very soon. Other than that, the next issue was choosing a vehicle building. Jokai's expression turned serious. I'll first tell you about the effects of some vehicle buildings, so you have a general idea. First is the pharmacy. As long as you have blueprints and materials, you can mass-produce all kinds of medicine, just like the workbench. This is also a hugely profitable way to continuously earn survival coins from other players. I don't need to explain how valuable medicine is. The second is the training room. High-intensity training inside, it can slowly increase your basic attributes, and more importantly, it also has a combat simulation function. The third is the planting room. You can grow crops or heavenly materials and earthly treasures in it. You don't need to worry about seeds. Our Daxiao logistics department will do everything possible to provide them for you and make sure you can be self-sufficient. The fourth is the kitchen. Although the food it makes can't directly increase attributes, it can provide all kinds of powerful temporary buff effects, and in a crucial battle, it can turn the tides. Jokai spoke extremely fast, listing the effects of more than 20 kinds of vehicle buildings for Suyi. Every single one sounded highly tempting, enough to make anyone want them all. Suyi listened quietly while his mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. After finishing the introduction, Jokai took a deep breath and continued. The logistics department's suggestion is that you choose the training room as your first vehicle building. Why? Suyi looked up and asked. The pharmacy can make money, the planting room can grow things, and the kitchen can give buffs. No matter how you look at it, their returns seem much greater than the training room's. Because most buildings may seem powerful, but they all have one fatal restriction. They need NPCs from the survival highway stationed there in order to function normally. For example, for the pharmacy, you need to recruit a professional pharmacist NPC. For the planting room, you need an NPC skilled in cultivation and breeding. And it's very hard to get these NPCs to join your team. Either you hire them with survival coins, or you earn their approval. For the former, you need to prepare a large amount of survival coins. If the pay is too low, no NPC will be willing to work for you. As for the latter, it goes without saying. It's almost impossible to gain an NPC's approval. Even if you really manage to do it, that'll be a long time from now. During that whole period, your vehicle building would just be decoration. Suyi suddenly understood. That was true. He was alone. There was no way he could split his energy between tedious things like alchemy and farming. Compared to that, the training room was actually the most suitable choice for a lone wolf player. Jokai patted Suyi on the shoulder and said earnestly, on this survival highway, all kinds of items and equipment can bring you huge help, but in the end, the most important thing is still your own hard power. This training room doesn't just improve your attributes. More importantly, it increases your real combat experience. It can record opponents you've encountered, and even data models we provide, then fight you in 100% realistic simulated combat. Although the process consumes survival coins for where you are right now, its cost-performance ratio is absolutely the highest. Even though your attributes aren't low at the moment, to put it bluntly, your combat experience is almost zero. These past few days, the monsters you've killed were basically taken down by using the gray mist metal to seize the initiative or by relying on pure attribute suppression. After all, you've never gone through any systematic combat training before, so now, before you run into other players, you need to improve your combat experience and learn how to push every single point of increased attributes to the limit. So he took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Jokai's words had struck directly at his weak point. These past few days, he had looked relaxed and at ease while killing monsters, but in reality, he was relying entirely on the gray mist metal and his hand crossbow. Not just him, any random person could have done it, and probably done it even better. Against those monsters, he could still rely on the gray mist metal. But if he ran into other players, that metal wouldn't be useful anymore. If it really came down to a life-and-death fight with blades drawing blood, then even a ruthless veteran with slightly lower attributes than him could probably kill him through sheer seasoned experience. And you don't need to worry that if you choose the training room, it'll become useless once your combat experience improves. Jokai continued, these vehicle buildings will grow stronger as your vehicle rises in rank, and their effects will improve accordingly. Also, in some dungeons, there are functional modules corresponding to vehicle buildings. But that has something for later. The top recommendation from above is the training room, followed by the pharmacy, then buildings like the planting room and kitchen. But the specific choice is still up to you. Once you've made your choice, the logistics department will also adjust your growth plan based on the situation and arrange the corresponding resource allocation. No need to think too much about it. So he waved his hand decisively. I choose the training room. He had always been a decisive person. Now that he knew his actual combat power didn't team match his current attributes, he naturally had to make up for that fatal weakness as soon as possible. Just as the higher-ups had considered, he was still under newbie protection for now and wouldn't be facing players from the other 5 descendant races head-on yet. This was the best window for him to improve his combat experience. If he only started thinking about this when he was truly cornered and someone had a blade at his throat, it would be too late. Good. Once I get back, I'll report your decision to the higher-ups immediately. Then next, it's time for us to complete the mission. As Yokai spoke, the smile on his face vanished instantly. He turned and nodded to the 2 comrades beside him. Without any extra words, the 3 of them attacked each other at the same time. In just a few dozen seconds, their health bars dropped through their mutual beating until they were all left at 1% in red health. The 3 of them gasped for breath, yet at the same time showed Suyi brilliant smiles. Come on, comrade. Live on carrying our share too, and trample those foreign races beneath your feet. Yokai said with a smile. I will. Suya nodded. Ki. With 3 soft sounds, the health bars of Yokai and the other 2 were instantly emptied, and their bodies turned into specks of starlight that scattered into the air. Clink. Along with the crisp sound of something hitting the ground, 3 square metal blocks glowing with faint light lay quietly on the asphalt road. 3 functional modules. Suyi stepped forward and picked up the 3 modules. With functional modules, he could upgrade his vehicle to level 10. After that, Suyi began checking the effects of the 3 functional modules. Functional module, repair. After activation, while the vehicle is stationary, it restores 0.01% durability per second. The effect of the first functional module made Suyi's eyes light up. This was a function that could automatically restore the vehicle's durability, even if it only restored 0.01% per second. That still meant the durability could fully recover in less than 3 hours. On this survival highway filled with danger, the vehicle was a player's life. Going to a service area repair shop or finding special materials to repair it was not only troublesome, but also dangerous. Not to mention, this was the noble percentage-based recovery speed. Suyi's gaze then shifted to the second one. Functional module, radar. After activation, it scans a certain range based on your vehicle level. The detection range increases with each level gained. It can mark supplies, monsters, players, and so on within a range. This function is pretty good too, and its range can expand as the vehicle level increases, so there is no need to worry about it becoming useless later on. Suya nodded inyardly. Both of these functional modules were good. As long as the last one wasn't a duplicate, anything else would do. Suyi thought as he looked at the final functional module. Functional module, autopilot. After activation, it frees your hands for automatic driving. Automatically keeps to the lane, avoids obstacles, and adjusts speed according to road conditions. Best used together with the radar function. While in autopilot mode, the maximum speed is 40% of the vehicle's top speed. Jackpot! Joy appeared on Suyi's face. He had expected to unlock the autopilot function. With this function, it meant that as long as his car had fuel, it could keep moving the entire time in the future. There would be no need to stop and rest because of his own fatigue. And under autopilot, he could completely free up his hands to do other things. For example, the first vehicle building he was about to get, the training room. Though the speed is only 40% of the vehicle's top speed. I can let the car drive automatically at night, while during the day, I'll still drive it myself at the fastest speed. That way, I won't waste time either day or night, especially now that I'm still fighting for first place on the mileage ranking. And the description says it works best with the radar function. I just happen to have the radar functional module. When the time comes, I'll directly raise the vehicle to level 12, install all 3 modules, and then test this autopilot function. Let us see if it can avoid those mysterious roadblocks and huge pits that appear on the road at night. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. It would have been good enough if these 3 functional modules simply weren't duplicates, but all 3 were top tier. His luck today was indeed pretty good. After putting away the 3 functional modules, Suyi returned to the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and continued driving toward the end of the highway. Over the next few hours, the scenery on the road remained just as monotonous and desolate. The occasional supply, crates, and monsters counted as a bit of variation. At the same time, he encountered 3 more groups of Dacia soldiers. A total of 8 people, bringing him 8 storage rings. Suyi fused these storage rings with his original ring. Along with a faint flash of light, the storage space inside the ring on his hand expanded once again, reaching 260 cubic meters. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the wasteland on both sides of the highway was swallowed by the heavy night. Suyi stepped on the brake and stopped the car on the highway. He pushed open the door and skillfully took out firewood and tinder from his storage ring. Before long, he had built a bonfire. Today, his gains are pretty good. Not only did I get 3 top-tier functional modules, I also expanded my storage space. The only pity is that I didn't run into any primitive monsters, so I couldn't get any mutated beast meat. Forget it. I'll ask Ling Yu and the others later and see if they have any extra mutated beast meat. Suyi calculated silently in his heart. Before the newbie period ended, he had to max out his attributes as quickly as possible. But before that, he had to raise his vehicle level first. Suyi stood up and walked to the front of the car. Does the player wish to consume materials to upgrade the vehicle? The system prompt rang out. Yes. Please choose an upgrade direction. Speed direction. Suyi did not hesitate in the slightest. Since he had already chosen the speed direction before, he might as well go all the way down that path. Selection successful. Detected that the player possesses a functional module. Do you want to add a functional module and merge it into this upgrade? Suyi took out the faintly glowing autopilot module from his storage ring and pressed it onto the vehicle body. Mirje. Buzz, accompanied by a strange humming sound. The entire off-road vehicle was instantly enveloped in dazzling white light. The white light flowed and seeped across the vehicle's surface like living liquid, continuously transforming the internal structure of the vehicle. Vehicle is upgrading. Estimated time, 50 minutes. Please wait patiently. Seeing this, Suyi wasn't in a hurry. He returned to the bonfire and sat down again, then opened the chat channel. Inside the chat channel, messages were still scrolling very quickly. Suyi glanced at the number of survivors in the upper right corner. There actually weren't many player deaths today. Fewer than 100 people had been eliminated, compared to the casualty rates of the previous few days. This number was practically negligible. At this moment, quite a few players in the channel were chatting casually, and the atmosphere carried a sense of ease. Brothers, what level are your vehicles now? I just upgraded mine to level 6 today. Feels like the survival highway is just SOS, so it's not that terrifying. Mine S level 5. Honestly, yeah. The start was a little scary, and that gray mist is still chasing behind us, but that thing moves as slow as a snail. I only drove for 2 hours today. I spent the rest of the time chatting in the chat channel, and the gray mist couldn't even catch my exhaust. Huh? Who says otherwise? As long as you drive for 1 or 2 hours a day, there is basically no need to worry about the gray mist catching up. I thought this game would be way harder. Still, everyone shouldn't let their guard down too much. This is a survival game. After all, it's never wrong to stock up on more supplies. But honestly, I also think the current difficulty is way too low. I haven't even run into a single monster worth fighting. So boring. They're all just a bunch of frail low-level monsters. I really hope this so-called newbie period ends soon. My broadsword is already thirsting for battle. Seeing how many people in the chat channel were in such a good mood, Suyi quietly shook his head. If these guys knew that once the newbie period ended, the game would begin purging the players. Who knew whether they would still be able to keep this relaxed and carefree attitude? So he didn't bother reminding those foreign race players, much less mocking them. Right now, his goal was to go crazy building up his strength while those guys were still feeling smug. Then, once the newbie period ended, he would use Dasha as help to quickly widen the gap between himself and those players. Pulling back his thoughts, so he opened the private chat interface and found Ling Yu's name. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Got time? Only a few seconds after the message was sent, Ling Yu's reply popped up. Link Yu, Ido. What good stuff do you have this time? Never looks at the fuel gauge. No good stuff. I just want to buy some mutated wild beast meat from you. Ling Yu. Mutated wild beast meat? That's rare stuff right now. Even though everyone thinks the monsters aren't strong, the primitive monsters that can drop mutated wild beast meat are still pretty hard to come across. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Do you have any? Are you selling? Link Yu, Ido. I'm selling. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Name your price. Ling Yu. Forget ordinary supplies. If you've got some more valuable information over there, that could work. Never looks at the fuel gauge. I do have information. Ling Yu. What kind of information? Never looks at the fuel gauge. The effects of the 10 vehicle buildings. Suyi had no intention of keeping this information hidden. After all, these 5 descendant race players would find out in a couple of days anyway, so he might as well trade it for some resources. Especially for a big shot like Ling Yu, who had a team under him. Knowing some of the effects of vehicle buildings would be a huge help for the team's future development plans. So after Ling Yu saw what kind of information Suyi wanted to trade, his eyes immediately lit up. Because his vehicle was already level 9 and could reach level 10 at any time. The reason he hadn't upgraded yet was also because Suyi had previously mentioned that once a vehicle reached level 10, you had to choose a vehicle building. But he didn't know much about vehicle buildings at all. Ling Yu, name your price. Suyi Simidet. Just a moment ago, he had still been the buyer. He hadn't expected to become the seller in an instant. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Information on 2 vehicle buildings in exchange for 1 piece of mutated wild beast meat I haven't eaten before. That price wasn't low. After all, Ling Yu had a lot of people under him. If he had them test things one by one, he could eventually figure out the effects of those vehicle buildings too. Ling Yu deal. Seeing Ling Yu agree, so he didn't hide anything and directly organize the information on all 10 vehicle buildings into text before sending it over. After the information was sent, Ling Yu on the other side stayed silent for a full 2 or 3 minutes. Clearly, he was digesting the intel. Not long after, the trade interface flashed. Ling Yu didn't go back on his word either. He sent over 5 kinds of mutated wild beast meat Suyi had never eaten before, and Suyi stored them in his storage ring. Brother Fuel Gauge, doing business with you is refreshing. If you got any good stuff later, or any useful information, you can come to me. I'll definitely give you a satisfying price, Lingyu said. Hearing that, Suyi revealed a faint smile. The fish had taken the bait. And speaking of that, I really do have another piece of information here. It's also about vehicle buildings. On the other side, Lingyu, who had just been looking over the vehicle building information Suyi sent, paused. Originally, he had only been saying polite words to build the relationship a little. After all, on this cruel road, having a stable trading partner was far too rare. But he hadn't expected the other party to still be holding goods. And it was about vehicle buildings again. Brother, you didn't split one piece of information into two and sell it separately, did you? Lingyu frowned slightly, and couldn't help sending that question, although he thought highly of the other party. If the other party treated him like some easy fool to squeeze at will, then Lingyu, wasn't someone easy to mess with either. You're overthinking it. What I sold you just now was information about vehicle buildings. I already told you everything that should be been said. Suya sight. The information in my hands right now is also related to vehicle buildings, but it's very different. I can guarantee that if you buy it, you definitely won't lose out. On the contrary, once you grasp this information, you can even use it to screw over other people. Screw over other people? There was no need to say who those other people were. Naturally, it meant the other four races. Even before they had come to this survival road game, there had already been quite a bit of friction among the 5 descendant races, and they had even fought each other before. Right now, everyone looked harmonious on the surface. But behind the scenes, who didn't want to trample the players of the other races underfoot? Resources were limited. If others were unlucky, that meant you could gain more room to survive for yourself. Fine. This isn't our first trade, and I trust you. Name your price. Lingyu said after thinking it over. 800 survival coins. Holy shit, are you crazy? Lingyu was startled when he saw that number 2. I only have 1,000 survival coins in my hands right now, and you open your mouth asking for 800? 400 at most. 800. Not 1 coin less. Didn't I still leave you 200? Lingyu narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting for a while. He had traded with Suyi many times and knew his style well. In the past, during trades, the other party would still let him haggle a little and round off some change. But now he wouldn't yield even a single step, and his attitude was forceful. There were only 2 possibilities for this kind of situation. Either this information really was worth that sky-high price, or the other party was fooling him. But clearly, there was no need for the other party to fool him. They were both smart people. Killing the chicken to get the eggs was the stupidest possible behavior. There would definitely be plenty of dealings between them in the future. Fine, 800 it is. Just hope you don't disappoint me. Gritting his teeth, Lingyu painfully transferred out 800 survival coins. System prompt. Player Lingyu has transferred 800 survival coins to you. Please check and confirm. Suyi couldn't help revealing a smile. Knowledge is wealth. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Now that the money was in place, Suyi naturally wouldn't hold anything back. I already told you some information about vehicle buildings just now, but there's one point I didn't tell you. Some vehicle buildings require game NPCs to join your team before they can be used. Of course, players can use them themselves too, but the investment cost, the energy consumed, and the production efficiency will absolutely make you lose everything. At least in the early stage, don't even think about making your money back. As for hiring game NPCs, there are probably 2 methods. One is spending survival coins to hire them. That's just paying for their work. The second is making them acknowledge you, which means raising enough favorability for them to willingly follow you. That kind has higher loyalty and is more reliable. As for how to find NPCs, I don't know yet either. We'll probably have to wait until the newbie period ends. So how about it? Buying this information for 800 survival coins wasn't a loss, right? Lingyu wasn't stupid. He immediately understood the value of this information. If he didn't know this, then after his vehicle reached level 10, his team would very likely blindly choose those vehicle buildings that looked powerful and extremely valuable. And what would happen then? Without the corresponding NPCs, those buildings would be nothing more than decorations, wasting the most precious building slots and a huge amount of resources in the early stage. Even if they could find NPCs later and put them to use, that was only if they survived long enough to reach the later stage. If they couldn't even make it that far, then everything was just empty talk. It really isn't a loss. Lingyu said helplessly, let us stop here for today. I'm afraid if I keep chatting with you, even the remaining 200 survival coins in my pocket won't be safe. Suyi smiled, but said nothing more, directly closing the chat interface. In truth, once the other party's vehicle actually reached level 10 and they selected a vehicle building, they would find out about this information sooner or later. But by then, it would already be a done deal, and regret would be useless. Being able to use a piece of common knowledge that would soon become public to trade 800 survival coins from Lingyu's hands was quite a good deal. After all, once some time passed, this information would no longer be worth anything. I now have 1,603 survival coins. Once my vehicle reaches level 10, I'll be able to refresh the training room as a vehicle building. After taking first place on the mileage ranking, I can get a designated service zone card. If I still have plenty of survival coins left, Then choosing the shop service zone at that time would also let me buy some rare blueprints or high-tier materials. As Sui thought, he also took out the 5 pieces of mutated beast meat he had just gotten from the trade. All 5 pieces had already been roasted and were still giving off heat. Clearly, Lingyu also had a storage ring. 3 of them increased physique by 0.5, and 2 increased spirit by 0.5. My current base spirit attribute is 9.4. If I eat these 2 pieces, that'll increase it by 1 point, just enough to break through the 10-point threshold. But my base physique attribute is 8.4. Even if I eat these 3 pieces, that only adds 1.5, bringing it to 9.9. I'm still short by 0.1 before reaching 10. He was still missing 1 more piece of beast meat that increased physique. Sui stroked his chin, opened the private chat interface again, and found MOU in the list. Never looks at the fuel gauge. MOU. Help me buy 1 piece of mutated beast meat that increases physique. I need to type I haven't eaten before. Only a few seconds after the message was sent, MOU's reply popped up. MOU. Cousin, you really came to the right person. I just so happen to have some. Today, relying on the hand crossbow you made, I killed a mutated crocodile in a roadside swamp and got 10 pieces of meat from it. Every piece increases physique by 0.5. MOU. I'm roasting them right now. I was planning to tell you after they were done, but I didn't expect you to ask first. Sui's eyes lit up. His luck really was good. Just when he wanted to sleep, someone handed him a pillow. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Good. Once they're done, send me 3 pieces. I'll buy them at market price. MOU. Cousin. Saying that means you're not treating me like a brother. I'll be counting on hugging your thigh in the future. Once this crocodile meat is done roasting, I'll send it to you directly. Bringing up money is way too distant. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Fine. Since you put it that way, I'll accept it. But I can't just eat your stuff for free. I happen to have some information for you. We'll count it as an exchange. Sui immediately told him the key information about choosing a vehicle building after reaching level 10, as well as some core information about NPC hiring. Toward MOU, Sui was not stingy with this intelligence, because in his upcoming plans, he would still need MOU to help him gather more low-level resources. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Just keep this information to yourself. Don't spread it around. I already sold this news to Lingyu, and I gave him my word. Montaku, holy shit. So there's actually something like this when a vehicle reaches level 10? Don't worry, cousin. I guarantee I won't tell anyone else. MOU, my vehicle is already level 8. It's upgrading to level 9 right now. I really have to thank you, cousin, for letting me earn quite a lot of fuel before. That is why I'm not lacking upgrade materials. If you hadn't reminded me, then once I reach level 10, I definitely would been completely clueless and just randomly picked a building. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Try to reach level 10 before the newbie period ends. Also, don't slack off every day. Run as much mileage as possible. Even if you can't make the top 10, the higher your mileage, the more it benefits you. Sui did not tell MOU that after the newbie period ended, the game would begin purging players. If the other party was willing to listen, then good. If he wasn't obedient, then Sui could only switch to grooming another little brother later. What was least lacking here were smart people who wanted to hug thigh. MOU got it. I'll listen to everything you say, cousin. I'll hit wherever you point. Alright, cousin, the meat is done. Try it first. Along with the system prompt, 3 pieces of mutated crocodile meat, roasted golden and crispy and giving off a rich meaty aroma, appeared in the trade bar. Sui took them out and nodded in satisfaction as he felt the fragrance rising from the meat. Everything was ready. Tonight, he could break through to tier 1. Sui picked up a piece of mutated beast meat that increased spirit and chewed in big bites. The meat melted the moment it entered his mouth, turning into a cool stream of air that shot straight into his mind. Sui only felt his mind become clear, and his perception expanded outward once again. Right after that, he ate the second piece of spirit attribute meat. Boom! It was as if a muffled thunderclap exploded in his mind. Sui felt as though his soul itself had gone through a cleansing. His thinking became sharper than ever before, while his memory and calculation ability surged rapidly. So, this is what 10 points of spirit feels like? Sui opened his eyes. There was still a huge difference between his own attributes reaching 10 points and relying on equipment to raise them to 10. Attributes boosted by equipment gave him a sense of unfamiliarity, but attributes increased through his own body were different. This was power that truly belonged to him. His spirit attribute had reached 10. Next came his physique attribute. So he picked up 2 pieces of mutated beast meat and quickly swallowed them. Unlike the coolness brought by the increase in spirit, the increase in physique brought scorching heat. Violent energy rampaged wildly through his limbs and bones. Sui's muscles began to tremble and swell, while cracking sounds came from his bones. He could clearly feel that his muscle fibers were being torn apart, then reorganized in a tougher and more perfect way. His blood flowed faster, and his heart pounded powerfully like a war drum. System prompt. Your base physique attribute has increased by 1.5. Current base physique attribute, 9.9. Sui clenched his fists. feeling the power within his body that seemed capable of blowing apart anything with a single punch. Physique is 9.9, but spirit only became 10. Could it be that mutated beast meat only works while you're still a tier 0? A guess formed in Suyi's mind. He then glanced at the mutated crocodile meat and forcibly resisted the urge to keep eating. No ruse. So he put the meat back into his storage ring. The process of breaking through to tier 1 might cause some disturbances or even a period of weakness. My vehicle is still upgrading. If I just sit here by the campfire and break through, it'll be troublesome if a monster shows up. Even with the gray mist metal, it's still not safe. At the very least, I should wait until the vehicle finishes upgrading, hide in the rear compartment, lock the doors, and then eat it, so nothing unexpected happens. Suyi knew very clearly that the most important thing for him right now was to stay steady. If he weren't so eager to experience the power of Tier 1, he might even have considered waiting until daytime tomorrow, then having the Daxia soldiers guard him while he broke through. Seeing that the vehicle still had a while before the upgrade was complete, Suyi opened the chat channel once again. At this moment, the channel was still as lively as ever. Big shots, please have mercy. I ran into a mutated wild dog today, and a chunk of flesh got bitten off my thigh. The bleeding still won't stop. Can anyone sell me a simple bandage? I'm willing to trade all my wood for it. Please, I need bandages too. I'll trade 20 units of fuel. Damn it. Why the hell doesn't this crappy game drop medkits? I'm a proud Yin Clan warrior. Am I really going to bleed to death here? Boss never checks the fuel gauge. Can you sell a few more simple bandages? Looking at the players in the channel begging to buy bandages because of their injuries, so he had a faint smile in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. Someone else already offering 20 units of fuel for one bandage. Maybe on the last day. Mo, you really can sell these bandages for 50 units of fuel each. So he turned to look at the workbench beside him, which was still making a faint mechanical humming sound. After tonight, my stockpile of simple bandages will reach 30,000. So you have been stockpiling this whole time, just waiting to make a huge harvest on the last day of the newbie period. Once this batch of simple bandages is done, I can stop for a bit. I'm running low on bandage materials anyway, so I can make some other things. Suyi's fingers quickly slid across the blueprint interface on the workbench. Besides hand crossbows and bandages, there were blueprints for other items as well. For example, machetes, ground spikes, spike clubs, and other weapons. He had traded for all of these blueprints earlier when he and Ling Yu's group were exchanging fuel. In the eyes of those big guilds, these low-level weapon blueprints might not amount to much, but to Suyi, they were just as useful for harvesting independent players. At this stage, the overwhelming majority of independent players were still fighting monsters head-on with wooden clubs and steel pipes. Even if some people had machetes or stronger weapons, they were still only a minority. If he made these things and sold them now, plenty of players would still be willing to buy them. As he was thinking, at last, the 50-minute countdown ended. Buzz. The dazzling white light surrounding the vehicle suddenly contracted, then exploded apart like shattered glass, turning into specks of starlight that scattered into the night wind. The upgrade was complete. So he looked at the vehicle. The body still had the same streamlined shape, but the tires had become wider and were covered in deep anti-slip treads. The chassis had also been raised further. So he opened the vehicle's status panel. Vehicle, Gale Ranger, level, Tier 1, level 10 durability, 100 fuel, 402 units. 1 unit can travel 20 kilometers. Top speed, 650 kilometers per hour. Mounted weapon, none function modules. Fuel saving, sprint, rapid speed, hard armor, sealed, camouflage weather broadcast. Temperature control, auto drive. Available building slots, 1 level 10. Its top speed had reached 650 kilometers per hour, but 1 unit of fuel could still only cover 20 kilometers. Looks like this is the limit of a zero-tier vehicle. The auto drive module had also been added. Of course, the most important thing was the extra available building slot. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. He did not rush to continue upgrading the vehicle and instead clicked on the building tab. System prompt. Would the player like to choose a vehicle building now? Yes. As soon as Suyi confirmed, the light screen in front of him began to change. Then 3 selectable vehicle buildings appeared. They were the kitchen, the bathroom, and the toilet. TSK. Only the kitchen is even a little useful. Suyi shook his head. He did not know what the bathroom and toilet did, but Daxia's side had not introduced them to him, which meant their functions were definitely underwhelming. Then Suyi looked toward the refresh option at the bottom of the interface. The first refresh required 1 survival coin. Suyi immediately chose to refresh. The interface changed again, and 3 new vehicle buildings appeared, but there was still no training room. Suyi's expression remained calm. Fortunately, he had prepared plenty of survival coins, so he was not worried about failing to refresh it out. He immediately clicked refresh again. This time, 2 survival coins were deducted. Originally, Suyi had not been expecting much, but in the next instant, his eyes lit up because among the 3 buildings on the interface, one of them was the training room. It showed up after only 2 refreshes. Suyi was a little surprised. His luck really was good. In total, he had only spent 3 survival coins. even if he had not traded with Ling Yu for survival coins earlier. The 3 survival coins he had gotten for drops himself would have been enough. There are still 800 survival coins left. I can use them at the service area shop later. Suyi smiled, then chose the training room without the slightest hesitation as the vehicle's first building. Selection successful. Loading successful. As the system voice fell, the vehicle building he had selected on the light screen turned into a streak of white light and merged into the vehicle. The moment the white light touched the car body, it vanished like ripples on water. The entire process happened soundlessly. Suyi examined the vehicle. From the outside, there were no strange changes at all. He immediately got into the car. The moment he sat in the driver's seat, his gaze landed on the vehicle panel. Sure enough, there was now an extra option for the training room. Would you like to enter the training room? Yes. After confirming, Suyi only felt his vision blur. The scenery around him instantly twisted and stretched, as if the entire space had been forcibly folded by some invisible power. A slight sense of weightlessness hit him, but lasted for less than half a second before disappearing completely. When Suyi opened his eyes again, he found that he had arrived in a spacious, bright, independent space. Spatial folding technology? Suyi had originally been wondering how a training room could fit inside a vehicle. So it was black technology after all. The independent space before him was not small. By rough estimate, it was around 100 square meters, nearly 4 meters high, giving it an extremely open feeling. The surrounding walls were silver gray, giving off a soft and even glow that lit up the entire space like broad daylight. There was not the slightest sense of stuffiness in the air. Instead, it felt fresh. The surrounding areas were neatly divided and filled with all kinds of training equipment. These pieces of equipment had a strong metallic texture, and faint streams of light shimmered across their surfaces. And in the very center of the space was a square arena, raised about half a meter off the ground and covering nearly 30 square meters. Suyi did not hurry onto the arena, and instead walked toward the training equipment around the edges. The equipment here was mainly divided into 2 categories. The first category was heavy equipment used to improve the physique attribute. Suyi's gaze swept over it and landed on a neatly arranged set of dumbbells. The smallest of these dumbbells weighed 50 kilograms, while the largest was even marked 500 kilograms. Beside them was a tension machine with a hydraulic damping system, as well as what looked like an extremely heavy striking post. Suyi walked up to the striking post and threw a probing punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed through the space. The striking post swayed slightly, then returned to normal. Then Suyi turned and walked to the other side. This was the equipment area for improving the spirit attribute. A meditation mat emitting a tranquil aura was spread on the floor, and beside it were several oddly shaped metronomes. But what drew Suyi's attention the most was an ordinary-looking wooden box placed in the corner. There were no decorations on the surface of these wooden boxes, not even a lock. They simply sat there quietly, with the words illusion box written on them. Curious, Suyi stepped forward and placed his hand on the lid of the wooden box. Buzz! As the lid of the wooden chest opened, an overwhelmingly dense smell of blood rushed straight at him. The scene before Suyi's eyes changed instantly. The silver-gray training room vanished, replaced by a horrifying battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Tattered war banners snapped wildly in the gale, and countless monster corpses with severed heads were piled into a mountain. At the peak of that corpse mountain, a monster covered from head to toe in bone spikes. Its face twisted to the extreme, was staring fixedly at him. A powerful spiritual pressure swept over him. Get lost. Suyi let out a cold snort and instinctively unleashed all of his spiritual attributes. Bah! The illusion shattered with a loud crash like fragile glass. Suyi came back to his senses and found that he was still standing in the training room, his hand still in the motion of lifting the wooden chest's lid. So that was it. It looked like nothing more than a simple wooden chest, but once opened, it directly affected the brain and produced all kinds of intensely impactful illusions. By constantly resisting these illusions, one could achieve the goal of increasing spiritual attributes. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. Although that scene just now had dropped his sanity a bit, as long as it could raise his spiritual attributes, that was enough. Finally, Suyi looked toward the arena in the center. Training the body and spirit was only the foundation. True combat power could only take shape through life and death battle. He leaped onto the arena in a single step. The moment his feet touched the ground, a semi-transparent light screen immediately rose from the edges of the arena, covering the entire platform. At the same time, a floating virtual panel appeared directly in front of him. The interface on the panel was very simple. At the very top were 4 large words: Combat Simulation. Below there were rows of empty slots, indicating that targets for combat simulation could be selected. But at the moment, there was not a single target on it. Everything was dim and gray. In the center of the panel was a line of small text. The player must submit materials from the target creature. The system will extract its genetic and energy information and record it in the combat simulation database. Information could only be recorded by submitting materials from the other party. As for materials, he actually did have some. With a thought, so he directly opened his storage ring. His consciousness swept through the storage space, where quite a few monster materials were piled up. Mutant hot teeth, venom glands from poisonous snakes, and a few tattered beast hides. In the end, so he took out a wolf pelt and directly pressed it onto the scanning area in front of the panel. Shwa! A blue light swept across the wolf pelt, and the pelt instantly turned into specks of light and vanished. Record successful. Target: mutant gray wolf. Do you want to consume one survival coin to begin combat simulation? So it really did cost money. So he was not surprised. Zhoukai had already told him about it before. The survival coins charged were not based on the number of simulations, but on the target's own strength. This mutant gray wolf was clearly not very strong, so it only required one survival coin. Yes, Suya digisuited top bit confirm. One survival coin deducted. Combat simulation begins. Notice, if the player is killed during the simulated battle, the player will fall from the arena and the mind will suffer a certain degree of shock. But there is no need to worry about real death. As the system notification fell, the space in front of the arena began to twist violently. Countless points of light gathered madly. Very quickly, a giant wolf, over 2 meters long, covered in gray fur like steel needles, appeared out of thin air on the arena. Roar! The instant the gray wolf appeared, it lowered its body and let out a thunderous roar at Suyi. A thick foul stench mixed with bloodthirsty killing intent rushed at him. The gray wolf's scarlet eyes were fixed on Suyi, and sticky saliva was even dripping from its sharp fangs. It really is realistic. I can clearly feel this gray wolf's ferocity, the tension in its muscles, even the rhythm of its breathing. Suyi thought to himself. Shwa! At that moment, the gray wolf kicked off with its hind legs, producing a heavy explosive sound. Its enormous body turned into a gray gale, opening its bloody maw as it lunged at Suyi. Its speed was extremely fast, and its momentum incomparably fierce. But Suyi shook his head because it was too slow. With his current spiritual attributes, his dynamic vision had already reached an extremely terrifying level. The gray wolf's seemingly swift, pouncing motion looked as if it had been slowed down several times in his eyes. He could even clearly see the contraction path of the wolf's abdominal muscles as it leaped into the air, just as the gray wolf arrived in front of him. Suya moved it. He did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward with his right foot and threw a punch. Boom! A scalp-numbing muffled impact rang out. Under Suyi's utterly unreserved punch, the gray wolf's skull was as fragile as papier-mâché. The immense force instantly tore through its head. Its skull exploded on the spot, and red and white gore splattered everywhere. The huge wolf body stiffened in midair, then crashed onto the arena. It twitched twice before completely losing all signs of life. Combat simulation ended. Target killed. Time used, 12 seconds. To continue simulation, one more survival coin is required. As the system's cold voice rang out, the gray wolf corpse on the ground and the splattered blood instantly turned into points of light and dispersed. The arena returned to its previous spotless state, as if nothing had happened. Suyi slowly withdrew his fist and looked at the empty arena with some helplessness. Cheap stuff really had no quality, although he had used all his strength in that punch just now. He had not expected it to cause such an exaggerated level of destruction. This gray wolf's attributes probably had not even reached 5 points. Killing it with one punch simply had no effect at all in tempering his combat techniques. What a waste. One survival coin and one wolf pelt, gone just like that. Suyi had no intention of continuing the simulation. Testing the effect was enough. If he kept using this kind of low-level monster for simulation, aside from satisfying the pleasure of crushing weaklings, it would bring him no substantial improvement at all. Later on, he had to get materials from some stronger monsters for real combat. Suyi's mind raced, but monsters were still monsters. They relied on instinct. Truly advanced killing techniques were still in the hands of intelligent civilizations. If I get material from a Daxia soldier and record it, that would be like having a one-on-one instructor. I can ask about it tomorrow. After making up his mind, Suyi did not linger on the arena any longer and turned to walk down. First, I'll head out and let the vehicle continue upgrading. With a thought, Suyi chose to leave the training room. Shwa! The scene before his eyes twisted once more. In the next second, Suyi had already returned to the driver's cabin. Once I use the remaining 2 function modules, I'll have the vehicle switch to auto-drive mode and keep moving, while I stay in the training room around the clock to train without wasting a single bit of time. Asu ye jaljulatit inyardli. He took out the function module, repair from his storage ring. Use. Buzz. The familiar scene appeared once again. Dazzling white light instantly enveloped the entire vehicle. Function module. Repair is being integrated into the vehicle upgrade. Estimated time required, 55 minutes. I wonder if I can enter the training room while the vehicle is upgrading? That thought suddenly flashed through Suyi's mind. If all he could do during the upgrade was sit in the car and stare blankly, then these 55 minutes would be a huge waste. Without hesitation, Sui walked up to the vehicle wrapped in white light, stretched out his hand, and cautiously pressed it against that layer of white light that seemed almost solid. The touch felt a little warm, and there was no repelling force. Sui immediately pulled up the vehicle panel and chose to enter the training room. Swish! The next instant, Sui's figure vanished from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar silver-gray space was already before him. All kinds of cold metal equipment stood silently around him. So it really works. Sui nodded in satisfaction. This way, even if the vehicle couldn't move during upgrades, he wouldn't waste a single bit of time. Right now, the vehicle's upgrade time wasn't long, only 55 minutes. But as the vehicle level got higher and higher, a single upgrade might take days or even months in the future. He couldn't just sit beside a glowing metal shell on the highway and do nothing. Sui steadied his mind and glanced at his attributes. Physique, 11.4, base 9.9, veste puissant. Strength wrist guard 0.5. My base physique attribute is only 0.1 away from breaking through to 10 points. This is the perfect chance to test the training room and see how long it takes to raise 0.1 attribute. Without hesitation, Sui walked toward the physique training area. Time passed quickly. System notification. Vehicle upgrade successful. A crisp system notification rang out, and the nerves of Sui, who was drenched in sweat, instantly loosened. He fell flat onto the ground, panting heavily. Phew, 55 minutes are up. Sui struggled to get up from the ground. Although his body was exhausted to the extreme, there was a smile on his face. Even though his physique hadn't increased by 0.1 yet, he could feel a faint warm current slowly forming. If 1 hour isn't enough, then I'll keep going later. Thinking this, Sui temporarily left the training room. Back outside, the white light on the vehicle had already faded. Sui didn't delay. He immediately took out the last functional module from his storage ring. Buzz! The vehicle was once again shrouded in white light and entered a new round of upgrading. Vehicle upgrading, integrating function module, radar. Estimated time required, 1 hour. 1 hour wasn't long, but after the vehicle reached Tier 1, the materials it consumed were getting a bit excessive. So he glanced at his storage ring. The iron blocks, copper blocks, rubber, glass, and other materials he had scavenged and traded for earlier were being consumed at a visible rate. With my current material reserves, I can at most hold out for 3 more upgrades, maybe even only 2 before they're used up. And thankfully, vehicle upgrades right now only require large amounts of basic materials. If future upgrades need certain special rare materials, like high-energy crystal cores or special alloys, then even if I have plenty of basic materials, I still want to be able to upgrade. Luckily, after the novice period ends, Daxiao will provide me with those resources, so the rest don't need to worry too much. With that thought, Sui entered the training room again and started training once more. Very soon, another hour passed. System notification, vehicle upgrade complete. Sui came out of the training room again. The level 12 vehicle hadn't changed too dramatically in appearance. That streamlined body still gave off a cold metallic sheen, but the seams and some of the details looked even tighter. Vehicle, Gale Ranger. Level 12, Tier 1. Durability 100. Fuel, 140.2 units. 1 unit can travel 22 kilometers. Top speed, 730 kilometers per hour. Vehicle weapon, none. Function modules, energy saving, sprint, extreme speed, hard armor, sealing, camouflage, weather broadcast, temperature control, auto drive, radar, repair. Vehicle building, training room. The level 12 Gale Ranger already has a top speed of 730 kilometers per hour. At 5 times speed, it can reach 650 kilometers per hour. At that speed, even if I reach Tier 1, I probably still want to be able to handle it. So he thought for a moment and decided to give it a try tomorrow. At the very least, he couldn't let himself get driven dizzy again this time. As soon as he sat in the driver's seat, Sui immediately noticed the difference on the control console. 2 brand new function icons had clearly appeared on the light screen panel. Repair and radar. There was no need to mention the repair function for now. As long as there were enough materials, the vehicle could restore itself after being damaged. On a highway full of danger, that was absolutely a life-saving divine skill. But what Sui was more interested in right now was the radar icon flickering with faint light. He raised his hand and tapped it. Buzz. Along with a faint electronic beep, a holographic projection popped out from the central console. A pale blue circular scan map hovered in midair. Sui carefully studied the radar's description, and a glimmer of light flashed through his eyes. The radar's scan range had actually reached a radius of 3,000 meters. Looks like before the vehicle reaches level 10, every level increase adds 100 meters to the radar's scan range. But once it breaks through the huge barrier of level 10, every level increase makes the range surge by 1,000 meters. The level 12 Gale Ranger just happened to have an absolute field of vision of 3,000 meters. Sui's gaze fell on the holographic radar map. Rings of light waves were constantly spreading outward across it, within this 3,000 meter range. Not only would all potential monster targets be marked as glaring red dots, even the terrain rises and falls ahead on the highway, as well as changes in road conditions, were restored into three-dimensional maps with extremely high precision. This was basically a god-tier support system tailor-made for auto drive. Let us try turning on auto drive. Sui immediately activated the auto drive function. Then the vehicle began moving, driving forward along the dim highway. At first, Sui didn't T-set the top speed. He kept it at 50 kilometers per hour, wanted to see whether auto drive combined with radar could avoid the roadblocks on the highway. The night outside the window drifted backward at a steady pace. Before long, glaring red light flashed at the edge of the radar. On the wide highway ahead, a thick concrete wall, 3 meters tall, stood right in the very center. The wall was covered in dried black bloodstains, and only the two sides were passable. Under Sui's watch, the vehicle began changing lanes very naturally from a great distance away, easily avoiding the concrete wall and continuing forward. There wasn't the slightest lag in the whole process. The vehicle continued advancing steadily. After that, it encountered huge pits, suddenly broken suspended road sections, and even tire spikes. But all those obstacles were avoided early by the vehicle as auto drive, working with the radar, and no accidents occurred at all. Seeing this, Sui nodded in satisfaction, then began increasing the auto drive speed. 100 kilometers per hour, 200 kilometers per hour, until it reached a top speed of 292 kilometers per hour. Under the radar as high-frequency scanning, the steering wheel continuously made slight adjustments, correcting the driving route, and successfully avoided all kinds of complicated road conditions on the road. Not bad. This way, the vehicle can keep moving while I can go train in the training room. With a thought, Sui vanished from the vehicle and arrived in the training room, where he continued training. The lights in the training room were somewhat dim. Sui didn't pause for even a moment. He walked straight to the heavy equipment and started lifting. His muscles stretched and sweat flowed. Time passed slowly. Another 2 hours went by. Sui, who was lifting, suddenly froze, his expression changing, and his body stiffened on the spot, because he felt the warm current inside his body suddenly become much stronger. That stream of heat flowed along his blood, crazily washing through his limbs and bones. Everywhere it passed, his muscle fibers seemed to be torn apart and rewoven. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, player. Through training, you have increased your physique attribute by 0.1. Detected that both of the player's attributes have exceeded 10. Rank advancement will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Sui's expression lit up with joy as he set down the equipment in his hands. He had finally increased his physique by 0.1. It took about 4 hours of training to increase physique by 0.1. If he trained for 24 hours a day, he could increase it by 0.6. So he thought to himself, this rate of attribute growth was already not bad. After all, this was a way to keep increasing attributes continuously. Over time, the gains would still be extremely considerable. Without further thought, Sui immediately sat down cross-legged and waited for the rank advancement. 10 seconds passed quickly. Boom! A vast energy beyond words appeared out of nowhere inside his body. Right after that, it felt as if countless tiny sharp knives were scraping away the impurities from his bones little by little. Sui clenched his teeth hard, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Dasha had already told him before that breaking through to rank 1 required marrow, cleansing, and meridian tempering. The process would be somewhat painful. Aside from that, changes were also taking place in his spiritual sea of consciousness. His originally vague spiritual power was now becoming clearer and sharper. About half an hour passed before that tearing pain finally receded like a tide. Sui slowly opened his eyes. He could feel that every aspect of himself had undergone tremendous growth, and his spiritual perception had strengthened as well. System prompt. Detected that the player has broken through to rank 1. Skill tab unlocked for the player. Opolir, Sui. Nickname, never looks at the fuel gauge. Race, human. Status, healthy. Rank 1. Physique, 11.5, base 10, vest 1, strength wrist guard 0.5. Spirit, 12, base 10, necklace 1, headscarf 1. Talent, not awakened. Skills, none. He had finally reached rank 1. A smile appeared on Sui's face as his gaze fell to the bottom. There was now an extra skill tab. After this, he could start learning skills. But during the beginner period, it seemed very hard for skills to drop. So he was no stranger to skills. On the first day, the sharp blade glow Zhou Chong, slashed out, had been a skill. The other party had also told him that only after reaching rank 1 could the body and spirit withstand the engraving of skills. And only then could one begin learning them. There were many ways to obtain skills, but during the beginner period, they were all very hard to get. Zhou Chong had also said that skills could not be learned casually. It mainly depended on one's own rank and spirit attribute. The higher one's rank and the higher one's spirit attribute, the more skills one could learn. A player who had just broken through to rank 1 could learn at most 2 skills. There was no rush for skills. After the beginner period ended, he could just ask Dasha for help. It would be best to wait until after his talent awakened, then let them help him plan what skills would suit him best. After that, Suyi glanced at himself. Because of the impurities expelled during marrow cleansing and meridian tempering, his body was now covered in a layer of black liquid that smelled utterly foul. With a thought, he left the training room and returned to the driver's seat. After having the car stop, Suyi pushed open the door and got out. The night wind outside carried a trace of desolation and chill. Suyi took out a huge bucket of water from his storage ring, directly stripped off his dirty clothes, lifted the bucket, and poured it over himself from head to toe. After rinsing himself clean, Suyi changed into a fresh set of clothes. He did not return to the driver's seat, but instead went to the bed in the rear compartment and lay down. He had been tired all day. It was time to get some proper rest. The Gale Ranger's engine let out its low, steady rumble once more. The vehicle continued driving automatically, moving forward smoothly into the heavy night. The next day, also the 5th day of highway survival. In the morning, Suyi woke up and stretched lazily, feeling only that last night's exhaustion had completely vanished. Outside the window, the gray sky had only just begun to show a pale white glow. A faint cold mist hung over the desolate highway. The Gale Ranger was still driving steadily on autopilot. Stop the car. With a thought from Suyi, the Gale Ranger came to a stable stop by the roadside. After getting out, the sharp morning wind rushed at him. Suyi took a deep breath, took out clean water and washing supplies from his storage ring, and began to wash up simply. While washing up, Suyi opened the mileage ranking. With this one look, Suyi's eyes instantly lit up. 5th place. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Mileage. 22,951 kilometers. During the daytime, yesterday plus one whole night, he had driven more than 9,000 kilometers. His gaze moved upward. 1st place. Lingyu. Mileage. 23,645 kilometers. Lingyu had covered more than 7,000 kilometers yesterday. The speed was just as fast, but under Suyi's nearly sleepless non-stop driving, the gap between them had already been narrowed to almost nothing. At this speed, I'll completely surpass Lingyu today and take 1st place. Today was the 5th day. There were still 3 days left in the beginner period. With his current level 12 vehicle, plus the tireless autopilot function, once he completed the overtake, even if Lingyu stomped the gas pedal through the fuel tank, there would be absolutely no chance of catching up again. After washing up, Suyi returned to the car and took out the mutated crocodile meat MO you had given him yesterday from his storage ring. But as the crocodile meat went down, Suyi immediately sensed a faint stream of heat moving through his body. However, after waiting for a moment, the system did not pop up any prompt about attribute points increasing. It seemed that after reaching rank 1, this kind of low-level mutated beast meat could no longer directly increase attribute points. Suyi understood immediately. That was normal. If eating low-level meat could stack attributes infinitely, then this survival game would have gone completely out of control long ago. Although it could not increase attribute points, this mutated beast meat was still quite good for restoring stamina and getting rid of hunger. Time to set off. Suyi started the car. 100 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 500 kilometers. When the needle on the dashboard settled firmly at the 500 kilometers per hour mark, Suyi did not hesitate to activate the sprint function. Double speed. Buzz. The vehicle body shuddered violently, and the surrounding scenery was instantly stretched into blurry lines. The speed instantly broke through 1,000 kilometers per hour. The force pressed Suyi back in his seat, but his rank 1 physique could completely withstand this load. Even his breathing did not become disordered in the slightest. Still not enough. Triple speed. The speed soared to 1,500 kilometers per hour. Wild wind howled outside the windows, giving off a sharp shrieking sound. The Gale Ranger seemed to transform into a black bolt of lightning, tearing through the air along the highway. Quadruple speed. Boom! The instant it broke the sound barrier, a muffled sonic burst exploded behind the car. 2,000 kilometers per hour. Only at this moment did Suyi finally feel a trace of pressure. The scenery outside had become completely impossible to make out. Only the straight road ahead had turned into a gray-white ribbon of light, frantically rushing backward. At this kind of speed, even a small pebble on the road could cause a catastrophic disaster. But his spirit attribute, as high as 12 points, displayed its huge effect at this moment. His dynamic vision and reflexes were pushed to the absolute limit. It can go even faster, so he did not activate quintuple speed. Instead, he stepped on the gas. 2,500 kilometers, 2,800 kilometers, 3,000 kilometers. When the speed hit 3,000 kilometers per hour, Suyi felt his nerves tighten to the limit. His heartbeat echoed in his chest like war drums, while his brain worked at a frenzy, processing the ever-changing road conditions ahead. He couldn't go any faster. Suyi stared straight ahead, a trace of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. If he pushed it further, his body might still endure it, but his neural reaction speed already couldn't keep up. If anything unexpected happened, He wouldn't even have time to turn the wheel. This should be about enough. In 10 minutes, he could still cover 500 kilometers. So he calculated quickly in his heart. If he used sprint 3 times a day, he could travel an extra 1,500 kilometers. 10 minutes of extreme speeding took a huge toll on his mind. Along the way, bright dots flickered on the radar, and Suyi ran into a few monsters wandering the highway. But he had no intention of slowing down at all. He just flashed past them with terrifying speed. Anyway, those monsters wouldn't drop anything good. Fighting them would be a pure waste of time. Ding, sprint time is over. As the system notification rang out, Gale Ranger's speed began dropping rapidly, finally stabilizing at 600 kilometers per hour. Suyi slowed down, picked up the dry heat thermos cup and took a sip, calming himself a little before accelerating again and bringing the speed back up to 730 kilometers per hour. He drove another 30-some kilometers. When he noticed a red dot appear on the radar, Suyi slammed on the brakes, and Gale Ranger came to a steady stop dozens of meters away from the other side. This was the first group of Daxia soldiers he had encountered today. Password: Spark. Prairie Fire. The password matched. Suyi immediately got out of the car, and both sides met. Everyone, I've successfully broken through to Tier 1. Also, my vehicle has reached level 12, and for my vehicle building, I chose the training room, Suyi said. Understood, Comrade Suyi. We VE recorded your situation. Once we return, we'll report it immediately. The middle-aged man leading them nodded and said, once your newbie period ends and you awaken your talent, the logistics department will plan suitable skills for you based on your talent. Comrade, what kinds of talents are there? Is there any way to freely choose a talent? Suyi asked. In Daxia, talents are roughly divided into active talents, passive talents, and support talents. There are countless kinds of talents. An active talent doesn't necessarily mean it's combat-oriented. For example, an invisibility talent has no direct combat power, but if used well, it can play a huge role. No matter what kind of talent it is, it won't be strong at the start. It will improve as the player's tier rises. At this point, the middle-aged man shook his head helplessly again. As for freely choosing a talent, that can't be done in the early stage. Later on, by participating in certain event dungeons, you can obtain talent crystals. Each talent crystal contains a different talent, and after using it, you can acquire that talent. But that has something for after the newbie period at the very least. Or you can go to the service area shop. It has everything, and as long as you have enough survival coins, you can buy it there. But this item is extremely expensive, so don't even think about it in the early stage. Suyi listened carefully and memorized every piece of information. Looks like the first talent can only depend on luck. I wonder what my first talent will be. Suyi didn't expect it to be especially strong. At this stage, as long as it was usable, that was enough. Right? I already have a training room, but if I want to increase my actual combat experience, I need monster materials. Suyi sighed. My idea is to collect a copy of materials from our Daxia soldiers and enter them into the training room, so it can teach me how to fight. The close-quarters combat techniques of Daxia soldiers are definitely far stronger than those monsters that only know how to bite by instinct. No problem. I'll report this as well. You'll still meet 2 more groups from Daxia today. They'll have it prepared for you when the time comes. It's just a pity that the 5 of us aren't top tier in close-quarters combat. Otherwise, we could solve this problem for yourselves. The middle-aged man said. If you have no other questions, we'll head back first. Then the middle-aged man turned around and nodded to the other 4 soldiers. The next second, the 5 Daxia soldiers began attacking each other. Bang, bang, bang. Under their mutual attacks, the 5 of their health bars rapidly dropped to the bottom, leaving only a sliver. Swish! A cold blade flashed past in an instant, and a sharp, tearing sound rang through the air. All 5 bodies fell at once, turning into specks of light that scattered into the air, leaving behind several faintly glowing items on the ground. The 5 of them dropped 3 storage rings and 2 functional modules. Energy-saving module, hard armor module. After seeing the attributes of the 2 modules clearly, Suyi shook his head slightly. He already had both modules and had them installed on Gale Ranger. I can't use them, but I can sell them to others later. Suyi put away the 2 functional modules. Then he picked up the 3 storage rings. A faint glow flashed and fused into the storage ring in his hand. Its space reached 290 cubic meters. After finishing all that, Suyi looked up at the sky. The sun had fully risen, dispersing the cold mist over the highway. But the sense of desolation on the road had not faded much. Suyi turned and walked back to Gale Ranger, pulled open the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and continued forward. As the sun climbed higher and higher, the scenery on both sides of the highway remained the same barren wasteland. Very soon, it was noon, so he glanced at the time on the dashboard and decisively pressed a red button on the console. Sprint module, activate. Boom! 2 dark blue tail flames burst from the rear of Gale Ranger, and a powerful push slammed into him. Violent airflow was torn apart outside the vehicle, letting out a sharp howl. Even with the protection of the sealing module and hard armor module, Suyi could still feel that ultimate speed that sent adrenaline surging. The 10-minute sprint passed in the blink of an eye. As the system notification rang out again, Gale Ranger's speed began to drop steadily, finally stabilizing once more at 730 kilometers per hour. Not long after finishing the sprint, he encountered the second group of Daxia soldiers. So he pushed open the car door and strode down. Password. The man leading the other side shouted in a deep voice. Spark. Prairie fire. The password matched, and the three men opposite him relaxed their tense bodies slightly. Hello, comrade Suye. I am Zhou Daqiang. I once served as a combat instructor in Daxia's 3rd military region. After hearing your request, the higher-ups sent me here. The leading man strode forward with a booming voice. Su Yi sized him up. He did not have the exaggerated build Su Yi had imagined, with bulging muscles and a body like an iron tower. On the contrary, his build was extremely well-proportioned, even somewhat lean. He wore a neat buzz cut, and there were several faint old scars left on his face. What made the heart quiver most was his gaze. Those eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, carrying a kind of indifference toward life beneath their calmness. Even though Zhou Daqiang's face was full of gentle smiles at the moment, Su Yi still felt as if he were being stared at by some great vicious beast. This was definitely a ruthless figure who had fought his way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Hello, Comrade Zhou. I'm Su Yi. Su Yi steadied himself, then reached out and clasped the other man's hand firmly. Zhou Daqiang's palm was rough and covered in calluses. His grip was astonishingly strong, yet perfectly measured. Comrade Su Yi, time is limited, so I can't personally teach you too much. Zhou Daqiang let go of his hand and went straight to the point. But I can give you some advice. Su Yi immediately straightened up and listened carefully. Once your training room records my information, when facing my projected attacks, you don't need to attack at the start. The smile on Zhou Daqiang's face faded, and his tone turned serious and professional. The first thing you need to do is learn how to defend. Defend? That's right. To put it bluntly, you need to learn how to take a beating. Zhou Daqiang pointed at his own chest and head. Feel where getting hit hurts the most, and where getting hit is most fatal to you. The human body has instincts. Only when your body remembers that kind of deadly pain will you form muscle memory when you're truly fighting for your life and instinctively protect those vital points. Suya no ditoi. At the same time, while taking hits, you also need to observe how my projection attacks. Zhou Daqiang continued. Watch how I exert force. Watch my footwork, feel the rhythm of my attacks, and look for what openings appear during my attacks. Remember, there is no perfect attack. Every move leaves gaps in defense. When you can defend flawlessly under my attacks, and even calmly catch my openings, then you can start learning how to attack. Also in the training room, if a simulated battle lasts longer than 1 minute, it can save the battle video. You can watch it over and over to learn. At the beginning, you can start with bare-handed close combat. Once you've basically got the hang of it, then try weapon combat. Zhou Daqiang spoke very quickly, saying quite a lot. All of it methods for teaching Su Yi how to use the training room for efficient training and to increase practical combat experience. Suya memorized everything seriously. With a training plan tailored specifically for him, he finally had a clear direction. He no longer needed to blindly train in the training room like a headless fly. That's about it. Record my information first. After Zhou Daqiang finished speaking, his expression sharpened. The next second, under Su Yi's shocked gaze, Zhou Daqiang actually drew the military knife at his waist with a backhand motion and, without the slightest hesitation, viciously slashed down at his own left arm. Slash. Blood splattered, and a complete arm fell directly onto the highway. Zhou Daqiang's face instantly turned pale, and fine cold sweat seeped out across his forehead. But he didn't even frown, as if what he had cut off wasn't his own arm, but a piece of deadwood. He picked up the bloody, severed arm with his right hand and directly handed it to Su Yi with a grin. Take it and try recording it. If it's not enough, there's more. Looking at the arm that was still dripping blood, Su Yi finally came back to his senses. Too ruthless. And what do you mean by if it's not enough, there's more? But Su Yi also knew this wasn't the time to be sentimental. He took the severed arm and quickly returned to the Gale Ranger, then went straight into the training room. Su Yi stepped onto the arena, opened the control panel, and placed the severed arm in the scanning area. Ding! Scanning target biological tissue, scan complete. Parsing gene sequence and combat data. Entry successful. New simulation target. Human race, Zhou Daqiang. Start simulation training now. Su Yi glanced at the recorded panel list. At this moment, besides the previously recorded Zero-Order Grey Wolf, there was now an extra option for Zhou Daqiang. But when he saw the simulation price, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Simulating against the Grey Wolf only required 1 survival coin per session. But simulating against Zhou Daqiang required 10 survival coins each time. 10 times more expensive, but that also meant the system judged his combat power to be extremely strong. 10 survival coins was no small amount, but if it could be exchanged for top-tier close-quarters combat skills, it was absolutely worth it. So he closed the interface and didn't start training immediately. He left the training room and returned to the highway. Many thanks, Comrade Zhou. It's been successfully recorded. Suya site. That's good. Zhou Daqiang's face was pale, but his eyes remained sharp. Since our mission is complete, it's time for us to head back too. After speaking, Zhou Daqiang turned his head and exchanged a glance with the other two soldiers beside him. Without any extra nonsense, the three of them instantly exploded into motion and began madly attacking each other. None of them held back at all. They were completely aiming to kill each other. In just a few seconds, the three men's health bars rapidly bottomed out under their mutual attacks, leaving only a sliver. Slash! 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 Immediately after, cold blade light flashed through the air, and the three bodies fell at the same time. Several faintly glowing items were left on the ground. 3 storage rings. After fusing the 3 storage rings, the storage space expanded again, reaching 320 cubic meters. Daxiao really is my biggest cheat. So he got back into the vehicle and continued driving forward. Another 2 hours later, he ran into another group of Daxia soldiers. This time, there were 5 of them. The handoff between both sides was still swift and efficient. Exchange the password, share intel, attack each other. Then have Su Yi finish them off. Su Yi had already become extremely skilled at this whole process. This time, the 5 of them dropped 3 storage rings, 1 functional module seal, and 100 units of fuel. Unfortunately, I already have a seal module. Su Yi shook his head and put the module into the storage space. Duplicate modules couldn't be stacked for use. They could only be kept for trading with other players. Fuel, on the other hand, was good stuff, and he directly filled the Gale Ranger S fuel tank with it. And with the fusion of the 3 storage rings, his storage space expanded once again, reaching 350 cubic meters. Very soon, the night of the 5th day fell. Su Yi slowed the vehicle down, activated autopilot mode, and continued moving steadily through the darkness. He returned to the carriage, took out a self-heating ration from the storage space, and quickly finished dinner with the hot water from the sweltering thermos cup. After filling his stomach, Su Yi stretched his body. Time to train. He entered the training room and arrived at the arena. He opened the control panel and selected simulation target, Zhou Daqiang. Consume 10 survival coins to start real combat simulation? Yes. With Su Yi's confirmation, 10 survival coins were deducted. The air in front of the arena began to distort violently. Countless points of light gathered together, and in just 2 seconds, Zhou Daqiang's lean yet oppressive figure condensed into shape. The virtual Zhou Daqiang didn't waste a single word. His gaze was as cold as a blade. The moment he fully formed, he explosively pushed off with both legs. Like a hunting cheetah pouncing on its prey, he swung his fist and fiercely attacked Su Yi. So fast. Su Yi s'est pupils contracted. His spirit attribute was as high as 12 points, and his reaction speed was already not slow. Yet he still felt some strain facing this punch. But Su Yi didn't retreat. He also threw his right fist forward. He wanted to test just how big the gap was between himself and this kind of top-tier combat expert in a frontal clash. However, just as the 2 fists were about to collide, Zhou Daqiang's body suddenly sank lower, forcibly changing trajectory in the middle of high-speed movement. What? Su Yi's expression changed. His punch struck empty air, and because he had used too much force, his center of gravity instantly became unstable, exposing a huge opening across his chest and abdomen. Before Su Yi could even react, Zhou Daqiang had already closed in. Bang! A heavy, muffled punch landed with perfect precision on Su Yi's abdomen. Ugh! Su Yi only felt as if his internal organs had been smashed by a huge iron hammer. The violent, twisting pain instantly drained all strength from his body. His body staggered backward uncontrollably, and his stomach churned violently. But before he could steady himself, Su Yi only felt his vision blur. A dark shadow was already rushing at him. Crack! Zhou Daqiang's punch struck Su Yi's throat with ruthless precision. The sound of his windpipe shattering exploded in his mind. Su Yi's eyes went wide. Intense suffocation and pain swallowed him instantly. But Zhou Daqiang still did not stop. Several more heavy punches slammed into Su Yi's chest and temples in succession. Su Yi was almost powerless to resist, and his consciousness instantly sank into endless darkness. Simulation ended. Player killed. Time, 74 seconds. The cold system notification rang out. A flash of light passed over the arena. Su Yi suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for air in huge gulps, his whole body already drenched in cold sweat. Subconsciously, he touched his throat. The feeling of death from having his windpipe shattered and being unable to breathe had been far too real. So real that even now, fear still lingered in his heart. Holy shit, I didn't even last 10 seconds. Su Yi's eyes were full of shock. Facing Zhou Daqiang's attacks, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. The other side had not used any flashy moves at all. At first, he had looked like he was charging in with full killing intent, but he had actually held back, tricking Su Yi into countering with everything he had. A basic attack baited out his ultimate move. Then, with one simple feint, he seized the shift in Su Yi's center of gravity when Su Yi attacked, completely stripping him of any ability to fight back. then directly chained him to death with a combo. Sure enough, Instructor Zhou was right. I really do need to learn how to take a beating first. So he took a deep breath. With my current combat experience, taking the initiative to attack is basically suicide. The moment I throw a punch, I'm full of openings. Once the other side catches one chance, all I can do is wait to die. So he was not discouraged. Since he could not win, then he would first learn how to stay alive. He immediately returned to the center of the arena and spent 10 survival coins to have Zhou Daqiang continue the combat simulation. Light flashed, and Zhou Daqiang's figure appeared once more. This time, Sui had learned his lesson. He no longer dared to attack first. Instead, he bent his legs slightly and raised both arms to guard vital areas like his head, face, chest, and abdomen, taking up a defensive stance according to the method Zhou Daqiang had taught during the day. Zhou Daqiang still lunged over like a tiger, descending the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Dense, muffled impacts rang across the arena. Sui gritted his teeth and let the other side's fists rain down on his arms, shoulders, and back. Pain. Too painful. Even in the virtual training room, pain feedback was still 100%. Sui felt like even his bones were about to be shattered. But the effect was obvious as well. Because he had given up attacking and focused completely on defense, it became very hard for Zhou Daqiang to directly hit his fatal vital points for the moment. Although he was getting beaten miserably, the amount of time he could endure was indeed increasing. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 18 seconds. Just as Sui thought he could hold out past 20 seconds, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calves. At some point, Zhou Daqiang had changed his attack rhythm. A fierce low sweep slammed hard into Sui's completely unguarded lower body. Sui instantly lost his balance and fell uncontrollably to one side. This is bad. Sui was alarmed and tried to roll the moment he hit the ground to dissipate the force. But how could Zhou Daqiang possibly give him that chance? Before he had even fully hit the ground, Zhou Daqiang's dense punches had already swept over like a violent storm, striking his back of the head and spine with perfect accuracy. Darkness descended once more. Simulation ended. Player killed. Time, 20 seconds. After reappearing beneath the arena, Sui looked at Zhou Daqiang's slowly fading figure on the stage, especially that cold look in his eyes before he disappeared. Sui felt that if the guy were not just a silent virtual projection, he would definitely have pointed at Sui's nose and cursed, "You idiot who only guards one end and forgets the other." He had only focused on protecting the vital points of his upper body and had completely forgotten his lower body. So he did not immediately rush back onto the arena. Instead, he sat on the ground and replayed the battle process in his mind. Although those 20 seconds had all been spent getting beaten, they had also made him clearly realize where his shortcomings were. His footwork was too stiff, his center of gravity shifts were too slow, and when facing attacks, his muscles instinctively tensed up instead of dispersing force. He discovered that when the other side's punch came at him, if he slightly retreated with the force or twisted his body along with it, he could shed a large portion of the impact. But that required extremely high reaction speed and body coordination. Just learning how to take a beating was already a profound discipline. Sui sikit inyarti. After he had digested most of it, Sui stood up and returned to the arena once again. Continue. 10 survival coins were deducted, and Zhou Daqiang's figure appeared once more. Bang, bang. Simulation ended. Player killed. Time, 34 seconds. Simulation ended. Player killed. Time, 42 seconds. Simulation ended. Player killed. Time, 43 seconds. A long and painful night passed in repeated death and rebirth. Morning. Sui sat at the edge of the arena, watching a combat simulation recording playing on the control panel. The video was a full 3 minutes long. In the video, Sui remained on the defensive the entire time against Zhou Daqiang's storm-like assault. But unlike the clumsiness from the start of last night, the Sui in the video had already become much more nimble in his footwork. Facing Zhou Daqiang's heavy punches, he no longer just tanked them head-on. He had started consciously twisting his shoulders and stepping back to dodge and disperse force. Even when he was hit, he used the thickest muscle areas to take the blow, while guarding his throat, heart, and crotch with all his might. That S-right, his balls had been grabbed last night. That feeling. TSK. He never wanted to experience it again in this lifetime. Zhou Daqiang attacked Sui tirelessly with fists, elbows, knees, and legs, one killing move after another without end. Only after 3 minutes, when Sui's stamina had been severely overdrawn and his footwork had slowed by the slightest bit, did Zhou Daqiang force him into a dead corner of the arena, with nowhere left to retreat. Zhou Daqiang found his chance and smashed his sternum with a vicious knee strike, only then killing him with punches. Looking at the final scene of himself collapsing in the video, Sui had a smile on his face instead. After one night, 15 deaths, and 150 survival coins spent, he had finally more or less learned how to take a beating. Sui touched his chest. Although the pain had already faded, that sense of oppression still remained. even though my 12 points in spirit have greatly strengthened my neural reaction speed and learning ability, letting me quickly see through the other side's attack intentions. So he thought to himself, combat isn't something you can master just because your brain understands it. If the body can't keep up with the brain's commands, I'll still get beaten. I have to go through hundreds and thousands of temperings and form true muscle memory. In one sentence, I still have to train. After closing the training room panel, Suyi left the training room. It was already daylight. The morning fog on the road outside was gradually dispersing. It was already the 6th day. Tomorrow would be the last day of a newbie period. Suyi stopped the self-driving mode, and the car pulled over by the roadside. After getting out, he splashed his face with cold water. The icy droplets stimulated his nerves and cleared his mind quite a bit. After washing up, Suyi sat back in the driver's seat. While eating, he also opened the mileage ranking. Over the past full day and night, he had not only used the sprint module, but had also kept the car in self-driving mode the entire night. His mileage had definitely seen a qualitative leap. His gaze fell on the ranking list. When he saw his own position, Suyi smiled. He was finally in first place. C13 District Mileage Ranking. First place, never checks the fuel gauge, mileage, 37,408 kilometers. Second place, Lingyu, mileage, 33,410 kilometers. Third place, Yin Kuang, mileage, 31,500 kilometers. So he had reached first place. With yesterday's daytime, driving plus a whole night of self-driving, his mileage had increased by more than 14,000 kilometers. He had pushed Lingyu, who had originally been in first place, down from the top. The second-ranked Lingyu had also reached 33,000 kilometers. Looks like this guy worked hard yesterday too and drove more than 10,000 kilometers. But he has still 4,000 kilometers behind me. A gap of 4,000 kilometers, 1 TB, easy to catch up. Since I've taken first place, I'm not giving it up, Suyi said with a smile, then slammed down on the accelerator. Boom! The Gale Ranger let out a roar and once again sped toward the endless wilderness highway. But Suyi had not gone very far before messages popped up in the private chat interface. He opened it and saw that everyone who had added him as a friend had, without exception, sent him messages at this moment. The content was mostly the same. Every single one was congratulating him for taking first place on the mileage ranking. MOU. Cousin, you're amazing. You actually beat that many people all by yourself and forcibly took first place. Let me hug your thigh, cousin. Lingyu, brother, aren't you a little too fierce? What level is your vehicle now? You ran 14,000 kilometers in a single day. Don't tell me you used a functional module every time your vehicle leveled up? Aside from those two, the representatives of the other 4 races had also sent Suyi congratulatory messages one after another. But like Lingyu, these people only looked like they were congratulating him. Between the lines, all of them were probing, trying to find out the specifics of Suyi's vehicle. A lone wolf player who could madly rush 14,000 kilometers in a day was definitely a thorn in the hearts of those guys. Compared to those top alien players, each with his own hidden agenda, MOU seemed much more straightforward. He did not ask those sensitive questions. The only thing on his mind was how to cling tightly to Suyi's thick thigh. Suyi replied to MOU first. Work harder. Even if you can't make it into the top 10, at least try to get into the top 100. If you need to trade for materials, tell me anytime. You still have quite a lot of fuel stored with me. MOU on the other end replied almost instantly. Don't worry, cousin. I'll definitely work hard. My vehicle is already level 9, but I still want to wait until I have a functional module before leveling up. Otherwise, a normal upgrade would be too much of a loss. Anyway, with my current mileage, I can't make it into the top 10 to compete for those top-tier rewards, so I might as well proceed steadily. Suyi looked at the screen and nodded slightly. MOU's thinking was very clear. If he already knew he couldn't make it into the top 10, yet still gave up a functional module just to force a vehicle upgrade, it really would be more loss than gain. The boost functional modules gave to vehicles was permanent and extremely powerful. The further things progressed, the bigger the gap would become between vehicles with functional modules and plain whiteboard vehicles. I still have 3 functional modules here. I can sell them to you. Take a look and see if there's any you can use. So he sent him the attribute information for the 3 functional modules: energy saving, sealed, and hard armor. Anyway, keeping those duplicate functional modules was useless to him. Sooner or later, he was going to put them up on the trade channel and sell them. Rather than that, he might as well digest them internally first and sell them to MOU to improve the kid's strength a little. Cousin, I can use all of them. I want to buy all 3. How much fuel do you need? Just go by market price. All right. The market price right now is basically 1,000 units of fuel for 1 functional module. But this energy saving and hard armor module are considered top quality, so let us count those at 3,000 units of fuel each. Altogether, that makes 7,000 units of fuel. Cousin, you can just deduct it directly from the fuel I have stored with you. When Suyi saw the quote, A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. The price of functional modules had actually been hyped this high. At this stage, the vast majority of players could only gather a few hundred units of fuel per day, and even maintaining daily travel was already tight. And yet the cheapest of these 3 functional modules was 1,000 units of fuel, while the better ones had actually reached 3,000 units of fuel. But after thinking about it again, Suyi felt the price was very reasonable. Functional modules were not that easy to obtain. It was only because Daxia had been secretly delivering packages to him that he had managed to accumulate such a luxurious lineup of modules in just a few short days. Now, it was already the 6th day of the survival game. Over the previous 5 days, Suyi had only managed to open a single functional module from one supply crate. As for after that, he had not even touched the shadow of another module. The functional modules currently installed on his car, aside from the energy-saving module, had all been sent by Daxia. Okay, Suyi replied with one simple word. Then he packed up the 3 functional modules, energy-saving, sealed, and hard armor, and sent them to MOU. At the same time, he transferred the 7,000 units of fuel that belonged to MOU into his own hands. At present, MOU still had a little over 3,000 units of fuel stored with him. Earlier, in order to upgrade his vehicle, the other party had also asked Suyi for quite a bit of fuel, so he could buy basic materials like metal and rubber from the trading interface. After finishing MOU's transaction, Suyi finally turned his gaze toward the private chat windows of Ling Yu and the others. As for the probing from those people, Suyi dealt with them casually. Just luck, just luck. I got lucky with the road conditions last night, so I drove a little farther. As for the rest, no matter how they tried to indirectly ask about his vehicle level, module setup, or fuel reserves, Suyi played dead every time and gave no answer at all. After replying to all the messages, Suyi closed the panel and looked ahead at the road that seemed to have no end. Since I took first place, then I'll make it so you can't even see my taillights. Sprint function, activate. Boom! The Gale Ranger's engine let out an ear-splitting roar, and the exhaust pipes at the rear spat out ghostly blue flames. In just a few short seconds, the vehicle's speed began to surge wildly. Its already extremely fast speed climbed even higher, tearing through the fierce winds of the wilderness as it charged toward the end of the highway. The 6th AS highway was more or less the same as the previous few days. Suyi did not encounter any danger. Occasionally, some civilized monsters would dash out from both sides of the road, but Suyi did not even have the desire to hit the brakes. Those civilized monsters usually had only just heard the roar of the engine and turned their heads when the Gale Ranger had already flashed past them like lightning. By the time they reacted and wanted to give chase, all that remained in their field of vision was the gradually dispersing dust. They could not even see the taillights. He sped all the way like the wind. By noon, a ruined cluster of buildings appeared beside the highway, an abandoned gas station. It was also the 2nd gas station Suyi had encountered in the past 6 days. Half of the station's canopy had already collapsed. Several rusted fuel pumps stood alone on cracked concrete, with all kinds of trash and dried dark red bloodstains scattered around. Suyi slowed the car and stopped outside the station. On the radar screen, the red dots representing monsters were flashing densely. This time, there were no Daxia soldiers in the gas station. The ones occupying this place were all monsters from other civilizations. More than a dozen pig-headed men the size of calves were patrolling the station with spiked clubs in hand. And in the middle of those pig-headed men lay an even more exaggerated monster. It was a boss-level mutated wild boar, about the same size as the mutated giant bear Suyi had seen at the previous gas station. Its body length was close to 4 meters. Muscles all over its body bulged like rocks, and a row of bony spikes had grown along its spine. At this moment, it was lying on the ground asleep. Suyi touched the gray mist metal hanging on his chest. Although there were quite a few monsters, they posed little threat in front of his gray mist metal. As he approached, those pig-headed men noticed him first. They babbled something he couldn't understand, but Suyi noticed their expressions were ugly. They had clearly realized they couldn't actively attack Suyi, but Suyi had no intention of holding back. He walked up to one of the pig-headed men, and the two stared at each other. Then Suyi took out his hand crossbow and pressed it right against the creature's forehead. Whoosh whoosh. As the sound of breaking air rang out, 2 bolts shot out. Before the pig-headed man could react, it fell into a pool of blood. Damn it. Why does this player from the 5 Descendant race have a gray mist metal? Which idiot dropped it for him? What else can we do? Wait for death. Even if we run, we can't leave the gas station's range. Right? Put away all the good stuff. Don't let this guy get anything good from our drops. As the pig-headed men spoke, after realizing they had no power to resist, they instead calmed down and waited for Suyi to harvest them. Very soon, all the pig-headed men fell into pools of blood. The things they dropped were pitiful to the extreme. The best item among them was only a bottle of water. Then Suyi looked at the wild boar boss sleeping on the ground. He strode over and activated Eye of Appraisal. Name, Mutated Wild Boar Boss. Rank, Tier 1 Physique, 17 Spirit, 11 Skill. Charge I could kill a Tier 1 boss head on too, but there is no need to take the risk. After all, my combat experience is only SOSO right now. Thinking that, Suyi took out the Desert Eagle and pressed it directly against the boss's forehead. Bang, bang, 2 gunshots, 2 bloody holes. The wild boar boss's body twitched once, then lost all life in its sleep. A flash of white light passed, and several items appeared on the ground. First were 10 pieces of faintly glowing, mutated wild boar meat. This was good stuff. Although eating this kind of mutated meat could no longer increase Suyi's base attributes, it could still restore stamina. Then Suyi saw a palm-sized item. It was a fuel storage tank. He already had one before, so he immediately fused the 2 fuel storage tanks together. At once, the tank's fuel storage limit rose to 2,000 units. Finally, Suyi's gaze landed on a long spear lying quietly in the pool of blood. Armor-piercing spear, rank, Tier 1, attributes, strength +2, penetration increased by 30, attached skill. Thrust consumes stamina to launch a high-speed piercing attack forward, dealing extra damage to armor targets. It even comes with a skill. Suyi's eyes lit up as he grabbed the spear. The shaft was icy cold and extremely heavy in his hand. Its entire body was forged from some unknown black metal, and the spearhead flickered with a chilling, cold gleam. Good spear. Although Suyi didn't know how to use a spear, that didn't stop him from liking it. He casually spun a spear flower, and a sharp tearing sound immediately rang through the air. This armor-piercing spear not only had the attribute of penetration increased by 30, but also came with a skill. It was simply perfect for dealing with those heavily armored monsters. Once I've learned fist and foot techniques first, I can try spear techniques later. So he thought to himself, compared to swords and sabers, he still preferred spears more. After cleaning up the loot, Suyi started scavenging everything in the gas station. He first collected 2,000 units of fuel, then directly dismantled the fuel pumps and took them away. Unfortunately, there was no shop here. Only after he had looted just about everything did Suyi return to the car and get back on the road. During the afternoon trip, he successively encountered 3 groups of Daxia soldiers. 13 people in total. The 2 sides exchanged code phrases. Then after sharing some information, they began attacking each other. And Suyi sent them off for the final stretch. 5 of them dropped storage rings. Suyi fused all the storage ring space together, causing his already not small storage space to surge instantly to 400 cubic meters. Another 3 dropped 100 units of fuel. It wasn't too much, but better than nothing. What surprised Suyi the most was the last 5. They actually dropped a full 5 function modules. 3 of those modules were ones he already had: energy saving, camouflage, and temperature control. Suyi directly tossed those 3 duplicate modules into his storage ring, planning to find a time to sell them at a high price. As for the remaining 2 function modules, they were brand new. This meant his Gale Ranger could be upgraded again. Time passed quickly. When the setting sun at the end of the highway died, half the sky blood red, night fell. Suyi did not continue traveling. After parking the car on the highway, he skillfully took firewood out of his storage ring and set up a bonfire. The firelight drove away the surrounding darkness and brought a trace of warmth. Then Suyi strung up the 10 pieces of mutated wild boar meat and slowly roasted them over the fire. While turning the roasting meat, Suyi also took out the 2 brand new function modules and carefully checked them. Function module, Thorns. After activation, high-strength metal spikes will instantly appear across the vehicle's surface. They can be used for passive defensive counter damage or active ramming attacks. The spike's hardness is linked to the vehicle's level. Good stuff. This counted as a function that combined offense and defense. Although his Gale Ranger had already reached level 12 with astonishing speed, and its shell was also incomparably sturdy under the boost of hard armor, it currently did not possess any real offensive capability. Vehicle-mounted weapons could not be obtained during the beginner period. Otherwise, Daxia would have already set him up with all kinds of weapons. To obtain vehicle-mounted weapons, he had to wait until the 7-day beginner period ended, when higher-tier maps and gameplay opened up. Only then would there be channels to get them. And now, with this Thorns module, the Gale Ranger had completely turned into a steel porcupine, especially when this function was paired with sprinting at high speed, the vehicle body suddenly bursting out countless sharp metal spikes. Even Tier 2 monsters probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Then Suyi turned his gaze toward the second function module, Interference Module. Once activated, it releases a powerful electromagnetic interference wave, instantly disabling the radar, communication devices, and some electronic instruments of all hostile vehicles within a certain range. The interference range is linked to the vehicle's level, a real radar killer. Suyi's vehicle was equipped with a radar function. At the moment, it could detect monsters, obstacles, resource boxes, and more within a 3,000-meter radius. Radar paired perfectly with the self-driving module. But what if he ran into an enemy who also had radar? On a highway at high speed, whoever spotted the other first seized the initiative. And with this interference function, he could directly cripple the enemy's radar effect and turn them blind. If the enemy vehicle happened to be using this self-driving function, Then once the radar was disrupted, the self-driving function would also be affected. If the other side just happened to be traveling at several hundred kilometers per hour, it would be very easy for them to end up with a wrecked car and a dead driver. Upgrade first. Good thing I still have enough materials stockpiled. Sui immediately stood up and carried the Thorns function module to the front of the Gale Ranger. Use function module Thorns to upgrade the vehicle. He still chose speed as the upgrade direction. Sui said, upgrade direction, speed. Ding, function module Thorns detected. Matching vehicle attributes. Match successful. Consuming basic materials for upgrade. Upgrading. This upgrade is expected to take 65 minutes. Please wait patiently. As the system's cold prompt fell, the entire Gale Ranger was instantly shrouded in a dazzling white light. A little over an hour. Not too long. So he was in no hurry. He returned to the campfire and continued roasting the meat. At the same time, he opened the chat channel and browsed through the messages to pass the time. As usual, most players were taking advantage of the fact that night had just fallen to rest and chat nonsense. But some people were worried. The 6th day is almost over. Tomorrow will be the 7th day. Once the newbie period ends, who knows what the road ahead will look like? Yeah, it's definitely going to get more and more dangerous. Right now, might already be our last bit of easy time. I don't care about that. I just want to survive first. Only then is there an afterward. I just wonder what's at the end of this highway. Maybe if you reach the end of the highway, you can become one of those legendary gods. After all, something capable of creating a highway like this must be an unimaginable existence. Forget becoming a god. Even being able to follow such an existence would be nice. It'd definitely be better than the life I had on Wooey Star. So he also looked toward the highway covered by the night. He too was very curious about what lay at the end of the road. Unfortunately, even Daxia had not reached the end of the highway, so it could not give him an answer. Time passed slowly. Soon, an hour went by, and the roasted meat was about done. So he immediately picked up a skewer of mutant wild boar meat and started eating. The meat was firm with a wild, satisfying chew. The exhaustion from driving all day was rapidly fading. Not long after he finished the barbecue. Ding, vehicle upgrade complete. As the system notification rang out, the white light covering the Gale Ranger suddenly withdrew. Sui stood up and looked over. The vehicle's appearance had not changed much. It still maintained that streamlined shape. Vehicle, Gale Ranger, level 13, first order, durability, 100 fuel, 121 units. 1 unit can travel 23 kilometers. Top speed, 770 kilometers per hour. Vehicle weapon, none function modules. Energy saving, sprint, extreme speed, hard armor, ceiling, camouflage, weather broadcast. Temperature control, self-driving, radar, repair, Thorns vehicle building. Training room not bad. The top speed had increased again, but the most important thing was still the Thorns function. So he immediately got into the car and sat down. Activate Thorns. Clack, clack, clack. A burst of teeth-grinding metal scraping instantly rang out. Dozens of half-meter-long black metal spikes flashing with a dark, icy gleam suddenly popped out from the Gale Ranger's front bumper, the edges of both side doors, and the hubs of all 4 massive blast-proof tires. These spikes were not just simple iron rods. They were shaped like triangular military spikes, with fine blood grooves on the surface. The originally streamlined sports car had, at this moment, turned into a steel hedgehog armed to the teeth. A little savage. Sui walked over and gently touched one of the spikes at the front of the car. The moment his fingertip made contact, a stinging pain shot through it. Its sharpness was on par with the armor-piercing spear in his hand. With this thing, there'll be even less reason to slow down on tomorrow's road. Sui shut off the Thorns function in satisfaction. Those metal spikes instantly retracted back inside, fitting so tightly that nothing unusual could be seen from the outside. One interference module left. Sui checked the materials in his storage ring. It was enough for one more level up. He immediately walked to the front of the Gale Ranger. Use function module interference. Continue upgrading. Ding, function module interference detected. Matching vehicle attributes. Match successful. Consuming basic materials for upgrade. Upgrading. This upgrade is expected to take 70 minutes. Please wait patiently. White light once again enveloped the vehicle. 70 minutes. So he glanced at the time. Naturally, he was not going to stand outside waiting, so he directly entered the training room inside the vehicle. Tonight's training officially began. Ding, vehicle upgrade complete. 70 minutes later, the system prompt sounded and Sui came out of the training room. The white glow covering the Gale Ranger had completely dispersed. He immediately pulled up the vehicle panel to check. Its level had reached 14, and its top speed had shot up from the original 770 kilometers per hour straight to 820 kilometers per hour. According to the self-driving module S settings, the speed in auto-driving state could reach 40% of the top speed. In other words, the Gale Ranger's self-driving speed had now reached 328 kilometers per hour. So he glanced at the time. It was only a little past 10 o'clock at night. Not even 11. There was still a full 7 hours until dawn at 6 in the morning. 7 hours. If it maintained full self-driving speed, it could cover more than 200 kilometers in a single night. So he immediately got into the car and sat down. Activate radar. Activate self-driving function. The car started moving. Sui did not stay in the driver's seat long before entering the training room again. Tonight, Sui did not choose to train all night. After all, he had not rested last night, and he had also driven all day, so he only trained until around 2 in the morning. Although I spent 70 survival coins tonight, the results were excellent. Right now, I can already last 7 minutes against Brother Dachiang. Sui nodded in satisfaction, then went to the rear compartment, dropped onto the soft bed, and quickly fell asleep. At 6 in the morning, Sui opened his eyes right on time. His fatigue had been completely swept away, and the mental energy he had consumed had already recovered. He went to the driver's cabin and pressed the stop button for the self-driving function. Hiss! After gliding along the highway for a short distance, the Gale Ranger came to a steady stop by the roadside. The sky outside was already faintly bright. It was the 7th day. Once these last 24 hours of today passed, this highway survival game's so-called novice period would come to an end. When that happened, the system's protection mechanisms would be completely withdrawn and the real danger would finally descend. Suya's thoughts stirred as he looked toward his storage ring. With a sweep of his mind, the densely packed mountain of supplies inside instantly filled him with confidence. 30,000 simple bandages, plus bundles of machetes, spiked clubs, and ground spikes. He only had to wait until tomorrow morning, when the system announced the end of the novice period. Once the novice period ended, the difficulty would definitely rise. Most importantly, there was also the game's purge. When that time came, healing medicine and weapons would be their only hope of survival. After saving up for so many days, those 5 descendant clan members should have quite a few good things in their hands by now, right? Sui said with a smile. Pulling back his thoughts, Sui washed up a little, took out a piece of mutant wild boar meat roasted last night from a storage ring, and swallowed it in a few bites. As the chunk of meat fell into his stomach, it quickly turned into a warm current, and his stamina rapidly recovered. After that, he sat back in the driver's seat, and the vehicle started moving again. The other players of the 5 descendant clans were nowhere near as relaxed as Sui. Inside the vehicle, Ling Yu sat in the driver's seat, rubbing his swollen temples as he listened to his subordinate's report. Young clan chief, we currently have a total of 8,417 people, and the average vehicle level has reached level 5. Other than your vehicle reaching level 10, young clan chief, there are currently 23 others whose vehicles have reached level 10 and 135 whose vehicles have reached level 9. At present, our fuel is enough to sustain 2 days of driving, but the shortage of weapons is still too severe. Melee weapons are manageable. Everyone can at least make do with a stick they find somewhere. The most important thing is still ranged weapons. Right now, hand crossbows are still far from enough for everyone to have one, and quite a few of them are already low on durability and could break down at any time. Listening to his subordinate's report, Ling Yu's brows were tightly furrowed. Although he had gathered quite a lot of people in a short time by relying on his prestige as the young clan chief of the Ling clan and established a massive convoy, once there were too many people, the resources consumed became terrifying as well. Every day, the food, water, and basic materials alone consumed an astronomical amount. Even though he was the young clan chief, he still couldn't freely use these public resources at will. Otherwise, once distribution became uneven, the team would be much harder to lead in the future. After all, this was no longer the 5 descendant star from before. If these people refused to listen to him, he had no way to deal with it for the time being. The only reason these people were willing to follow him and obey his orders now was because of the prestige he had built up in the past. The novice period was about to end, and there was no telling what they would encounter afterward. Ling Yu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I'll think of a way regarding weapons and medicine. Also, pass down the order. Anyone who has no chance of sprinting into the top 10 must get proper rest tonight and stop all unnecessary nighttime exploration. So they'll be prepared for whatever danger may appear after the novice period ends tomorrow. Yes, young clan chief. I'll deliver the message immediately. The subordinate responded respectfully, then changed the subject. Also, young clan chief, who exactly is that guy never looks at the fuel gauge? His vehicle is way too fast. It's definitely not just level 10. The gap between us and him on the mileage ranking is getting bigger and bigger. At the mention of that name, Ling Yu's eyes darkened a little. I've sounded him out before, but this guy is extremely cautious. I'm afraid we have no chance of fighting for first place on the mileage rankings. Ling Yu had asked Su Yi many times, trying all kinds of wording to probe the other party's real situation. He had even thrown out the bait of an alliance. Unfortunately, the other side either laughed it off and brushed him aside, or simply pretended not to see the message and ignored him completely, leaving him feeling helpless. That never looks at the fuel gauge really is a bit too strange. It's a pity that functional modules are too hard to obtain. Otherwise, with our resource allocation, young clan chief's vehicle level would definitely have gone up a few more levels. How could we have let him steal all the spotlight? That's enough. There's no need to talk about this anymore. Never looks at the fuel gauge, most likely gave up on every other aspect and poured all his resources into ordinary upgrades just to rush for first place on mileage rankings. You also know how hard functional modules are to get. How could one person possibly get that many functional modules? But because of that, he can only take first this once. Without the support of functional modules, the further things progress, the weaker his vehicle will become. Sooner or later, he'll be eliminated by this cruel highway. Ling Yu concluded, go make the arrangements. I also need to work hard to hold on to this second place ranking. If I can't get the reward for first, I absolutely can't afford to lose the reward for second as well. Yes, it wasn't just Ling Yu. The leaders of the other 4 clans were also making arrangements for their teams to deal with the problems that might appear after the novice period ended tomorrow. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire survival game became several degrees tenser. On the other side, Suyi also received messages from Ling Yu and the others. The content was more or less the same. They all wanted to buy weapons and bandages from him. I don't have any extra bandages right now. As for weapons, send over your trigger components yourselves. However many you have, I'll make that many for you. Same price as before. Pay on delivery. The moment the message was sent, Ling Yu and the others replied instantly. They still wanted to discuss the matter of bandages with Su Yi, but Su Yi acted as if he hadn't seen it at all and directly closed the chat window without replying in the slightest. Left with no choice, Ling Yu and the others could only compromise and send the trigger components they had gathered to Su Yi. Ding. Trade request received. Accept? Accept. Su Yi accepted it instantly. Looking at the more than 5,000 trigger components, even he couldn't help but nod. These guys really were impressive when it came to gathering supplies. After that, Su Yi put those materials into the workbench and started making hand crossbows. It would take about 14 hours to finish. Once he had set everything up, Su Yi continued driving. Time slowly passed, and before long, it was noon. Sure enough, just like Dasha had said, no danger would appear on the road during the last day of the novice period. So he took out a piece of roasted meat and ate as he thought that this last day was purely a final chance for all players to make one last sprint. From morning to noon, after several hours had passed, Su Yi didn't encounter a single monster. He didn't even see one of the supply crates that he would occasionally spot on normal days. Dasha had already told him yesterday that there would be no danger at all on the last day of the novice period. Even the road at night would be smooth the whole way. This wasn't just to give all players a fair chance to sprint for the mileage rankings. It was also giving those lagging behind a chance to survive. After all, once the novice period ended tomorrow, the purge would begin. That's good too. I can drive without distractions. Su Yi swallowed the last bite of roasted meat and wiped his hands. Although the gap between me and those others is already huge, it can still get even bigger. Since I'm taking first, then I'll take first by a crushing margin. First place, never looks at the fuel gauge. Mileage, 52,940 kilometers. Second place, Ling Yu, mileage, 45,897 kilometers. Third place, Yin Kuang, mileage, 43,210 kilometers. A gap of a full 7,000 kilometers. Even if those 5 descendant clan members stomped the accelerator through the floor, there was no way they could catch up to him in the time remaining. By the time this last day ended, the gap between them and me will probably be over 10,000 kilometers. As Su Yi thought this, the sprint function had just finished cooling down. Sprint module, activate. Time quickly flowed on. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, and night fell. Su Yi wasn't in a hurry to keep driving. He stopped the vehicle and planned to rest for a while first. Anyway, his mileage ranking was already far ahead in first place, so there wasn't too much urgency. Parking the car in the middle of the highway, he activated radar alert mode. While eating dinner, Su Yi also opened the regional chat channel. This was exactly when the players were most active. Su Yi glanced at the player count in their C13 region. There were still more than 900,000 people left. But once the purge started tomorrow, that number would probably be cut in half on the spot. In the chat channel, messages were scrolling so fast it was dazzling. Finally can rest. The newbie period ends first thing tomorrow morning. Brothers, what kind of danger do you think this highway will have then? Who knows? But it'll definitely be more dangerous than now. There's no way let us stay this comfortable forever. This highway isn't even dangerous right now. Sure, we ran into some monsters the first few days, but those monsters weren't strong to begin with. You could deal with them with just an iron bar. As long as you don't court death, you won't die. By the way, did any of you run into monsters today? I drove all day and didn't see a single one. Not even a hair. Same here. I thought I was just lucky. Turns out everyone is the same. Something feels off. Not a single monster all day. This highway survival game can't possibly be this easy, right? Why do I feel like it's holding back a big move? Probably trying to make us lower our guard. After all, the newbie period ends tomorrow. But this trick is way too clumsy. Do they really think we're idiots? Watching the lively discussion in the chat channel, quite a few people were happy about not encountering monsters today. Some even felt that even after the newbie period ended tomorrow, the danger would still be limited. Su Yi shook his head. If these guys knew the purge would start tomorrow, they probably wouldn't be chatting here so casually. By the way, where's that big shot who never checks his fuel gauge? It's been so many days already. Haven't you made new bandages yet? I still want to buy some. The price is negotiable. Someone in the chat suddenly mentioned Suyi. Holy shit, didn't you say a few days ago that you were bleeding non-stop and about to die? I thought you'd kicked the bucket already. Didn't he expect you to still be alive? I just scraped a little skin off my finger while opening a can. If I didn't make it sound miserable, what if the big shot stopped selling bandages? I was almost moved by your sob story back then. I was about to give you a bandage for free. Good thing I held back. Gotta say, the fuel gauge big shot really is insane. Not only does he have a ton of supplies, he is also #1 on the mileage ranking, and he is way ahead of second place too. Yeah, I wonder what level his vehicle is now. I only barely got mine to level 5 today. The big shot is probably already level 10 or even higher, right? Suyi smiled when he saw the messages about himself. Bandages? He had already prepared 30,000 bandages, but this was definitely not the time to sell them. Today, nobody had encountered monsters. Everyone's sense of danger had dropped to rock bottom. Selling now wouldn't get a good price at all. But tomorrow, once the purge was announced, when blood stained the highway red, when the shadow of death shrouded every single person, only then would these life-saving bandages and weapons sell for the highest price. As he thought that, Suyi opened the private chat interface and sent out all the hand crossbows that Ling Yu and the others had reserved during the day. Both sides were straightforward about it, since each was getting what they needed. After the transaction was complete, another huge pile of mountain-like resources appeared in Suyi's storage space. Not bad. With this batch of resources, plus what I stockpiled before, it's enough to raise the vehicle another 2 or 3 levels. Suyi thought to himself that the only problem was that he didn't have any functional modules in hand right now. Otherwise, he could upgrade immediately. After finishing the deal, Suyi returned to the car and started it again. He planned to drive the first half of the night himself, then switch to autopilot for the second half. After all, he also needed a rest so he could deal with the end of the newbie period tomorrow. Soon after, the car vanished into the night. The next morning, at around 6 o'clock, when the sky was just starting to brighten, Suyi opened his eyes. He checked the time. There were still 2 minutes left until 6 o'clock. Almost time. In 2 minutes, the newbie period will end. Thinking that, Suyi got up and went outside the car to wash up. Before he even finished, a notification sound rang across the entire survival highway. Server announcement. The 7-day newbie period has officially ended. The mileage ranking will now be settled. The top 10 will receive generous rewards. Congratulations on surviving the newbie period. I believe you should already be familiar with the situation on the survival highway by now, but this is only the beginning. After the newbie period ends, the difficulty of the survival highway will increase. You will not only face stronger monsters, but also all kinds of natural disasters such as hail, hurricanes, acid rain, and more. To help players deal with these dangers, the roads ahead will contain more obtainable resources, and various service areas and dungeon mystic realms will be opened. But before that, the game will begin a purge. In 3 hours, all players lagging behind in mileage will be purged. Purge methods include, but are not limited to, increased gray mist speed, attacks from powerful monsters, poisonous gas coverage, and so on. Players who didn't work hard to move forward during the newbie period. Since you've fallen behind, then log off. The 3-hour countdown begins now. All lagging players, please prepare yourselves. The string of announcements left all players stunned. After a long silence, the chat channel exploded on the spot. A purge? There's actually a purge? I'm done for. I only drove less than 2,000 kilometers in 7 days. I was even complaining that the gray mist was moving too slowly. Holy shit. Good thing I didn't slack off these past few days. Otherwise, I might been included in this purge. We still need to be careful. They never said how many players would be purged. If they only leave 10% alive, then most players are screwed. Damn. Can someone lend me some fuel? Please. My vehicle's out of gas. If I'd known, I would gone into that gas station I passed before. I was scared of monsters at the time, so I didn't go in. Who has weapons or medicine? Where's the fuel gauge big shot? Can you sell some bandages? Otherwise, I feel like I won't survive this. Inside the chat channel, all the players who had been muddling through before were panicking. Earlier, they thought there wasn't much danger in this highway survival game. The gray mist wasn't moving fast either. Who would thought that after enduring until the end of the newbie period, what awaited them would be a purge? For a moment, many people were begging for help in the chat channel. The trade interface was flooded with listed resources, all just to get some fuel, weapons, or medicine. Although Suyi could already guess the chat channel had to be extremely lively right now, he wasn't in a hurry to check it. Because after the server announcement ended, the system notification that belonged to him sounded. Congratulations to the player for taking first place on the newbie period mileage ranking. Reward obtained. Talent Awakening Potion X1, Designated Service Area Card X1, Expedition Card X1, 5 free attribute points, 3,000 survival coins. Just like Daxia said. A smile appeared on Suyi's face as he looked at the rewards. Then he tapped to claim them and began checking their information. Talent Awakening Potion. After the player reaches Tier 1, if the player has not yet awakened a talent, drinking this can help awaken a random talent. Suyanodit Insatisfaction. With this item, he would be able to awaken a talent. Designated Service Area card. The player may choose a designated service area. After use, a road leading to that service area will appear, and the player may drive there. There are many different kinds of service areas. For example, store service areas. Dasha had mentioned before that as long as you had enough survival coins, you could buy anything in the store. He definitely wanted to go see it for himself. Conquest card. After use, you can invade a target player's highway and wage conquest. The conquest duration is 3 hours. An offline real-world card. Suya's eyes lit up. With this thing, if he disliked anyone in the future, he could just go over and kill his way through. But then his heart sank again, because the appearance of the conquest card meant that players could now directly attack each other. Survival on the highway would only become more dangerous from now on. Not only did they have to guard against monsters, they also had to guard against other players. Other than that, there were also 5 free attribute points and 3,000 survival coins. So he did not rush to allocate the attribute points. At the very least, he had to wait until his talent awakened before deciding how to distribute them according to the talent. He could even save them for a critical moment. He still had 379 survival coins on him. Adding these 3,000 meant he now had 379. If he really went to the shop service area, he should be able to buy some things. After putting everything away, Suyi did not rush to awaken his talent. Instead, he opened the private chat interface and found MOU. MOU, we can start moving now. Same method as before. In a bit, I'll list 1,000 bandages. After they're sold out, I'll send a message in the chat channel. Then you can start harvesting. Same as before, you take 10% of the profit. Besides the bandages, I've also prepared some weapons. I'll send them to you in a bit too. When you're selling the bandages, ask whether they need weapons as well. And sell at a high price. MOU, don't worry cousin. I've been ready for a long time. Just watch. Today, I absolutely have to sell a single bandage for the sky-high price of 50 units of fuel. Suyesimidet. Sure enough, capitalists were all the same no matter which civilization they came from. They were always the most ruthless when dealing with their own people. Then Suyi opened the chat interface and sent a message. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Everyone, 1 minute from now, I'll list 1,000 simple bandages. The price is still 1 unit of fuel for 1. This is all I can do. Whether you can get 1 depends on yourselves. As soon as this message came out, the chat channel was instantly flooded with messages. It still has to be Brother Fuel Gauge. At the critical moment, only Brother Fuel Gauge stepped up. Yeah. Thanks to Brother Fuel Gauge's generosity. At a time like this, he still didn't think about raising the price. If anyone dares say anything bad about Brother Fuel Gauge in the future, I'll fight them. Why are there only 1,000? Boss Fuel Gauge, can you listen more? Can those players who won't be purged step aside? We're the ones actually waiting to be saved. The person above is right. Anyway, you people aren't in danger. So give us these bandages this time. Why should we give them to you? Weren't you mocking us a few days ago, saying we were idiots? Saying the survival highway wasn't dangerous, and that as long as we were a little faster than the gray mist, we'd be fine. That's right. Even if you get the bandages, you might not survive. It's better to give them to people like us. In the future, we can even help you keep living. At first, the players in the chat channel were still thanking Suyi, but as they kept talking, some of the players who had slacked off before started trying to morally blackmail others. That immediately enraged another group of players, and the two sides directly started cursing at each other. Curse away, curse harder. The harder you curse, the more resources I'll harvest afterward. Suyi said with a smile. The reason he had only taken out 1,000 bandages was to create the illusion of a shortage. That way, MOU side could sell at a higher price. 1 minute later, he directly put 1,000 bandages on the trading interface, and they were all sold almost instantly. You get on it. I finally have a better chance to stay alive. Damn it, your hand speed is way too fast. Can some kind person give me 1 bandage? I'm bleeding right now, and I feel like I'm about to die. Don't believe the liar above. He just cut his finger opening a can, begging for 1 bandage. The price is negotiable. The chat channel became lively once again, and at that moment, MOU sent a message. MOU, I have extra bandages here. I also collected some weapons earlier. If you need anything, private chat me. Seeing this, Suyi nodded in satisfaction. He had earned the reputation, and he could earn the money too. It was a win-win. A direct double win. Without hesitation, Suyi sent the remaining 29,000 bandages and the weapons he had crafted earlier to MOU. It wasn't because he trusted MOU, but because he now had the conquest card. If the other party really dared to run off, he could just kill his way over and take the resources back. This also counted as a test for MOU. If he passed, Suyi would cooperate with him more deeply in the future. If he failed, then he would die. Next, it was time to awaken his talent. Suyi went into the vehicle. After locking the door tight, he moved with a thought and entered the training room. Compared to the outside, the training room was considered the safest place. After sitting down on the arena stage, Suyi took out the talent awakening potion and drank it. The potion was not as bitter as he had imagined when it went down his throat. Instead, it even had a faint sweetness afterward. Boom! But in the very next instant, Suyi's spiritual power seemed to ignite, as if something were sprouting inside his body. Only after a quarter of an hour did Suyi suddenly feel his whole body relax, and a strange power was born within him. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Ding dong, player's talent awakening successful. Obtain talent. Ding dong, player has successfully awakened talent. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent. Intuition. As the system's voice fell, an introduction panel about the talent immediately appeared before Suyi's eyes. Intuition. When you are faced with a choice, danger, or insufficient information, perhaps you can choose to trust your intuition. Looking at the talent he had just awakened, Suyi could not help raising his brows. This should count as a support-type talent. The description on the panel was extremely brief, but Suyi would never underestimate it because of that. Although this talent could not directly increase his combat power, it could play a life-and-death changing role at a critical moment. The only question was how accurate this intuition would be, and how often it would trigger, Suyi thought to himself. Just as he was thinking, a flashing avatar popped up on the private chat interface. It was a message from MOU. Cousin, we struck it rich. Those guys have all gone crazy trying to stay alive. I sold all 20,000 bandages and all those weapons you gave me. The highest price for a bandage reached 75 units of fuel each, and the lowest still reached 43 units. The weapons too. For an ordinary machete, the highest I sold one for was 73 units of fuel. I have to say, although some of those guys didn't travel many miles and kept dragging behind, the resources in their hands really aren't few. But some players really couldn't take out that much fuel, so I made the decision on my own to let them trade blueprints and materials for them. MOU's messages came one after another, even though they were only cold lines of text. So you could completely sense through the screen the excitement and exhilaration the other party was struggling to contain. Right after that, a long string of dazzling trade information popped out. Fuel X68, 74 million units. Basic materials including iron, copper, plastic, glass, cloth, and so on, total. 38 million units. Besides that, all kinds of blueprints were listed below. Bulletproof tire blueprint, bulletproof glass blueprint, spiked mace blueprint, fishing rod blueprint, entrenching shovel blueprint. There were more than 40 blueprints in total. There were also all kinds of miscellaneous things such as seasonings, food, water, toilet paper, and the amounts were extremely huge as well. We really did strike it rich. I should be the richest man in Area C13 now, right? Looking at these supplies, so he couldn't help but smile. But soon after, helplessness appeared on his face again. There was simply too much stuff. Even though the space in his storage ring had already reached 400 cubic meters, it still couldn't hold over 1 million units of materials. I have to worry about having too many resources again. Suyi. If other players heard that, they would probably cough up 3 liters of blood on the spot. They had risked their lives and fought desperately for so long, yet not even the scraps of what Suyi gained this one time could compare. Most importantly, this harvest had been a perfect double act. The titles of Profiteer and Vampire were all carried by MOU, while the good guy reputation went to Suyi. Even if some smart players had guessed that MOU and Suyi might have some kind of connection, there was nothing they could do about it. On this stretch of highway, offending Suyi, the only big shot who could currently bring out large amounts of life-saving supplies, brought them no benefit at all. Well done. Your share 1 TB short by even a bit. For now, put these resources in the trade window between us. There is too much stuff. I can't fit it all on my side either, Suyi replied quickly. The private trade interface could also store supplies. However, unlike the public trade interface, which could store things for 3 days, the temporary storage time of the private trade interface was extremely short and only lasted 1 day. In other words, every day, Suyi had to take the items out and put them back in again to abuse this mechanic. Otherwise, once the time limit was exceeded, the game system would take everything back. No problem, cousin. I trust cousin definitely 1 T shortchanged me. MOU replied almost instantly. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. Although he still had not truly met the other party offline until now, from the current situation, the other party's ability and attitude in handling things were both quite good. It was just that, facing so many resources that were enough to drive anyone mad. Had this kid secretly pocketed some of it? That thought suddenly flashed through Suyi's mind. The instant that idea appeared, a strange fluctuation suddenly rose from the depths of his brain. Right after that, a mysterious and indescribable feeling abruptly emerged. It was not a sound, nor was it an image, but a pure certainty that went straight to the bottom of his heart. This feeling was telling him that MOU had not embezzled anything. The account he handed over was completely true. So this is the effect of the intuition talent? Suyi's eyes lit up. He had originally thought this talent could only come into play when facing life and death danger or when making choices after getting lost. He He had not expected that it could also help him judge people and things to a certain extent during ordinary communication. In this apocalyptic survival world, where scheming against each other and betrayal were as common as drinking water, the effect this could have was enormous. After all, sooner or later, he would inevitably have to meet other players offline. This talent was practically a lie detector, since it works for everyday judgment. Then when facing true, deadly danger, what kind of effect would I get if I used this talent together with combat training? As soon as Suyi thought of it, he acted. He immediately came to the training room. After arriving at the center of the arena, he spent 10 survival coins and selected simulated combat on the system panel. Opponent's setting, Zhou Daqiang. The moment Zhou Daqiang's figure appeared, before he had even set up a fighting stance, Suyi's intuition talent instantly sounded the highest level alarm in his mind. Extreme danger. Cannot be confronted head-on. His intuition frantically sent him one message. If he fought head-on right now, his current self was absolutely not this man's opponent. He might be killed in an instant. Whoosh! The moment the alarm sounded, Zhou Daqiang moved. Without any nonsense, Zhou Daqiang was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage, throwing a heavy straight punch directly at Suyi's face. Suyi was just about to raise both hands to defend, but at that exact moment, the intuition talent was triggered again. Tilt your head left, drop your shoulder. The instant that thought appeared, Suyi subconsciously made the evasive move. Bang! Zhou Daqiang's fist almost brushed past Suyi's scalp, and the violent fist wind made Suyi's cheeks sting with pain. Suyi broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly entered a defensive stance. Zhou Daqiang did not stop. Roundhouse kick, elbow strike, knee strike, hook punch. Every blow went straight for vital points, vicious beyond compare. But facing this chain of killing moves that would instantly kill an ordinary person, Suyi's intuition talent was operating madly. Whenever he faced an attack with extreme danger, that inspired flash of understanding would arrive right on time. Relying on the warnings from his intuition, Suyi constantly adjusted his defensive posture. Though he looked somewhat battered, he was still able to redirect force, block, and dodge. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of impact kept echoing through the training room. Suyi felt that his arms had already gone numb, as if his bones were about to split apart, yet he still managed to endure under the other party's violent assault for 10 whole minutes. This was absolutely unimaginable before. Previously, Suyi's best record had only been around 7 minutes. Just then, Zhou Daqiang, who had been keeping him suppressed the whole time, suddenly retreated half a step. The muscles in his right arm bulged high, and the fist in that hand began to gather power, clearly about to smash down. Suyi knew very well that in his current state, he absolutely could not block this punch. When that happened, his defensive posture would definitely be broken, and then he would be beaten to death by the other party. Just as Suyi was preparing to grit his teeth and hold on, his intuition struck again. But unlike the earlier warnings that had simply told him to dodge, this time his intuition actually told him to attack. Duck low, sweep the legs. Suyi did not hesitate in the slightest, and chose to trust his intuition. His body suddenly lowered, avoiding the charged punch that was enough to smash his skull apart. At the same time, his right leg exploded with all its strength and viciously swept at Zhou Daqiang's lower body. Bang! The timing of that sweep was perfect. It landed exactly in the dead angle when Zhou Daqiang's old force had just faded, his new force had not yet formed, and his center of gravity was leaning forward. Zhou Daqiang's burly body suddenly swayed, and the punch that had been filled with power instantly collapsed. His whole body pitched forward. There's a chance. Suyi was delighted and wanted to press the advantage. But he had clearly underestimated just how much value this military district combat instructor carried. Zhou Daqiang's combat experience was simply too rich, so rich that killing had already been carved into his bones. At the instant he lost balance and lunged forward. Not only did he not panic, he directly used that huge forward momentum. His waist suddenly exerted force and forcibly twisted his body around. Whoosh! An extremely sharp spinning elbow tore through the air and smashed viciously into Suyi's face. Crack! Suyi only heard a crisp sound of bone breaking. Then his mind went blank, and intense pain instantly swallowed all of his consciousness. When Suyi opened his eyes again, he found that he had already arrived below the arena. On the arena, Zhou Daqiang's oppressive projection was slowly turning into streams of data and dissipating. Simulation ended. Player killed. Survival time, 11 minutes and 43 seconds. Save the recording of this simulated battle. Save. Suyi sighed. Although he had still lost in the end, his face carried an excited smile that was hard to hide, because the improvement was too obvious. Before this, when facing Zhou Daqiang's projection, he could at most hold on for around 7 minutes before being taken away by a full combo. And now, not only had the amount of time he could hold on increased drastically, more importantly, he had actually caught an opening under the other side's suppression and successfully counterattacked once. Even though the result of that counterattack was the other party using his force against him and killing him on the spot, this was real, solid progress. The intuition talent paired with the simulated combat in this training room was practically a perfect match. It even had a bit of short-term foresight feel to it. In that battle, just now, intuition did far more than simply provide danger warnings. Under extreme focus, it would even directly outline the most correct response movements in his mind. It's just a pity my physical stats and coordination are still a bit lacking. So you recalled the details of the battle just now. His brain's intuition had already made the judgment, but the reaction speed of his muscles couldn't keep up with the rhythm of that intuition. Brain, I've got it. Body, bullshit. But this is already pretty good. I've only just stepped into tier 1. The strength of a talent keeps evolving as a player's tier rises. Suyi grew more and more satisfied with this talent. Once I reach tier 2 or tier 3 in the future, this intuition talent will only become more terrifying. Right then, Suyi suddenly felt a slight stabbing pain in his brain, accompanied by a deep sense of fatigue. Looks like this intuition talent is a spirit-type ability. That 11 minutes of high-intensity combat, just now, with intuition triggering so frequently, consumed a huge amount of my mental power. In just such a short while, signs of mental fatigue have already appeared. I can't use it without restraint. I have to control the degree. Best to prepare some mutant meat that can restore mental power too. If I get tired, I'll eat a piece. Also, I need to report this talent to Dacia. If they know how to make the best use of it, and if someone awakened this talent before, they might even be able to pass on some experience to me. Thinking that, Suyi left the training room and sat back down in the driver's seat. He opened the chat channel and glanced through it. At this moment, the atmosphere in the chat channel had already undergone a complete reversal. After learning that the purge was about to begin, the players had already passed through that brief initial panic and despair. Now, all players were seizing every second to hurry forward. Run, run. Didn't they say the gray fog would only speed up after 3 hours? Why is it already accelerating now? Bandages. Who still has bandages? I was driving too fast just now and crashed into an abandoned vehicle. The front of my car is damaged, and I'm injured. Serves you right. We told you to run earlier, but you wouldn't. Now, you know how urgent it is? All the lagging players were crazily stomping the gas and speeding desperately down the highway. These final 3 hours were also the system's last chance for those lagging players to escape. I should get moving too. Suyi withdrew his gaze, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, and directly started the vehicle. Boom! The Gale Ranger let out a low and wild roar, powerful airflow blasting from its rear. Suyi slammed the gas pedal and drove toward the end of the highway. And as he drove, Suyi also noticed some changes in the scenery on both sides of the road. Before, it had all been barren wasteland, but now, he could occasionally see some bizarre withered trees and huge beast bones. Looks like things really are different after the newbie period ends. Suyi thought to himself. After driving for about half an hour, Suyi suddenly paused because a building had appeared on the left side of the highway. It was a gas station. And when Suyi got closer, he immediately smiled because aside from that boss, everyone else in the gas station was actually Dacia soldiers. Suyi drove up and stopped outside the gas station. A total of 17 Dacia soldiers walked over together. Code phrase. Spark. Start a prairie fire. After both sides confirmed the code phrase, Suyi entered the gas station. Comrade Suyi. Hello. My name is Yao Wen. I'm the person in charge of coordinating with you this time. A somewhat refined-looking young man smiled and shook hands with Suyi. Hello, Comrade Zhao Wen. Let us skip the unnecessary pleasantries. Right now, we need to understand your situation. The logistics department needs to plan your future growth route based on your current condition, especially regarding your talent, Zhao Wen said. Suyi nodded and immediately began describing his situation. This time, I took first place on the mileage ranking and received a talent awakening potion, 1 designated service area card, 1 expedition card, 5 free attribute points, and 3,000 survival coins. Including the survival coins I already had before, I currently have 369 survival coins left, Suyi said. Then there's the talent awakening. The talent I awakened is intuition. You should already know its effect. It's actually the intuition talent. This talent is anything but ordinary, Zhao Wen said, his eyes lighting up. What exactly makes it so extraordinary? Suyi asked. Comrade Zhou Daqiang should already have told you about the types of talents. Among the 3 types of talents, active, passive, and support, the best are actually support talents because support talents have the highest fault tolerance. Although active and passive talents can improve combat power to a certain extent, they also more or less map out a player's future path. At least before obtaining a second talent, a player's development will definitely lean toward his own talent, Zhao Wen said. Suyi nodded. That was true. If he got some passive talent that boosted hammer-type weapons, then he would probably have to give up the blades and spears he liked and go play with a hammer. Although Survival Highway doesn't assign grades to these talents, the intuition talent is considered one of the top existences among the many support talents. Because Dacia has relevant statistics on this. In the previous 2 road survival runs, only around 1,000 people in all of Dacia awakened the intuition talent. It may not sound like a small number, but in reality, the probability is 1 in 100,000, Zhao once said. To sum up, this talent has 3 effects. The first is danger warning. Whether in battle, ambushes, or exploration, if you encounter danger, there will be a warning. The second is insight into people's hearts. It lets you see through the other party's lies and disguises to a certain extent. In particular, the higher your spirit attribute is compared to theirs, the stronger the effect. The third is fate choice. When you face major decisions, such as route planning after entering a dungeon, the direction of treasures, and so on, it can provide you with decision guidance. The higher your spirit attribute, the stronger the effect. Listening to Zhao Wen, Suyi gained a much more detailed understanding of his talent. Then Suyi asked curiously, so, is every intuition correct? This was an important point. If intuition could make mistakes, then whenever this talent triggered in the future, he would have to seriously consider whether to trust it. That question goes right to the heart of it, Zhao Wen said with a smile. I can tell you very clearly that the intuition talent is not omnipotent. It can make mistakes too. You need to understand one thing. Everyone has talents, and none of these talents is absolutely the strongest. Some talents can even counter each other. For example, there's a talent called silence, which can completely restrain one's killing intent and aura. There is also a talent called mirror soul, which can create multiple false intentions to confuse opponents. There are also talents like disguise, mental pollution, and harmless. All of them can have countering effects on your talent. There's another situation as well. Your opponent may simply be too strong. If you, at Tier 1, are facing a Tier 3 opponent, and the other party deliberately pretends to be weak, your intuition talent 1T be able to sense it. Overall, the intuition talent can make mistakes. It mainly depends on the gap between your spirit attribute and the other party's. When your spirit attribute is lower than theirs, or when the gap is too large, the chance of the intuition talent making mistakes will also increase. Zhao Wen Dao. It just means the chance of making a mistake goes up. It doesn't mean it'll definitely be wrong. Suya understood. Looks like from now on, I should mainly raise my spirit attribute. After all, that determines whether my intuition talent is actually correct after it activates. He didn't hesitate and directly pulled up his attribute panel. The 5 free attribute points from getting first place on the mileage ranking have been sitting there and used this whole time. Now, they finally had the clearest use. All into spirit. Suyi silently made his choice. As the 5 free attribute points were invested, Suyi felt as if a spring had burst forth from the depths of his brain, instantly flowing through his entire body. The exhaustion from overusing intuition in the training room just now rapidly faded away at this moment. In its place was an unprecedented sense of clarity and lucidity. His hearing, vision, and even his perception of the slightest movement in the surrounding air had all improved tremendously. Spirit, 17, base 15, necklace 1, headscarf 1. Looking at his spirit attribute, now as high as 17 points, Suyi nodded in satisfaction. Looks like you've already assigned your attribute points. Seeing the sharp glint that flashed through Suye's eyes, Zhao Wen smiled as he spoke. All in his spirit. Suye nodded. In the early stage, putting points into spirit is fine. Your intuition talent naturally relies on the spirit attribute. But you're definitely going to develop in all aspects, so you can't neglect physique either. After all, your talent doesn't provide combat power. You still need to fight personally. Zhao Wen said, if the gap between your physique and spirit attributes gets too large, it's easy to end up in a situation where your mind can keep up, but your body can't. Suye deeply agreed. The previous simulated battle had already fully proven that point. Now let me tell you about some of the changes after the novice period ends, as well as some of Daxia's plans for you. Although the game purge is still coming up next, that has nothing to do with you. The previous game announcement also said it. After the novice period ends, various functions will be unlocked. For example, dungeons, secret realms, conflict between players, and all kinds of unexpected natural disasters. The road ahead will be even more dangerous, but it also means there will be more opportunities, like service zones, treasures inside dungeons and secret realms, and so on. Zhao Wen said, you don't need to go looking for these on purpose. Daxia will arrange for people to bring them to you and help you grow stronger as quickly as possible. Suye nodded. The only reason he had gotten this far was because Daxia had been sending him money and supplies. Otherwise, forget taking first place on the mileage ranking right now. He'd probably be like the other players, hurrying to drive in preparation for the purge. And then there's your growth plan. Zahaven continued, Comrade Suye. There's one thing you need to understand. Right now, your opponents may still be those players from the 5 descendant races. That's because during the novice period, we couldn't provide you with too many resources. But now that you're out of the novice period, with our help, your growth rate will rise drastically. Reaching Tier 2 within a month is guaranteed. And if you work harder, even reaching Tier 3 won't be a problem. With that kind of growth speed, the 5 descendant races will only be good enough for you to practice on in the early stage. Maybe in a month, you'll be able to crush them from a higher dimension. But that doesn't mean you'll be safe. In the gray mist world, There are tens of thousands of civilizations that once failed at survival. They will do everything they can to stop you. Once you become stronger, especially once your growth speed far surpasses that of the 5 descendant races, you will definitely attract their attention. From then on, your opponents will be those tens of thousands of civilizations. At that point, Zhao paused. His expression was also quite serious. So we also need your opinion. One option is to take the aggressive path. With Daxiao's help, you'll develop rapidly and sweep through everything. This path is also the most dangerous. If you're even slightly careless, you'll come join us. The other option is steady development. Grow just a little faster than the 5 descendant races and maintain your lead. Hide among them and play the old 6th. This is the choice you need to consider next, and Daxiao will provide a suitable plan based on whichever choice you make. Listening to Zhao Wen's words, Su Yi fell into thought. He clearly understood what the man meant. 2 paths. Either he chose to grow stronger quickly and face the encirclement of all the civilizations in the gray mist, or he kept his edge hidden and waited for the right time to act. With the 5 descendant races covering for him, the civilizations in the gray mist definitely wouldn't target him in the short term. Seeing Su Yi thinking, Zhao Wen smiled and said, "No need to rush this. You can think about it first. Once you've made your choice, Daxiao will make adjustments accordingly. No need to think about it. Actually, I know very well that if Daxiao hadn't helped me, then forget taking first place on the mileage ranking. Even whether I'd still be alive right now would be a question. I'm the impatient type. Playing the old 6th may be steady, but that's only temporary. Sooner or later, I'll have to face those civilizations anyway. Rather than that, I'd rather grow stronger quickly before they react. After all, on this survival highway, they also have to follow the rules. They can't do whatever they want. Suicide. Compared to playing the old 6th, I'd rather go big and end early." Zhao Wen was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, "You've thought it through?" "I have. If I win, I take it all. If I die, then I'll join you all in the gray mist world and become a monster." Sounds pretty interesting to block other civilizations from moving forward too. Su Yi said with a smile, "I've never tried being a monster before." Seeing how carefree Su Yi looked, Zhao Wen burst into laughter. Good. Kid, you're exactly my type. Since you've made your choice, then from here on, Daxiao will do everything in its power to help you grow as fast as possible. Su Yi nodded, then asked with a smile, "Brother Zhao, can you tell me what you brought this time now?" Su Yi really was curious about that. After all, the novice period had already ended, and according to what Daxiao had said, the things these civilization monsters could drop would also increase. Sure. Then let me tell you. Zhao Wen pointed at the team members behind him. Among the 17 of us, 10 are carrying storage rings. Since you mentioned before that you wanted to harvest a batch of player resources on the last day of the novice period, we were worried your storage ring wouldn't have enough space. Su Yi nodded, but he wasn't all that surprised, because even if there were 10 storage rings, and each one held 10 cubic meters, that was only 100 cubic meters. It still wouldn't be enough to hold the massive amount of resources stored in the trade interface. Looking at you, kid, you think it's not enough, huh? Seeing that Su Ye's expression hadn't changed much, Zhao Wen said, "Looks like you really did harvest quite a lot of resources this time. But don't worry, because the novice period is over, a lot of things have been upgraded too. For example, the space in these storage rings. They're all 100 cubic meters each. If you manage to make all 10 drop, that'll be 1,000 cubic meters. That should be enough for you for now, right?" Su Yi immediately became interested. If it was 1,000 cubic meters, then adding the 400 cubic meters from the storage ring in his hand, that would be a full 400 cubic meters of space. That was more than enough to store all the resources sitting in the trade interface. "Looks like things really are different after the novice period ends," Su Yi said. "Naturally, it's different. After all, the novice period is mainly for helping players adapt. It was never meant to raise their strength by much in the first place." Zhao Wen continued, "Other than the storage rings, 4 of the others are carrying Tier 1 equipment, and 2 more each have a dungeon crystal. As for me, I have a secret realm crystal. After using them, you can enter dungeons and secret realms." Su Ye's eyes lit up. He had heard about dungeons and secret realms before, and now he finally had a chance to go in and see them for himself. "Brother Zhao, what's the difference between dungeons and secret realms? Or are they basically the same?" Su Yi asked curiously. "Naturally, they're different," Zhao Wen explained. "The monsters in dungeons all come from the various civilizations of the Grey Mist world, while secret realms are small worlds automatically born from the game itself. And everything inside is primitive monsters. For other players, the games from secret realms are definitely the greatest. After all, you know very well what civilization monsters can drop. But for you, if you enter a dungeon controlled by our Daxia, your gains will actually be greater than from secret realm." Su Yi understood at once. If he could enter a dungeon controlled by Daxia, then he wouldn't need to farm monsters at all, nor would he face any danger. The people Daxia had inside the dungeon would naturally hand all kinds of resources directly to him. This was basically using an open and above-board backdoor to stock up. And the rest, also the matter of your skills. Although your talent belongs to the mental type direction, you're definitely going to take the path of all-round development. so you can first talk about what kind of skills you need or what weapon you want to use in the future. The logistics department will recommend skills based on your thoughts. Zhaowen reminded him, oh right, even though you already have quite a few survival coins. Don't rush to the service zone shop yet. For the next few days, we'll first help raise your strength a bit. After that, you can go clear some dungeons or secret realms, get another batch of survival coins, and then head to the service zone shop. Designated service zone cards are still very precious. Even civilization monsters can't drop them. At most, they only drop random service zone cards. Good steel should be used on the blade S-edge. Don't worry, Brother Zhao. I know what to do, Su Yi said. As for skills, let us see what the logistics department recommends. As for weapons, I quite like long spears. All right, I've noted it down. I'll report it when I get back. Zhao nodded. After that, the two chatted for a few more sentences. It's about time. We should head back too. Once your situation is reported, the higher-ups will arrange for others to coordinate with you. After speaking, Zhao Wen looked at the people behind him and said in a deep voice, begin. As soon as Zhao Wen's words fell, the others did not hesitate and started attacking each other. Very quickly, everyone's health bar dropped to the critical state of 1. Seeing this, Su Yi also made his move. Swish! A flash of blade light cut through the air with a cold gleam. Zhao Wen and the other 17 all fell at once, turning into specks of light and scattering away. In their place, item after item glowing faintly dropped to the ground. Su Yi did not rush to check the spoils, because at the exact moment Zhao Wen and the others returned to the gray mist world, the white wolf boss, lying asleep on the ground not far away, suddenly opened its eyes. The newbie period was over, and the protection mechanism for players had disappeared along with it. Before, players would still be given a chance to strike first. But now, once around 70% of the mobs were cleared, the boss would awaken and attack on its own. Of course, if one attacked the boss from the start, one could still seize the initiative. But in that case, one would have to face both the boss and a large number of mobs. Roar! A deafening roar rang out. The white wolf boss locked its scarlet eyes on Su Yi, then suddenly pushed off with all 4 limbs and charged at him like a bolt of white lightning. Su Yi calmly used Eye of Appraisal. Immediately, the other party's panel appeared before his eyes. Name, White Wolf, Boss. Rank, Tier 1 Physique, 27 points Spirit, 12 points Skill, Tear Physique 27 points. It seemed that, after the newbie period ended, the monsters really had become much stronger. In the brief instant after Su Yi finished reading the panel, the White Wolf boss had already rushed in front of him with a violent gust of air. Its huge shadow enveloped Su Yi. Its sharp claws glinted with cold light as they were raised high, just about to tear Su Yi to pieces. Yet a strange scene occurred. The raised claw stopped stiffly in midair. No matter what, it simply could not come down towards Su Yi. It was as if some invisible barrier of rules had firmly locked its attack in place, when it discovered that it actually could not actively attack the prey before it. The White Wolf boss stood there in front of Su Yi for a moment, and a trace of confusion flashed through its scarlet eyes. A low growl came from its throat. Its huge body twisted restlessly, yet still could not cross that line in the slightest. Seeing this, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Yi's mouth. The gray mist metal really was useful. He had just forgotten to mention that Dasha should prepare more gray mist metals and send them over. Su Yi slowly took out the Desert Eagle. The dark muzzle was pressed directly against the White Wolf boss's massive forehead. Bang! 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 To show respect for its high attributes, Su Yi fired 3 shots in a row. Muzzle flash burst out. Under the close-range impact of the bullets, the White Wolf boss's hard skull shattered instantly. Its huge body stiffened, then crashed heavily into a pool of blood. And after the White Wolf boss died, quite a few things dropped. 10 survival coins, 1 oil storage box, 10,000 units, 10 pieces of mutated wolf meat, and 1 bottle of life recovery potion. Life recovery potion, Tier 1. After consumption, it can quickly restore your injuries. Not bad. Although the boss got stronger, it also drops more good stuff. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction and put everything away. Then he turned around and began checking the things Zhao Wen and the others had dropped. First were 10 storage rings. Su Yi picked them up one by one. With a slight thought, sure enough, the space inside each storage ring had reached 100 cubic meters. Added together, the 10 of them totaled a full 1,000 cubic meters. He immediately fused them with the storage ring already on his hand, and its space instantly reached 400 cubic meters. Now, he finally didn't have to worry about the temporary storage section in the trading interface anymore. Su Yi opened the trading interface without hesitation. Extract. Following Su Yi's command, the temporary storage section in the trading interface began flashing wildly. A massive amount of supplies poured out like a waterfall, endlessly surging into the storage ring on his finger. At once, more than half of the storage ring's space was filled. With these basic resources, there was no need to worry about upgrading the vehicle next. So he looked at the remaining items. For pieces of equipment emitting a faint glow. Tier 1 Gale Battle Boots. Physique +2. Movement speed increased by 10. Tier 1 Light Armor Hardguard. Physique +3. shatters after blocking one fatal attack. Tier en tactical glove, physique plus 1.5, improve weapon grip, réduit recoil impact. Tier 1 alloy tactical dagger, extremely sharp, comes with a slight armor-piercing effect. They were all highly practical good items. Su Yi immediately equipped them. With the boost from the equipment, Su Yi felt his physical condition improve once again. His muscles became tighter, his body much lighter, and a sense of power filled his limbs and bones. Physique, 18, base 10, vest 1, strength wrist guard 0.5. Battle boots 2, heart guard 3, gloves 1.5. Spirit, 17, base 15, necklace 1, headscarf 1, not bad. Although it's still couldn't T compared to the White Wolf Boss S attributes, its spirit attribute also couldn't T compared to his. Then Su Yi picked up the 3 crystals on the ground. 2 dungeon crystals, deep and dark blue in color, with mysterious runes flowing across their surfaces. 1 secret realm crystal, dazzling emerald green, as if it contained endless vitality. These were the keys to entering dungeons and secret realms. Su Yi checked the detailed info. Instance crystal, tier 1. After use, you can enter an instance belonging to the Daxia human race of the Blue Star Civilization. Can invite player 050. Instance crystal, tier 1. After use, you can enter an instance belonging to the Zombie Empire Civilization. Can invite player 050. There was actually one instance from the Blue Star Civilization S Daxia human race. Wouldn't that mean it could deliver me a huge wave of resources? Su Yi's eyes lit up. He didn't even dare imagine how much he would gain or how much his strength would rise if he entered that instance. Too bad the other one an instance from Daxia. There doesn't seem to be any need for me to go in. After all, the things inside instances were all civilization monsters. Aside from Daxia, monsters from other civilizations would lower the drop rate of good stuff to the minimum. The benefits you could get were extremely limited. You wouldn't gain much, and you might even run into danger. Even if he grew stronger in a few days and swept through that instance, by then he would definitely be targeted by the Zombie Empire Civilization. It simply wasn't worth it. Although Su Yi had already decided to go big and end things early, that didn't mean he would charge around brainlessly. There was still a huge difference between being targeted by the Grey Mist Civilization now and being targeted later. I could sell this thing to the 5 descendant races and directly trade it for a batch of resources. That is still better than going in and taking the risk myself. Su Yi immediately had an idea. He promptly put away the 2 instance crystals, then looked at the Secret Realm Crystal. Secret Realm Crystal, Tier 1. After activation, you may enter a random ordinary secret realm. An ordinary secret realm? Could there be special secret realms too? Su Yi shook his head. He would know once he met someone from Daxia later and asked. After counting all his gains, Su Yi looked at the gas station again. First, he collected the 10,000 units of fuel in the station, then dismantled and took away everything that could be dismantled. Even though Daxia was sending him resources, there was no helping it. After all, he had always possessed the virtue of diligence and thrift. After looting everything, Su Yi turned and walked toward the Gale Ranger parked not far away. Once he got into the vehicle, Su Yi checked the countdown for the purge. There were about 2 hours left. But the purge really had nothing to do with him. After all, if even the first place on the mileage ranking had to be purged, then everyone might as well just wait to die. Turn on autopilot and radar. Su Yi directly activated the autopilot function. Although it was daytime now, there was no mileage ranking anymore, so there was no need for him to keep driving personally. Next, my main focus is still training in the training room. Even with Daxia's help, it won't do if I'm too weak myself. Su Yi immediately headed into the training room. He didn't need to worry about missing anything during autopilot. Even while inside the training room, he could still see the scene outside the vehicle. If any special situation came up, the radar would also warn him in advance. Su Yi immediately stepped onto the arena. After spending 10 survival coins, he began sparring with Zhou Daqiang. While Su Yi was busy training, Ling Yu was sitting in his vehicle, holding a video conference with his subordinates. After the newbie period ended, the survival game S-Chat interface received a major update. A whole series of practical functions had been added, such as creating chat groups, voice calls, video calls, and so on. The moment he discovered these new features, Ling Yu immediately created a large group and pulled in all several thousand of his Ling clansmen subordinates. That way, if anything came up in the future, he would only need to notify them in the group. If they needed to fight, he could also command them in a unified way. The efficiency was many times higher than private messaging or shouting in the chat channel like before. Right after that, he created a high-level group and pulled in several trusted upper echelons, which basically established a command center. At this moment, the video screen was split into more than a dozen small sections, each showing the face of a Ling race executive. Young Patriarch. There are 2 hours left before the purge. A stern-faced executive was the first to speak and report. I've already counted everyone's mileage. All of us are ranked within the top 20. I estimate that this purge will eliminate at most 50% of players. Our people are absolutely safe and won't run into danger. Ling Yu leaned against the driver's seat and nodded. Although there may not be any danger, We still have to remain vigilant. Pass down the order. Tell everyone to keep driving and not stop, so as to avoid any uncontrollable accidents, until the purge countdown ends. No one is allowed to relax. Yes, I'll notify them right away. That executive immediately nodded and accepted the order. At this moment, another executive took over. Young Patriarch. According to reports from the brothers below, after the newbie period ended, the monsters encountered on the highway really have become much stronger. Those monsters are now not only faster, but their strength has also greatly increased. Fortunately, it's still within a controllable range. And although the monsters have grown stronger, the things they drop have also improved quite a bit. Quite a few brothers have gotten some pretty good items. That was something we already guessed before. There's nothing surprising about it. Lingyu nodded. Benefits are often accompanied by risk. Tell the brothers to pay attention to safety. Also, if anyone gets an item that allows entry into an instance or a secret realm, they absolutely must not enter rashly. At this stage, every bit of resources is precious. We cannot afford to waste them. We know absolutely nothing about how deep the waters inside instances and secret realms are. If we lose too much combat power in there, our advantage within the 5 descendant races will vanish completely. Understood. Everyone answered in unison. After that, several others made a series of reports, mostly intelligence concerning vehicle wear, supply consumption, and the movements of other races after the newbie period ended. Lingyu handled things in an orderly manner, arranging everything one by one. After the routine matters were dealt with, one executive hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help asking, Young Patriarch, should we use the designated service area card in your hand? The moment those words came out, everyone in the video conference fell silent, their gazes turning toward Lingyu in unison. As the second place holder on the mileage ranking, the rewards Lingyu had received were not as good as Su Yi's, but they were still far from bad. He had obtained 1 designated service area card, 1 battle card, 5 free attribute points, and 2,000 survival coins. Compared to Su Yi, he was only missing 1 talent awakening potion and 1,000 survival coins. That's right, Young Patriarch. There must be quite a few opportunities in the service area too. Another executive couldn't help chiming in. If you can enter the service area early, perhaps it can help you quickly increase your strength and completely leave the other 4 races behind. As soon as that was said, the others also could no longer hold back. In that battle card too, Young Patriarch, I think it can be used. A fierce glint flashed through one executive's eyes. Use it on that guy who never checks the fuel gauge. That bastard is loaded. That's right. After the purge notice came out, he took the opportunity to have that fellow called MOU harvest a huge amount of basic resources for him. Who knows how many good things he has in his hands now. And his workbench too. That's the most important part. If our Ling race can get his massive amount of resources and that unique workbench, things will be much easier for us later. In the early stage, we could directly monopolize equipment manufacturing across the entire survival highway. Not just resources. He also knows some information about the survival highway. Don't forget, he was able to precisely grasp the rhythm of the purge and profit from it. That definitely wasn't luck. If we can figure out how he learned that information, then the value of controlling that information channel will be even greater than those resources. Everyone started talking at once. Whenever Su Yi came up, every pair of eyes was filled with undisguised greed and eagerness. Ordinary players might not know what Su Yi had asked MOU to do, but how could they not know? The reason they had kept silent in the regional channel and never exposed Su Yi was first, because there was no benefit in saying anything. It would only offend Su Yi. Second, they wanted to fatten Su Yi up first. Later, when they found a chance to kill him, all the resources Su Yi had swallowed would become theirs. Listening to everyone, Lingyu was not blinded by greed. No rush for now. Lingyu's voice was not loud, yet it instantly suppressed all discussion. We still don't even know what these service zones actually do. If we rashly use a designated service zone card, we might just waste this precious opportunity. And this guy never looks at the fuel gauge, although I do have a conquest card and can force my way onto his highway. Don't forget that he's number 1 on the mileage ranking. The benefits he's gotten will only be greater. If we don't have 100% certainty, then if something goes wrong, we want to be going there to kill someone. We'll be delivering ourselves to him instead. Lingyu's words were like a bucket of cold water dumped over everyone's heads. But he did not stop and continued right now. He's the only one in the entire region who has a workbench. If we really use a conquest card to kill him, then naturally everything will be perfect. But what if we fail? What if he escapes? Once we form this kind of irreconcilable blood feud, it's bound to plant a massive hidden danger for the future. Don't forget, besides our Ling clan, there are also the Shi clan, Yin clan, Frost clan, and Sand clan. If he doesn't die and takes that workbench straight to any one of the other 4 clans, specializing in making equipment for them against our Ling clan, how passive would that leave us? Hearing that, everyone in the video meeting completely fell silent, their expressions shifting one after another. Although they were still unwilling deep down, they had to admit the young clan leader was right. If they did not make a move, everyone could still keep the peace. And They might even buy some equipment from him. But if they made a move and failed to kill him, then he could turn around and arm their competitors. The Ling clan could not bear that kind of risk. No ruse. Only after seeing everyone calm down did Ling Yu slowly continue. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I'll sound him out first and ask for information about the service zones. If I can use the information he provides to enter a service zone that can quickly raise my strength, then I may very well have a chance to kill him. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up again, and they all nodded in agreement. The young clan leader is wise. After that, they discussed a few more details regarding resource distribution, then ended the video meeting. In fact, it was not just Ling Yu. The leaders of the other 4 clans were also holding similar meetings in their own upper-level group chats, and all of them brought up targeting Su Yi. They all coveted the resources in Su Yi's hands, and even more so that workbench that could continuously produce equipment. But after an intense round of discussion and weighing of benefits, all 4 leaders made the exact same decision as Ling Yu. Temporarily give up on targeting him. Without complete confidence in killing him in one strike, no one was willing to be the first bird out of the flock and offend Su Yi. After all, the 5 descendant clans had never been a united front to begin with. They were constantly scheming and competing against one another in secret. If Su Yi survived, he would definitely side with one of the other 4 forces. Whoever struck first might end up being wiped out by Su Yi joining forces with the other races. In the face of profit and risk, the upper ranks of the 5 descendant clans displayed extremely high strategic discipline and patience. Everyone was waiting for a chance when Su Yi exposed a flaw, or waiting for the day their own strength rose high enough that they could ignore Su Yi's trump cards. At this very moment, Su Yi naturally knew nothing about all this. But even if he did know, he would not care. Right now, these guys might still pose some danger to him, but as time passed, the gap between them and him would only grow wider and wider. Bang! Inside the training room, a muffled collision exploded with a loud boom. Su Yi's body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, then fell off the arena. Ding! Simulated battle ended. Time used, 16 minutes, 45 seconds. As the system prompt sounded, Zhou Daqiang's figure turned into specks of blue light and dispersed in the training room. This time I lasted nearly 17 minutes. That improvement. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Of course, he knew very well that this was mainly thanks to the huge surge in his own stats and his full set of equipment. Big Brother Daqiang's combat skills were truly terrifying. There was not a single unnecessary movement. Every strike was lethal. Just as Su Yi was resting while watching the video and summarizing his experience, beep beep beep, a private chat notification suddenly popped up on the system interface. Su Yi raised a brow and opened the chat panel for a look. Oh, full coverage bro is here. Ling Yu, you there? TSK. Full coverage bro's way of greeting people is almost on par with a simp. As Su Yi spoke, he also replied, never looks at the fuel gauge. Ling Yu, brother, sorry to bother you. I wonder if you have time right now. I want to make a deal with you. Never looks at the fuel gauge. A deal? Let us hear it. Need weapons again? Or are you short on bandages this time? Ling Yu, neither, actually. To be honest, I got a designated service zone card in this mileage ranking settlement. The moment he saw that message, Su Yi immediately understood. The other party wanted to ask him about the service zones. Never looks at the fuel gauge. That is a good item. If you want to sell it, I'll buy it cheap. The corner of Ling Yu's eye twitched. Everyone else was offering to buy at a high price, but when it came to this guy, it became buying cheap. Besides, when did he ever say he wanted to sell it? Ling Yu, brother, you misunderstood. I have no intention of selling this card. The reason I came to you is because I know nothing at all about the service zones. I figured you must know something, so I wanted to ask and learn a bit. So it really was for this. But if you wanted to buy information from him, the price would not be low. Never looks at the fuel gauge. I did know a little. Seeing that sentence, Ling Yu's eyes lit up. The other party really did know information about the service zones. He just did not know exactly how the other party had gotten that information. If he could grasp that source of intelligence, Ling Yu took a deep breath. He still could not rush things for now. After all, he still did not have complete confidence in taking the other party down. Ling Yu, name your price. As long as it's reasonable. I definitely 1T haggle. So you see me that. He understood this guy a little by now. He might open with full coverage and say he would not haggle. But in reality, he haggled every single time. Never looks at the fuel gauge. I'm not lacking resources right now. So how about you give me that conquest card? Ling Yu, brother, don't joke around. Other than the conquest card and the designated service zone card, everything else is negotiable. Naturally, Ling Yu could not give the conquest card to Su Yi. He was still planning to wait until he got more conquest cards, then lead his subordinates to destroy Su Yi together. That way, it would be much safer. Ling Yu, I have some pretty good stuff here. How about you take a look and see what you need? After saying that, Ling Yu sent over information on quite a few items. Su Yi tapped to check them and found that the good things in the other party's hands were indeed not few. Submachine gun blueprint, RPG single soldier rocket launcher blueprint, multi-function tactical crossbow blueprint, high-energy flashbang blueprint, Aside from these highly lethal firearms and tactical equipment blueprints, there is also a list of physical resources attached below. More than 100 slabs of mutated wild beast meat, along with several bags of special seeds marked as unknown. Looks like Chuan Baoji was being quite sincere this time. There were plenty of good things, but Su Yi felt no stirring in his heart. To him, these things were no longer necessities. First were the blueprints. He had a workbench that could keep producing equipment without end. If he took these blueprints, then who would he sell the finished weapons to after making them? Wouldn't he still have to sell them to Ling Yu and those 5 descendants fellows? For all he knew, the other side had deliberately brought out these blueprints, buying the information while also making Su Yi craft weapons for them later. By comparison, he was actually quite interested in those seeds, but unfortunately, he had no conditions to cultivate them at this stage. And when he truly needed those resources later, he could just have Daxia send over a batch directly. After the newbie period ended, civilization monsters could also drop all kinds of blueprints. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Forget those things. They're not very useful to me. How about this? 3,000 survival coins. And I'll tell you the service area information I know. Ling Yu, survival coins are fine, but brother, ISNT your asking price way too high? Last time when you sold me information, it was only a few hundred survival coins. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Times are different now. Back then, everyone was still in the starting phase, and you didn't have many survival coins in hand. So naturally I asked for less. But now it's different. You just took second place on the mileage leaderboard. The ranking reward alone should been 2,000 survival coins, right? Add your previous savings on top of that, and you can definitely come up with 3,000 survival coins. On the other side of the screen, Ling Yu looked at that reply and gritted his teeth in anger. He really could afford 3,000, but he was definitely unwilling to pay it. Ling Yu, that's too much. I still have so many people under me to support. There's no way I can give it all to you. At most, 1,500 survival coins. I don't have even one more coin than that. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Deal. A smile appeared on Su Yi's face. In truth, the lowest price in his mind had only been 1,000 survival coins. He knew very well how hard survival coins were to obtain at this stage. Squeezing out 1,000 would already count as a huge harvest. He hadn't expected Ling Yu's psychological bottom line to be 500 higher. Meanwhile, when Ling Yu saw the instant reply with the 2 words deal, he froze for a moment. I bid too high. Forget it. My psychological expectation was originally 2,000 survival coins anyway. Getting it for 1,500 still counts as a profit. Ling Yu could only comfort himself like this, then immediately transferred 1,500 survival coins over. Ding! You have received a transfer from player Ling Yu. 1,500 survival coins. It had to be said, once the price was settled, Chuan Baoji paid very straightforwardly. Suye Simidet. Ling Yu, the money has been transferred, brother. Can you talk now? What secrets are there in the service area? Since he had taken the money, Suye naturally wouldn't be vague about it. Never looks at the fuel gauge. All right, since you're being so straightforward, I'll tell you. Service areas, as the name implies, are the only safe harbors on this road of death. Inside, they contain all kinds of functional buildings. Repair shop. This is mainly for repairing vehicles. For example, if your vehicle hits monsters on the road or runs into extreme weather and its durability is about to bottom out, you can go to the repair shop and spend money to restore it. Foot bath shop. When you've gone through a long period of slaughter and your body and mind feel extremely exhausted or even suffer mental pollution, soaking your feet at the foot bath shop can instantly clear all your negative statuses. Restaurant. The food inside can not only fill your stomach, but also provide all kinds of powerful temporary buffs, such as increasing strength, raising movement speed, or granting short-term poison immunity. Hospital. This is the place that saves lives. As long as you still have a breath left, even if your organs are ruptured or your arms and legs are broken, as long as you're carried into the hospital and pay enough survival coins, you can walk out full of life again. Relay station. It can transport supplies across regions. Divination house. This place is rather mystical. It can predict whether your near future will be lucky or unlucky, or point you toward the coordinates of some high-value resource. However, its accuracy is directly proportional to its fees. Suyi gave a detailed introduction to the functions of all the conventional service areas. But since he had taken the money, he naturally had to add some real valuable information too. Never looks at the fuel gauge, aside from those. The most important one is the shop service area. The shop service area is the core existence among all service areas. As long as you have enough survival coins, you can buy anything you can think of there. And supposedly, there seems to be a good thing in there called the Talent Awakening Potion. After drinking it, you can awaken a player-exclusive talent with 100% certainty. The message was sent. In truth, Suyi still hadn't mentioned some extremely important information about service areas. For example, the cemetery. Inside the cemetery, players could buy a grave plot. As long as you own a grave plot, if you died unexpectedly on the road, you could revive for free once in that grave. That was equivalent to having one extra life. On the survival road, there was nothing more tempting than the word revive. However, The price of a grave plot was extremely expensive, so expensive that it drove people to despair. Back when Daxiao was surviving, it was only after someone reached Tier 6 strength that they barely managed to scrape together enough survival coins to buy the cheapest inferior grave plot. There was also another service area called the Intelligence House. Inside the Intelligence House, you could buy any information you wanted. Not just the real-time coordinates and status panels of other players, even the mechanics of unexplored dungeons, the full map of secret realms, the distribution of monster weak points. So long as you paid enough, all of it could be bought. At this moment, on the other side, Ling Yu looked at the densely packed information on the screen, and his breathing grew rapid. Especially when he saw Su Yi's final introduction about the shop service area and the Talent Awakening Potion. A look of sudden realization appeared on Ling Yu's face. So that is how it is. No wonder this guy refused resources no matter what, and only wanted survival coins. He was frantically gathering survival coins because he was definitely planning to go to the shop service area and buy the Talent Awakening Potion. Ling Yu did not know that Su Yi had actually already awakened a talent. That was because Ling Yu himself was second place on the mileage leaderboard. So he had no idea that first place on the mileage leaderboard could receive a Talent Awakening Potion for free. Ling Yu, many thanks for clearing that up, brother. But brother, do you happen to know about how many survival coins it would take to buy this Talent Awakening Potion? When Su Yi saw the other side ask that, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. He had known Ling Yu would definitely ask about this. The reason he had put the shop service area at the very end was precisely so the other side would take the initiative to ask. Never looks at the fuel gauge. How would I know? I haven't even been to the shop service area myself yet. So naturally, I don't know the exact pricing. But you can tell with your toes that something like this is definitely sky high in price. Although I've got some survival coins on me right now, I estimate even a fraction wouldn't be enough. I'm planning to save at least 50,000, maybe even 100,000 survival coins before I go. Otherwise, if I go there only to find out I'm a pauper who can't afford anything, wouldn't that just be wasting a precious designated service area card for nothing? Seeing what Su Yi said, Ling Yu could not help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the other side really had not awakened talent yet. Ling Yu secretly calculated in his heart. As long as he still hadn't awakened his talent, then the gap between them wasn't as huge as he had imagined. 100,000 survival coins? No matter how good he was at killing on his own, saving up 100,000 would still take forever. With that, Ling Yu's wariness toward Su Yi lessened quite a bit. At the same time, he deeply agreed with Su Yi's words. Su Yi was alone. He only needed to buy one Talent Awakening Potion. But Ling Yu was different. He had thousands of subordinates under him. Even if he couldn't give every single subordinate a Talent Awakening Potion, he at least had to make sure each of the core upper ranks in the clan got one, right? One person was 100,000. 10 people was 1 million. At that point in his calculations, Ling Yu only felt his scalp go numb. The pressure is heavy as a mountain. Ling Yu, brother's right. We really do need to make thorough preparations. If you get any more exclusive information in the future, you can come to me anytime. I'll definitely give you a satisfying price. Never looks at the fuel gauge. All right, happy working together. After ending the private chat with Ling Yu, Su Yi casually closed the chat panel and glanced at his survival coins. Survival coins, 5789. Almost 6,000, but it was still far from enough. Su Yi really was planning to wait until he had at least 100,000 survival coins before going to the shop service area. Otherwise, if he saw something good and couldn't afford it, that feeling would be pretty awful. Still, he had managed to screw Ling Yu over a bit. A smile appeared on Su Yi's face. In order not to make a wasted trip to the shop service area, the other party would definitely start saving up survival coins too. That meant the other party wouldn't be going to the shop service area to buy anything anytime soon, which also delayed the speed at which he could awaken his talent. Su Yi knew very well that the Talent Awakening Potion only sold for 10,000 survival coins in the shop service area. It was exactly cheap, but it definitely wasn't too expensive either. If Ling Yu knew that price, he might head to the shop service area as soon as he gathered 100,000 or so. But after Su Yi's little speech, he might actually consider waiting until he saved up over 1 million before going. Even though the newbie period had ended and there were now more ways to get survival coins, saving up over 1 million still wasn't easy. At the very least, it could delay him for a month. During that month, he would come looking for trouble with me. And by the time a month passes, even if he does come to wage war on me, I'll already be terrifyingly strong. As Su Yi thought this, his gaze fell on an item inside his storage ring. It was the Dungeon Crystal for Zombie Empire. Originally, Su Yi had been planning to sell this Dungeon Crystal to Ling Yu too. But after thinking it over, he temporarily gave up on the idea. Forget it. Ling Yu's a poor bastard right now too. He looked like getting that 1,500 coins out just now was like cutting off flesh. As for the other 4 leaders of the 5e race, they probably aren't much richer either. I'm already not interested in ordinary mutated meat and blueprints anymore. All I want is survival coins. Let these guys save up a bit more out on the highway and fatten up first. When the time comes, I'll make a chat group and pull them all in, then put this Dungeon Crystal up for auction and butcher them hard. just as Suyi was planning his next great leak harvesting scheme. Beep beep. Warning. The radar module has detected unknown targets ahead on the highway. Quantity: 4. Monster spawned? Suyi came back to his senses, left the training room, returned to the vehicle, and started slowing down. As the distance closed after going around a bend, Suyi finally saw what the 4 red dots on the radar actually were. They were 4 Dacia soldiers. Seeing this, Suyi smiled. He knew more supplies had arrived again. The Gale Ranger traced an arc across the highway and came to a steady stop in front of the 4 figures. After both sides confirmed the code phrase, they quickly stepped forward, their hands gripping tightly together. Hello, Comrade Suyi. The leading man's voice was low and hoarse. Comrade Zhao, one has already reported your situation in detail. Based on your needs, the logistics department has already put together a plan regarding skills. At the current stage, due to the rules, you can only learn 2 skills. In order to ensure that you have enough means of self-protection and counterattack next, one of them must be an active skill. Suyi gave a slight note. I definitely need 1 active skill. I need some kind of one-hit kill offensive method after all, given that you want to use a long spear as your main weapon. The logistics department has selected the 5 most suitable active skills for a long spear that are also relatively easy to obtain at present. The man continued. The first is cloud-piercing thrust. It comes with a slight armor-breaking effect, as well as an extremely practical short-distance movement effect. The second is sweep. This is a large area AoE skill that can deal considerable damage to a full circle of surrounding targets, and it also comes with a certain knockback effect. It's suitable for use when surrounded. The third is cloud-breaking pierce. This skill has extremely high burst power and comes with an extremely high armor-breaking effect. It also has a certain chance of causing the target to enter a staggered state, but its drawback is that it requires a certain amount of charging time. The man explained all 5 active skills one by one. The logistics department most recommends cloud-piercing thrust. Its damage is quite good, and that movement effect carries extremely high tactical value, whether it's used to charge in for a kill or to widen the gap and save your life. The man added, of course, this is only a recommendation. The final choice is yours. So he thought for a moment. Sweep sounded great for clearing mobs, but it was a bit lacking against powerful single targets. Cloud-breaking pierce was astonishingly powerful and even came with control effects. But the limitation of needing to charge was a fatal weakness in a life-and-death fight where everything changed in an instant. Enemies weren't wooden stakes. They would stand there and wait for you to finish charging your ultimate move. In comparison, cloud-piercing thrust had armor break and movement. It could attack when advancing and defend when retreating. In battle, it also gave a higher margin for error. I choose cloud-piercing thrust, Suyi said. All right, now that we're done with the active skill, next is the choice of the second skill. The man said, the logistics department recommends that you choose a passive skill to comprehensively enhance your base combat power. The top recommendation is stacking waves. This is a passive with tremendous potential. Every effective attack can stack 1 layer of damage, up to a maximum of 10 layers. The most important thing is that this skill doesn't restrict weapon type. It won't just work when you use a spear. Even if your long spear leaves your hand and you fight an enemy barehanded, this skill can still function the same way. The man paused, then added, by the way, the cloud-piercing thrust skill you just chose can also be activated by using your fist as a spear, while it won't have the sharpness of a spear tip. So the effect will definitely be somewhat worse. The built-in movement effect can absolutely save your life at a critical moment. Other than stacking waves, there's spear intent, which comes with an armor-breaking effect and can inflict continuous bleeding damage on enemies. There's also 1 inch longer. When holding a long spear, it can create a deterrence effect on targets within the surrounding area, reducing the target's movement speed and attack speed by percentage. The man then described 5 passive skills in total. All of these skills could be leveled up, and the higher the level, the stronger the effects. I trust the professional judgment of the logistics department. I'll choose stacking waves for the passive skill. Suyi made his choice without hesitation. This skill was universally useful. The longer he fought, the braver he became. The more he fought, the stronger he got. Even in the later stages, it could still play a role. Understood, Comrade Suyi. Then these 2 skills are now fully confirmed. The man nodded. Once I return, I'll report it immediately. The higher-ups will arrange a way for you to obtain these 2 skills. You'll encounter another group of our people later today. By then, there should already be a result. If there's nothing else, then we'll head back first. After the man finished speaking, he exchanged glances with the other 3. Then they started attacking each other until all 4 of their health bars were down to 1. Do it, Comrade Suyi. Sorry for the offense. Sudin put on airs. Blade light flashed, clean and decisive. As the 4 fell, 4 items dropped onto the ground as well. Suyi checked the loot. 2 function modules and 2 badges emitting a gray glow. He glanced at the 2 function modules and shook his head slightly. Unfortunately, they were both duplicate modules already installed on his vehicle. He could only toss them into his storage ring to gather dust for now, or find a chance later to sell them to those suckers from the Wui race. But the 2 badges made his eyes light up. They were gray mist badges. With 8 more, the gray mist badge could level up. Now that the newbie period had ended, the monsters he encountered later would only get stronger. A first order gray mist badge was already starting to fall behind. If he could raise gray mist seeking to second order, that would mean even second order monsters would be able to actively attack him. I hadn't even brought up Dacia yet, and they already thought of it themselves. Saves me the trouble. Sui properly stored the spoils, turned around, got into the car, and then activated the self-driving function. He himself entered the training room and continued training. Time passed slowly. Sui had not been training for long when a notification sound rang through the entire survival highway. Purging begins. The voice carried not a trace of emotion. It was like a heavy hammer smashing brutally into everyone's hearts. Sui paused and immediately stopped what he was doing to open the chat channel. In just an instant, the chat channel, which had been fairly calm, exploded. Countless messages rolled by like a waterfall. The despair and terror between the lines almost overflowed from the screen. Holy shit, holy shit. The gray mist behind me suddenly sped up again. It's faster than my car with the gas pedal floored. Save me. Someone save me. It's over. The road suddenly collapsed, and below it is all magma. My car is hanging in midair. This is probably my last message. Everyone, live well for me. Help! A monster over 100 jong tall suddenly appeared in front of me. It's swinging a hammer even bigger than a mountain at me. Do you think I can still live? Fuel. Which boss can lend me some fuel? My car is out of gas. I feel like I'm just a tiny bit away from escaping this purge. Please, I'm begging you, save me. Wailing, cries for help, and despair filled the entire chat channel. Sui stared at the screen. He noticed that some players had just sent out distress messages, and their profile icons instantly turned gray, never pulsing again. That represented death. At the same time, Sui shifted his gaze to the survivor count in the upper right corner of the channel. In his C13 zone, there had originally been 1 million Wui race players, but now that number was plunging at a horrifying rate. 900, 000, 850, 000, 800, 000. Every single jump in the number meant thousands upon thousands of lives being ruthlessly crushed in some unknown corner. Sui stood in the training room. Even though this purge had nothing to do with him, seeing so many players eliminated still made his heart ache. What a pity. These players definitely still had resources on them. Maybe not much individually, but together it would have been quite a lot. I want to be able to loot them later. Sui sighed, regretfully. Naturally, Sui was actually heartbroken over these players. He knew very well that what they called death was really just elimination. Once the Wui race as survival trial was completely over, these players would revive within the gray mist. Besides, he wasn't one of the Wui race to begin with, so there was even less reason for him to care. But this also showed one thing clearly. On the survival highway, trying to muddle through and barely survive was absolutely impossible. Sui said this purge is basically telling every player that once your speed falls behind, your vehicle can't keep up and your resources run dry, then even if you aren't eliminated by other players or monsters, the game will automatically clear out players with no value. This was killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, using it to whip the remaining players into going all out. So he could already foresee that once this purge ended, the mentality of the surviving players would definitely change. From now on, there would surely be plenty of things where people stopped at nothing just to fight over resources. Sigh, I'm still too kind-hearted. I just can't bear to witness the suffering of the world. Looking at those foreign race players frantically begging for help, Sui couldn't help but sigh. Since he couldn't bear to watch, then he simply wouldn't. Sui closed the chat interface, completely shutting out those desperate screams. Then he threw himself back into training. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collision sounds rang out in the training room. He had no time to pity others. He had to seize every moment to make himself even stronger. Until 1 hour later, purging ended. Remaining players, please keep working hard. You don't want to become the target of the next purge, do you? So the purge is over. It only lasted 1 hour. Thinking this, Sui stopped training, opened the chat channel, and first looked at the player count. C13 zone player count. 614, 785. There were only a little over 600. 000 players left. That meant that in this 1 hour alone, around 380,000 players have been purged and eliminated. What a grand move. More than 1/3 of the players got eliminated. The remaining players are probably panicking now. As Sui thought this, he also looked at the chat messages. Holy shit. Holy shit. I did the math. From the start of the purge to the end, a total of 381,417 players were eliminated. Our zone only had 1 million players to begin with. Just this purge alone wiped out nearly 2/5. Too terrifying. I'll never dare slack off again. From the notice, it's obvious purges like this will happen again later. This damn game is for real. It's not leaving us any way to live. We have to find a way to get stronger next. I think we still need to stick together. Otherwise, if something like this happens again, We want to even be able to find anyone to ask for help. Yeah, I just created a team. Anyone interested can join my chat group. This purge had obviously stunned all the players. None of them dared slack off anymore. They were all thinking about pushing forward with effort from now on, because if you fell behind, you got purged. At the same time, some players saw an opportunity and took the chance to set up chat groups. Quite a few players joined them, huddling together for warmth. Even Suyi received quite a few chat group invitations, but he ignored all of them. Though they're all just a mob and can't compare to Ling Yu and the others' team, they might still be useful someday. Thinking this, Suyi sent Yu a message, telling him to join every chat group and keep watch on the messages inside at all times. Even if he didn't join personally, someone still had to keep an eye on these players' movements. Don't worry, cousin. I'll definitely infiltrate their ranks and provide you with all kinds of information, Yu replied. Suyi nodded in satisfaction, then sent the other party a pair of speed +1 shoes he had gotten before. Gathering information is important, but don't forget to improve your strength too. What level is your vehicle now? Thanks, cousin. My vehicle is already level 11 now. It's just a pity function modules are too hard to come by. Otherwise, I could level it up even more. I still have 2 function modules here. I can't use them anyway. I've already deducted the cost directly from the resources you left with me. So he sent the 2 function modules he had obtained to the other party. Cousin, you're awesome. Just deduct whatever you think's right. Anyway, from now on, I'm sticking to your thigh. After saying that, Yu accepted the 2 function modules. Suyi also closed the chat interface because at that moment, the radar alarm went off again. Warning, the radar module has detected unknown targets ahead on the highway. Quantity, 3. Seeing this, Suyi left the training room and returned to the driver's seat. Very soon, he saw 3 figures standing by the roadside. They were 3 Daxia soldiers. After the 2 sides exchanged the usual code phrase, Suyi got out of the vehicle and shook hands with the 3 of them in greeting. Comrade Suyi, we VE come to deliver orders from the higher-ups. In a moment, you can directly use that Daxia instance crystal. The skills you need have already been prepared for you. Also, we VE prepared some good stuff for you too. You'll know in a moment, the leading man said with a smile. Suyi's eyes lit up. He could finally enter Daxia's instance. He just didn't know what kind of situation this instance was. Many thanks to the 3 of you for informing me. Suyi, no need to be so polite. We're just carrying out orders. If you don't have any other questions, we'll be leaving first. Oh right, your vehicle level is still too low at the moment, so it doesn't yet have permission to enter instances and secret realms. So before you enter the instance, you can let your vehicle upgrade first. That way, when you come out of the instance, the vehicle will have finished upgrading too, which saves time. The man said, as for function modules, the 3 of us all have them. We just don't know whether they overlap with the function modules you already have. Suyi nodded, then asked curiously, then what level does the vehicle need to reach before it can enter instances and secret realms? When the vehicle reaches 2nd tier, it unlocks permission to enter instances. When the vehicle reaches 3rd tier, it unlocks permission to enter secret realms, the man explained. Suyi understood. 2nd tier was too far off for him, but 3rd tier was still some distance away. Since that's the case, then we'll be heading back. Comrade Suyi, good luck. As the man spoke, he nodded to the other 2 beside him. Then they attacked each other, and when their HP bars dropped to 1, Suyi moved in to finish them off. At once, 2 function modules and 200 units of fuel dropped out. Suyi watched as the 3 turned into beams of light and disappeared. Only then did he pick up the 2 function modules and inspect them. He already had one of them. Fortunately, he didn't have the other one. Function module, magnetic anti-slip. After activation, the wheel hubs generate magnetic force to adhere to the ground, greatly enhancing anti-slip performance. Not bad. If he ran into snowfields or icy surfaces in the future, this function would come in handy. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. He immediately walked over to the vehicle and fed all kinds of materials into it. He also added some special things. For example, the bulletproof tire blueprint and bulletproof glass blueprint he had obtained earlier. He had already crafted them at the workbench, and this time he could upgrade and install them together. Please choose an upgrade direction. As usual, Suyi chose the speed direction. He had already decided to go all the way down this road. Detected that the player possesses a function module. Added to this upgrade? Yes. After that, Suyi placed a magnetic anti-slip module onto it. Vehicle upgrading. Estimated time, 75 minutes. Please wait patiently. The next instant, the vehicle was engulfed in dazzling white light, and the faint clacking sounds of metal restructuring could be heard within it. Seeing this, Suyi didn't stay idle either. Instead, he took out Daxia's instance crystal. Use this instance crystal. Besides the player himself, 49 other players may be added to accompany him. Use it directly, Suyi said. He was going there to stock up, not to bring other players along. Use successful. The next instant, the instance crystal in Suyi's hand slowly floated up, then transformed into a dark blue light, gate 10 meters tall. The instance entrance has opened. The player has 5 minutes to enter. Suyi did not hesitate. He lifted his foot, stepped through the light gate, and vanished. The moment he passed through the light gate, Suyi only felt his vision blur, and the intense sensation of weightlessness vanished in an instant. When his vision became clear again, Suyi found himself standing on a highway. But unlike the survival highway, there were abandoned residential districts, commercial streets, and even a small factory visible in the distance. At that moment, a cold, emotionless system notification suddenly sounded in Suyi's mind. Welcome, player, to the instance, City of Withering. This instance will last for 12 hours. When the time is up, you will automatically be teleported out of the instance. The player's current location is the Withering suburbs. Please collect 10 memory fragments to obtain clues for entering the City of Withering. Mission: collect memory fragments. Current progress: 0-10. There was actually an instance mission too. But what exactly were these memory fragments? Just as Suyi was thinking this, he suddenly heard a burst of footsteps behind him. On this empty, deathly silent highway, they sounded especially harsh. When he turned his head to look, he found well over 100 figures walking over in unison. Suyi had been somewhat on guard at first, but when he saw the person in front, the muscles tensed all over his body instantly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. The one who had come was none other than Zhou Daqiang, the man who had beaten him half to death again and again in the training room. But the one in the training room had only been the other party's projected data. The one standing in front of him now was the real body. Comrade Suyi, we meet again, Zhou Daqiang said with a hearty laugh. Instructor Zhou, it may have been a long time since you saw me, but I've been seeing you every day in the training room, getting beaten half to death by you, Suyi said with a smile as he walked over. Right? Why are you dressed like this? At this moment, Zhou Daqiang and the 100+ others were not wearing Daxia's iconic camouflage uniforms. Instead, every one of them was dressed in coarse work clothes stained with oil and dust, looking like laborers from some bankrupt factory. What else? It's because we came to this instance. Those are the instance rules. Right now, we're workers in the outskirts of the City of Withering. Zhou Daqiang patted the dust on his clothes and said indifferently, forget that for now. Let me first tell you about this instance. I believe you've already gotten the game as prompt and received the instance mission. The mission is for you to find 10 memory fragments. Only by gathering them all can you obtain a way to enter the City of Withering. Suyi nodded. Where are these memory fragments? Where are they located? And what is the situation inside the City of Withering? Memory fragments are just game items. You played games before, right? You find a special character, complete the task they assign, or fulfill their last wish, and after triggering their CG, you can obtain one. But we don't need to go through all that trouble. As Zhou Daqiang spoke, he turned to look at the 10 people standing ramrod straight behind him. You 10, come over yourselves and hand the memory fragments to Suyi. Hey, hello, comrade Suyi. This is the memory fragment on me. A lean man was the first to step forward. He pulled out a faintly glowing fragment from his clothes and handed it over. This one's mine. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to go through all those tedious steps. Yeah. We've heard of Comrade Suyi's great name for a long time now. This is our first time seeing the real person today. You're really something, kid, actually managing to blend into the 5-race survival game. The 10 men stepped forward one after another, smiling as they greeted Suyi and handed over glass-like fragments one by one into his hands. The instant Suyi received the 10th fragment, a crisp system notification rang out again. Congratulations, player, for completing the mission and obtaining clues to enter the City of Withering. Immediately after, Suyi saw the 10 memory fragments in his hand seem to be drawn by some kind of magnetic force. They floated into the air on their own and quickly fused into a palm-sized glass mirror. Inside the mirror, a moving image appeared. It was a towering city wall that reached into the clouds, yet it was worn and mottled. Above the city gate, 4 large characters were painted in dark red, City of Withering. At this moment, the city gate stood wide open. 4 armored guards were stationed at the entrance, each holding a rusty long halberd. Then the image shifted and the view moved all the way down along the city wall. In a hidden corner of the wall, a dog hole half blocked by a few broken stones appeared in the image. After that, the image froze completely. So if I want to enter the City of Withering, I have to crawl through that dog hole? Suya sight. Ha. Other players would naturally have to do that, but this is our Daxia's territory. So there is no need to go through all that trouble. Here, take this. As Zhou Daqiang spoke, he removed a black iron token from his waist and tossed it directly to Suyi. Suyi reached out and caught it. The token felt heavy in his hand, and a complicated skull pattern was carved on its surface. This is the pass token for the City of Withering. Just take it and go in through the front gate. Zhou Daqiang explained. Even though the gate guards are also our people, they're restricted by dungeon rules. Without the token, they can't let you in directly. Suyi understood and put away the token. So this entire dungeon is full of our Daxia people? Of course. There are over 1,000 of our brothers in this dungeon. At the moment, you're only in the outskirts. Your next route is to enter the City of Withering and head straight for the City Hall. The boss is inside the City Hall, but you can rest assured. The boss is one of our own too. But if you want to enter the City Hall, you need to find 3 access cards. They're in the safes of the hospital, the bank, and the library respectively. You don't need to worry about that either. Once you enter the city of Withering, someone will specifically take you to collect them. Zhou Daqiang directly dumped all the information about how to clear this dungeon and which items were needed on his Suyi in one go. He even told him that when the time came, people would personally deliver those items to Suyi, items that should have required great effort to find. This wasn't dungeon grinding at all. It was basically a sightseeing trip. Suyi Sikit Inyardi. This feeling of cheating really was amazing. What benefits do I get from clearing this dungeon? Suyi Oskit. By benefits, he naturally wasn't referring to the things Dasha as people were giving him, but the official rewards given by the game system after clearing the dungeon. The reward for clearing a dungeon depends on the rating you get when you clear it. The ranks are SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, and the lowest D, Zhou Daqiang said. With our full support, we'll naturally help you secure the highest SSS rating, and the rewards will be the most generous. As for what the reward actually is, we don't know. That's not something Daxia can decide. It's determined by the game system, but it definitely won't be bad. Sui nodded to show he understood, even without the clear reward. Just the supplies and conveniences handed to him by everyone from Daxia were already enough to make him earn a huge profit. Alright, that's about it. As for the situation inside the city of Withering, someone will naturally guide you when the time comes. He is also an acquaintance of yours. First, let us help you grind up enough rating in the Withering outskirts. We also prepared some things for you, and it's time for you to collect them. As Zhou Daqiang spoke, he turned to look at the people behind him. Come over. Comrade Sui doesn't have much time, so let us hurry. As soon as Zhou Daqiang finished speaking, 16 men strode out from the crowd. They said nothing. They simply walked silently up to Suyi and formed 2 rows in front of him. Looking at the 16 of them, Suyi already had a vague guess about what was going to happen next. If one wanted a high rating in a dungeon, there was no way to avoid killing monsters. And at this moment, these Daxia soldiers in the dungeon were the monsters of the Withering outskirts. Comrade Suyi. There is no need to carry any psychological burden. Zhou Daqiang saw Suyi's hesitation and said in a deep voice, "It's not like this is the first time we've died. We'll revive anyway. After some time, we'll meet again. In the Withering outskirts. The 16 of them have villain scripts, so only by killing them can you get a high rating. As for the others, you don't need to make a move. Otherwise, it'll only lower your dungeon rating. Do it. Under the dungeon rule restrictions, they can't attack each other anyway. So the best you can do is strike hard and give them less pain." As Zhou Daqiang's words fell, the 16 men all stepped forward at the same time, looking at Suyi with resolute expressions. Although they said nothing, Suyi understood what they meant. "Everyone, pardon me." Suyi took a deep breath. The scale breaker blade appeared in his hand, and then the blade flashed as all 16 men fell at once. Player killed Wang Ergu, avenging the 3 children who were tortured to death. Dungeon rating increased. Player killed Li Dachui, eliminating a deserter from the city of Withering. Player reputation in the city of Withering increased. Dungeon rating increased. Player killed Zhao Si. One notification after another rang out. These names were not the 16 men's real names, but the roles they had taken on after entering the dungeon. At this point, Suyi understood. There were other side quests in the Withering outskirts. Under normal circumstances, he was supposed to trigger them while searching for memory fragments. But now, he had skipped the process of triggering those quests and completed them directly. Not bad, not bad. That strike just now was fierce enough. It's got a bit of my style, though you still need practice. At the very least, just now I could found 10 ways to counterkill you. Zhou Daqiang said with a smile. Go see what they dropped. Sui nodded and picked up the items on the ground one by one. Obtained, skill book stacking waves. Obtained, skill book cloud piercing thrust. Obtained, mental recovery potion, tier 1, x3. Obtained, health recovery potion, tier 1, x5. Obtained, survival coins, x46. Obtained, fuel x500 units. Obtained, physique attribute potion, tier 1, x2. Obtained, spirit attribute potion, tier 1, x2. Looking at the dropped items, Suyi's eyes lit up. They were all good things. Not only were there the 2 skill books he needed, there were also 2 items he had never seen before. En physique attribute potion, tier 1. After consumption, increases physique by 0.5. Limit, 3 per day. Spirit attribute potion, tier 1. After consumption, increases spirit by 0.5. Limit, 3 per day. Looking at the information on the 2 attribute potions, Suyi raised his brows. They actually had a daily usage limit. But if he could drink 3 attribute potions every day, then over the course of a month, both his physique and spirit attributes could increase by 45 points. On the road of survival, our civilization's monster refreshes can't produce items that directly increase attributes. But inside dungeons, that restriction is loosened, Zhou Daqiang said. We'll find a way to make sure you can use the daily limit of attribute potions every day. But relying on attribute potions alone definitely won't be enough to let you go from tier 1 to tier 2 in 1 month. So he also prepared some other things for you that can increase attributes. Suya nodded. To reach Tier 2, at least one attribute had to reach 100 points. And since he wanted balanced development, the resources he needed would naturally be even greater. Just as he was thinking, the system's voice suddenly rang out again. Ding! Decay's suburb exploration reached 100%. All hidden side quests completed. Current dungeon rating. It was only the suburb. Yet the rating had already shot straight up to a rank. Getting an SSS rating really was hard. There were 16 hidden side quests in the suburb alone. If he missed even one, he probably wouldn't be able to get an SSS rating. So he thought to himself, if not for Daxia's help, there was no way he could have found all 16 side quests, especially with a time limit of only 12 hours. Learn the skills first, Zhou Daqiang said. Suyi nodded, then took out 2 skill books. Do you want to use the skill book Stacking Waves? Do you want to use the skill book Cloud Piercing Thrust? Yes. As soon as Suyi confirmed, the 2 skill books turned into streams of light and poured into the center of his brows. Skill learned successfully. Suyi only felt a huge amount of information appear in his mind. In just an instant, he had already learned both skills. Stacking Waves, Level 1. Each attack can stack 1 layer of damage. Each layer increases the damage of the next attack by 10. 1 layer fades every 3 seconds. Can stack up to 10 layers. Cloud Piercing Thrust, Level 1. Unleash an extremely fast thrust. Damage dealt to the target is increased by 50, with an additional 5 armor-breaking effect. When activating this skill, you can instantly move up to 3 meters. Operator, Suye. Nickname, never looks at the fuel gauge. Race, human. Status, healthy. Rank, Tier 1. Physique, 18, base 10, vest 1, strength bracer 0.5, battle boots 2, heart guard mirror 3, gloves 1.5. Spirit, 17, base 15, necklace 1, headscarf 1. Talent, intuition. Skills, stacking waves, cloud piercing thrust. I finally have skills. A smile appeared on Su Ye's face, and he felt eager to try them out. Test the effects, Zhou Daqiang said, seeing what Su Yi was thinking and pointed toward the woods not far away. Su Yi nodded and entered the woods. With a thought, a long spear appeared in his hand. It was the armor-breaking long spear he had obtained earlier. This spear not only came with a 30 penetration effect, but also had a thrust skill attached to it. Although Su Yi had never trained with a spear, he could still manage basic swings. He walked up to a large tree and thrust out with the spear. With his current strength, plus the effects of the armor-breaking long spear, the tree was instantly pierced through. At the same time, Sui felt the effect of stacking waves activate. The damage of his next attack increased by 10, but the increase was temporary and could only last for 3 seconds. Sui did not waste time. He attacked the surrounding trees 9 more times in succession, and the effect of stacking waves immediately reached its limit. Then Sui looked at the largest tree in front of him, one so wide that it would take 10 people to wrap their arms around it. Cloud-piercing thrust. Swish. Suye's body instantly moved forward 3 meters, and the long spear pierced through the giant tree in an instant, but that was not the end. Thrust. This was the skill that came with the spear. The attack, which had just come to a stop, instantly drove forward again. Boom! With a loud bang, a bowl-sized hole appeared in the tree, punching straight through the entire trunk. Not bad, not bad. With this kind of attack power, if you run into a newly advanced Tier 2 opponent, you'll have a chance to seriously injure him with a sneak attack, Zhou Daqiang said with a smile and a nod. He did not say Su Yi could kill a Tier 2 powerhouse. If not for the armor-breaking, long spear's penetration effect, Su Yi's current stats would still make it hard for him to break a Tier 2 powerhouse's defense. Su Yi was also extremely satisfied. If he had not entered the survival game, he would have found it hard to believe that he could unleash such a powerful strike. It's strong, but it costs a lot of stamina, Su Yi said. He could feel that the combo just now had drained at least 20% of his stamina. And since it was a burst attack, his arms had gone a little numb as well. He had to rest for a bit before he could launch it again. He could force another burst if he wanted to, but the power definitely would not be as strong as before. That was basically the cooldown time. That's already pretty good. Your stats are still too low right now. Once your attributes go up later, you won't even need skills. You can casually unleash this kind of attack with a wave of your hand. Zhou Daqiang smiled and said, "All right, the suburb mission is fully complete. It's time for you to enter the city. Once you're inside, someone will naturally take you through the rest of the process." Understood, Instructor Zhou. Comrades, see you again in the future. Suye nodded. After putting away the long spear and saying goodbye to everyone, he headed toward Decay City under their watchful gazes. Half an hour later, after traveling at full speed, Suye arrived before the towering city gate. The city walls were covered in dark red claw marks and bullet holes, telling of the brutal battle that had once taken place here. Guards in armor stood on both sides of the gate like statues. Ven Suye approached. The 4 guards raised their rusty halberds in unison, crossing them to block his path. "Comrade, we can't let you enter the city on our own authority," one of them said helplessly. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you." Sui nodded, took out the black iron token, and waved it in front of them. The moment they saw the token, the four men immediately smiled. Then they put away their halberds in unison and stepped back, opening up a path. "Comrade, please enter." Sui nodded and walked inside. The instant he passed through the city gate, a thick stench of rot mixed with the smell of engine oil rushed at him. The city was nothing like the prosperity he had expected. Instead, it was like a dead city. Abandoned, rusted vehicles were scattered all over the streets. Newspapers and trash flew everywhere in the wind. The shop signs on both sides were broken and incomplete. Shattered glass covered the ground, and the interiors were pitch black, making it impossible to see what was inside. With a leave no plunder behind mindset, Sui tried dismantling some of the abandoned vehicles and storing them away. After all, they were still materials. But he discovered that while things in the dungeon could be destroyed, they could not be stored and taken away. It was probably a restriction of the rules, so he could only give up. Just as Su Yi was feeling regretful, a man in a black trench coat and a baseball cap walked out from the shadows. The man lifted his head, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his lips. "Comrade Su Yi, welcome to Decay City." "Comrade Wu Jun, so you're the one here to receive me." Su Yi recognized him instantly. Back then, it was from this very man that he had gotten the eye of detection. "It's me. Instructor Zhou should have already told you about this dungeon, so let's not waste time. I'll take you directly to get those 3 access cards." Wu Jun said, "First stop, Central City Hospital. Stay close to me." After speaking, Wu Jun's figure flashed, and he went straight into an abandoned side street nearby. Sui immediately broke into a run and followed. The two moved extremely fast, weaving through the tangled ruins of the city. There was no danger along the way, and before long, the two arrived in front of an abandoned hospital. Sui stopped and looked at the massive building before him. The mottled walls were covered in withered black vines. The once eye-catching Red Cross sign was now broken and incomplete, hanging shakily in midair. At the entrance, 5 men in security uniforms were already standing in formation. Their postures were ramrod straight, even though their uniforms were already tattered and covered in dark red stains. The iron-blooded aura unique to soldiers could not be concealed no matter what. When Su Yi and Wu Jun walked over, all 5 turned to look at them. There was no monster-like bloodlust in their eyes, only calmness and anticipation. "This is the hospital." Wu Jun stopped walking, his voice low and steady. "Under normal circumstances, those 5 guards would stop you here and trigger a tough battle. But for us, there is no need to go through all that trouble. Go on, deal with those 5 first." The security captain at the front stepped forward and straightened his chest. "Comrade Su Yi, make your move." Su Yi said nothing, only nodded. He knew that being sentimental was the most useless thing of all. "Excuse me." The armor-piercing long spear let out a low hum. A cloud-piercing thrust. Boom! It was as if the air had been torn apart in an instant. The spear tip burst with dazzling cold light, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it pierced through all 5 bodies in one strike. There were no screams, no struggle. Their HP was instantly emptied by that attack, and they fell one after another, dropping 5 items. So he stepped forward and picked them up for a look. He found 3 physique attribute potions glowing with a faint red light, and 2 spirit attribute potions flowing with a dim blue radiance. Good stuff. Counting these, he now had 5 physique attribute potions and 4 spirit attribute potions. Right at that moment, a shrill alarm suddenly rang throughout the entire hospital. Woo, woo, woo. The miserable sound echoed through the empty hospital, as if it had awakened some terrifying existence sleeping in the darkness. "No need to worry. This is just the normal process after the plot is triggered." Wu Jun waved his hand. "Next, you'll have to go in by yourself. My movement range is restricted, so I can't enter the inside of the hospital. I'll wait for you outside. After you go in, someone will guide you." "Understood. Thanks, Brother Wu." Su Yi nodded and strode toward the inside of the hospital. At the same time, he took out the potions that had just dropped. Tilting his head back, he directly chugged down 3 physique attribute potions and 3 spirit attribute potions. As the liquids went down his throat, they turned into 2 completely different warm currents. The red current was violent and scorching, surging through his limbs and bones like magma, constantly tearing apart and rebuilding his muscle fibers. The blue current, on the other hand, was cool like water. It rushed straight to his mind, making his thoughts even clearer. "You have consumed a physique attribute potion. Your physique attribute has increased by 0. 5. X3. You have consumed a spirit attribute potion. Your spirit attribute has increased by 0. 5. X3. A string of system notifications rang by his ears. So he clenched his fist and felt the surging power inside his body. After taking those potions, his base physique attribute had reached 11. 5. While his base spirit attribute had reached 16. 5. Not bad. Too bad there's a daily limit on how many you can take. Otherwise, if I just maxed out my stats directly, this survival game would turn into a mowing game." As Su Yi thought that, he stepped through the hospital's main entrance. The moment he crossed the doorway, the light suddenly dimmed. The air was filled with the sharp, disgusting smell of formalin mixed with rotten blood. Su Yi looked around warily. At this moment, he was in the main hall. The hall was extremely spacious, but it was a complete mess. Rows of waiting chairs lay crooked and overturned. Countless yellowed medical records and dried bloodstains were scattered across the floor. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered on and off, making sizzling electric noises. Comrade Suyi, we meet again. At that moment, someone walked over from the front with a smile. Suyi focused his eyes and saw that it was Zhou Kai, whom he had met before. But Zhou Kai was now wearing a white coat, with a stethoscope hanging around his neck. He had obviously gotten the doctor's script. Hello, comrades. Okay. I'll have to trouble you to guide me from here on. Suyi walked up and gave him a firm handshake. No problem. Come on. I'll take you through the process. Everyone else already prepared. Zhou Kai laughed heartily, then turned and led Suyi deeper into the hall, following closely behind him. Suyi could not help asking, by the way, you're helping me cheat this openly. Won't the game system have a problem with it? This was something Suyi had always been curious about, since the survival game had such strict rules. If the system discovered that Daxia civilization was frantically giving him backdoor support, it couldn't just sit there and ignore it, right? Hearing that, Zhou Kai kept walking and said, don't worry. If it were going to punish us, it would have done so already. Although the game system places some restrictions on civilizations like us that have fallen and become monsters, in certain aspects it's extremely tolerant. You could even say it doesn't care at all. Doesn't care at all? Suyi was stunned. That's right. Actually, our Daxia has made some deep deductions about this survival game. Zhou Kai nodded. The game system, or rather, the mysterious existence behind this game, may have created these instances from the very beginning in order to let the civilizations of the Grey Mist world help the civilizations that are currently struggling to survive. So you say Harchuk, help? Yes. Grey Mist civilizations can choose to target the civilizations struggling to survive, but they can also choose to help them. But there is absolutely no trust between Grey Mist civilizations. If one of them helped a survival civilization pass the survival road, then what about themselves? Who would help them escape their suffering? So Grey Mist civilizations will only desperately obstruct survival civilizations, dragging them down into this endless abyss as well, turning them into new monsters. Our Daxia once tried cooperating with other Grey Mist civilizations too, but no one was willing to help another civilization succeed. But Zhou Kai changed his tone. Then you showed up, kid. You gave us hope. Even if you don't represent our Daxia human race in passing the survival road, you can still let us see what the final stretch of that road is really like. Suyi nodded. Looking at it that way, the purpose of this survival game did not seem to be simply to wipe out these civilizations. On the contrary, to a certain extent, it seemed to be helping these civilizations grow stronger through this extreme, high-pressure environment. Thinking about it, that made sense. If the goal was really just to erase all civilizations, then all it had to do was unleash a catastrophic disaster directly. There was no need to go through the trouble of creating some survival road. This game is selecting, and it's also testing. Suyi spoke. More or less, our Daxia thinks the same. Zhou Kai replied. As they talked, Zhou Kai had already led Suyi through the hall and arrived at the pharmacy on the first floor. The pharmacy's glass had already shattered all over the ground. Through the window, two doctors in white coats could be seen standing inside as well. Comrade, Suyi is here. Come in quickly. We've already prepared everything for you. When the two saw Suyi, the tense expressions on their faces immediately turned into warm smiles. At the same time, they opened the pharmacy door from inside. Go on. On the first floor, only the pharmacy and the payment counter have anything worth taking. Zhou Kai stopped outside the door and jerked his chin at Suyi. Suyi nodded and stepped into the pharmacy. The inside of the pharmacy was very spacious. Rows of tall medicine shelves stood neatly arranged, filled with all kinds of drugs. The air was thick with the bitter smell of medicine and dust. Comrade Suyi, this is everything our pharmacy can currently let you take away. One of them pointed at the neatly arranged items on the table as he spoke. Suyi swept a glance over the things on the table, then looked up at the shelves behind them piled completely full. Can't I take the medicine on these shelves too? If he could take those medicines away, then even if he couldn't use them all himself, he could still sell them for a huge amount of resources. There's no point. The other person shook his head. We already checked the medicine here. No one knows how long this hospital has existed, but all the drugs expired long ago. Don't be fooled just because they're still sitting on the shelves. The moment you touch them, the pills inside will instantly weather into dust. In this entire pharmacy, only the things on this table are protected by the dungeon rules. They still have some effect. Hearing this, Suyi stepped forward and casually picked up a bottle of amoxicillin from the shelf. Sure enough, the instant his fingertips touched the plastic bottle, the whole thing collapsed like a sand sculpture, instantly crumbling into a pile of gray-white powder that slipped through his fingers. So that is how it is. Suyi dusted off his hands and turned his gaze back to the items on the table. There was not much on the table. 15 bandages, a syringe filled with scarlet liquid, a metal card, and a folded map. Suyi first picked up the stack of bandages. Exquisite bandage, Tier 1 consumable. After use, It can quickly heal external injuries and comes with slight bleeding control and anti-infection effects. Suye's eyes lit up. Now that he had reached Tier 1, the healing effect of those simple bandages from before was already starting to fall short. These exquisite bandages had come at the perfect time. Next, he picked up the scarlet syringe. The liquid inside the syringe seemed almost alive, gently boiling and radiating a violent aura. Stimulant injection, Tier 1. After injection, for the next 15 minutes, you will enter an extremely excited state, feeling neither fatigue nor pain, while all attributes are forcibly increased by 30. Note, after 15 minutes, when the drug effect fades, you will fall into an extremely weakened state. All attributes decrease by 50 for 24 hours. This is basically a berserk potion. This thing was definitely a trump card to use when risking his life. If he ran into an opponent, he absolutely couldn't fight at a life or death moment. This stimulant injection could definitely reverse the battle and save his life. It might even have been something the system deliberately placed in this dungeon for players to use in the final boss fight. But I definitely want he needed. After all, the boss of this dungeon is one of our own. He stored the item in his storage ring. He had no use for it in this dungeon, but maybe he would need it later on the survival highway. For Suye, it was simple. He might not use it, but he had to have it. Then Suye picked up the metal card. Employee card. Internal staff pass of this hospital. With this card in hand, you can enter most restricted areas within the hospital. Suye understood immediately. This should be the key item for exploring the hospital. This hospital covered a huge area, and many sections definitely had access control systems. Without this card, he would probably only be able to stare helplessly at those security doors or force them open with brute strength. Finally, Suye picked up the folded map. After opening it, he saw that it was an extremely detailed floor layout of the hospital. The entire structure of the hospital was clear at a glance. It had 1 basement floor and 5 floors above ground, for a total of 6 floors. The basement level was marked with a glaring red skull. That was where the morgue and medical storage were located. His current location was the first floor above ground, mainly made up of the emergency department, registration and payment counters, and the pharmacy. The second floor housed internal medicine, the testing department, and the ultrasound department. The third floor contained surgery, orthopedics, and the core operating room area. The fourth floor held obstetrics and gynecology, pediatrics, and rehabilitation. The top 5th floor was the VIP special care area, the administrative area, and the director's office. With this map, he now had a detailed understanding of the hospital's layout. Comrades, thanks. After putting everything away, Suye looked at the two of them and spoke. No need to be polite. Next, it's our turn. The two smiled and said, under normal circumstances, you'd have to kill the two of us before you could search these things. Now you can make your move. Suye nodded. He had already expected this. My apologies, you two. Suye did not hesitate. His spear thrust out. The only thing he could do was reduce their pain. As the 2 men's health bars hit 0, 2 items dropped out. They were 2 mental attribute potions. After collecting the items, Suye walked out of the pharmacy and came to Jokai's side. Let us go. I'll take you to the payment counter now. There are 3 of our comrades there. There aren't any other resources, but there is quite a lot of survival coins. As Jokai spoke, he turned and led the way. Soon, the 2 arrived in front of the registration and payment counter window. The 3 comrades had already been waiting there. Comrade Suye, this is the resource from our payment counter. There are 2,000 survival coins in total. One of them spoke while pointing at the table. There were exactly 2,000 survival coins neatly stacked there. Good. Then I want to stand on ceremony with the 3 of you. Suye did not act coy. He simply waved his hand and stored all 2,000 survival coins from the table into his storage space. After doing all that, Suye took half a step back. My apologies. His spear shot out like a venomous dragon leaving its lair, instantly turning into 3 sharp flashes of cold light. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The spear tip precisely pierced the throats of the 3 men, without any extra movement and without causing any pain. Their health bars instantly dropped to 0. There was even a faint smile on their faces before their bodies turned into motes of light and dispersed into the air. Ding! As the 3 vanished, 3 faintly glowing glass test tubes dropped onto the ground. So he stepped forward and picked them up. Obtain Physique Attribute Potion X2. Obtain Mental Attribute Potion X1. There's nothing else on the first floor. Next, I'll take you to the basement morgue, Jokai said. If you want to enter the director's office on the 5th floor, you need to gather 3 keys. One of them is in the morgue. There are also some things in the medical storage there. I'm guessing our comrades have prepared them for you too. Jokai led Suye through the corridor and arrived in front of the elevator deep inside the lobby. Beside the elevator entrance, the door to the emergency stairwell stood open, but the inside had already been completely blocked off by heavy rubble and steel bars. The stairwell in this hospital has collapsed. The only thing still usable is this elevator. Jokai pointed at the rust-covered elevator doors in front of them. Suye nodded, took out the employee card he had gotten from the pharmacy earlier, and swiped it over the sensor beside the elevator. Beep! A somewhat harsh electronic sound rang out, followed by the heavy, grinding noise of gears rubbing together. With a ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. A wave of stale, moldy cold air rushed out from inside. The two stepped in, and Zhou Kai pressed the button for basement level 1. The elevator started descending amid a violent shaking. Soon, with another crisp ding, it came to a stop. The elevator doors slowly pulled open to both sides, and a bone-piercing chill swept over them. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop by more than 10 degrees in an instant. The lights gave off a bleak bluish glow. On both sides stood rows of enormous metal refrigeration cabinets, and the air was filled with the strong mixed stench of formalin and rotting corpses. Comrade Suye, you finally arrived. We already prepared the items for you. At that moment, 3 figures walked over. The leading man wore a smile as he strode up to Suyi. He spread open his palm, revealing a strangely shaped brass key lying quietly in it. This is the key to open the Director's office on the 5th floor, the man said as he handed the key to Suyi. Then, he turned around and picked up 3 square green packs from the cart beside him. These 3 are medkits. Ever played PUBG? Pretty much the same effect. This thing can instantly restore 70 of your condition. It's an absolute lifesaver, though it has a bit of a wind-up. So I would recommend using it in the middle of a fight. To instantly restore 70 of his condition. This was an even better consumable than the exquisite bandage. There is also this. As he spoke, the man pulled out an ancient bronze bell from his pocket. The surface of the bell was carved with intricate patterns. It felt heavy in the hand. It made no sound at all. This is a soul-calming bell. It works on ghosts and spirit bodies. There are ghosts too? Sui raised a brow and asked in surprise. Most of what he had encountered were mutated beasts, zombies, or solid monsters from other civilizations. He really had never seen spirit-type beings before. That is only natural. Zhou Kai, standing beside him, picked up the conversation. In a gray fog world, there is a ghost clan civilization, and they're extremely troublesome. Ordinary physical attacks are almost useless against them. You just haven't run into them yet. Take it for now. Better safe than sorry. Sui nodded, took the items, and checked their information at the same time. One of the keys that can open the Dean's office on the 5th floor. Medkit, Tier 1. Instantly restores 70 of your condition after use. Soul Calming Bell, Tier 1. Can suppress ghosts and spirit-type beings. After putting the items away, Sui looked up at the 3 people in front of him. No need to hold back. Come on. The 3 stood up straight, calm smiles on their faces. Sui said nothing. He only nodded solemnly. The long spear flashed like lightning, tearing through the cold air of the morgue. Key, key, key. 3 soft sounds rang out as the bodies of the 3 men turned into specks of starlight beneath the spear tip's icy gleam. Ding, ding, ding. On the floor, 3 potions emitting a faint red glow lay quietly there. There were 3 physique attribute potions. Let us go. There is nothing much left on the 1st floor and basement level. Next, we'll head to the other floors, Zhou Kai said. The 2 turned around and returned to the elevator. The elevator began to rise. This time, the target was the 2nd floor. Over the next stretch of time, Zhou Kai led Su Yi in a full sweep of the hospital. With Zhou Kai guiding the way, Su Yi went straight for the resource points. On the 2nd floor, they ran into 5 comrades stationed there. There was no nonsense at all. Hand over the resources, then a spear strike to send them on their way. Then came the 3rd floor and the 4th floor. Killing all the way, looting all the way, adding in the items that had dropped from Daxia and the others. Su Yi's gains could be called enormous. Ding! The elevator let out a crisp sound and finally stopped at the highest point, the 5th floor. The 5th floor was the VIP intensive care area, the administrative area, and the location of the Dean's office. The decor here was obviously far more luxurious than the floors below. Thick carpets covered the ground, and the walls were pasted with dark golden wallpaper. Though everything was already ruined and worn down, traces of its former extravagance could still be seen. The 2 stepped out of the elevator and onto the soft carpet covered in dust, without making the slightest sound. After passing through a long corridor, they quickly arrived at the end of it. A heavy double door made of redwood appeared before them, and on the plaque were 4 gilded characters, Dean's office. Looking at the tightly shut office doors, Suyi could not help raising a brow. There were 3 distinct brass keyholes on the door, arranged in a triangle. I only have 2 keys right now. Suyi turned to look at Zhou Kai. I got one of the more before, and the other in the operating room on the 3rd floor. I'm still missing one before I can open the door and go in. Stop thinking about it. The last key is on me. Zhou Kai turned to face Su Yi and said with a smile, those other guys can only move within a fixed range. They can't leave their own area, but I can take you anywhere in the hospital without being restricted by any rules. That is because my role is the hospital inspector. If you think about it, I'm the biggest elite monster under the Dean boss. So you studendi understood. Then how do I get the key on you? Even though he already had the answer in his heart, he still asked. Naturally, you have to kill me to get it. Only by defeating the elite monster will it drop. As Zhou Kai spoke, he took a step back. Come on, don't make this too sentimental. I'm ready. I want to be accompanying you on the road ahead. All right, then I want to stand on ceremony. Sui also smiled and nodded. We'll meet again later. Cloud-piercing thrust. In the next instant, the long spear in Suyi's hand erupted with a dazzling burst of cold light. The shaft trembled violently, tearing through the air and producing a harsh sonic boom. Just as the spear tip was about to touch Zhou Kai, Suyi's gaze sharpened once more. Thrust. Sui activated both skills at the same time. After all, this was an elite monster. Sui still gave him proper respect. Pucci. There was no spray of blood, only an extremely heavy sound of penetration. The long spear pierced straight through Zhou Kai's heart without the slightest obstruction, and violent power exploded inside his body. Zhou Kai's body stiffened. The light in his eyes instantly faded, and his health bar rapidly dropped to 0. After Zhou Kai dissipated, 2 items dropped out and landed on the carpet. Sui put away his long spear and picked up what Zhou Kai had dropped. One of them was an ancient-looking brass key. Key 3. One of the keys that can open the Dean's office on the 5th floor. The other item was a red fruit no bigger than a fingertip. The fruit was crimson all over, and it gave off a faint warmth when held in the hand. Red flame fruit, tier 1. After consuming it, you will experience the effect of blazing flames burning through your body, and your physique attribute will permanently increase by 1 point. Consumption limit, 10 fruits. As expected of an elite monster, it actually dropped a heavenly treasure directly. Sui's eyes lit up. Although the consumption limit was only 10, if he could gather all 10, that would still add up to a full 10 points of physique. So he put the red flame fruit into a storage ring and did not rush to eat it. The description said he would have to endure the effect of blazing flames burning through him. Clearly, the process of consuming it would not be easy. There was no rush. He could wait until after leaving the instance and entering the training room to take it. Then Sui looked toward the Dean's office door and took out the other 2 keys from his storage space. With all 3 keys in hand, they gave off a faint brass glow. His gaze swept over the 3 keyholes on the door, and he raised his hand to insert the 3 keys one after another. The moment the last key slid into the lock, kacha, with a crisp yet heavy click, the tightly shut doors gave off a grating friction sound that made one's teeth ache. The doors slowly opened inward, and Sui stepped inside. The moment he took a step in, he was instantly engulfed by a dense gray fog, and his vision was stripped away at once. Right after that, a tall figure slowly emerged from the depths of the gray fog. The figure could not be seen clearly, yet it gave off a suffocating pressure. A cold and majestic voice echoed through the empty room. Foolish creature, you actually managed to find your way here. It seems you do have some ability. I can smell the aura of the red flame fruit on you. That was a reward I bestowed upon the inspector, yet you dare to kill him. Have you prepared yourself to face this Dean's judgment? As the voice fell, a powerful aura erupted with a boom. A fierce wind suddenly rose, and the gray mist around them was instantly blown clean. Only then did Sui finally see that figure's face clearly. The moment he saw the other party's face, the tension in Sui's body instantly melted away, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Comrade Li Xian, we meet again. That's right. The boss standing ahead in a white coat, looking imposing and aggressive, was Li Xian, whom he had met once before during the newbie stage. It was just that Sui expected the other party to become the dean boss of this hospital. Hearing Sui's words, Li Xian, who had still been full of majesty a moment ago, instantly deflated and gave 2 dry coughs. Ahem, hello, comrade Sui. That just now was all cutscene CG. I couldn't control myself either. Sorry you had to see that. Li Xian scratched his head somewhat helplessly. Understand. Sui simidet. But I have to say, your presence just now really was strong. If Comrade Zhou Kai told me in advance that everyone in this dungeon was on our side, I really would have been scared by you. Li Xian smiled awkwardly, then his expression turned serious as he changed the subject. Let us talk business. The key card is in the safe over there, and the key is on me. But because of the system rules, I can't hand the key to you directly. You need to kill me and make it drop. Before that, though, there's something I can give you directly. As Li Xian spoke, he waved his hand. 9 crimson fruits, each giving off a warm aura, appeared out of thin air and floated in front of Sui. Take these red flame fruits, together with the one you got from Zhou Kai. That makes 10 exactly. You can max out the attribute increase from the red flame fruit. Sui's eyes lit up, and he casually took the 9 red flame fruits. He had thought collecting all 10 would take some effort. He had expected to graduate so quickly. Take them now. I'll watch over you. Li Xian pointed at the sofa nearby. Normally, if I were losing to a player in battle, these red flame fruits would be my trump card. I'd swallow them all in one go to maintain an explosive state for a while. But since the player I'm facing is you, there is naturally no need to go through that process. Just treat them like supplements and eat them directly. Sui understood and didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately sat cross-legged on the sofa, took out a red flame fruit, and put it into his mouth. The flesh melted the moment it entered his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed down his throat. At once, a burning sensation rose from his lower abdomen and quickly spread through his entire body. Unexpectedly, there was none of the agonizing pain of being burned alive that he had imagined. Instead, it felt like entering a high-end steam room. Every pore in his body opened up. This dungeon should have a story background, right? While the medicinal effect was still working, Suyi felt the changes in his body and asked curiously, "Of course it does." Li Xian nodded and began to explain. The general background is that the city lord of this decaying city was nearing the end of his lifespan. In order to keep living, he tried every possible evil art to prolong his life. At that time, the library director took the initiative to offer a plan, saying he had found a method in ancient texts, but required a large amount of living human flesh and blood as the catalyst. To avoid drawing attention, the city lord secretly joined hands with the bank president and the dean of this hospital. The bank was responsible for issuing usurious loans, burdening the city's commoners with debts they could never repay, until in the end, they could only repay with their lives. And the hospital was responsible for receiving those people used to repay debts, secretly skinning them and pulling out their bones to make medicinal catalysts for the city lord. Later, news of the city lord prolonging his life with living people was still exposed. The people still alive in the city fell into despair and launched a frenzied rebellion. In the end, that turmoil destroyed everything and created the lifeless, decaying city of today. In just a few sentences, Li Xian sketched out the heavy and dark background story of this dungeon. Suyi was secretly alarmed as he listened. He had never come into contact with any of this story along the way. After all, from the moment he entered the dungeon, it had felt like returning to his own home. The whole way had been smooth sailing. He hadn't even encountered any decent obstacles. So naturally, he had never had a chance to trigger those hidden clues. So that is how it is. The hospital dean, the bank president, and the library director are all minor bosses, while the city lord inside City Hall is the final boss. Suyi spoke to it. Under normal circumstances, if other players of the five descendants entered this dungeon, it would probably be very hard for them to clear it, right? Naturally, Li Xian said, even if 50 top-tier first-order players formed a team, clearing it still wouldn't be easy. After all, the final boss, the city lord, is a genuine second-order existence. And even if they paid a painful price to kill the city lord, they should be thanking heaven if they could get an S-rank evaluation. As for SS rank and SSS rank, they shouldn't even dream about it. Suyi nodded deeply in agreement. The reason he could get here so easily that it could even be called a vacation, was entirely because Daxia was protecting and escorting him the whole way. Without them, he would probably still be wandering around the outskirts of decaying city right now. As they spoke, the medicinal effect of the first red flame fruit in Suyi's body had almost been fully digested. Your physique attribute plus sain. As the system's crisp notification sounded, Suyi felt the heat inside his body rapidly fading, replaced by stronger power surging through his muscles. Keep taking them. Otherwise, stopping and starting like this will only make it more uncomfortable, Li Xian reminded him from the side. Suyi nodded, immediately took out the second red flame fruit, and swallowed it. Very soon, that familiar burning sensation surfaced again. During the time that followed, Li Xian continued chatting with Suyi. Each time the effect of one red flame fruit was fully digested, Suyi would immediately take the next one, the third, the fourth, the fifth, until half an hour later, the medicinal effect of the 10th red flame fruit had also been completely absorbed. Suyi let out a long breath and suddenly stood up. A string of crackling sounds like beans popping rang out from all the bones in his body. 10 red flame fruits had directly increased his physique attribute by a full 10 points. Feeling the surging, majestic power inside his body, as if it were about to overflow, Suyi couldn't help revealing a satisfied smile. This kind of visible, strengthening speed was just too satisfying. Player, Suyi nickname. Never looks at the fuel gauge race, human status, healthy rank, first order physique, 31, base 23, vest 1, power bracer 0.5. Battle boots 2, heart protecting mirror 3, gloves 1.5. Spirit, 20 base 18, necklace 1, headscarf 1. Talent, intuition skills, stacked waves level 1. Cloud piercing thrust level 1. Suyi looked at the panel and nodded in satisfaction. Now that his physique attribute had broken through the 30-point mark. Among those players of the five descendants, the strongest was probably only around 10 points at most. It's just that compared to that, my spirit attribute is still a bit lacking, Suyi said. Although having high physique was good, his talent mainly relied on spirit. After this, he still had to find a way to raise his spirit attribute. No need to worry about spirit. Li Xian smiled and waved his hand. There is something good at the library that can help you increase your spirit attribute. The effect definitely 1 TB worse than the red flame fruit. Daxia has already planned an upgrade route for you. Within a month, they'll make sure you become at least a third-order existence. Suyi nodded. If he could become a Tier 3 powerhouse in a month, then those top players from the Five Descendants race would probably be Tier 2 at most, and might not even have touched the threshold of Tier 2 yet. When that time came, it would be his turn to crush them with dimensional superiority. Alright, enough small talk. Li Xian put away his smile, his gaze turning calm and composed. You can deal with me now. Take the key and open the safe as soon as possible. Oh right, I could drop a book of medical insights. If you run into any NPCs related to that in the future, you can give it to them to raise favorability. Alright, I'll make it quick. So he did not hesitate. The armor-piercing long spear instantly appeared in his hand. A cold gleam flashed from a spear tip as he attacked Li Xian directly. Li Xian did not dodge. He did not even take a defensive stance. He simply stood there quietly. Bang, 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 for the first 10 strikes. So he did not use any skills. He relied purely on his powerful physique for normal attacks. His purpose was very clear, to fully stack the 10 layers of damage amplification from stacking waves. With every thrust, Suyi's aura grew a little stronger. Until the 11th strike, the long spear in Suyi's hand trembled. Cloud-piercing thrust, lunge. The two skills stacked and erupted at once. The spear tip tore through the air with a sharp shriek. With the amplification from 10 layers of stacking waves, the power of this strike reached a terrifying level. Pucci, like a black bolt of lightning, the spear pierced straight through Li Xian's heart without meeting any resistance. The HP bar above Li Xian's head was instantly emptied. Well done. Keep moving forward. We'll meet again next time. A gratified smile lingered at the corner of Li Xian's mouth as his body slowly fell backward. In the end, it turned into countless points of light and scattered into the air. Only a key with a metallic sheen and a book were left behind. Dean S. Safe Key can open the Dean S. Safe. Dean S. Insights, special item. This is a book stained with blood, but also contains the Dean S. lifetime of medical knowledge. Perhaps you can gift it to someone who needs it, and they will feel grateful to you. This thing is pretty good. It's an item that can directly raise NPC favorability. Suya nodded in satisfaction. Dasha had told him before that raising NPC favorability was very difficult. Even if you wanted to give gifts, they had to hit exactly where it mattered to the other party. Otherwise, no matter how hard you tried, it would be useless. After putting away the insights, Suya took the key and found the safe sitting in the corner of the office. With a crisp click, the heavy safe door opened in response. The large safe was completely empty inside. There were no piles of supplies, no dazzling equipment. Only a pure black card lay quietly in the center. Authority card, hospital. Special item. The authority card possessed by the dean. After gathering the other 2 authority cards, you can open the gates of City Hall. Finally got the first authority card. So he played with the black card in his hand for a moment, then stored it in his system backpack. He checked the dungeon timer and found that he had already been in the Withering City dungeon for more than 2 hours. Of course, if he had not been delayed for over half an hour digesting those 10 red flame fruits midway through, the time would have been much shorter. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Withering City Hospital exploration progress has reached 100%. Current dungeon rating, S rank. Suya nodded in satisfaction. The value of the hospital route had now been completely squeezed dry. It was time to leave and explore the remaining bank and library. After that, Suya left the Dean's office and headed back out of the hospital along the original path. Naturally, there were no obstacles on the way out. Pushing open the hospital's shattered glass doors, he found that the sky outside was still dim, and the air was filled with an inescapable smell of decay and ashes. At a glance, Suyi saw Wu Jun still waiting outside the hospital. Finished exploring? Hearing the footsteps, Wu Jun turned and asked. Finished. No accidents. And the gains were huge. Suyi smiled and nodded. His physique attribute had surged by 10 points. This was definitely the biggest leap he had made since entering the game. Good. Then next, we'll head to the library. Wu Jun did not ask further. He simply waved his hand and led Suyi toward the other end of the street. The two of them moved through the ruins of Withering City. Collapsed buildings and scrapped vehicles were everywhere on both sides of the road. Dried dark brown bloodstains on the walls were a horrifying sight. From time to time, they could even see a few weathered remains reduced to nothing but white bones. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two arrived in front of a massive building that had half collapsed. The dome of the building had completely caved in, and the huge load-bearing pillars had broken into several sections. Its surface was covered in dark green moss and unknown vines. Only on the far right side of the building did 2 massive concrete slabs cross each other, forming a crack barely wide enough for one person to pass through. That's the entrance. Just go in directly. Wu Jun stopped and pointed at the deep crack. I'll wait outside. Someone inside will receive you. All right. Suya nodded, stepped over the rubble on the ground, and came to the crack before squeezing in sideways. It was somewhat dark inside the crack at first, and the air was filled with the sharp smell of moldy paper mixed with dust. But after walking more than 10 meters inward, his surroundings gradually brightened. Once he had completely passed through the narrow crack, Suyi arrived in a hall that looked abandoned for a very long time, yet still seemed extremely spacious. Although there was a huge hole in the dome of the hall, it could still barely keep out the wind and rain. A large number of bookshelves lay scattered crookedly all around. Countless books were strewn across the floor, their pages yellowed and covered in filth, making the place look extremely dirty and chaotic. Top, top, top. At that moment, a dull and messy series of footsteps came from the depths of the hall. Suyi looked up and saw more than 20 zombie-like figures staggering out of the shadows. These figures wore tattered clothes and gave off a rotten stench. Their skin was an ashen dead gray, and on several of them, stark white bone was even visible on their arms and cheeks. Yet at the very front of these zombies walked a man who looked completely out of place in this environment. He wore an extremely refined vintage long robe. A monocle with a gold frame rested on the bridge of his nose. His hair was combed neatly without a single strand out of place. His whole person gave off an elegant yet eerie scholarly air. Suyi raised a brow, secretly growing alert. Wasn't this dungeon supposed to be entirely staffed by Dacia military personnel? Why are there zombies too? Comrade Suyi. Hello. My name is Sun. This is our first meeting. The monocled man at the front stopped and revealed a gentle smile as he shook hands with Suyi. Then Sun, he pushed up the monocle on his nose, turned back to look at the 20-plus ferocious-looking zombies behind him, and let out a helpless sigh. They're also from Dacia. Sun, he explained, it's just that in this dungeon-esque background setting, the library director went completely mad. In his pursuit of extending his life and even immortality, he turned all the library staff and readers into this state. Suyi Sudendi understood. Just now, he had thought real zombie monsters had somehow mixed in. So these extremely terrifying-looking zombies were also all comrades from Dacia playing roles. Then this library director really isn't a good thing. Suyi looked at those zombies missing arms and legs and couldn't help saying, Comrade Suyi. He asked the library director. At this moment, a Dacia soldier who had turned into a zombie, with half his face completely rotted away, suddenly laughed as he spoke. The other zombies also let out friendly laughter one after another. It was just that paired with their stiff, decayed faces. The smiles looked horrifying no matter how you looked at them. Suyi paused and looked at Sun E in front of him with a strange expression. No wonder this guy was the only one here, still completely intact, even dressed so properly. So this old brother was holding the boss script. Ahem, I'm just the one holding the script. Why didn't he do this? Sun E shrugged and casually explained. Comrade Suyi, let us talk business first. The library isn't as complicated as the hospital. I gathered everyone here for you that could be killed. 23 people in total. You kill them, then kill me. And the library stage will be cleared. Suyi nodded. This really was much simpler and more efficient than clearing floor by floor like at the hospital. All right, this is for you. As Sun E spoke, he flicked his palm and took out a fist-sized crystal from the wide sleeve of his robe. The whole crystal was a dim gray color. Inside the crystal, gray mist seemed to be flowing, giving off a mysterious fluctuation. The library director pursued immortality. So he didn't just conduct experiments on the body. He also carried out experiments on the mind. Sun E handed the gray crystal to Suyi and explained. After the body experiments failed, those people turned into the zombies you see. The mental experiments failed too, but by chance this thing was left behind. You can absorb it. It can directly increase your spirit attribute by 10 points. Suyi took the cold gray crystal and immediately scanned it with Eye of Insight. Spirit gray crystal, special consumable. The library director attempted to achieve eternal existence of the mind, but ultimately failed, leaving behind only a gray crystal. Inside it is a trace of extremely pure spiritual power. After absorption, it can increase spirit attribute by 10 points. Suyi's eyes lit up. This was good stuff, about as effective as the red flame fruit. His physique attribute had already broken past 30 points, but his spirit attribute was only 20. For someone like him who relied on mental power to support the intuition talent, this was clearly a shortcoming. How do I absorb this? Suyi asked it. Just hold in your hand, close your eyes, and use your consciousness to carefully sense the power inside it. Guide it into your mind. Sun E instructed from his side. Suyi nodded and immediately stopped wasting words. He directly sat down cross-legged in the center of the dust-covered ruin hall. He tightly held the spirit gray crystal in both palms, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind according to Sun E's instructions, carefully sensing it. At first, all he could feel was wave after wave of chill from his palms. But as his focus became highly concentrated, he felt as if the gray crystal had come alive. The gray mist flowing inside began seeping into his body strand by strand along the lines in his palms. Unlike the heat he felt when consuming the red flame fruit, this power was extremely cool and gentle. With a shift of Suyi's thoughts, this strange power poured into his mind, and an indescribable sense of coolness instantly wrapped around his entire brain. So he could clearly feel that his spirit was being nourished and expanding steadily and rapidly. Your spirit attribute plus 0.5. Your spirit attribute plus 0.5. The system notification rang in his mind at regular intervals, almost once every minute. During this process, changes were taking place in Su Yi's perception. Even with his eyes closed, he could still clearly see everything around him. He could sense the path of dust drifting through the air and hear the faint breathing of the zombie comrades 10 meters away. In his perception, the world had become clearer and slower than ever before. About 20 minutes passed. The spirit gray crystal in Su Yi's palm finally gave a faint cracking sound and turned into dull gray powder. The power inside it had been completely exhausted. At the same time, Su Yi's spirit attribute directly increased by a full 10 points. His base spirit attribute reached 28 points, and his total spirit attribute reached 30 points. Su Yi slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, a faint glimmer flashed through his eyes, and his whole temperament underwent a subtle change. If his previous 31 points of physique had made him like a tiger ready to spring, then his current 30 points of spirit gave him the ability to control that tiger. Comrade Sun E, thank you, Su Yi said sincerely as he stood up. Now his spirit and physique attributes were almost equal, and he no longer had any obvious weakness. What are you being polite for? We're all on the same side. Sun E pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, since you've absorbed the spirit gray crystal and your condition has reached its peak, then do it. Don't delay the progress. Hearing this, the 23 Daxia soldiers who had turned into zombies all stepped forward. They lined up neatly and looked at Su Yi together, waiting for him to make his move. Comrades, excuse me. Su Yi nodded, and the armor-piercing long spear let out a sharp tearing sound through the air as he charged straight out. Bang! 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 Heavy sounds of bodies hitting the ground kept ringing through the hall. In less than a minute, all 23 zombie comrades fell smiling to the ground. A batch of spirit and physique attribute potions giving off a faint glow was left on the floor. Su Yi quickly stored these potions in his backpack. He could drink them daily later. My turn now, Sun E said with a smile. He straightened his robe. I also have a special item on me called Skill Upgrade Stone. The effect of this thing is that it can ignore proficiency and directly raise any one of your skills by 1 level. Sun E specially reminded him. After you get it, use it directly on one of your skills. There is no need to wait until a skill reaches level 9, first just to maximize the benefit. The sooner you use it, the sooner you enjoy it. Anyway, later on we'll keep thinking of ways to send you more good stuff like this. Su Yi nodded. Comrade Sun E, travel well. Do it. Sun E closed his eyes, with a calm smile at the corner of his mouth. Piercing cloud thrust. Thrust. Very quickly, the HP bar above Sun E's head was instantly emptied, and his body likewise turned into particles of light and dissipated into the air. Clink. As the light particles scattered, 2 items dropped onto the ground. One was the same pure black heart as before, and the other was a black stone giving off a dark glow, its surface covered in strange runes. The black card was one of the 3 authority cards needed to open the city hall, and the black stone was the skill upgrade stone Sun E had mentioned. Ding. The exploration progress of a library in Withering City has reached 100%. Current dungeon rating, S rank. The hospital and the library had both already been taken down. 2 authority cards were in hand, and the dungeon rating had also reached S rank. So he looked up at the dim sky outside the hall. Next was the bank. As long as he took down the final authority card in the bank, he could open the doors of City Hall and face the final boss of this dungeon. But before that, he could upgrade his skill first. So he looked at his skills. Stacked Waves, Level 1, Proficiency 78-100. Cloud Piercing Thrust, Level 1, Proficiency 13-100. Better upgrade, Cloud Piercing Thrust. After all, Stacked Waves is the easiest one to grind proficiency for. Thinking that, Su Yi used the Skill Upgrade Stone. Player has used a Skill Upgrade Stone. Skill Cloud Piercing Thrust has been upgraded to Level 2. Cloud Piercing Thrust, Level 2. Unleash an attack at extremely high speed, increasing damage dealt to the target by 80, with an added 6 armor-breaking effect, and when activating the skill, perform a short-distance blink of 3 meters. The damage had increased from the previous 50 to 80, and the armor-breaking effect had also gone up by 1. Not bad. His strength had increased again. Once Stacked Waves reached Level 2 later, the stack damage would be even higher. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, then walked toward the crack he had entered through. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction, then walked toward the crack he had entered through. He returned once more to that street covered in broken stones and abandoned vehicles. Wu Jun was still waiting there. Seeing that Su Yi's aura was clearly more restrained and deeper than before, Wu Jun smiled. That was much faster than the hospital. Comrade Sun, he helped a lot. Not only did he make up for my spirit attribute, he also gave me a skill upgrade stone. My strength improved a bit too. Su Yi sighed. Wu Jun nodded and did not ask for details. He only looked toward the end of the street. Let us go. Next, I'll take you to the bank. All right. Su Yi followed closely behind him. Before long, we're here. Wu Jun stopped walking. Sui looked ahead and saw a massive building. Like the hospital and library from before, this bank was also in a state of utter ruin. The once glamorous glass curtain wall had shattered all over the ground. Huge cracks and dark red dried bloodstains covered the walls. As for the signboard above the main entrance that should have been dazzling and magnificent, only half of it was left hanging there alone. As the wind blew past, that half-broken sign swayed in midair, creaking with a harsh, grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Go in. Wu Jun pointed at the bank entrance. Sui nodded in understanding and strode into the bank. The bank lobby was extremely spacious, though somewhat ruined. Messy counters, papers scattered all over the floor, and chairs toppled every which way had all been piled to the sides. The central area had been cleared out. At this moment, figures in bank staff uniforms were standing there in neat formation. At the very front of them stood a middle-aged man in a tattered suit. A faded metal nameplate hung on his chest, and the words Bank President could still vaguely be made out on it. Comment dessus? Hello. When he saw Sui arrive, the suited man strode forward. My name is Wu Yuan. I'm the president of this bank. Comrade Wu Yuan, hello. Sui also reached out his hand. Since you're here, we can begin any time. Wu Yuan released his hand, then pointed at the row of bank employees standing ramrod straight behind him and said with a smile, including me, there are 17 people in this bank total. All of us are here. According to the script we received, every one of us contributed something to helping the city lord prolong his life. So we can all be killed. In addition, as the bank president, I also have a special item on me, a survival bank silver grade bank card. Wu Yuan said. It contains 5,000 survival coins. This thing can also digitize and store survival coins. Once bound, only you can use it. Besides that, players with bank cards will receive some preferential treatment in certain situations. After all, bank cards aren't that easy to get. Sui also looked surprised. He had not expected the other party to have a silver grade bank card on him. Among the many survival service zones, institutions like Survival Bank naturally existed. And Survival Bank's bank cards had extremely strict rank distinctions. They were bronze card, silver card, gold card, and diamond card. The bronze card was very easy to apply for, as long as a player gathered 100,000 survival coins in the game. They could apply for one at a survival bank in the service zone. But starting from the silver card, it was different. A silver card could not be obtained just by having money. It required a real name recommendation from an NPC who also possessed at least silver card status. And there were strict reviews of the player's potential, assets, and more. Once someone became a silver user, they could also receive a series of special benefits from Survival Bank. For example, they could apply to the bank for low-interest loans, receive invitation letters to certain secret high-end gatherings, get advance notifications when rare items were being auctioned, and so on. As for the players who got bronze cards, they were only savings users of the bank. Not only did they get no privileges at all, they even had to pay the bank a custodial fee every month. Compared to that, only those holding silver cards or above counted as true VIPs of Survival Bank. To directly obtain a silver grade bank card was, in a sense, already equivalent to crossing a small class barrier. All right, enough nonsense. Let us begin directly, Wu Yuan said. 3 minutes later. System prompt. Player S skill Stacked Waves has enough proficiency and has been upgraded to level 2. Stacked Waves, level 2. Each attack can stack 1 layer of damage. Each layer increases the damage of the next attack by 12. 1 layer fades every 3 seconds. Can stack up to 10 layers. Ding. The exploration progress of Bank of Withering City has reached 100%. Current dungeon rating, SS rank. Sui put away his long spear. Wu Yuan and the others had already vanished, and the empty bank lobby was left with nothing but items all over the floor. Most of them were attribute potions, and Sui stored all of them in his storage ring. With these potions, his basic attributes would get another steady boost next. After putting away the potions, Sui finally looked at the items dropped by Wu Yuan. Aside from that pure black authority card, there was also a card radiating silver light. It was precisely the silver grade survival bank card. Sui put away the black card. He had now fully collected all 3 authority cards needed to open the city hall. Then he picked up the silver grade bank card. Ding! Detected that player has obtained a silver grade bank card from Survival Bank. Bind it? Bind. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Survival Bank has recorded the player S information. Congratulations, you have become a silver grade VIP of Survival Bank. As the system notification fell, a stream of light flashed across the surface of the silver card in Suyi's hand. On the previously blank card face, a few tiny words appeared. Never look at the fuel gauge. Suyi looked at the bank card in his hand. With a thought, the balance was displayed. Sure enough, there were 5,000 survival coins. Then Suyi took out all the survival coins he had accumulated earlier from his storage ring. There were a total of more than 800. When that silver grade bank card approached the pile of survival coins, a faint suction force suddenly appeared on the card's surface. Immediately after, an information panel popped up. Dear VIP, it has been detected that you are holding unstirred survival coins. Would you like to store them? Yes. As Su Yi's words fell, the more than 800 survival coins in his hand immediately seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, turning into streams of light that poured into the silver card. In just a few short seconds, the physical survival coins in Su Yi's hand disappeared without a trace. On the silver card's panel, the numbers began to jump wildly. Current balance, 835 coins. Looking at the balance that had broken into 5 digits, a satisfied smile appeared on Su Yi's face. I'm basically a 10,000 yuan household now. Su Yi put away the silver card, glanced at the empty bank hall, then turned and strode out of the bank. Wu Jun was still standing on the street. When he saw Su Yi come out, he nodded. Judging by your expression, you gained quite a bit. Yeah, I got the access cards for the hospital, library, and bank. Su Yi briefly displayed the 3 pure black cards in his palm. Good. Let us go. Next, I'll take you to City Hall. Wu Jun nodded, then led Su Yi toward the center of Withering City, where City Hall was located. There was no danger along the way, and before long, Wu Jun brought Su Yi outside City Hall. This is City Hall? Looking at the enormous structure in front of him, a trace of surprise flashed through Su Yi's eyes. What kind of City Hall was built like a fortress? That's right. It's called City Hall, but in reality, it's a small city fort. The towering gray-black stone walls were over 10 meters high, and the surface of the walls was even covered with a defensive coating that looked like metallic sheen, compared to the previous hospital, bank, and library, which had all looked utterly dilapidated and on the verge of collapse. This City Hall only looked somewhat old. Even the defensive fortifications on the walls had been preserved quite well. It really is City Hall. Come on, I'll go in with you. Wu Jun smiled and nodded, then led Su Yi toward the heavy metal gate of City Hall. When they reached the entrance, Wu Jun stopped and nodded at Su Yi. Su Yi immediately understood and took out the 3 pure black access cards from his storage ring. On the right side of the metal gate was a precise identification device, with exactly 3 narrow slots on it. Su Yi inserted the 3 access cards into the slots one by one. Click! As 3 crisp mechanical locking sounds rang out. The old metal gate that had been silent all this time suddenly shook, and circles of blue energy ripples spread across its surface. Then came the sound of heavy gears grinding together. This long-sealed metal gate slowly rose upward, and the scene behind it was fully revealed before Su Yi's eyes. Behind the gate was an enormous plaza of astonishing width, the ground entirely paved with some kind of hard bluestone slabs. At the far end of the plaza, a black castle in a strong medieval Gothic style could be clearly seen. But what drew Su Yi's attention most at this moment was not that castle. It was the hundreds of figures standing in neat formation right at the center of the plaza. Every one of them wore the same dark red leather armor and held gleaming sabers, spears, swords, and halberds in their hands. A grim, murderous aura radiated from them. The moment the gate opened, the eyes of those 100-plus people all turned in unison towards Su Yi at the entrance. And on both sides of the plaza, aside from those 100-plus fully armed guards, there were several hundred gaunt figures sitting on the ground. These people were barely clothed, dressed in ragged strips of fabric. Each one was sallow and emaciated, like a group of refugees who could die at any moment. These 100-plus people are the guards of City Hall. Wu Jun pointed at the formation in the center of the plaza. Under normal circumstances, if a player wants to enter the castle where the city lord is, they either have to rely on extremely high stealth skills to avoid these guards' patrols, or they have to go head-on and first deal with all of these 100-plus guards. As Wu Jun spoke, his gaze shifted to the several hundred refugees on both sides of the plaza. They were once residents of Withering City, but later the city lord imprisoned them and used them as mobile blood packs and nourishment. If you want to get the highest SSS rating in this dungeon, rescuing these people is something you must do. Su Yi understood. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. As expected, getting an SSS dungeon rating was not that easy. Even if an ordinary player went through countless hardships to fight their way into the castle and even successfully killed the city lord, if those imprisoned residents were caught in the battle and suffered casualties, then the dungeon's final rating would most likely still fall short of SSS. Alright, next we'll just go through the motions and help you clear this dungeon as quickly as possible. Wu Jun looked at the 100-plus fully armed guards in the plaza. The smile on his face faded, and his voice suddenly rose. Stand properly and assist Comrade Su Yi in completing the mission. Yes, the 100-plus guards roared in unison. All of them lowered their weapons of their own accord, completely giving up resistance as they quietly waited for Su Yi to come and kill them. Seeing this, Su Yi did not waste time, nor did he put on airs. He knew that after these comrades were killed, they would not truly die, but would instead revive again in the gray mist world. At once, the armor-breaking spear appeared in his hand, and he charged straight out. Your skill stacked waves has been triggered. Current damage increased by 12. Your skill stacked waves is stacked to 2 layers. Current damage increased by 24. Every thrust and sweep of the spear carried a whistling wind. Blood and motes of light kept intertwining across the plaza. A full 3 minutes passed before Su Yi finally stopped moving. At this point, the center of the plaza was already empty. All 100-plus guards had been killed. In their place, the ground was covered with all kinds of attribute potions, survival coins, equipment, and more. Su Yi did not rush to check the exact attributes of these spoils. Instead, he first stored them in his storage ring, planning to slowly sort through them after leaving the dungeon. All right, you can leave now. At this moment, Wu Jun turned and said to the several hundred comrades on both sides who were playing the refugees. Yes, a few refugee comrades taking the lead nodded, then quickly organized the several hundred people to withdraw in orderly fashion toward the gate of City Hall. The moment the last refugee stepped out through the metal gate, a crisp system notification sounded in Su Yi's ear. Ding! You have successfully rescued the suffering residents inside City Hall, with 0 casualties. Your dungeon rating has been greatly increased. Current dungeon rating, SS. The dungeon rating went up again. Next, as long as we deal with the City Lord, we'll get the SSS rating and clear the whole dungeon. Su Yi walked over to Wu Jun and spoke. Then let us head straight into the castle. Wu Jun nodded and led Su Yi toward the Black Castle at the end of the plaza. Before long, the two arrived in front of the castle's enormous arched entrance. The gate stood open, but inside was a dense darkness that would not disperse. Standing outside, it was impossible to see the exact situation within. Let us go. We'll head right in. Wu Jun smiled, then took the first step into the darkness. The instant both of them stepped into the castle hall, it was as if some mechanism had been triggered. Whoosh, 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 along with a series of low wind-breaking sounds. Clusters of green flames suddenly lit up in the candle holders on the surrounding walls. The firelight spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the originally dim and deathly silent castle hall was lit up brilliantly. It was just that this green light made the entire hall feel even more like the underworld. By the light of the flames, Su Yi finally saw the full appearance of the castle hall. The hall was extremely empty, with several thick stone pillars standing around it, and some oil paintings already rotted with age hanging on the walls. And at the very front of the hall was a massive stone platform raised above the ground. At this moment, right in the very center of the stone platform, there was a coffin made entirely from black crystal. The crystal was semi-transparent, and one could vaguely make out what seemed to be a human figure lying inside. This is the city lord? Su Yi raised his brows slightly. Ka, suddenly, the black crystal coffin shook violently. Right after that, amid a harsh, grating noise, the heavy coffin lid slowly slid to one side. A withered hand, bluish-black in color and shriveled like dead wood, grabbed onto the edge of the coffin. A figure sat bolt upright from inside the coffin. This figure wore an extremely luxurious dark gold noble robe, with a crown inlaid with rubies on his head. But in sharp contrast to those splendid clothes was his body. It looked as if it had already rotted for hundreds of years. The skin clung tightly to the bones, showing a horrifying corpse blue color. He looked no different from a dried corpse that had just crawled out of a grave. Su Yi immediately activated Eye of Appraisal. Name, City Lord of Withering City. Rank, Tier 2 Physique, 189 Spirit, 214 Skills, Wail of Despair, Shadow of Withering, Body of Revival, Rage, Battle Formation Charge. Return grip. Looking at the status panel of the City Lord of Withering City before him, Su Yi could not help clicking his tongue. 189 Physique, 214 Spirit, a full 6 skills. One had to know, even with all the bonuses from his equipment, Su Yi's current physique had only barely reached 31 points. The other party's stats were directly 6 times his. What the hell kind of Tier 1 dungeon boss is this? Su Yi was inwardly shocked. Forget his current self. Even if he really broke through to the peak of Tier 1 or even Tier 2, facing a boss with stats like this and 6 skills on top of that, he would probably still only end up getting ground into the dirt. But other players definitely wouldn't be soloing the dungeon like I am. This should be the final boss prepared for a 50-man large-scale team. Although this City Lord's panel was absurdly loaded, Su Yi did not feel flustered. After all, this was one of his own. Comrade Wu Jun. What should I call this comrade who got the City Lord script? Su Yi turned his head and looked at Wu Jun, who was standing to the side with his arms crossed, watching the show. Since they were both comrades of Daxia, he had to at least say hello before making a move. Hearing this, Wu Jun was clearly stunned for a moment. Then he asked with a strange expression, "Why didn't he tell you?" "Tell me what?" Su Yi was stunned too. "I'm the City Lord of Withering City." Wu Jun pointed at his own nose and said, "Which also means I'm the final boss of this dungeon. I'm the final boss of this dungeon." The moment Wu Jun said that, Su Yi froze. He looked at Wu Jun, his mind racing, and suddenly remembered that from the moment he met Wu Jun in the city until now, he really did not seem to know what script the other party had gotten. Because Zhou Daqiang had said someone would meet him, he had subconsciously assumed Wu Jun was just some kind of guide. Who could have guessed that this thick-browed, big-eyed guy was actually the final boss of Withering City? Ha ha ha. Surprised? Unexpected? Seeing Su Yi's expression like he had seen a ghost, Wu Jun could not help bursting into laughter. If I hadn't gotten the city lord script and the highest authority in the whole dungeon, how could I have taken you around the city for a stroll? I'm definitely surprised. Suya nodded helplessly. This was way too surreal. He had never imagined that the final boss of a dungeon would not only personally greet him at the entrance, but also act as a tour guide the whole way while helping him farm his own underlings. Since you're the boss, then this is. Suyi once again turned his gaze toward the motionless figure sitting in the coffin like a dried corpse, his eyes full of curiosity. That thing counts as my mortal shell. Wu Jun pointed at the dried corpse and explained, in this dungeon-esque background script, the city lord of Withering City did a lot of monstrous things to prolong his life. For example, he drained the life force of all the city's residents dry. But in the end, he still failed, and his physical body completely decayed. In the end, that guy tried to find a way to make his spirit last forever. Although that also failed, he accidentally obtained an evil method similar to body possession. Relying on that method, the city lord's soul usually hides inside other residents' bodies and barely hangs on, while this original body is sealed inside the coffin. Wu Jun shrugged and continued. According to the normal dungeon flow, the players go through countless hardships to fight their way into the hall and awaken this mortal shell. Even though this mortal shell has no soul, relying purely on bodily instinct and lingering obsession, it can still unleash extremely terrifying combat power. That's the first phase of the boss. When the players pay a painful price and are just about to defeat this mortal shell, I suddenly appear. Return to the shell, my stats skyrocket, all skills fully open, and I enter the Berserk second phase to keep fighting the players. Suya understood. This classic two-phase boss transformation setting was indeed very common in all kinds of games. But there is no need for us to make it that troublesome. Go over there and kill this mortal shell directly. Wu Jun said, after you kill the shell, I'll let you stab me once. And we'll finish the second phase process too. Then this dungeon will count as a perfect clear. Wu Jun said it lightly. But Suyi looked at that dried corpse and let out a helpless sigh. I'd like to kill it. Suyi pointed at himself, then at the dried corpse. But Brother Wu, take a look at my panel, then look at your shell stats. 189 physique. Even if I use every ounce of strength I have, and even stack my stacking wave skill to the full 10 layers, I'm afraid I still won't even scrape off a layer of this thing's skin. His current physique was 31. Compared to the other party's 189 physique, the gap was just too huge. Even if the other party stood still and did nothing, Suyi still would not be able to break its defense. Ah, now this is where you don't get it. Wu Yunklint. If you fought it normally, then yeah, you really wouldn't be able to hurt even a single hair on it. But any monster that looks invincible always has one fatal mechanic weakness in its script setting. Mechanic weakness? Suyi's eyes lit up. Exactly. The reason this shell has to stay inside the coffin is because it needs the blood medicine inside to maintain its survival. Without the blood medicine, it'll quickly start weakening and may even lose HP automatically. Wu Jun said, there's a tube under this black crystal coffin. That's what delivers the blood medicine. Pull out the tube and the problem is solved. Once it weakens to the limit, its flesh will dry out. At that point, to shatter the core exposed at its chest. Suya Sudendi understood. As long as there was a way to deal with it, that was enough. All right, I'll give it a try. Suya immediately stepped toward the giant black crystal coffin in the center of the hall. As the distance closed, Suya could feel more and more clearly the terrifying pressure coming from the dried corpse inside the coffin. It was a pressure purely at the level of the flesh. 189 physique. Even just sitting there quietly, even without a soul driving it, it still felt extremely terrifying in his perception. So he stopped half a meter in front of the coffin and circled around the heavy, ancient black crystal coffin. The surface of the coffin was carved with complex and eerie patterns, so he was not drawn in by those markings. His gaze stayed fixed along the bottom edge of the coffin as he carefully searched for the fatal weakness Wu Jun had mentioned. Sure enough, in a blind corner at the bottom of the coffin, cleverly concealed by several shattered stone slabs, Su Yi found a dark red tube. The tube was hidden extremely well, almost fused together with the base of the black crystal coffin. Only a tiny corner the size of a fingernail was exposed. If Wu Jun hadn't revealed the inside details, Su Yi would never have found this weak point in the mechanism. It was hidden deep enough. With a flip of his wrist, the scale breaker blade was already in his palm. The blade tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Poochie! There were no sparks from metal clashing as expected. This tube, used to transport the blood medicine, didn't have much defensive toughness at all. The scale breaker blade sliced through it as smoothly as cutting tofu, severing it cleanly in one strike. The instant it broke, a thick, nauseating blood stench rushed straight at him. A large amount of dark red blood medicine crazily gushed out from the broken opening. The sticky liquid landed on the stone slabs and let out faint hissing sounds, corroding pitted marks into the surface. Su Yi quickly stepped back 2 paces, avoiding the splashing blood medicine, his gaze fixed tightly on the inside of the black crystal coffin. As the tube snapped, the blood medicine level that had originally filled the coffin began dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scarlet liquid, soaking the remains, was rapidly draining away through the gap at the bottom. In just a little over 10 seconds, the last drop of blood medicine inside the coffin had flowed out completely through the tube opening. But after waiting a while, Sui found that even after losing the nourishment of the blood medicine, the remains still kept the same posture, motionless. Even the aura around it had not changed at all. No need to rush. It'll take at least a quarter of an hour, Wu Jun said, leaning against a broken stone pillar. This thing absorbed the life force of all the residents in the city. Its foundation is thick as hell. Even if you pull the tube, the energy left in its body is still enough to sustain it for a while. Only after that energy is completely exhausted will it enter a weakened state and suffer backlash. Sui nodded, put away the scalebreaker blade, and walked to Wu Jun's side, a curious smile appearing on his face. Brother Wu, then if I send you off first, what changes will happen to this remains? Sui asked it. Since you're the boss's soul, if the soul is destroyed first, wouldn't this body just turn into a dead object? In your dreams. Wu Jun shook his head. If you send me off first, this remains will immediately enter AFK mode. You can think of it like auto battle in a game. With your current 31 points of physique, even if it stood there and let you hit it, you still wouldn't be able to break its defense. If it so much as brushes against you once, you'll get instantly killed on the spot. Then I'll just wait, Sui said with a nod. Perfect. Since there is still some time, let me tell you what items I can drop, Wu Jun said, straightening up. Sui couldn't help but feel anticipation rise. As a boss, he would definitely drop good stuff. You've probably noticed already. In dungeons, aside from dungeon quest items, civilization monsters from other civilizations only drop one item. But I'm a boss, after all, so I'm not that stingy. Altogether, I'll drop 3 items for you. Seeing the anticipation in Suyi's eyes, Wu Jun didn't drag it out and said directly, the first is a vehicle-mounted weapon called Roof Ballistic Cannon. Check the exact effects yourself later. The power of vehicle-mounted weapons increases along with your vehicle's level. Suya nodded. Right now, his vehicle had all kinds of practical functional modules. The only thing it lacked was powerful offensive capability. If he got this vehicle-mounted weapon, that shortcoming would finally be covered. The second item is second-tier advancement voucher. You know this too. Reaching first tier with a vehicle doesn't have any special requirements. As long as you have enough resources, you can keep upgrading. But if you want to break through first tier and reach second tier, you need to complete an extremely dangerous breakthrough mission. Wu Yun continued. And this second-tier advancement voucher can let you skip that mission entirely and directly let your vehicle advance seamlessly. Suya nodded. This really was a good item. Besides, his vehicle was far from second tier already. As soon as his Gale Ranger reached the first tier limit, he could skip a huge amount of trouble and go straight into second tier. The last item is survival coins. Not much, just 3,000, Wu Jun said at last. That is already not bad, Suyi said. 3,000 survival coins really was a small amount. Besides, the first 2 items were already a huge harvest. These 3,000 survival coins were completely the icing on the cake. Alright, Brother Wu, I still have a dungeon crystal from the Zombie Empire dungeon. Suya asked it. Do you think I should keep it and use it myself, or sell it for resources instead? The Zombie Empire dungeon. Wu Jun stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before saying, first-tier zombie dungeons aren't rare. The monsters inside are mostly mindless zombies that bury players through sheer numbers and virus infection. But no matter what kind of dungeon it is, I don't recommend that you go. There is no need for you to waste time on those dungeons. The civilization monsters in other dungeons want to be like us and open a back door for you. They only think of every possible way to kill you. And they're stingy as hell. They won't drop anything good at all. And even if we tell you the dungeon clearing methods and the weak points in the mechanics, with your strength alone, it'd still be very hard for you to get an SSS rating. If you can't reach the highest rating, the rewards will be heavily discounted. Wu Jun advised, the returns and the risk are completely disproportionate. Better to sell it. Suya nodded. That was his thought too. Rather than risking his life to solo an unknown first-tier dungeon himself, it would be better to sell the crystal to those filthy, rich, 5 descendant dogs and slaughter them for a huge profit, getting ready-made resources in return. And after personally witnessing the terror of a first-tier dungeon like the City of Withering, he also didn't think he could clear a dungeon alone with only his current strength. I understand, Brother Wu. During the time that followed, Suyi asked Wu Jun a few more questions, and Wu Jun answered everything he knew. Very quickly, a quarter of an hour passed. Ka-ka-ka. A burst of teeth-gritting bone grinding suddenly broke the silence in the hall. Suyi turned to look. The remains, which had originally been sitting quietly inside the black crystal coffin, had suddenly begun trembling violently. Its already skin and bones body was visibly shrinking again. As though the last trace of moisture and energy inside, it was being forcibly drained away. Roar! The remains tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. Those were eyes with neither whites nor pupils. The entire sockets were filled with a blood-red glow. It opened its cracked mouth, so wide its gums were exposed, and let out a furious roar. Both hands clamped tightly onto the edge of the black crystal coffin, its nails scraping deep white marks into the hard black crystal. But that was all. Without Wu Jun's command, it could only watch helplessly as its own power drained away. Another 5 minutes passed. The remain's struggle grew smaller and smaller, until it finally stopped moving completely. The flesh on its body had completely dried up, turning into a layer of gray-white dead skin tightly stuck to its bones. And in the deeply sunken chest cavity, in the place that had originally been covered by the ribs, something was now exposed. A dark red crystal, like a heart, was beating at an extremely slow frequency. That's the remains core. Make a move, Wu Jun said, looking at Suyi. Suyi nodded. The armor-piercing long spear appeared in his hand and thrust straight toward that core. Cloud-piercing thrust. Lunge. The two skills erupted at the same time. A fierce gale instantly tore through the air and struck that pulsing core with perfect accuracy. Crack. With a crisp sound like shattering glass. The hard dark red core was instantly covered in dense, spiderweb-like cracks under the edge of the armor-piercing long spear. Right after that came a soft bang. The core completely shattered, turning into specks of red light that scattered into the air. The red glow in the husk SI sockets instantly went out. The entire dried corpse completely lost all signs of life and went limp inside the coffin. Phase 1 broken. At the exact moment the core shattered, so he suddenly heard a dull sound behind him. Thud. He turned his head and saw that Wu Jun's body, which had been standing just moments ago, had now fallen stiffly onto the cold stone floor. His eyes were shut, his face deathly pale, and he no longer had any breath or heartbeat. Stop spacing out. Again. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Suyi looked toward the black crystal coffin in front of him. The husk, which had already collapsed, was now slowly sitting upright again. At the spot where the core had just been shattered by a spear, a more dazzling crystal, flickering with a strange purple light, had reformed. Even more shocking was that inside the husk, as previously hollow eye sockets, there was now a pair of eyes filled with reason. Suyi understood instantly. This was the City Lord Boss's second phase. After the husk core in the first phase was destroyed and the body had completely become a dead thing, Wu Jun's soul would automatically return to this husk. According to the normal script, the boss's stats would surge at this point. All skills would fully activate, and it would enter a berserk second phase, bringing the most hopeless nightmare to the players who had fought through countless hardships to reach this place. But Suyi naturally didn't need to go through any of that. Make your move. The sooner this is dealt with, the sooner we can get out. Wu Jun's hoarse voice came from the husk's mouth once more. Understood. The instant those words fell, the long spear in Suyi's hand trembled and drew out a spear flower before turning into a streak of lightning and thrusting out once again. SSHK. The sharp spear tip pierced through the husk's chest with ease. Wu Jun did not make a single move to resist the whole time. He simply watched quietly as Suyi came to kill him, while the health bar above his head began dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. 80%, 50%, 10%, until it was completely emptied. Boom! As the health bar cleared, that purple core exploded with a thunderous blast. See you next time. Wu Jun said that with a smile. His body slammed heavily against the edge of the black crystal coffin, then turned into countless black ashes that drifted through the hall with the wind. Ding! Congratulations, player, for reaching 100% exploration of the city hall and successfully killing the city lord of Withering City. Dungeon rating increased. Ding! Congratulations, player, for clearing the Tier 1 dungeon, Withering City. Clear rating calculating. Overall rating. SSS rank. SSS rank. Clear rewards will be issued after the player leaves the dungeon. Right after that, an announcement rang through the entire region. Region-wide announcement. Congratulations to player who never checks the fuel gauge for successfully clearing a Tier 1 dungeon with an SSS rank rating. X3 as the voice sounded 3 times in a row, all the players in C13 district, no matter what they were doing, were stunned. What the hell? Fuel gauge bro cleared a Tier 1 dungeon? Is this SSS rating high or low? Fuel gauge bro is still as monstrous as ever. We just barely survived the purge. And he is already busy clearing dungeons. Where did Fuel gauge bro even get the qualification to enter a dungeon? This is way too insane. Another district first for him. The chat channel was full of discussion about Su Yi, and Ling Yu and the other 5 leaders of the 5 descendant races all changed expressions one after another. They didn't even know how to enter a dungeon, yet this never checks the fuel gauge had already cleared one first, and, judging by the rating, it was SSS rank. Even though they didn't know what level that was exactly, it definitely wasn't low, or it wouldn't have been specially called out in the announcement. Just how had he obtained the qualification to enter a dungeon? What was the situation inside the dungeon really like? What had he obtained inside the dungeon? One question after another appeared in the minds of Ling Yu and the others. At this moment, they suddenly realized Su Yi was not as easy to deal with as they had expected. Even if they brought out all their trump cards now, they still likely would not be Su Yi's match. For a moment, they also felt fortunate. Good thing they hadn't hurried to use the war card on Su Yi after obtaining it. Otherwise, they would probably already be dead. And now the other party had even cleared a dungeon, which meant he had definitely grown even stronger. That made him even more untouchable. While the outside world was in an uproar, Su Yi looked at the items Wu Jun had dropped. Roof ballistic cannon, vehicle-mounted weapon, can be directly installed onto a vehicle. Its power will increase according to the vehicle S level. Tier 2 advancement voucher, Tier 2 item. After use, it can help a vehicle bypass the breakthrough mission. Lastly, there were 3,000 survival coins, all of which Su Yi recharged into his silver grade bank card. The first dungeon was cleared, so he had a smile on his face. This dungeon run had brought him quite a rich harvest, and he still had the SSS rank clear reward waiting to be claimed. Checking the time, with Da Xiao's help, he had spent less than 5 hours clearing this dungeon in total. If he excluded the time spent digesting the red flame fruit and the gray spirit crystal, then it had really only taken around 3 hours, with most of the time spent on travel. Next, he could leave the dungeon. He really wanted to know what this SSS rank clear reward was. So he immediately opened the panel and clicked exit dungeon. In the next instant, a white light wrapped around him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the dungeon. When he opened his eyes again, Sui found that he had already returned to the survival highway. The upgrade white light on the vehicle had already disappeared, clearly meaning the upgrade was complete and it had reached level 15. Sui did not rush to check the vehicle. Instead, he looked forward to the dungeon reward from the SSS rank rating. He immediately clicked on the clear reward section of the dungeon panel to inspect it. The player may choose any 2 of the following rewards. At once, 5 faintly glowing options popped up on the panel. Dungeon Raider, special title. After equipping it, the player can receive 3 free critical hints inside a dungeon. This reward isn't bad, but it's useless to me. Sui shook his head. For players of other civilizations, this title was definitely a god-tier support, enough to save their lives in dungeons with extremely high death rates. But Sui planned to only enter dungeons controlled by Da Xiao in the future. He had no intention of entering any dungeons controlled by other civilizations or races. Under those circumstances, this title became extremely useless. After all, in dungeons controlled by Da Xiao, he could just go in and lie flat and still clear it. Even the monsters were on his side, so why would he need any hints? The City Lord S Legacy directly obtained 10,000 survival coins and 1 random weapon from the City Lord. 10,000 survival coins isn't a small amount, but it only looks like a lot in the early stage. This City Lord is still a bit too poor. Sui skipped it without hesitation. The weapon was random, which made it far too unstable, and he wasn't exactly lacking in survival coins right now either. Choosing this would just be wasting an SSS rank rating. Skill, Grasp of Return, can consume the user's stamina and mental power to create a giant hand, dealing 20 damage to targets within range and immobilizing them for 2 seconds. During immobilization, it can absorb a small amount of the target's mental power. This skill is pretty good. Sui's eyes lit up slightly. It has crowd control, damage, and can even drain mana. Unfortunately, his spirit attribute was still far from enough to learn a 3rd skill. To learn a 3rd skill, he needed at least 60 points of spirit. Right now, his spirit was only 30, so even if he got it, he still wouldn't be able to use it for now. Wither Guard Contract. After use, you can contract 1 guard from the City of Withering to become your private soldier and fight for you forever. This one isn't bad either. If he got it, it would basically be the same as gaining a summoning talent. Suya nodded it. The only issue was whether this guard's strength was fixed. If it couldn't improve, then in the late game, it would just be cannon fodder. But if it could grow along with the player, then it would definitely be an excellent choice. Star Character Secret Crystal. This is one of the fragments of a special secret realm. Gather all fragments to enter that secret realm. A secret realm fragment? And a special secret realm at that? Suya Furonit Sidaiti. He didn't know much about special secret realms. Da Xiao hadn't revealed related information to him yet either. Probably because they thought he wouldn't encounter one for the time being. Still, something that could be placed among the clear rewards of an SSS grade dungeon was definitely no ordinary item. Forget it. He asked Da Xiao about the rewards before choosing. Anyway, he didn't have to choose immediately. After clearing the dungeon, he had 12 hours to think about it, as long as it was within the time limit. He could make the choice at any time. To be safe, making good use of the think tank behind him was the right move. After temporarily closing the reward selection interface, Sui turned to look at the vehicle interface. Vehicle, Gale Ranger level 15, first order, durability, 100 fuel, 1, 315 units. 1 unit can travel 25 kilometers, top speed, 860 kilometers per hour, vehicle weapon, none function modules, energy saving, sprint, extreme speed, hard armor, sealed, camouflage, weather broadcast, temperature control, auto drive, radar, repair, thorns, interference, magnetic anti-slip, Vehicle building. Training room. The vehicle was already level 15. After 4 more levels, it could prepare to break through and advance to second order. Now all he lacked were function modules. If he had enough function modules, then with Suyi's current stockpile of resources, it would be more than enough to push the vehicle to second order. Time to hit the road. So he didn't stay where he was for long. He went to the driver's cabin and directly activated the auto drive function, while he himself entered the training room. He still needed to sort through his other gains from this dungeon run. First were the roof-mounted ballista and the second-order advancement voucher. His survival coins had already been deposited into the silver grade bank card. At present, his number of survival coins had reached 16,347. He could install the roof-mounted ballista first. Ding. Detected vehicle weapon, roof-mounted ballista. Install it onto Gale Ranger. Install. The next moment, the roof-mounted ballista in front of Su Yi turned into a stream of light and directly merged into the moving Gale Ranger. Along with a series of clacking mechanical assembly sounds, a heavy ballista emitting a cold metallic sheen instantly appeared on the roof of the Gale Ranger. The bolts were thick like spears, and their tips flashed with a bloodthirsty, cold gleam. Name: Roof-mounted ballista, level 15 type. Long-range piercing, maximum range, 1. 500 meters. This ballista was obviously suited for dealing with powerful single enemies. He just didn't know exactly how strong it was yet. He could test it later if he got the chance. He still had to make the bolts himself. So later on he would need to get a blueprint for ballista bolts too. Thankfully, unlike function modules, this vehicle weapon was not impossible to remove. If he encountered a better vehicle weapon, he could directly replace it. Suya nodded in satisfaction. This was a good item that could grow stronger along with the vehicle S level, making up for his current lack of long-range heavy firepower. Then Suyi continued sorting through his other gains. 145 bottles of physique attribute potion, first order. 151 bottles of spirit attribute potion, first order. At 3 bottles a day. That was more than enough for him to use for a whole month, with some leftover. Besides that, there were also 15 fine bandages, 1 stimulant injection, 3 medical kits, 1 soul calming bell, and then the equipment. Name: Brute Force Wrist Guards effect. Physique plus 5 name. Soul Calming Necklace effect. Spirit plus 3 skill. Soul Calming, passive. When your spirit consumption reaches below 50, your spirit recovery speed increases by 50%. Name: Fine Surgical Cap effect. Spirit plus 7. Su Yi replaced all 3 pieces of equipment. Immediately, his physique attribute reached 36 points, while his spirit attribute reached 38 points. The rest were some fuel and basic materials. Su Yi sorted them all and put them away. That was everything he had gained from his dungeon run. The harvest could be called enormous. Just these attribute potions alone were already worth a fortune. Su Yi said with a smile. But that is only because I entered a dungeon controlled by Daxia. If I entered a dungeon controlled by another civilization, I'd be lucky to get even 1/10 of this harvest. After sorting everything out, Su Yi opened the chat channel. In the regional channel, the discussion about him was still going on. After all, there had been a region-wide announcement before, and at this moment many players were guessing just how strong he was and how he had cleared the dungeon. So he glanced at it twice and then ignored it. With that time, he might as well train a bit more. Besides that, Mou, Ling Yu, and the others had all sent him messages. Mou mainly showered him with praise, while Ling Yu and the others wanted to ask him about the dungeon. So he thought for a moment and felt this was actually a good opportunity. He immediately created a group chat and pulled in Ling Yu, Yin Kuang, and the leaders of the 5 races. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Everyone, I still have 1 dungeon crystal here. I plan to auction it off in 5 days. The highest bidder gets it. Instead of spending time asking me about the dungeon, you might as well prepare for the auction 5 days from now. Then Su Yi shared the information of that Zombie Empire dungeon crystal into the group as well, letting everyone know that he really did have the goods. Brother Fuel Gauge really is amazing. Who would have thought that right after the newbie period ended, you'd already obtained 2 dungeon crystals? Yeah. I wonder if Brother Fuel Gauge can tell us how you got the dungeon crystal and also how the dungeon you just participated in was. The 5 of them all sent messages in the group one after another, but Su Yi had already closed the interface. He had no interest in answering. Anyway, he would auction the dungeon crystal in 5 days. He wasn't too worried that the 5 of them would privately agree on a price either. Not to mention the fact that the 5 were already at odds with one another, even if they really did agree on a price. He would just report a higher reserve price when the time came. No matter what, it would still earn him more than going into that dungeon himself. And it was more stable. After that, Su Yi directly went to the arena and started training. Nothing happened through the night. Around 6 o'clock the next morning, Su Yi opened his eyes on time. The moment he got up, a notice sounded throughout the entire survival highway. Congratulations to all players for passing the newbie period. Today is your first day officially experiencing the survival highway game. To keep everyone from getting bored, the monthly ranking has been specially opened. This month is the month of resource searching. This month, when players find supplies, they will also receive the corresponding points for those supplies. The more precious the supplies, the more points they will gain. Supplies include, but are not limited to food, water, equipment, materials, and so on. Players who enter the top 1,000 of the supply ranking will all receive corresponding rewards. The reward for first place is extremely generous. Alright, supplies gifted to others will also be counted for points, but each portion of supplies can only be recorded for points once. Then, I wish you all success during Supply Search Month. Supply Search Points ranking activated. As the string of notification sounds fell, a virtual ranking list automatically popped up before Suyi. Looking at the suddenly appearing event, there was not much surprise on his face. He had already learned from Daxia before that the survival game would never let players drive around in peace and stability. It would launch all kinds of tempting game events from time to time, lasting as short as a month and as long as a year. Searching for supplies? Huh. This ranking is pretty suitable for people like Ling Yu who have a large number of subordinates, Suyi thought. Even if the supplies their subordinates obtained later could not add points for them, the supplies those people already had on them now were still quite a lot. As long as everything was handed over to the leaders of the 5 groups like Ling Yu, they would definitely gain an extremely terrifying amount of points in an instant. As he thought, Suyi casually opened the points ranking. As expected, the top 5 names on the ranking were exactly Ling Yu, Yin Kuang, and the other 5. As for the other ordinary players, their points were either 0 or only a pitiful few points. But the points of those 5 had already surged to several thousand, and the numbers were still rising crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Suyi not only was not worried, but instead curled his lips into a smile. This supply search ranking came at the perfect time. If before this, there was still a chance that Ling Yu and the other 5 might secretly collude in private and agree on an extremely low price to jointly squeeze him while bidding for that Zombie Empire instance crystal. Then now that possibility had been completely shattered by this ranking. Faced with the generous reward for first place in Supply Search Month, they would definitely want to monopolize the instance crystal and use it to enter the instance to search for massive amounts of resources and gain huge amounts of points. In that case, they would become each other's most direct competitors. The price would definitely be pushed by them to an unbelievable level. That works out nicely for me, Suyi said with a smile. However, he was definitely going to personally compete for the throne of first place on this points ranking as well. He could not help but look at the secret realm crystal quietly lying inside his storage ring. The drop rate of a secret realm was far stronger than that of an ordinary instance. Not to mention that he also had all of Daxia as his solid backing. As long as he entered a few more instances controlled by Daxia afterward, even alone by himself, he had absolute confidence in trampling those 5 leaders who relied on their subordinates and taking first place. Right? I still haven't claimed my SSS rank instance reward. Once a top-tier reward like that is claimed, it should also count as obtaining supplies and be converted into points, right? So he did not rush to claim it immediately. Instead, he first got up and simply washed up. After that, he took out 3 physique attribute potions giving off a faint red glow, along with 3 spirit attribute potions emitting a dim blue light from his storage ring. He pulled out the stoppers and tilted his head back, drinking them all in one go. The moment the liquid went down his throat, it instantly turned into 2 completely different currents, one scorching and one cool, surging into his limbs, bones, and deep into his mind. His bones gave off faint cracking sounds, his muscles became even tougher, and the spiritual power in his mind seemed as if it had been infused with spring water, becoming sharper and more vast. A moment later, the medicinal effects were fully absorbed. His physique and spirit attributes both increased by another 15 points. At this moment, his base physique had reached 245, and his base spirit had reached 295. Next, Suyi took out a few pieces of roasted meat and 2 bottles of purified water, swallowing them in big mouthfuls to fill his stomach. Time to hit the road. Suyi pulled open the driver's side door, sat on the leather seat, and started the Gale Ranger. About an hour later, the vehicle radar let out a faint beeping sound. Suyi's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the radar screen. Several light dots representing life signs had appeared ahead. When the Gale Ranger got closer, Suyi saw clearly the 6 figures standing by the edge of the road ahead. They were Daxia soldiers. Suyi immediately stepped on the brakes, and with a harsh screech of friction, the Gale Ranger came to a steady stop in front of the 6. Only after both sides confirmed the password did Suyi push open the door and stride down. Hello, comrade Suyi. My name is Zheng, and the square-faced man at the front stepped forward and gave a standard military salute. Everything the 6 of us brought this time is made up of function modules. Hopefully, one of them will be a function module you don't have yet. All right. Thank you for your trouble, comrades. Suyi nodded. If he had enough function modules, his vehicle would soon reach Tier 2. I'll also explain my situation. Yesterday, I took part in an instance controlled by our Daxia, and the harvest was huge. Suyi quickly said, my current base physique attribute is 245, and my base spirit attribute is 295. Also, I cleared the instance with an SSS rank evaluation, and the system gave me 5 reward options, letting me choose 2. I'm not quite sure, so I need to hear the opinion of the logistics department. Suyi immediately told Zheng and the contents of those 5 options. After hearing them, Zheng frowned slightly and fell in a brief thought. A moment later, Zheng nodded and said, "Comrade Suyi, don't worry. I've noted down everything you said. Once I get back, I will report it upward immediately. However, among those 5 options, there is one you do not need to hesitate over at all. You must take it. That is the Star Secret Crystal. It is one of the keys to open the special secret realm, Vermilion Bird Secret Realm." Vermilion Bird Secret Realm? Suyi revealed a curious look. "Comrade, Suyi should also know that secret realms are different from instances." Zheng nodded and explained. "Inside instances are monsters transformed from civilizations that once failed survival, with fixed rules and backgrounds. But secret realms are small worlds derived by the survival game itself, full of the unknown and opportunities. Secret realms are further divided into 2 kinds, ordinary secret realms and special secret realms. Special secret realms are something you can only encounter by chance. Basically, you need to gather fragments, or complete all kinds of tedious chain quests before you might have a chance to enter one. The benefits contained inside special secret realms are difficult for ordinary people to imagine. For example, inside this Vermilion Bird Secret Realm, there's a treasure called the Vermilion Bird Feather. This item can be directly fused into a vehicle. Once your vehicle suffers fatal damage, it will trigger a Nirvana rebirth effect, allowing the vehicle to directly recover to 50% condition. Zheng said seriously, and this is not even a one-time consumable effect. It can be used once every day. Hearing this, Suyi was also greatly surprised inside. The effect of this Vermilion Bird Feather was indeed too terrifying. How was this an item? This was basically putting a resurrection armor on the vehicle, and not a one-time resurrection armor, either, but one that refreshed once every day. On the peril-filled survival highway, the vehicle was a player's life. Having the Vermilion Bird Feather was equal to having 1 extra life every day. And the Vermilion Bird Feather is only one of the treasures inside the Vermilion Bird Secret Realm. Zheng smiled and continued, "Actually, over these 100 years, our daxia has made some summarized classifications for special secret realms. As far as we currently know, special secret realms are mainly divided into the constellation series. For example, this Vermilion Bird Secret Realm is one of the constellation series. Then there's the Zodiac series, the Fierce Beast series, the Ghost and Monster series, and so on. Anyway, if you run into a treasure or key fragment that can let you enter a special secret realm in the future, don't hesitate. Just pick it." Zheng said, "As long as you get a chance to enter a special secret realm, our daxia will find a way to get you a detailed guide for that realm. Even if no one from daxia has entered that realm before and we know nothing about it, we can still trade intelligence with other gray fog civilizations. We'll always be able to help clear the way for you." Suyi nodded. Just a single Vermilion Bird Feather was already enough to make him drool, let alone whatever other heaven-defying treasures might be hidden inside the secret realm. No matter what, he had to enter one of these special secret realms at least once and see it for himself. Right, the game sent out a server-wide announcement this morning. It said this month is Resource Search Month, and it even put out a points ranking. Suyi changed the subject and brought up what had happened that morning. That's normal. This is part of the standard event cycle of the survival game. Zheng smiled, completely unsurprised. In the future, you'll also run into all kinds of events like Mileage Month, Hunting Month, Survival Month, and so on. Mileage Month compares how much distance players travel in a month. The farther you go, the better the rewards, but the dangers you encounter on the road also increase exponentially. Hunting Month is pure slaughter. You earn points by hunting monsters. During that time, all monsters go into a berserk state, and players can also plunder each other as hunting points. As for Survival Month, that's the most grueling one. During that entire month, the Survival Highway 1T provide any resource boxes at all. Not a drop of water, not a piece of bread will spawn. During that month, players not only have to survive by relying on what they stockpiled before, they also have to live well and live comfortably. The system will score them based on their survival condition. Anyway, there's no shortage of all kinds of fancy events. This is also one of the game's ways of forcing players to keep getting stronger and keep consuming resources. Suyi nodded to show he understood. This survival game was like a giant goo pit, using all kinds of events to force players to risk their lives. After that, Suyi chatted with Zheng and a little more. Then the 6 of them began attacking each other, and in the end, Suyi delivered the finishing blows. Immediately, 6 functional modules dropped out. Not bad. All of them dropped a functional module. Suyi nodded in satisfaction and picked up all 6. You obtained 600 points. 1 functional module is worth 100 points? That's not bad. Suyi began checking the 6 functional modules and found that he already had 3 of them, while the other 3 were new to him. Functional module, firepower amplification. After installation, all attack damage dealt by the vehicle will increase by 25%. Functional module, amphibious. After installation, the vehicle will not only be able to drive on land, but also in water. Functional module, intelligent life. After installation, Your vehicle will gain intelligent life. You'll be able to give it direct commands and have it carry them out. Not bad. 1 increases damage. 1 lets the vehicle go into the water, and especially the last one. This counts as artificial intelligence, right? Probably even stronger than artificial intelligence. Suya nodded in satisfaction. These 3 functional modules were all pretty good. Once night came, he could directly raise his vehicle to level 18. With 1 more functional module, it would reach level 19, and then he could use the second-order advancement certificate. After putting away all the functional modules, Suyi returned to the vehicle and started driving again. Time passed slowly. 2 hours later, Suyi encountered the second batch of Daxia soldiers for the day. Comrade Suyi, the logistics department has already been informed of your situation. As for the SSS grade dungeon rating rewards, the recommendation is to choose Star Secret Crystal and Withering Guard contract. The Star Secret Crystal is related to an extremely high-value special secret realm, so it's a must-pick. As for the Withering Guard contract, it's basically equivalent to giving you an extra summoning skill. The key point is that the Summon Guard's strength scales proportionally with your own attributes, so you absolutely don't need to worry about it becoming useless later on. As for the title Dungeon Raider, it doesn't have much long-term value for you. The City Lord's legacy is a one-time consumable and has no lasting effect. The man said the back grip skill is pretty good, but you can't learn it right now. And if you want a similar skill later, our Daxia can directly provide one for you. Suya nodded. That was more or less the same as what he had been thinking. Alright, I'll choose now. Suya immediately opened the Dungeon Settlement panel and selected Star Secret Crystal and Withering Guard contract as his 2 rewards. Player obtained Star Secret Crystal, 50,000 points. Player obtained Withering Guard contract, 7,500 points. As 2 crisp system notifications rang out in his mind, Suyi swept his gaze over the display and saw that his total points had directly soared to 58,100. He immediately opened the points leaderboard that the survival game had just released and found that not only had he entered the top 10, he was even ranked 6th. Sure enough, it can add points. Suyi's gaze swept across the leaderboard. The top 5 were all the 5 leaders of the 5 Descendants race. The one sitting firmly in first place was Ling Yu of the Ling race. His point total had already reached over 150,000, and the 4 behind him were biting at his heels, each less than 10,000 points apart, even though his own points were still about 100,000 behind first place. So he wasn't worried in the slightest. After all, this was only the first day of the event, and I have the workbench. I wonder if things I make with the workbench will count for points. If they do, a smile appeared on Suyi's face. If that was the case, then farming points would become much easier for him. But what Suyi didn't know was that his sudden surge in points had startled leaders like Ling Yu. At this moment, inside a heavy armored vehicle, Ling Yu stared at Suyi, who had suddenly charged into the top 10 on the leaderboard, and his brows instantly twisted together. He had been having people keep an eye on Suyi's point changes the whole time. Earlier, after watching for several hours and seeing that Suyi's points hadn't moved at all, like a pool of stagnant water, he had secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had even been thinking that while lone wolves were free, they still couldn't compare to players like them who had huge forces behind them and could farm massive amounts of points from their subordinates' resources right from start. But he never expected that when Suyi made no move, he truly made no move. But once he did, he directly parachuted into 6th place. His points were only a little over 50,000, but that was already enough to make Ling Yu's heart pound. After all, he had only barely scraped together 150,000 points after farming all the resources from everyone on his team. So how could a lone wolf like Suyi obtain such an enormous amount of points so quickly? What exactly had he gotten? Naturally, Suyi knew nothing about that. And even if he did, he wouldn't care. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the sheepskin scroll in his hand that was giving off a dark glow. Player uses Withering Guard contract. Contracting in progress. Contract successful. Boom. In the next instant, the contract scroll in his hand turned into a mass of dazzling dark silver light. Under Suyi's watch, the light moved like a living thing, weaving and reshaping itself in the open space. In just 2 short seconds, it condensed into a burly figure nearly 2 meters tall, his whole body covered in black armor. This subordinate greets master. A deep, hoarse voice rang out as the burly man dropped to one knee and respectfully saluted Suyi. Rise. Suyi gave a slight nod while checking the other party's status panel at the same time. Name, unnamed can be set. Tier 1. Physique, 26. 25, Spirit, 27. 65, Skills, Sweep Block. Sweep can deal damage to targets within range, with a certain chance to cause knockback. Block after use. Damage received is reduced by 70. Not bad. So you look at the panel and nodded in satisfaction. This guard possessed 70% of his own attributes. With physique as high as 26 and spirit at 27, among ordinary players at the current stage, it was absolutely a killing god. On top of that, it came with 2 skills, one offensive and one defensive. It was a perfect tank and sweeper. At the same time, So he could clearly feel that an additional connection had formed between himself and the other party. Not only could he easily control the other party's life and death, he could also directly communicate with him through consciousness. Even if the other party died in battle while blocking a blade for him, after 24 hours, he could activate the contract and revive him. Most importantly, Su-Yi could see the glimmer of reason in the other party's eyes. This was not a lifeless puppet, but a living being with combat intelligence. You'll be called Ada from now on, Su-Yi said. Many thanks, Master, for bestowing a name. Congratulations, Comrade Su-Yi, on gaining a new helper. It's getting late. Our mission is already complete, and we also plan to head back. The man spoke at this time. I have a blueprint for rooftop ballista bolts on me. The other two brought a kind of material used to make this kind of bolt. Besides that, you'll encounter 2 more groups of our people today. If you need anything, just say it. Da Xiao will always be your backing. Thanks. Su-Yi nodded, while also growing curious about the bolts the other party mentioned. After that, the 3 of them did not waste words. Just like before, they began attacking each other. When their HP dropped to 1, Su-Yi finished them off, and the items on their bodies dropped out as well. Su-Yi picked up the items dropped by the 3 of them and checked them. The first thing that caught his eye was a blueprint. Thunderclap Ballista Bolt. After hitting a target or landing on the ground, it can instantly release a violent thunder lightning net covering a radius of 5 meters, dealing additional lightning attribute damage to all targets within the area, and with a chance to paralyze targets for 2 seconds. Good stuff. Su-Yi's eyes lit up. It was actually a ballista bolt with elemental effects and hard crowd control. This Thunderclap Ballista Bolt was not only powerful, but also came with area damage and a control effect. It definitely counted as top-tier gear. Then Su-Yi took a look at the materials needed to make this bolt. Most of them were basic materials like copper wire, iron ingots, and wood. The core material, however, was something called Thunder Ironstone. Su-Yi looked at the items dropped by the other 2. They did not disappoint him. What they dropped were not other miscellaneous items, but Thunder Ironstone. Thunder Ironstone. Tier 1 material. It contains a trace of violent thunder power and is an excellent material for crafting lightning attribute equipment and items. This kind of stone was a deep purple-black color. Its surface was not smooth at all, but covered in tiny crack-like patterns, as if it had been split by lightning. When Su-Yi held it in his hand, he could even feel faint currents of electricity dancing across his palm, bringing a slight numbing sensation. Between the 2 of them, they had dropped a total of 10 such Thunder Ironstones. Not bad, not bad. This way, I can directly make 10 Thunderclap Ballista Bolts. That definitely counts as an extremely lethal trump card. Su-Yi nodded in satisfaction and, with a thought, took the workbench out of his storage space. Input blueprint. Following Su-Yi's command, the blueprint turned into specks of starlight and directly fused into the workbench. On the workbench's virtual screen, the crafting option for Thunderclap Ballista Bolt immediately appeared. Insert materials. Make 10. With a wave of his hand, Su-Yi threw the basic materials and the 10 precious Thunder Ironstones into the workbench. Buzz. The workbench let out a low rumble, and streaks of blue-purple electric arcs intertwined and leaped across its surface. In only about a minute, along with a crisp ding, the workbench flashed. 10 ballista bolts over 3 meters long and as thick as a baby's arm were completed. These ballista bolts were entirely a cold, dark silver color. Behind each barbed arrowhead was inlaid an extremely smoothly polished Thunder Ironstone. From time to time, tiny electric sparks flickered across the arrowheads, giving off a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. At the very moment these 10 Thunderclap Ballista Bolts took shape, the system notification rang out in Su-Yi's mind. Player obtained 10 Thunderclap Ballista Bolts, 1,000 points. Hearing the notification, Su-Yi was briefly stunned, then could not help but smile. As expected, supplies made with the workbench would also be judged by the system as newly obtained items, and points would be calculated accordingly. At this moment, Su-Yi had completely confirmed his previous guess. There was obviously huge room to work with in the rules for supply search points. If manufacturing items could also earn points, then with the workbench, this major weapon in hand, he could absolutely farm points like crazy. The leader of the 5-clan race had worked himself to death and only scraped together over 100,000 points using all his subordinates' resources, while he only needed to sit here and let the workbench keep running, and his points would shoot up like a rocket. First place on the monthly points ranking, if you want to take it, it would be effortless. However, Su-Yi calmed down, a thoughtful light flickering in his eyes. There was still one more question. If materials that have already had their points counted are put into the workbench again and made into brand new items, will the system still grant point rewards? Thinking of this, Su-Yi immediately opened the private chat interface and found MOU in his friends list. He directly sent her a batch of basic materials for making simple bandages. MOU, who was driving, heard the notification sound and opened the private chat interface. She was instantly stunned. MOU. Cousin, what does this mean? MOU looked baffled. Why had her cousin suddenly sent her materials? And if he was going to send them, why was it only this little? Never check the fuel gauge. Cut the crap. Accept it first, then send it back to me exactly as it is. I want to test whether, after the points for materials have already been counted, the system will still judge and award points if they're used to make a new item. Seeing this message, Mo instantly understood Su Yi's intention. If this method worked, then wouldn't cousin be able to rapidly farm points directly? Mo, got it. I'll listen to you, cousin. Mo immediately clicked accept trade. The moment the materials landed in Mo's backpack, the system notified her that she had gained 2 points. Right after that, Mo did not hesitate at all. She initiated another trade and sent the materials right back to Su Yi. Su Yi could rejive. This time, the system was completely silent. There was no notification sound for gaining points. Simply passing items through a trade. The same batch of supplies could only have their points counted once. Su Yi nodded inyardly. That was only reasonable. If passing items around could infinitely farm points, then Ling Yu and the others would not have had only a little over 100,000 points. Then Su Yi directly threw the materials he had just received back into the workbench. Make simple bandages. A few seconds later, one simple bandage popped out of the workbench. Player obtained one simple bandage, 5 points. Hearing that crisp system notification, Su Yi's eyes lit up. As expected, it worked. Su Yi was overjoyed. The system's judgment logic was extremely rigid. Materials were materials, finished products were finished products. Even if the materials had already been counted for points. As long as their form changed and they became a new item, the system would judge them as newly obtained supplies again and award points once more. In that case, I can completely turn all the mountain of basic materials on me into finished products and farm points like crazy. And I can even sell the things I make to other players in exchange for more basic materials. The materials I trade for will count for points again. Then I can turn them into finished products, and the finished products will count once more, then sell them again. Su Yi said with a smile, if this snowball keeps rolling, then as long as my workbench doesn't stop, my points will soar fast. As for first place on the points ranking, I'm definitely taking it. But before farming points, Su Yi glanced at the huge amount of resources inside his storage ring. If these resources were directly turned into finished products, they really could be used to farm points. But before that, the points from the materials themselves could still be put to use. This little bro might not be very strong, but he had the advantage of being obedient and quick-witted. More importantly, he had no room to resist in front of Su Yi. This time, he could give a kid a hand. Su Yi jalgulated silently. Even if he couldn't help him break into the top 5 of the ranking and compete with those 5 race clan leaders, pushing him into the top 100, or even the top 10, was still possible. Never looks at the fuel gauge. You free right now? Park the car somewhere safe. MOU. I'm free. I'm free. Cousin, what do you need? I'm on standby anytime. Never looks at the fuel gauge. In a bit, I'll send you all the materials on me. Just receive them. I'll let you farm a wave of points. After you're done, send everything back to me. With this batch of points as your foundation, when the event settles in a month, I can't promise top 10, but top 100 definitely won't be a problem. On the other end, when MOU saw this message from Su Yi, his eyes burst with the green light of a starving wolf, and even his breathing grew heavy. How could he not understand? Cousin was about to force-feed him resources and push him onto the ranking. This was the ranking. He had never imagined that a solo player like him would actually get a chance to compete for a spot on the ranking. MOU. Woolworth, thank you, cousin. Cousin, you're my real big brother. No, you're my reborn parent. MOU. From now on, this life of mine belongs to you, cousin. I'll definitely listen to everything you say. If you tell me to do something, I'll do it. If you tell me go east, I'll never go west. If you tell me kill a chicken, I'll never chase a dog. Following you, cousin, not only can I stay alive, I can even eat big chunks of meat. Looking at the messages MOU sent on the screen, Su Yi smiled. He and T liked flattering people before, but if he was the one being flattered, then that was a different matter. No wonder ancient emperors all liked treacherous officials. This kind of talk really was pleasant to hear. Never looks at the fuel gauge. All right, cut the crap. Get ready to receive it. There's a lot of stuff. Su Yi immediately opened the trade interface and started stuffing things into it like mad. Fuel, 75 million units. Wood, 140,000 units. Iron ingots, 50,000 units. Copper blocks, plastic, rubber. So he put all the mountain-like pile of basic resources in his storage ring onto it. Of course, he wasn't stupid either. Precious resources like attribute potions definitely would not be sent to the other side. But even if it was only basic materials, it was still an absolutely terrifying astronomical number. Send. As Su Yi clicked confirm, a massive amount of supplies was sent over. On the other side, looking at the densely packed resources on the trade interface, MOU couldn't help swallowing. It was possible for him to have no thoughts at all, but very quickly, reason overwhelmed greed. He knew very clearly that he had neither the right nor the ability to hold so many resources. Not to mention that Su Yi had a conquest card and could kill his way over at any time. Even with just this amount of resources alone, he couldn't store them all. It was still best to follow cousin. No danger, and the benefits were plenty. MOU immediately clicked to receive the supplies. At once, a huge amount of resources dropped onto the highway, blocking it up completely. At the same time, a flood of prompts popped up before MOU's eyes. Points plus 10,000. Points plus 5,000. Points plus 60,000. As the massive amount of supplies entered his account, MOU's personal points shot up like a rocket at incredible speed. 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000. At the same time, Suyi leaned against the seat and opened the points ranking. On the ranking, never looks at the fuel gauge. Suyi, who had originally been firmly seated in 6th place, suddenly slipped down by 1 rank and became 7th. And in the 6th place position, a completely new name appeared. 6th place, MOU, current points. 742 points. More than 28 million points. Looking at this number, the corners of Suyi's lips lifted slightly. The basic materials on me are actually worth nearly 3 million points. Looks like I'm even richer than I thought. Beep beep beep. The private chat interface flashed wildly. MOU. 6th place cousin. I'm 6th place now. My points directly broke past 2 million. And I'm only a little over 100,000 points away from 5th place now. MOU. Holy shit. Cousin, did you see the ranking? I directly squeeze your rank down. This is way too insane. I feel like I'm dreaming right now. Cousin, slap me through the screen. MOU was incomparably excited at this moment. A solo player like him had actually taken 6th place on the points ranking. Before this, he wouldn't even have dared to dream of it. At the same time, his determination to cling tightly to Suyi's thick thigh grew even stronger. If it weren't for him, he might already have starved to death, died of thirst, or been torn to pieces by monsters during the beginner period. Not to mention that now, he could even fight for a place on this ranking. If nothing unexpected happened, then when the event ranking ended in a month, as long as he could hold on, getting into the top 10 should be no problem. But after the excitement, MOU didn't forget his role. He knew these things did not belong to him. He was only a passing god of wealth. He immediately opened the trade interface again and sent back every bit of the massive amount of resources Suyi had just sent him, without keeping even a single part. MOU has initiated trade. Accept? Sensibly done. Suyi clicked receive and took all those resources back into his storage ring. Never looks at the fuel gauge. Alright, stop getting so worked up. Whether you can hold on to this top 10 spot depends on your own luck now. I want to be able to help you much after this. He only had this much material on him that could be used to farm points. From now on, every new resource he obtained would be immediately counted by the system as his own points. Even if he sent them to MOU later, MOU wouldn't be able to gain points from them anymore. MOU, don't worry, cousin. I'll do everything I can to search for supplies and try my best to keep my top 10 spot. And even if I get squeezed out in the end, it doesn't matter. As long as I can stay in the top 100, the rewards should still be pretty good. I'm already very satisfied. This kid had a pretty good mindset. He knew how to be content. So he nodded as he looked at MOU's reply. Only people who understood contentment could live better. After ending the conversation with MOU, Suyi looked toward the workbench placed in the back of the vehicle compartment. Now it was time to handle the real business. He directly made a series of complicated settings on the workbench as control panel. Set simple bandages to autocraft. Set simple crossbow bolts to autocraft. Suyi set up the items that needed to be crafted. Buzz. The workbench let out a low hum again and started working. This was true, fully automatic AFK point farming. After settling everything, Suyi returned to the driver's seat. Ada sat in the passenger seat. Suyi stepped on the gas and continued driving forward. I can teach Ada how to drive later. Then I'll have more time to do other things. Suyi thought. At the same time, the moment MOU's name suddenly dropped into 6th place on the leaderboard, the players in zone C13 instantly exploded. Holy shit, look at this leaderboard. Who the hell is this MOU? Why does the name look so familiar? It was this MOU who sold me quite a few bandages in private before. The price was high, but it was worth it. He sold to you? He sold to me too. Didn't he say that was the last one at the time? Holy shit, I bought bandages and machetes from him too. This guy isn't simple. Could he also have a workbench? There is another possibility too, but I don't dare say it. I'm afraid of offending a big shot. I don't dare say it either. No wonder this guy could parachute straight into 6th place. He must have gotten a lot of resources before this. For a time, many players started discussing MOU. Some had already guessed that he was connected to Suyi, but none of them dared say it openly. After all, there was no benefit in saying it. Instead, they might offend someone. If they needed something later, they might not be able to buy it, even if they had resources. Compared to ordinary players, the 5 chiefs of the 5E clan were badly startled by this sudden change. Especially Shashan, the Sand clan chief ranked 5th. MOU was only 10,000 points away from catching up to him. At this moment, in a group chat used by the 5E clan chiefs, can someone tell me where this guy called MOU came from? Damn it, 128,000 points. I only have 140,000 right now. He is only a little over 10,000 away. My 5th place 1T hold. If I can't even stay in the top 5, where am I supposed to put the Sand clan's face? Obviously, this MOU is one of Never Look at the Fuel Gauge's people. His points suddenly shot up this much because Never Look at the Fuel Gauge sent all his resources over to help him farm these 120,000 plus points. That never look at the fuel gauge really dares to gamble, and he really trusts this Moyu. That S more than 120,000 points worth of supplies. How huge a fortune is that? ISNT he afraid Moyu will get greedy, run off with everything, and never return it? Of course he ISNT afraid. Don't forget, never look at the fuel gauge as a campaign card in his hand. If Moyu really dared pull something like that, never look at the fuel gauge would definitely use the campaign card without hesitation and crush Moyu into mincemeat. Never look at the fuel gauge is richer and more terrifying than we imagined. The five of us each control thousands of clansmen. We only barely scraped together these 100,000 plus points by pooling all the resources those thousands gathered through blood and sweat onto one person. And yet never look at the fuel gauge is a lone wolf. Just the resources he gathered by himself can actually match the full strength of any one of our clans. He really is too rich. That guy previously used simple bandages and all kinds of weapons to fleece a lot of resources from ordinary players. One ordinary player might not have much, but add up thousands or even tens of thousands of them, and that S absolutely an astronomical figure. If only we could seize all the resources on him, our development speed would become much faster. Seize? How? Your Yin clan has the worst temper, so why don't you go try it? Don't you also have a campaign card? Just use it on him directly. Kill him, and everything he has will be yours. You think I'm an idiot? That guy got an SSS grade dungeon rating. His strength is unfathomable. Without absolute confidence, who would dare provoke him? My Sand clan would like to test his depth, but unfortunately, I don't have a campaign card on me. If any of you are willing to lend me yours, my Sand clan can take the lead and probe this kid for everyone. Lend it to you? Keep dreaming. Exactly. Who doesn't know your Sand clan loves backstabbing the most? As the chiefs kept talking, their words turned into open sarcasm and veiled mockery. Even with an external enemy present, getting them to truly unite was far from simple. Enough. Shut up, all of you. Instead of scheming here over benefits that aren't even in your hands yet, haven't you noticed that there is a more fatal, more terrifying matter right in front of us now? At that moment, Ling Yu, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly spoke. The other four in the group immediately quieted down. Don't forget, never look at the fuel gauge as a workbench. If the finished items made by the workbench can also be judged by the system as new supplies and counted for points, then those 130,000 points worth of raw materials he just gave Moyu, once all of them get processed into finished products, Ling Yu did not continue. But every chief present was no fool. Almost instantly, they understood the key point. You mean he can turn materials into finished goods for points once, then sell the finished goods for materials, then turn those into finished goods again, then farm points again. An infinite loop? A snowball? That's right. If the system's judgment mechanism really works like that, then first place on this monthly points leaderboard. Ling Yu said helplessly, we probably won't even have the qualifications to compete for it. Or rather, from the very beginning, we were already destined to miss first place. The moment those words came out, the other four fell silent. If that was really the case, then they truly had no chance to fight for first place from the start. Their current rankings were only temporary. Sooner or later, each of them would drop by one spot and be suppressed by Su Yi again. It shouldn't be that bad, right? The game system shouldn't leave such a loophole, should it? ISNT, that just cheating? Said Shiyun, chief of the Shi clan. Cheating? Then you should cheat too. At least up to now, even though the newbie period has already ended, none of the five of us has obtained a workbench yet. That means the workbench itself, ISNT, something that should be obtainable at this stage. Or rather, the chance of obtaining it at this stage is extremely low. Ling Yu said, if we could get a workbench, then the game rules definitely wouldn't restrict us from cheating either. Everyone frowned deeply, though they were unwilling to accept it. When facing Su Yi, who held a workbench in his hand, they really seemed to have no good solution. They had to find a way to get a workbench. At this moment, that same thought rose in all five of their hearts. Without a workbench, they would always be restrained by Su Yi. Enough. I still hope we can be a little more united. Although this never look at the fuel gauge is a lone wolf, it can't be denied that the threat he poses to us is not small. After sending that message, Ling Yu exited the chat interface. The other four also sat in their driver-s seats, deep in thought. Should I use a designated service area card and head to a shop service area to buy a workbench? A flicker passed through Ling Yu's eyes. He suddenly realized that the value of a workbench was far above that of a talent awakening potion. The only question was whether the little bit of survival coins he had on him was enough to buy one. Naturally, Suyi knew nothing about this. Right now, he was on the road teaching Ada how to drive. Although Ada had been summoned by him, he already possessed sufficient intelligence and was no different from a living person. On top of that, with more than 20 points in spirit, his learning ability naturally wasn't bad. So he had only given a simple demonstration of how to coordinate the gas pedal, brake, and steering wheel a few times when understanding flashed in Ada's eyes. In just a few minutes, Ada was already able to control the steering wheel steadily. He could even skillfully tap the brakes to avoid potholes in the road. Not bad. From now on, the driver's seat is yours. Seeing that Ada had completely mastered the driving skills, Su Yi decisively handed the wheel over to him. He then turned and went into the training room inside the vehicle, continuing his dull training. Time slowly passed. Over the next few hours, they encountered several waves of monsters. Su Yi didn't even interrupt his training. He directly gave orders through his mind, telling Ada to stop the vehicle and engage the enemy. For Ada, dealing with these ordinary monsters was simply a one-sided slaughter. As the long blade swung, severed limbs flew everywhere, and black blood stained the highway red. Clean and efficient. Unfortunately, these ordinary monsters were poor as hell. Other than a few scraps of junk metal, they didn't drop anything good. Aside from that, they also ran into 2 groups of Daxia soldiers along the way. Not only did he obtain 3 function modules he hadn't gotten before, he also got a few decent blueprints, as well as 4 gray mist metals emitting a faint glow. With 4 more, his gray mist metal would reach tier 2. Night fell. Stop the vehicle. Rest and regroup. Following Su Yi's command, the Gale Rangers stopped in the middle of the highway, holding a long blade. Ada stood straight by the car door like the most loyal guard, vigilantly watching the rolling gray mist around them. Su Yi walked to the front of the vehicle. Time to upgrade the vehicle too. He then put the basic materials into the upgrade option, and immediately after, took out the function module Smart Life and fused it into the vehicle. Ding! Function module Smart Life detected. Fusing with vehicle now. Vehicle upgrading. Estimated time, 80 minutes. Please wait patiently. As the system's cold prompt fell, the entire Gale Ranger was instantly enveloped in a dazzling white light. Seeing this, Su Yi wasn't in a hurry. He came over to the campfire nearby and began checking today's gains. The first things to catch were the 3 brand new function modules. Function module, oxygen supply, installs an emergency oxygen supply system inside the vehicle. After activation, it can maintain the oxygen needs of living beings inside the vehicle. This function is pretty good. Su Yi stroked his chin, especially with the sealing function already activated. These 2 modules are a perfect match. If I run into a toxic miasma zone in the future or need to dive underwater, I won't have to worry about suffocating to death inside the vehicle. The apocalyptic environment changes constantly. No one knows what kind of extreme terrain they run into the next second. Being prepared is the true king of survival. Then he looked at the second one. Function module, adjustable wing, installs an adjustable spoiler at the rear of the vehicle. In flat mode, vehicle speed +10. In raised mode, vehicle sharp turn controllability +20. In downforce mode, vehicle braking distance -25. 3 modes, perfectly matching 3 situations: straight line sprinting, overtaking on curves, and emergency avoidance. It greatly improved the vehicle's mobility. Finally, Su Yi's gaze landed on the 3rd module. Function module, air cushion hover, installs circular air cushion nozzles beneath the vehicle chassis. When activated, it sprays high-pressure airflow downward, allowing the vehicle to hover up to 5 meters above the ground. Fuel consumption will increase sharply while active. Holy shit, it can fly. Su Yi's eyes lit up. Even if it could only hover 5 meters off the ground, what real difference was there between that and actual flight? A broken bridge ahead? Fly straight over it. A massive minefield or trap zone? Fly straight over it. A beast horde on the ground that couldn't be crossed? Still fly straight over it. Not only would this give him a dimensionality-crushing response to special road conditions, the key point was that it was cool as hell. While everyone else was still struggling through mud and ruins, he could just slam the gas and skim over the ground in flight. The fuel consumption will go way up, but I've got hundreds of thousands of units of fuel in hand right now. I really don't care about this bit of extra fuel use. An undisguised smile was on Su Yi's face. Now this vehicle is seriously badass. Sea, land, and air, I can cover them all. If the vehicle weren't still upgrading right now, he definitely would have installed the air cushion hover function immediately, then gone out for a couple laps to experience what it felt like to drive a flying car. After looking through the function modules, Su Yi turned his attention to the 4 blueprints he had obtained today. Incendiary throwing bottle, tier 1. Explodes after being thrown, creating flames in a 3 by 3 meter area. Materials, glass bottle 1, fuel 1, cloth 1. Fragmentation grenade, tier 1. Explodes 3 seconds after being thrown, dealing effective damage to targets within 20 meters. Materials, iron sheet 2, gunpowder 4, iron nails 5, fuse 1. Windproof fire cloak, tier 1. After equipping, fire damage -30, sandstorm environmental impact -50. Can also be used as a temporary sleeping bag. Materials, leather 3, fireproof cloth 1, metal buckles 2. Vehicle emergency repair pack, tier 1. Restores 10% durability to a tier 1 vehicle after use. Materials, ironing it 2, tape 1, iron wire 1, cloth 1. So you look through them one by one, quickly calculating the value of these 4 items in his mind. The incendiary bottle and fragmentation grenade were standard area damage weapons. They were especially effective for clearing out group living monsters. Market demand definitely wouldn't be small. They could be sold as regular products. The windproof fire cloak was more specialized. Right now, everyone was still surviving on the highway. They hadn't yet encountered extreme weather on a large scale, like widespread fires or sandstorms, so demand probably wouldn't be high for now. Still, he could make some. There would definitely be players willing to pay for them. Those careful types who like to prepare for danger before it arrived. Among the 4 blueprints, if one had to be called the most valuable, it was none other than the last one, the Vehicle Emergency Repair Pack. In this highway survival game, the vehicle was a player's lifeline. Without a vehicle, it was impossible to move even a single step on the highway. At this stage, 99% of players had absolutely no item they could use to restore vehicle durability. The only method was to tough it out, then gather enough materials to let the vehicle upgrade. During the upgrade, the system would automatically restore durability to full. Some players, in order to maximize profit, would deliberately wait until their vehicle's durability dropped to around 10%, right on the verge of being scrapped before upgrading it. This was entirely a desperate move forced out of them because they had no means to restore vehicle durability. But if I make this thing, it'll definitely trigger a buying frenzy. Simple bandages could save players' lives, while this emergency repair pack could save the life of a vehicle. The moment this thing goes on the market, it will definitely be fought over by all players. No matter how high I set the price, I absolutely won't have to worry about sales. Just like bandages, this thing is hard currency at this stage, as he thought. So he turned to look at the workbench nearby. Today, the workbench had rendered great service. It had been busy all day, making a large number of simple bandages and various weapons for him that had directly earned Su Yi more than 30,000 points. His total points had now reached around 90,000. Although he was still ranked 7th on the leaderboard, he was far from 6th place MOU. By the look of it, once tonight passed, he should be able to catch up tomorrow. More than 30,000 points in a single day. At this speed, my points will definitely break through the 1 million mark in a month. But that was under ideal conditions. After all, the entire region didn't have enough materials for me to craft things without limit. Still, no matter what, taking first place was definitely secure. After making up his mind, so he opened the private chat interface and found MOU. He directly packed up a large batch of bandages and weapons made by the workbench today and sent them over. Songbu, can you biao? Take these and help me sell them. Priority is settlement in survival coins. Next would be all kinds of basic materials and rare blueprints. Only a few seconds after the message was sent, MOU's reply popped up. MOU, don't worry, cousin. Guaranteed mission accomplished. I absolutely won't let you down. Suyasimidet. If you wanted the horse to run, you had to feed it first. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out 3 functional modules he had no use for from his backpack. Songbu, can you biao? These 3 functional modules will be your payment. Use the ones you can. Trade the ones you can't with other players for something useful. MOU, got it, cousin. Thanks, cousin. From now on, wherever you point, that's where I'll strike. I brave mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. At that moment, MOU's loyalty directly hit the maximum. After ending the chat, Sui looked at the workbench again. He entered all 4 blueprints he had just obtained, then set vehicle emergency repair kits as the priority item to produce. With the materials I have stockpiled now, I can probably make over 10,000 repair kits in one go. Sui watched as the workbench started running, letting out a low rumble and nodded in satisfaction. Once this batch of repair kits was finished, selling them off would bring in another huge sum of survival coins and materials. The snowball would only keep getting bigger. After finishing all this, Sui took out a steaming portion of roasted meat from his storage space and started eating. After eating and drinking his fill, Sui didn't choose to rest. He turned and walked into the training room once more. Guard the outside. If any creature approaches the vehicle, kill without mercy. Yes, master. Ada bowed as he accepted the order. And while Sui was busy training inside a chat group called Changlu Alliance Upper Management, everyone, you're all ready, right? As long as this plan succeeds, not only will we strengthen the entire alliance, but more importantly, we'll get a huge amount of resources. Our development definitely won't be slower than those 5 leaders. We may even surpass them. We've been ready for a long time, just waiting for your order, boss. This time, all 15 of us are making a move together. I refuse to believe we can't take down Songbu, can you biao? That's right. The resources that guy has are no joke. He not only helped that MOU farm a wave of points, but he himself has that many points too. The resources in his hands are more than what the 5 race leaders have. We still need to be careful. He did get an SSS rank dungeon rating, after all. We didn't enter the dungeon, but we did go into a secret realm. We lost nearly half our people and only barely got an A rank evaluation. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong he is, he's still just one person. With all 15 of us attacking together, we can definitely take him down. Exactly. Besides, boss obtained a vehicle-mounted vehicle. With that thing, we might not even need to fight personally. We may be able to kill him directly. The people in the group discussed it heatedly. What they were planning was clearly to make a move against Su Yi. In District C13, The major power on the surface was naturally the team, formed by Ling Yu and the other four. The people in their team were basically all former soldiers. Whether in combat strength or tactical discipline, they were far beyond ordinary players. But among ordinary players, there were naturally no lack of powerful and capable people. After the chat channels appeared, some players created groups and recruited a large number of players. The Changlu Alliance was one of them, and it was even one of the top 3. It had 5 giant groups with 10,000 members each, with more than 50,000 players under its banner. But most players were only there to band together or get information. If you really wanted them to do things or hand over resources, they definitely wouldn't agree. Basically, all large alliances were like this. The alliance leader had no effective way to manage most of the people under him. The leader of the Changlu Alliance was named Changlu Gungun. He rarely appeared in the chat channels, but he was a capable and ambitious man. And he also had some luck. The reason he was said to have some luck was entirely because on the day the novice period ended, he opened a secret realm crystal from a supply box. Changlu Gungun didn't hesitate. He brought the trusted core team he had assembled and stepped into that unknown secret realm. The secret realm was far more dangerous than the highway. More than half of the players he brought in died. But the people who survived gained extremely rich rewards. Not only did they obtain a tremendously powerful vehicle-mounted weapon after clearing it, they also found a hidden treasure chest in the secret realm and opened 15 extremely precious conquest cards in one go. What inflated Changlu Gungun's ambition even more was that after receiving the A-rank settlement for the secret realm, the system rewarded him with a bottle of talent awakening potion. The moment he drank the potion, he successfully completed his talent awakening, and his strength underwent a qualitative leap. With his power surging, plus the 15 conquest cards in his hand, Changlu Gungun naturally began to get ideas. Plundering other players was the fastest shortcut to getting rich in this apocalyptic game. But the pitiful amount of supplies on ordinary players wasn't worth wasting a precious conquest card on all. He needed a fat sheep, one fat enough, yet one that didn't have tusks. The leaders of the 5 E-races like Ling Yu were absolutely untouchable taboos. Even if they succeeded, they would definitely be settled with afterward. There was no need to invite that trouble. So after thinking it over, Changlu Gungun set his sights on Suyi. Suyi was a pure lone wolf, with no background and no backer. But the resources on him were enough to make anyone red-eyed with envy. Not only could he sell bandages and weapons in large quantities, he even had a workbench. He was practically a walking treasure vault, since they had already settled on it. There was no need to think about anything else. Changlu Gungun sent a message in the group, taking 10,000 steps back, even if this surprise attack fails. With our current strength and my vehicle-mounted weapon, escaping alive absolutely won't be a problem. But if we succeed, the gains will be beyond imagination. As long as we take him down, the workbench in his hands and the mountain of materials he has piled up will all be ours. The atmosphere in the group was instantly ignited, and greed began to grow in every person's heart. Changlu Gungun struck while the iron was hot and continued. Also, when we launched the attack, everyone turned on the system's built-in video recording function. Once we trampled Songbu, can you biao under our feet? We'll post the video in the regional chat channel. I want every player in the entire region to recognize the strength of our Changlu Alliance. When that time comes, we'll definitely become famous and attract a large number of players to join. In the future, it's not impossible for us to replace those 5 race leaders. At the thought that they might one day replace Ling Yu and the other 5, everyone in the group couldn't help but start breathing faster. The class divisions among the 5 E-races were extremely severe. In the eyes of those noble lords, ordinary people like them were just mud-legged peasants who could be sacrificed at any time. Back on 5E Star, they had no way to resist. But now that they had come to this survival highway, everything had been reshuffled. As the saying went, our kings, nobles, generals, and ministers born that way, as long as they had enough strength, they too might be able to climb to that summit and see the view. We'll set the time for the second half of the night. Changlu Gungun made the final deployment. At this time, Songbukan Yu Biao is probably resting. When people are at their most exhausted, their vigilance is at its lowest. Under the surprise attack of 15 of us, he'll definitely be thrown into chaos, and 1T even have a chance to fight back. Yes, understood, boss. Let us do it. Everyone in the group responded one after another. They all rubbed their hands together, filled their vehicles with fuel, and prepared to pull off something big in the second half of the night. So he knew nothing about this. At this moment, he was still drenched in sweat in the training room. In fact, he and T planned to sleep at all tonight. The resources in his hands had already piled up to a terrifying level. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and use up every functional module he could, letting his vehicle directly cross the class barrier and advance to Tier 2. Very soon, time reached a little past 3 o'clock in the morning. Ding! Vehicle upgrade complete. As the system notification rang out in his mind, Suyi stopped what he was doing, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and strode out of the training room. Vehicle, Gale Ranger level 20, Tier 1, can break through. Durability, 100 fuel, 4,158 units. One unit can travel 30 kilometers. Top speed, 1,080 kilometers per hour. Vehicle weapon, roof-mounted ballista functional modules. Energy saving, sprint, rapid speed, hard armor, ceiling, camouflage, weather broadcast, temperature control, auto drive, radar, repair, thorns, interference, magnetic anti-slip, intelligent life, air cushion hover, adjustable wings, amphibious. Firepower amplification, vehicle structure, training room. Looking at the vehicle that had already reached level 20, Suyi nodded in satisfaction. Compared to before, all its attributes had changed quite a bit. Its top speed had even broken past the edge of the sound barrier, reaching 1,080 kilometers per hour. Not to mention that long string of dazzling functional modules. Even if this vehicle charged headfirst into a horde of monsters now, it could still forcibly crush a bloody path through them. Next, he only needed to use the Tier 2 advancement certificate to break the shackles of Tier 1, allowing the vehicle to reach Tier 2 and continue upgrading. So he did not hesitate. He took out the Tier 2 advancement certificate from his storage ring. System prompt. Does the player wish to use the Tier 2 advancement certificate to raise the vehicle to Tier 2? Use it. As Suyi's words fell, the Tier 2 advancement certificate in his hand immediately turned into a brilliant silver stream of light and coiled around the entire Gale Ranger as if it were alive. The dazzling light instantly illuminated this dim stretch of road, amid a wave of metal twisting and restructuring sounds that made one's teeth ache. The form of the vehicle began to change violently. The chassis lengthened and widened. The tires became as huge as millstones and were covered in savage anti-slip patterns. The originally sleek body lines were replaced by thick composite armor plates that carried an overwhelming sense of pressure. The ballista on the roof was reforged within the light. Its caliber grew a full size larger, flashing with chilling cold light. Ding! Vehicle advancement complete. Congratulations, player. Your vehicle has reached Tier 2. All attributes have been significantly improved. The light faded, and Suyi looked up. That former pickup truck now already rivaled a heavy truck. Its steel beast appearance gave off a suffocatingly violent aura just by sitting there. Faint dark light flowed across the surface of the body. That was the result of the perfect fusion of the hard armor and thorns modules. It's only Tier 2, and it already looks like this. Suyi reached out and touched the cold, heavy body. He had no idea what a level 100 vehicle would look like in the future. At this rate, it might even turn into a spaceship. Putting away his thoughts, Suyi took out the final functional module from his backpack, oxygen supply. He planned to push in one go and raise the vehicle directly to level 21. But at that moment, one notification after another rang out. System prompt. Player Changlu Gungun has used a war card on you, forcibly initiating road connection. Please prepare for battle. System prompt. Player Zahui-chan, you has used a war card on you, forcibly initiating road connection. Please prepare for battle. System prompt. Player Laura Yuhui has used a war card on you, forcibly initiating road connection. Please prepare for battle. 15 notifications in a row. Without the slightest pause, Suyi's finger stopped in midair for a moment, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Someone had used a war card on him, and 15 people had used them together. 15 people making a move at a little past 3 o'clock in the morning. It was obvious this was a long-planned encirclement operation aimed specifically at him. A smile appeared on Suyi's face. Interesting. I'm already strong enough that it's a good thing I didn't go looking for trouble with others. And yet someone actually came looking for trouble with me. Without the slightest panic, he directly opened the private chat interface and found MOU. Never look at the fuel gauge. Do you know these 15 players? Changlu Gungun, Zuiho Ichanyu, and Luori Yue? Although it was already the middle of the night. That kid you clearly wasn't resting. Or rather, even if he had been resting, Suyi's message had woken him up. Montakyu, Kuzeng. I know all about them. These 15 guys are high-level members of a group called the Changlu Alliance. Immediately after, MOU sent over the general information about the Changlu Alliance as quickly as pouring out beans. MOU. This alliance is one of the top 3 civilian forces in District C13. They claim to have more than 50,000 players under them. That Changlu Gungun is their boss. MOU. Cousin, what is wrong? Why did you suddenly ask about them in the middle of the night? MOU had mixed into quite a few faction chat groups. Although he couldn't learn the core information of those forces, he still knew some basic information. Never look at the fuel gauge. Nothing much. The 15 of them just used war cards on me together. They're obviously after the resources on me. MOU, what? They actually dared to make a move on you, cousin? How dare they? Cousin, if there's anything you need me to do, just say the word. Suyasimide faintly. Help would not be needed, and besides, the other party wouldn't really be able to help anyway. No need. They're here. The moment Suyi finished replying and closed the interface, the void ahead suddenly twisted violently, accompanied by deafening roars. Pitch-black roads tore out of nothingness like gigantic vines growing out of thin air, forcefully ripping themselves free from the void and connecting toward the road where Suyi was. Boom! 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 15 roads completed their connection like a spiderweb. Immediately after, 15 vehicles of different shapes lit up blinding high beams and came roaring down the road at high speed. On the off-road vehicle in the lead, Changlu Gungun wore a mocking expression, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Brothers, turn on your recordings." Changlu Gungun roared. "Today, we'll use this fuel gauge big shot as our banner sacrifice and show everyone the strength of our Changlu alliance." The 15 vehicles quickly spread out into a half-encirclement fan formation, completely sealing off the road ahead of Suyi. Changlu Gungun slammed on the brakes, and the off-road vehicle came to a stop 100 meters away from Suyi. As the lights fell over the area, Changlu Gungun and the others finally got a clear look at Suyi's vehicle. The moment they saw it, all of them froze. The originally arrogant and overbearing atmosphere in the air seemed to have been put on pause. A deathly silence spread among the 15 vehicles. Suyi's vehicle was simply a little too big. A broad chassis that occupied most of the lane and gigantic tires as huge as millstones, covered in savage anti-slip patterns, and the thick, dark armor plating covering the vehicle's surface, heavy and oppressive, challenged every last one of their visual nerves. Just sitting there, that steel beast didn't even need to let out an engine roar. Yet all of them already felt a suffocating pressure. What the hell is up with this guy's vehicle? Why is it so big? It really is a bit too big. Compared to his vehicle, ours looked kind of skinny. In front of Suyi's second-tier vehicle, which was comparable to a heavy truck, their 15 SUVs and pickup trucks looked like a pack of small dogs gathered around a tiger. "What are you panicking for? All of you calm down," Changlu Gungun shouted. "It's nothing strange. He probably just got lucky and started with a heavy truck as his initial vehicle. So what if it's big? On this survival highway, being big means being clumsy. It means high fuel consumption. There are 15 of us with 15 vehicles. Are we really supposed to be afraid of one empty shell?" Boss is right. Even if his vehicle level isn't low, once he faces our encirclement, all he can do is wait for death. That's right. A big vehicle is just a living target. Everyone started talking at once. Even though they still felt uneasy, retreating now was no longer possible. They were already here. They couldn't possibly back off before the fight even started just because the other side's vehicle looked huge. If that got out, how was the Changlu Alliance supposed to keep showing its face in the future? "Boss Changlu, too much delay brings trouble. Why don't you just use the vehicle-mounted weapon and cripple his vehicle first, so he doesn't get away?" In the chat group, Last Rain suggested. Hearing that, Changlu Gungun hesitated for a moment. Ammo for vehicle-mounted weapons was extremely precious. He only had 500 rounds in total, and for now, he had no other way to replenish them. Every round spent was one less round he had. But looking at that oppressive vehicle ahead, a trace of unease rose in his heart for no reason. "Fine, then let us cripple his vehicle first." Changlu Gungun reached out and pressed a button on the control panel. The sunroof on top of his SUV instantly slid open to both sides. Accompanied by the grinding click of mechanical gears, a light machine gun turret with a cold metallic sheen slowly rose up, its pitch-black muzzle locking directly onto the Gale Ranger ahead. Light machine gun turret, vehicle-mounted weapon, ranged, fire rate 600 rounds per minute. After firing 30 rounds continuously, it requires 4 seconds of cooling. Has a significant suppressive effect against unarmored targets. This was the vehicle-mounted weapon Changlu Gungun had obtained in the secret realm, and also the confidence that let him sit firmly in the position of leader of the Changlu Alliance. He had tested this machine gun turret's effect before. Monsters with a physique stat below 30 would instantly be turned into a bloody sieve under its dense barrage. They were no match at all. As for monsters with a physique stat above 30, he hadn't encountered any yet, but he believed that flesh and blood absolutely couldn't withstand it. Although the vehicle of this never checks the fuel gauge looked far from simple, and its armor seemed very thick, he refused to believe that piling on bullets still wouldn't break through its outer shell. Taking a step back, even if he couldn't break the frontal armor, his main goal was only to stop the other side from escaping. He could just aim at the chassis and blow out the tires. That wouldn't take many bullets at all. Vehicle-mounted weapon? No wonder he has the guts to make a move on me. Inside the vehicle, Suyi leaned comfortably against the seat. Looking at the light machine gun rising from the roof of Changlu Gungun's vehicle, his face still carried a calm smile. Without the slightest bit of worry. The instant those 15 people appeared, he had already swept them once with the eye of appraisal. The information on all 15 of their vehicles held no secrets at all in his eyes. The highest level one belonged to the leader, Changlu Gungun, but his vehicle was only level 13. Among the other 14 people, had level 12 vehicles, while the remaining 10 only had level 11 vehicles. The power of vehicle-mounted weapons was determined by the vehicle's level. Although before advancing, his Gale Ranger had mainly developed in the direction of speed, it was now a genuine second-tier vehicle no matter what. If a vehicle that had reached second tier through reinforcement from the hardened armor module could be blown up by nothing more than a light machine gun mounted on a mere level 13 first-tier vehicle, then nobody would need to advance their vehicles anymore. But this is a good chance to test the defensive strength of a second-tier vehicle. So he thought to himself. That was also why he and T immediately stepped on the gas and rammed straight into them. After all, so many warm-hearted testers had finally come in the middle of the night. Naturally, he had to have some fun with them. Otherwise, he could have simply started the vehicle and slammed into them like crushing a group of ants. With weight and speed alone, he could instantly scrap all these guys' vehicles. He would even need to use the ballistic cannon with its larger caliber. As Sui thought this, he calmly took out 3 bottles of physique attribute potion and 3 bottles of spirit attribute potion from his storage ring. It just so happened that a new day had arrived, and today's potion usage limit had refreshed again. He pulled out the stoppers and tilted his head back to gulp them down. The liquids, cool and burning at the same time, flowed down his throat into his stomach, quickly turning into pure energy that coursed through his entire body. System prompt. Player has consumed a physique attribute potion. Physique plus 15. System prompt. Player has consumed a spirit attribute potion. Spirit plus 15. Feeling the surging power filling his body once more, Sui stretched in satisfaction. And at that very moment, Changlu Gungun's light machine gun had already finished aiming, its pitch-black muzzle pointed straight at the Gale Ranger. "Ha, die for me." Changlu Gungun burst into laughter, then pressed the fire button. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The deafening gunfire instantly tore apart the silence of the deep night, while the muzzle spat out a dazzling half-meter tongue of flame. The dense bullets wove into a net of fire in the night sky and shot straight at Suyi's vehicle. "Shoot! Blow it to pieces. Let him see the strength of our Changlu alliance." The other 14 players also showed excited expressions, roaring wildly from inside their vehicles. It was as if they could already see Suyi's vehicle riddled with holes and completely scrapped under the baptism of so many bullets. Then Suyi would be dragged out of the wrecked metal like a dead dog, left to be trampled at will and stripped of resources in a miserable scene. But in the next second, the wild laughter and excitement on everyone's south faces froze in place as if instantly sealed by ice. Ding, 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 ding. Clear. Dense sounds of metal collisions echoed across the highway. Those bullets, which were enough to tear low-level monsters to pieces, actually burst into clusters of brilliant sparks after landing on the Gale Ranger. Then every single one of them was deflected. No penetración, no cracking. There wasn't even the slightest dent. Under the illumination of the high beams, they discovered that not even the faintest scratch had been left on the Gale Ranger. The bullets hitting it were like tossing a handful of soybeans at an indestructible city wall. Other than making some noise, they had no effect at all. This scene instantly left Changlu Gungun and the other 15 people stunned on the spot. Even the sound of the machine gun's sweeping fire seemed a bit shrill at this moment. How is that possible? Changlu Gungun's face was also full of disbelief. Why is his vehicle's defense so strong? Even a vehicle-mounted weapon can't break it? It's not just that it can't break it. Look, it didn't even leave a single scratch. What the hell? Could this guy have chosen the extreme heavy defense route every single time he leveled up starting from level 1? But if he really went the heavy defense route, then how did he get first place on the mileage ranking before? Fear began to rise in everyone's heart. Boss, stop shooting at the body. Shoot his wheels. This guy's vehicle armor is too freakish. Hit the chassis and cripple his mobility. The last rain said hurriedly. Changlu Gungun reacted in an instant as well. Right? Shoot the tires. No matter how thick the armor is, the tires have to be a weak point. He hurriedly turned the control stick, adjusting the light machine gun's muzzle toward the huge millstone-like tires beneath Suyi's vehicle. Da-da-da-da-da. Another burst of dense bullets poured out. Muzzle flames spat wildly as the bullets accurately struck the Gale Ranger's massive tires. But the result made everyone's expressions tighten again. Bang, 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 bang. Dull impact sounds rang out. To their horror, they discovered that not only did the bullets fail to pierce the tires and cause a blowout, they were also deflected away. A few ricochets even bounced back, grazing past their windshield and leaving behind deep white marks. What? What kind of monster vehicle is this? Changlu Gungun's heart trembled. The machine gun barrel had already turned slightly red from continuous firing, with white vapor rising from overheating. But he felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen into ice. They couldn't break it. They simply couldn't break it. The trump card he had always been proud of now looked utterly ridiculous. Inside the car, Suyi watched the sparks flying outside, while not even a single hair on his body was harmed, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Installing bulletproof tires really was a waste, especially after reaching Tier 2. The bulletproof tires got upgraded too. Suyi spoke. His gaze swept across Changlu Gungun and the other 15. These guys are kind of weak. Or maybe I'm just a little too strong. Suyi gripped the steering wheel with both hands. Now that your attack is over, it's my turn. The instant his words fell, boom! Suyi slammed the accelerator all the way down. The terrifying power engine of the Tier 2 Gale Ranger erupted in an earth-shaking roar in an instant. The exhaust pipe spat out dark blue tail flames, and the violent sound waves shook the surrounding air until visible ripples spread out. Activate the Thorn module. Yes, Master. The Thorn module has been activated. Hearing the voice, Suyi paused. He suddenly remembered the Intelligent Life module he had fused earlier. Because Changlu Gungun's group of 15 had arrived so suddenly, he still hadn't had the chance to experience it. What's your name? Suyi Oskit. Please grant me a name, Master. I'll call you 15. After all, on the day you were born, we happen to welcome 15 enemies. It can also count as a commemoration of the first time I faced other players and killed 15 of them, Suyi said. Yes, Master. 15 is on standby at all times. You may give orders whenever you wish. Ka. At that moment, under the horrified gazes of Changlu Gungun and the others, countless armor seems suddenly popped open all over the Gale Ranger's body, which had already been oppressive enough to begin with. Immediately after, metal spikes, over a meter long, gleaming with a chilling cold light, shot outward. In the blink of an eye, the entire vehicle turned into a hedgehog covered in spikes. What the hell is that? One player looked at the Gale Ranger ahead, which had instantly grown spikes all over it, and was so scared that his voice cracked. He frantically shifted into reverse, trying to flee, but it was too late. Sprint. Suyi coldly spat out 2 words. Received. Sprint function activated. 15 recommends activating magnetic anti-slip and wing adjustment functions at the same time. Does Master require this? Activate them. Received. Both functions have been activated. Boom. With a terrifying roar like something breaking the sound barrier, the Gale Ranger burst forth with unimaginable speed. Only a ring of asphalt fragments torn apart by its violent traction was left behind on the spot. The vehicle instantly turned into a streak of black light and vanished from everyone's sight. Too fast. So fast that these Tier 1 players' dynamic vision couldn't capture it all. When that streak of black light appeared again, it had already crossed a distance of 100 meters and arrived directly in front of an off-road vehicle blocking the road ahead, like a teleport. The player in that off-road vehicle was the Shi clan player who had just been scared into trying to reverse. At this moment, even his cry of alarm was stuck in his throat. His hands still gripped the steering wheel tightly, and in his pupils was reflected the steel front of the vehicle, infinitely enlarging and covered in savage spikes. Bang! A heaven-shaking explosion of sound rang out before the horrifying kinetic force granted by a Tier 2 vehicle in Sprint. This Level 12 off-road vehicle was as fragile as a soda can. Amid the ear-piercing sound of tearing metal, the entire front of the off-road vehicle instantly caved in and collapsed. The thick metal spikes on the Gale Ranger's front pierced through the off-road vehicle's hood and driver's cabin with ease, directly skewering the Shi clan player together with his seat. The enormous impact even sent the off-road vehicle flying into the air. It rolled violently through the air, broken parts, and twisted metal scattering everywhere like a rainstorm. Before it could even hit the ground, boom! The off-road vehicle exploded in midair. A huge fireball rose into the sky. Endless flames mixed with billowing smoke. In a single instant, it overwhelmed the high beams of the other 14 vehicles. The entire pitch-black night sky was lit up as bright as day. Instant kill. The firelight reflected on the faces of the remaining 14 people, illuminating their paper-white expressions and the fear deep in their eyes. Dead silence. There was a deathly silence in the chat group. Only the crackling sounds of the burning wreckage of that off-road vehicle echoed along the distant highway. Just a second ago, they had still been dreaming of stepping on the head of the top expert of the whole region, becoming famous in one battle, and replacing the leaders of the 5 clans. At this moment, the dream shattered, and the key figure from that dream had now become their nightmare. A monster. Changlu Gungun's entire body trembled violently, his teeth chattering madly. He stared fixedly at that steel beast slowly driving out from the sea of explosive flames. Without even a single spike bent, and his psychological defenses completely collapsed. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? This is a dimensionality reduction strike. Run. Run now. Retreat. Everybody retreat. Changlu Gungun roared in the channel, while also driving his own car to escape. But the moment he turned his head, he realized there was no need for him to say it at all. While he had been stunned, the other 13 had already fled. Run. He is not something we can deal with. Wait for me. He is coming at me. Those 13 players had gone completely mad as well. Formation. Encirclement. All of it had been thrown beyond the clouds. Everyone was crazily spinning their steering wheels and flooring the gas, trying to escape this highway of death. Yet Suyi sat in the driver's seat, watching those vehicles dart around like headless flies, and there wasn't the slightest trace of pity in his eyes. In the middle of the night, you forcibly started a highway link-up and used a conquest card to surround me. And now you want to leave? Suyi let out a cold laugh. 15. Use the radar to lock onto them. Don't let a single one get away. Received, Master. Radar has been activated and the remaining targets have been locked. Next, it's cleanup time. Suyi stepped on the gas again. The Gale Ranger let out another heaven-shaking roar and, like a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep, began a one-sided slaughter. Its massive body wasn't clumsy in the slightest. Instead, with the support of magnetic anti-slip and the wing adjustment module, it was unbelievably agile. Bang! An RV that was trying to make a U-turn and run was slammed hard from the side by Suyi. With a deafening roar, the RV was smashed directly into a V shape. The door caved in deep, and the players inside didn't even get to scream before they were crushed together with the vehicle into a pulp of flesh. The vehicle rolled as it smashed toward the roadside and burst into flames in an instant. Crack! Another vehicle tried to use nimble maneuvering to slip past Suyi, but it was run straight over by Gale Ranger's enormous spiked tires. Half the car body was flattened in an instant under that terrifying weight. Shattered glass and blood mixed together and sprayed across the highway. In less than a minute, the highway had already turned into a burning inferno. Of the 15 vehicles, only Changlu Gungun's off-road vehicle was still fleeing in madness. Changlu Gungun's eyes were bloodshot. Tears and snot ran down his face together as he stomped the accelerator to the floor. Looking at the Gale Ranger in the rearview mirror, following behind him like the god of death, unhurried and relentless, all he felt was despair and regret. He had been wrong. If he had known that Song Bu Kenyobiao was this powerful, he would rather have provoked leaders of the 5E tribes like Ling Yu than ever provoke this man. At least, if he provoked Ling Yu and the others, there would still be a chance to survive. But after provoking Suyi, he could not see even the slightest hope of living. No wonder Ling Yu and those 5E tribe leaders had made a move against him, even though Song Bu Kenyobiao was obviously so wealthy. So this was how strong he really was. Don't kill me. I'm begging you, don't kill me. I'll give you all my resources. You can be the alliance leader. Changlu Gungun opened the window and shouted at Suyi behind him. Suyi's gaze, however, remained cold. He had heard every word, but he did not care in the slightest. If he killed him, the resources would still be his. As for alliance leader, if he really wanted to form an alliance, there would be no place for these people anyway. With the name Song Bu Kenyobiao alone, he could pull in over 100,000 players in a single day. It was over. Gale Ranger instantly caught up to Changlu Gungun's off-road vehicle. Puchi! The metal spikes pierced straight into the rear of the off-road vehicle, then punched through it completely. The off-road vehicle had no power at all to resist that terrifying impact and was sent flying on the spot. But Suyi raised a brow slightly, because Changlu Gungun hadn't died. At the critical moment, he had jumped out of the vehicle and was now tumbling across the highway. Although jumping out at such speed had left him heavily injured, he had still survived in the end. At this moment, Changlu Gungun slowly climbed to his feet. With trembling hands, he took out a bottle of faintly glowing red potion from his storage space and tilted his head back to drink it. As the potion entered his body, the abrasions and broken bones on him began healing and scabbing over at a speed visible to the naked eye until he was completely restored. Pretty lucky. Not only did I get 15 battle cards, there's even a life recovery potion, sitting in the driver's seat. Suyi watched the scene of Changlu Gungun drinking the potion and said with a smile, could this guy be some kind of child of fortune? By this time, Changlu Gungun had mostly recovered as well. He raised his eyes and looked at the Gale Ranger ahead, that steel beast radiating oppressive force. Deep in his heart, uncontrollable despair still surged. When they had vehicles, all 15 of them working together still hadn't been a match. Now that their vehicles had been completely crushed, it was even more hopeless. But no matter what, he wanted to live. Even if he had to live like a dog, as long as he was alive, there was still hope. Thinking of this, Changlu Gungun took a deep breath, stepped forward, and with a flash of light in his hand, a long saber appeared out of thin air. Kong Bukan Yubio, Changlu Gungun said coldly, I admit I underestimated you. Since I've suffered this calamity today, I have no complaints and no regrets. But I trust you're not so shameless as to use a vehicle to bully someone who has already lost his car. If you have the guts, then dare you fight me, one-on-one? If I win, I'll still offer up all the resources on me with both hands. So long as you let me leave. Hearing Changlu Gungun's words, Suyi couldn't help raising his brows. This guy's skin was really thick enough. He was clearly powerless to resist and already at the end of the road, yet he was deliberately trying to flatter and pressure him with words, hoping to use a provoking tactic to force a duel and grasp at one last chance to survive. Still, since he was someone who had awakened a talent, he probably thought he had at least some chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. Suyi had long since used the Eye of Insight to see all of his information clearly. Player, Yin Ming nickname, Changlu Gungun race, 5E tribe status, lightly injured rank, first order physique, 12 spirit, 10 talent, flame control skills. None. This Changlu Gungun was a member of the Yin tribe among the 5E tribes. Judging from the panel, whether it was physique or spirit, both were only at the level of someone who had just entered the first order. The only thing worth a glance was that he had awakened the flame control talent. But with those pitiful stats of his, even with a talent, he couldn't stir up any waves in front of Suyi. Still, it would be a good chance to see the effect of his talent. Thinking this, Suyi turned to Ada beside him. Ada, go down and play with him.